Stricken by a terminal illness, Feng is reborn in the year 2000, the same year that the school bell Muxi turns 18. Feng, may I borrow your pen for a moment? Did you not just borrow it yesterday? Yesterday was yesterday, and today is today. Times have changed. Do you not understand? You have truly exhausted my patience. Very well, here you go. Feng, could you tear off a piece of paper for me to use? Why are you tearing mine? Do you not have any? I do, but tearing yours does not pain my heart. You are quite logical. Fine, take it. Feng, what do you wish to borrow now? I have nothing left. Hmph, just lend me your hand for a moment. What for? Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to hold the hand of my boyfriend. This is a tale of childhood sweethearts mutually pursuing each other, navigating the hilarities of their romantic daily life, brimming with sweetness, devoid of melodrama or heartache. Welcome to the adventure. Chapter 1. This kiss left the entire class in shock. Beijing First Hospital. In the dimly lit intensive care unit, silence pervades, broken only by the beeping of medical instruments. A pallid middle-aged man lies on the hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask, utterly weakened. A doctor and a lawyer enter the room. Mr. Feng, the last bone marrow transplant showed some efficacy, but your cancer cells have metastasized throughout your body. I fear. The doctor hesitates. How long do I have left? Feng's countenance remains calm, his voice hoarse. Perhaps a few more days, or possibly a month. The doctor speaks with a hint of consolation. Just a few more days. Feng chuckles self-deprecatingly, fearing the situation may be far graver. Mr. Your wife, Ms. Liu Yao, has taken you to court, demanding 500 million from your 800 billion estate. This is the lawyer's letter from her representative. The middle-aged lawyer presents a document before him. Liu Yao, his wife, his university classmate, they had been married for 7 years. On the very night he was diagnosed with terminal cancer, she hastily drafted a will, coercing him to sign it. After 7 years of marriage, it was on that day that he finally glimpsed her true nature. Money. Everything revolved around money. All affection, nothing but a facade. As Feng gazes at the sternly worded letter warning him against the arbitrary disposal of his personal assets, his eyes glisten with unshed tears. With a self-mocking smile, tears inevitably cascade down the corners of his eyes. After a decade of arduous business endeavors amassing a fortune nearing $1 trillion, he finds himself devoid of a single person who truly loves him or whom he loves. Lying in the desolate hospital room, he is accompanied by neither family nor beloved. Truly pitiful and lamentable. Reality is but a fleeting dream, an empty illusion. Lawyer Zhou, please convey to her that she need not concern herself with the money. According to my will, I wish for all my assets to be donated to charity, to impoverished regions, to the nation. Feng states coldly. Understood, Mr. By the way, Mr. A woman asked me to deliver this to you yesterday. Lawyer Zhou retrieves a cloth-wrapped object from his bag, resembling a book. The doctor elevates the hospital bed so that Feng can recline comfortably. Mr. Feng, we shall not disturb your rest any longer. The doctor and lawyer Zhou exit the ward, leaving it once more enveloped in silence. Feng unwraps the cloth, revealing a weathered diary. He gently flips through the pages and encounters a familiar name, Muxi. March 11th, 1998, overcast. That rascal Feng dared to let the air out of my bicycle tires. It infuriates me. I shall draw a poop on his backpack. May 10th, 2000, light rain. That dullard Feng forgot to take an umbrella when he went out and was drenched like a drowned rat. It was utterly hilarious. June 5th, 2000, sunny. With the college entrance examination approaching, he dares to sleep in class and got reprimanded by his mother that night. He surely does not know it was me who secretly reported him. July 1st, 2000, overcast. Feng was planning to secretly change his major, but I kicked him awake with a swift kick. Hmph. We promised to attend the same university, and he dares to have second thoughts. March 6, 2002, overcast. That wretched Feng actually started dating. Hmph. Anyone who likes that fool must be blind. April 4th, 2002. Feng constantly talks about his girlfriend in front of me. It is so annoying. It drives me crazy. Am I falling for him? How vexing. May 20th, 2005, sunny. Today is his wedding day. He wanted me to be his bridesmaid, but I declined, even concocting an excuse to avoid attending his wedding. I wish him happiness for the rest of his life. January 11th, 2012, overcast. He told me over the phone that he has cancer, and it is in the terminal stage. I felt as if my world was collapsing. February 2nd, 2012, light rain. He has no family left in this world, no relatives for a bone marrow match. Coincidentally, my compatibility was successful. It is a 1 in 100,000 chance. Could this be some form of destiny? As long as I can save him, I would endure any pain and cost, even my own life. He will never know, just as he will never know that I harbor feelings for him. Upon reading this, Feng's heart trembles, and tears flow uncontrollably down his cheeks. It turns out that the enigmatic benefactor is none other than her. Scenes from his childhood with Muxi flicker through his mind like fragments of a film. They played in the mud together, swam in the river, and endured beatings side by side. They climbed the neighbor's yard to raid bird nests, only to be chased away by the neighbor's large yellow dog. They attended school together daily, shared every dismissal, played hide and seek, and engaged in games, day after day, year after year. He and she were childhood sweethearts, having grown up together, becoming each other's most familiar companion. Yet, their profound familiarity rendered him oblivious to her, as if her presence were a matter of course. However, at this moment, he finally comprehended that he had missed out on the right person. This misstep would last a lifetime. An overwhelming tide of regret surged within him. If heaven could grant him another chance, he would never let her slip away again. Cough, cough. The intense emotional turmoil caused him to cough violently, blood spilling from his mouth and choking his nose. His consciousness began to fade gradually. He seemed to glimpse a light before him, a blurred illumination. Simultaneously, he felt his body losing sensation, slipping beyond his control. Am I to conclude this lifetime in such a manner? Muxi, I am sorry. I hope that in the next life, I will still be your childhood sweetheart. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as he slowly closed them. Feng, wake up, get up quickly. You need to wake up. The teacher is about to start class. A melodious and urgent voice rang in his ears. Feng abruptly opened his eyes to find himself in a classroom filled with familiar faces. Suddenly, a porcelain-like face with exquisite features appeared before him. Her lustrous black hair was tied in a ponytail, exuding vitality, and her sparkling eyes were fixed on him. Her visage radiated youthful innocence, brimming with vigor, reminiscent of the refreshing essence of early spring. Muxi? Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. What is happening? Am I not in the intensive care unit? Did I not die? Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and get up. The teacher is coming. Do you want to be punished with standing? Muxi shot him a glare. Is this a dream? Feng's eyes glistened with tears as a smile broke out on his face. He sprang up and embraced her tightly. Even if this is merely a dream, it is utterly fulfilling. Muxi, it is truly wonderful to see you. Feng grasped her shoulders, tears welling in his eyes as he smiled. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? What are you doing? Muxi looked at him, bewildered. Feng's bare hug of Muxi drew the attention of all classmates, their gazes fixated on the pair. I will not miss you again. Feng beamed, holding her shoulders tightly. Huh? Suddenly, he kissed her fervently. In that instant, the entire class was left in shock. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Muxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stood frozen in place. Chapter 2. Muxi, Feng, have you lost your mind? Silence enveloped the entire classroom. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the classmates gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Unbelievable. The school bell, Muxi, had been forcefully kissed by Feng. Good heavens. Is he out his mind? Feng was momentarily taken aback by the warmth radiating from their lips. Huh? Can one feel sensations in dreams? He licked his lips in astonishment. Wow, it's even a bit sweet. Dreams can have taste. He withdrew, staring at Muxi, whose cheeks were as red as apples, and exclaimed in bewilderment this isn't a dream? Ye. Feng. Muxi's face flushed crimson. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, she shoved him away and executed a textbook judo throw. Bang! Feng landed heavily on the ground, the pain in his back jolting him into full awareness. He stared at the ceiling of the classroom, then glanced at the astonished expressions of his classmates, and finally noticed the date on the bulletin board at the back of the room, April 12, 2000. A conclusion dawned upon him. He had been reborn. Reborn back to the year 2000, the dawn of the millennium. He vividly remembered that Muxi was 18 that year. They were just 69 days away from the college entrance examination. Feng raised his hands, examining his still pale and slender arms, and couldn't he help but smile. I have truly been reborn. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall live this life to the fullest, leaving no regrets. I cannot afford to miss Muxi again. Feng, have you lost your mind? Muxi appeared in his line of sight, her small face flushed, glaring down at him. Hello, Muxi. Feng, good evening. Muxi was taken aback. What do you mean, hello? What nonsense are you spouting? She squatted down and seized Feng's wrist, executing a reverse joint lock. Tell me, why did you take advantage of me just now? Ouch, let go first. You tell me first. With so many people watching, aren't you embarrassed? Let go first. Muxi glanced around. Indeed, the entire class was fixated on them. The strange looks from her classmates made her uncomfortable, forcing her to release Feng. If it weren't for all these people, I would have torn you apart. Feng stood up, inhaling sharply and rubbing his wrist. Muxi still exhibited that violent tendency. She was still the familiar childhood friend in his memories. Now tell me, why did you take advantage of me? Muxi wiped her lips, which were nearly chafed raw. Feng had a myriad of words he wished to convey. But seeing her angry expression, he swallowed his words. If he confessed directly now, would it jeopardize their friendship? Although they often joked around, delving into romantic feelings could potentially destabilize their relationship. In his memories, throughout their childhood and even during the tumultuous high school years, he had never viewed her as a girl. Similarly, it seemed Muxi had never regarded him as a boy either. He was uncertain of Muxi's feelings. If their relationship shifted too suddenly, it might backfire. Reflecting on this, Feng felt that he needed to tread carefully and discern Muxi's thoughts first. I just had a dream where you fell into a puddle, and in a moment of excitement, I wanted to give you mouth-to-mouth. Feng fabricated a casual excuse. Muxi's expression was incredulous. You fell into a puddle. She pinched the soft flesh at Feng's waist. Feng winced in pain. Don't worry. In a dream, I rescued you. Muxi's eyes widened, ready to choke him, but at that moment, their homeroom teacher, Zhao Shui, strode into the classroom. Classmates, it's time for class. Zhao Shui taught mathematics and was known for his rigid demeanor and strict discipline, instilling fear among the students. Behind his back, they had affectionately nicknamed him Zhao, the Demon King. The classmates ceased their discussions regarding Feng and Muxi. Muxi shot Feng a glare before hastily returning to her seat. Feng sat down right behind her. Bro, you were incredible just now. You actually kissed the school bell. His desk mate, Wang Tai, leaned in with a goofy grin, whispering in admiration. Feng turned to look at Wang Tai's honest, round face and boasted, you should see what kind of courage Feng possesses. Wang Tai chuckled sheepishly. If only I had half of your guts. Wang Tai was Feng's best friend, their bond forged through their years in high school. Bro, you just kissed the school bell. Such a monumental feat will surely spread throughout the school in no time. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. It suddenly struck Feng, oh no, wouldn't he that make him the enemy of all the boys in school? Muxi was the most beautiful girl at Taoyuan No. 1 high school, with countless admirers. Yet, due to her aloof and domineering nature, she had never given any suitors an opportunity. However, her admirers were relentless, often leaving love letters, roses, and chocolates on her desk. One advantage of hanging out with her in the past was never lacking in chocolates, candies, or snacks. The thought of becoming the target of Muxi's admirers made Feng's teeth ache. But then again, he had already died once. What was there to fear? After decades of navigating through life, dealing with these youngsters was a piece of cake. Wang Tai, if someone challenges you later, remember to throw it away and don't bring it to me, Feng instructed. Huh? What challenge? Wang Tai, slow on the uptake, hint he caught on. Feng seek it. Wang Tai was a good guy, but a bit too naive. Just don't ask. Just do as I say when the time comes. Feng waved his hand dismissively. His gaze fell on Muxi, and he noticed a hint of pink beneath her white school uniform. This reminded him of his curious days in middle school, pondering how girls' undergarments managed to support weight, which sometimes tempted him to tug on the straps of Muxi's back. Unfortunately, the quality was poor, and he ended up snapping one. For that, Muxi had hunted him down for several days. Recalling these embarrassing moments brought a silly smile to Feng's face. Bro, what is so funny? Wang Tai asked, intrigued by Feng's grin. Feng chuckled it softly. Wang Tai, be honest, do you think Muxi and I are a good match? A perfect match. Absolutely. Bro, you are handsome, charismatic, and exude an aura of confidence. Stop. If you can't use idioms correctly, don't misuse them. Wang Tai scratched his head. To be honest, I think you two are quite compatible. Just look around the school. How many boys can even talk to Muxi? Besides you, there's no one else. You two seem to get along well. Definitely a match made in heaven. Feng was very pleased with Wang Tai's words and patted his shoulder. You're right. Remember, Muxi will be your sister-in-law from now on. Yes. Bro, go for it. And please teach me some tricks to pursue Su Shaoling. Wang Tai nodded eagerly. Su Shaoling was a flower in the class, and also the object of Wang Ling's secret affection. In such a youthful, naive period, who hasn't harbored a secret crush? Such is the thrill of youth. No worries, you are my good brother, and I will definitely help you. Feng patted his shoulder. Suddenly, a piece of chalk flew over and struck Feng's forehead. Feng, I'm teaching here, and you're chatting in the back? Then stand up. Zhao Shui glared at him sternly from the podium. Teacher, what's the matter? Feng wiped the chalk dust from his forehead. Zhao Shui pointed to a math problem on the blackboard. You come and solve this problem. If the complex number z, x2, x3, x3, I is purely imaginary, what is the value of the real number x? The other students in the class turned to look at him, many stifling laughter. It was common knowledge that while Feng ranked among the top 10 in the humanities, his mathematics was equally commendable, though at the bottom of the rankings. They were all eagerly awaiting his blunder. Chapter 3. Besides owing you a favor, I also owe you a kiss. Knock, knock. Just as Feng was about to respond, he heard a sound from under the desk. It was Muxi kicking his leg twice. Look here, Muxi whispered, as she wrote the solution in her notebook. Feng could tell she was trying to help him out. This girl is quite concerned about me. However, such a simple question was not a challenge for him. Feng had indeed struggled with mathematics before the college entrance examination, but he had studied intensively for a month in order to gain admission to Guangzhou University of Science and Technology, ultimately scoring 503, surpassing the cutoff for the first-tier universities. However, under Muxi's insistence, he later changed his application to Guangzhou University. In university, he pursued a computer science major, closely related to mathematics, excelling in advanced calculus, C programming, and achieving proficiency in English at level 6. Feng did not consider himself a top student, but he was certainly an outstanding graduate of a prestigious university. Such trivial matters were hardly a challenge for him. Why are you silent? Have you lost your voice? Weren't you just talking happily a moment ago? Zhao Shui reprimanded. Feng smiled slightly and strode to the podium, seizing a piece of chalk and swiftly writing on the blackboard. Solution. The complex number z, x2, x3, x3, I is purely imaginary. x2, x30, x30, solving gives x1. Teacher, the answer is 1, Feng replied with a smile. The classroom fell silent, all eyes astonished at him. Even Muxi nearly dropped her glasses. How had Feng's mathematics improved so dramatically? Zhao Shui was also taken aback, not expecting Feng to answer correctly. Could he have prepared in advance? Ahem. Well, I'll concede that you got it right. You may return to your seat, but remember to pay attention in class. Zhao Shui waved his hand, allowing him to sit down. Feng chuckled. Yes, teacher. He returned to his seat, quietly pondering that what he had learned his past life was indeed quite useful. With his current knowledge, he could easily surpass even the brightest university students. If he were to retake the college entrance examination, he might even contend for the title of top scorer. If not the top, he could surely place within the top 100. Reflecting on the upcoming examination in 2 months filled Feng with anticipation. Brother Feng, you were amazing. I thought you were going to embarrass yourself. Wang Tai gave a thumbs up, admiring him. Hee, just a small feat. Feng adjusted his clothing. At that moment, a small piece of paper was thrown from the front. It was a note from Muxi. He picked it up and read, You remember you owe me a favor. The note was adorned with a smug expression. Oh, she thinks it's her accomplishment? That was just my own skill. Feng's eyes glinted mischievously as he tore a piece of paper from his notebook and tossed it back to her. Muxi, upon seeing the note, revealed a look of confusion, opened it, and her face flushed red as she shot him an annoyed glare. Wang Tai, noticing this, curiously asked, Brother Feng, what did you write to the school beauty? Why is her face all red? Hee, nothing much. Feng leaned back in his chair leisurely. Meanwhile, Muxi's deskmate, Chun Jiejia, also noticed Muxi's flushed cheeks and annoyed expression, and asked curiously, Muxi, what did Feng just say to you? And nothing. He's just a jerk. I'll deal with him after school. Muxi tried to mask her embarrassment. She secretly opened the note onto the desk. Besides owing you a favor, I also owe you a kiss. You can come and claim it any time. I'll be waiting for you. That jerk, daring to take advantage of me. I'll definitely deal with him later. Muxi tore the note into shreds, gritting her teeth. If I don't give him a taste of his own medicine, I'm not Muxi. However, deep down, she felt a twinge of awkwardness, sensing that Feng was acting strangely today. As time passed, school was soon dismissed. Muxi had packed her bag and left the classroom early. Feng assumed she was a bit shy and didn't dare to face him. Had his teasing backfired? It seemed he needed to be more careful and restrained in the future. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Being too eager might cause her discomfort. Teasy, let's go home, Feng called out. All right, Brother Feng. Wang Tai quickly gathered his books. The three of them, Feng, Wang Tai, and Muxi, lived in the same staff housing complex, the Guangzhou 3rd Steel Plant staff quarters. Feng's father worked as a welder at the steel plant, while his mother sold vegetables at a market stall. Muxi's father was the deputy director of the steel plant, and her mother worked as an office clerk. Wang Tai, on the other hand, lived with his mother, who worked in logistics at the plant. His father was an alcoholic who roamed outside all day. His parents had long since divorced, but whenever his father was drunk or out of money, he would come looking for his mother for cash. Feng remembered that this had caused quite a few disturbances in the complex. After the college entrance examination, Wang Tai's mother moved out of the staff quarters to avoid his father. It was precisely because of this that Feng gradually lost contact with Wang Tai after entering university. What good buddy he was, and it was truly regrettable that their paths diverged due to family circumstances. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, he would not allow such regrets to occur again. The two of them left the classroom and arrived at the bicycle shed next to the school playground. The shed housed old brand bicycles such as Phoenix and Forever. Feng's bicycle was an old Phoenix model, which, while considered antiquated in the past, was still a popular mode of transport at present. He recalled that it was a birthday gift from his father, who had spent 180 yuan to buy it for him on his 16th birthday. Just as Feng was about to unlock his bike, he suddenly realized that the tire was flat. Damn, who the hell punctured my tire? Feng drew it. Could it be that a rival had come to challenge him so soon? Ouch, Feng, is your bike flat? What a pity. It seems you'll have to walk home. Muxi rode by on her bicycle, pretending to casually remark. Upon hearing her tone, Feng was nearly certain that she was the one who had damaged his tire. Brother Feng, why don't you hop on the back of my bike? I can give you a ride home, Wang Tai offered, patting the back seat. No need, Feng chuckled softly, darting to the back of the bicycle and jumping onto the seat. All right, Muxi, let us go. Muxi shot him a glare. Why are you sitting on my bike? Get off. Not getting off. Are you going to bite me? Feng boldly repeated. Muxi grinned, revealing her 2 canine teeth. That's what you said. Upon finishing her words, she seized Feng's arm and bit down fiercely. Feng promptly supported her chin with one hand while the other firmly grasped her waist. No matter how much Muxi tried to bite, she could not reach him. Are you really a dog? Do you genuinely wish to bite me? Fortunately, I was prepared. Feng chuckled with self-satisfaction. Let go of me. I'll bite you to death. Muxi exclaimed, flailing her arms. The two began to wrestle near the garage, attracting the curious glances of their classmates. Isn't that Gu the campus belle? My goodness, why is she getting physical with a boy? Wow, it truly is Gu. The campus belle. Are they flirting? Upon hearing the whispers of her peers, Muxi felt a pang of panic and murmured, Let me go. If you promise not to bite me and give me a ride home, I will release you. After all, you did puncture my tire, Feng grinned. Fine. Just let me go. Muxi reluctantly nodded. Only then did Feng loosen his grip. Muxi immediately attempted to stomp on his foot, but Feng had anticipated her move, swiftly stepping aside to evade her. Still thinking of trampling me? Muxi, already fuming, prepared to retaliate. Aren't you worried about being seen by so many people? I'm not afraid. I have thick skin, Feng replied nonchalantly. Muxi glanced around, realizing it was indeed inappropriate to be under scrutiny. Feeling utterly vexed and frustrated, she gritted her teeth. Hmph, I will deal with you when we get home. With that, she hopped on her bicycle, taking Feng along with her. Hey, wait for me, Wang Tai called, chasing after them. Chapter 4. Don't rush, savor it slowly. Feng sat on the back seat, his left arm gently encircling her slender waist. The cool spring breeze caressed their faces, while the air was infused with the fragrance of the campus grass, fresh and invigorating. This was the spring of the year 2000. He inhaled deeply and suddenly recognized the delightful scent of Muxi's hair. Muxi, what brand of shampoo do you use? Feng inquired with curiosity. Bee-flower brand, why? It smells quite pleasant. If you want to use it, just say so, but remember to return it afterward. Really? Dear, Yidasa. When have you ever been polite to me? Feng reflected and realized he had indeed never been courteous. The relationship between the and Gu families had always been strong. Feng's mother and Muxi's mother were good friends. Consequently, he had often visited the Gu household, growing up alongside Muxi as childhood companions. Muxi, your birthday is in 2 weeks, right? So what? Have you prepared a gift? No. Then why ask? I was just casually inquiring. So what do you plan to gift me? It's a gift you'll definitely adore. Cut it out. I don't believe you. Growing up together, do you really think I wouldn't know your tastes? You underestimate me. Then enlighten me. What do I like? Airplanes. What? Why would I like airplanes? Because you have the perfect venue for them. Huh? Feng, please execute a rapid departure with minimal friction at a 360-degree angle and leave this place. What? Scram. Muxi suddenly hit the brakes, attempting to throw him off. However, Feng firmly held on her waist, binding them together. One must admit, Muxi's waist was indeed slender and felt delightful to the touch. If you make me angry again, I'll toss you out. Muxi huffed, seemingly unbothered by the grip around her waist, as if she had grown accustomed to it. All right, calm down. I'll treat you to an old popsicle later. Feng, risusurether. You think one popsicle will placate me? Make it 2. Deal. 10 minutes later, Muxi brought him to the Orchid convenience store at the entrance of the 3rd Steel Plant Workers Community. Aunt Wang, I do like 2 old popsicles. Muxi called out after parking her bike. Feng turned to look back and saw Wang Tai just behind him. Aunt Wang, make that 4 in total, he shouted. A middle-aged woman in a floral shirt emerged, smiling. Muxi, Feng, you're back from school? Yes, Aunt Wang, Muxi replied sweetly. Wang Lanhua retrieved 4 old popsicles from the freezer and handed them to Muxi. She kept 2 for herself and offered the other 2 to Feng. Aren't you afraid of stomachache from eating 2? Feng remarked, clicking his tongue. Muxi protectively clutched her popsicles, shooting him a glare. Mind your own business. Don't think about taking mine. Feng Yi. Wang Tai stopped his bike beside them. TZ, you came at the right time. Here's one for you. I'm treating you. Feng generously offered. Wang Tai looked at the popsicle, nearly drooling, and gratefully said, Thank you. Feng Ge. We're brothers. No need for thanks. Feng patted his shoulder. The trio stood at the convenience store entrance, enjoying their popsicles. Feng turned to Gu Muxi and noticed her relishing her popsicle. A look of pure enjoyment on her face. Ah, don't rush, Feng chuckled. I'm in a hurry. What is it to you? Gu Muxi retorted, revealing her small canine teeth. For some reason, Feng found it oddly charming. Soon, she devoured both popsicles, casting a lingering gaze at the remaining half of Feng's popsicle. What are you staring at? Feng shot her a glance. Just let me have a bite. Just one. Gu Muxi licked her lips, resembling a greedy cat. You can't have too much. Feng, Varnit. No worries, I'll just take a small bite. What are you afraid of? Gu Muxi insisted. Ahem, fine, you can have a bite, but don't take too big of a mouthful. Feng offered her the popsicle. Gu Muxi bit down eagerly, taking 2 large bites, leaving only a small remnant. All right, here you go, hee. Gu Muxi grinned, returning the popsicle to him before swiftly hopping back on her bike and speeding off. Feng stared in astonishment at the tiny piece left in his hand. Gu Muxi, stop right there. He finished the last bit, discarded the stick, and chased after her. Only Wang Tai remained, dumbfounded in place. After a moment, he suddenly realized and shouted, Hey, Feng Ge, you haven't paid yet. Feng caught up to the community, finding Gu Muxi parking her bicycle at the side and preparing to dash towards the stairs. He quickly stepped forward to block her path. So you want to run after finishing my popsicle? Feng simirkit vikidli. What do you want? Gu Muxi tilted her head defiantly, unafraid of him. Feng chuckled softly, leaning closer until they were merely a fist distance apart, their faces nearly touching. Gu Muxi's heart raced unexpectedly, and she instinctively took a step back. Yet, with every retreat she made, Feng advanced closer. Soon, she found herself pinned against the wall with nowhere to escape. What do you intend to do? Gu Muxi glared at him, her demeanor slightly flustered. Feng pressed her against the wall with his right hand, leaving them in close proximity, nearly sharing breaths. Gu Muxi's breathing quickened, her heart pounding fiercely. The way she looked at Feng was different from before, causing her to feel a bit anxious. What was going on with Feng today? Why did everything feel so peculiar? Now, tell me, how will you compensate me? Feng asked, narrowing his eyes. Hmph. You think you could take advantage of me? You still owe me for today. Gu Muxi pouted defiantly. Feng gazed at her fair skin, exquisite visage, and those luscious, vibrant lips, momentarily lost in reverie. Indeed, Gu Muxi truly epitomized the school beauty. She was breathtaking. How had he failed to notice her allure in his previous life? Perhaps it was due to their familiarity? Feng, your mother is here. Gu Muxi's eyes widened in surprise. Hmph. Do you think I would fall for that trick? I won't be fooled. Feng shook his head, utterly unconvinced. Suddenly, a hand seized his ear. Now do you believe it? A familiar voice resonated from behind. Feng turned to behold a face he had dearly missed, yet recognized instantly. It was his mother, Meng Xiaoyan. He was momentarily taken aback. Mom, Feng ignimet. Overwhelmed with emotion, embracing her tightly. In his previous life, his mother had succumbed to illness just before he graduated from college, which had plunged his father into deep sorrow. One fateful night, his father, inebriated, fell into a lake and perished as well. The loss of both parents had dealt him a severe blow. To escape the agony of yearning, he immersed himself in work. Now, seeing his mother again, he could hardly contain his emotions. His mother had toiled ceaselessly, her liver disease eventually transforming into cancer. Their family had been impoverished, with every penny spent on his education, leading her to endure her illness without seeking help until it was too late. Given the chance to live again, he vowed to prevent such tragedies from recurring. Meng Xiaoyan, momentarily taken aback, then grasped his ear, chiding. What have you been up to? Have you gotten into trouble again? I told you. I can no longer cover for you. Ouch, that hurts, Mom. I haven't done anything wrong. Feng winced in pain, yet chuckled. The sensation of being chastised by his mother was oddly comforting. Really? Meng Xiaoyan finally released his ear. Truly, you can ask Gu Muxi. Feng rubbed his ear. To his surprise, Gu Muxi appeared with a look of innocence. And he didn't bully me. Feng. Meng Xiaoyan seized Feng's ear once more. Oh, really? Have you been picking on Muxi again? Don't worry, Muxi. I'll deal with him when we get home. Gu Muxi beamed. All right then, Annie, I'll take my leave. With that, Gu Muxi dashed up the stairs. Chapter 5. The prodigy Feng had not anticipated that Gu Muxi would outsmart him in the end. After much pleading and assurances that he had not bullied her, he finally dispelled his mother's suspicions. Once home, Meng Xiaoyan headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. while Feng lingered in the modest living room. The home was not expansive. It was a two-bedroom apartment of 80 square meters allocated by the third steel factory. As he surveyed the living area, he noticed the wooden table and chairs were all worn, bearing the marks of his father's repairs. A set of fabric sofas, handed down from Muxi's family, bore a protective cover sewn by his mother, meant to shield the only relatively decent piece of furniture from stains. In the center of the living room stood an old Hitachi 21-inch television, bulky and square. His father had purchased it for 800 yuan from a second-hand market, a considerable sum at the time when his monthly salary was only 700 yuan. This television was the sole electrical appliance in their home. The walls were adorned only with his parents' wedding photo and his academic awards from childhood, truly reflecting a life of modest means. The overall decor was simple and unpretentious, yet exuded warmth. Feng understood the family's financial struggles and wished for a better life for his parents, one devoid of the relentless toil for mere sustenance. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath, resolutely declaring, "Dad, Mom, I will ensure you suffer no regrets in this life. I will not wait until it is too late to care for you. I will shield you from life's storms with my own hands." He turned on the television only to find the screen flickering with static, clearly in need of repair. He hurried to his parents' room to retrieve the toolbox. Half an hour later, Meng Xiaoyun, from the kitchen, noticed the absence of television sounds and only the clattering of tools. "Son, what are you doing?" she called out, receiving no reply. Puzzled, she washed her hands, wiped them on her apron, and stepped into the living room. "What on earth are you doing?" Meng Xiaoyun gasped at the sight of television parts scattered across the floor. "I'm fixing the TV," Feng replied, engrossed in his task. As an outstanding computer science graduate from Guangzhou University, repairing computers and designing IC boards were merely part of his skill set. Complex motherboards posed no challenge. Fixing an old appliance was child's play for him. "What? Fixing the TV? My dear child, please don't break it. If your father finds out, he'll surely give you a good scolding," Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed, alarmed. "You, a high school student yet to graduate, know how to fix a TV? Stop it. Your father will be home soon. Relax, Mom. I've got it under control." Feng grinned, ready of it. "Control? Put it back together quickly," Meng Xiaoyun insisted sternly. "All right, I'll do it right away." Feng reassembled the television and placed it back on the stand. Pressing the power button, the screen flickered before displaying a vibrant picture. Meng Xiaoyun was momentarily stunned. "Oh my goodness, son, you really fixed it?" The television had been broken for so long. She had never dared to repair it, due to the cost. To her astonishment, her son had managed to do it. Feng clapped his hands. "It should be fine now. I checked and found a faulty capacitor on the motherboard, and I wrapped it with a wire." "Huh? What? What is that?" Meng Xiaoyun was bewildered. "Regardless, it's fixed. If it hadn't been, your father would have been the one to repair it." Meng Xiaoyun laughed. With the television repaired and no money spent, she felt genuine happiness. Just then, footsteps echoed from the stairwell, followed by the sound of the door opening. "Dear son, I'm back," came a weary voice. The door swung open to reveal Jianbing, dressed in a soiled blue factory uniform. His hair was tousled, resembling a bird's nest, and the uniform was so worn that the color had faded. "Dad, you're back." Feng greeted cheerfully. In his memories, his father had always been taciturn, a good-natured man who silently dedicated himself to the family, never complaining about his burdens. Though only in his early 40s, his hair was streaked with gray, and lines etched his dark face, making him appear much older, almost 50. Seeing his son, Jianbing's weary face broke into a smile. "Yes. I was busy right before leaving work and came home late." "Darling, is dinner ready?" "I'm absolutely famished," he exclaimed. "Almost done. I'm just preparing a couple of dishes. Why don't you go wash your hands first?" "Look at them. They're as black as coal," Meng Xiaoyun chuckled. "Cover her mouth." "All right. I'll go wash up right away," Jianjun replied with a hearty laugh, setting down the burlap bag before heading to the restroom. After a short while, he emerged and noticed that the television was on, broadcasting the immensely popular drama, The Song Dynasty Palace Words. "Wait, how is the television working again? Didn't it break down? Did you take it to get repaired, my dear?" he asked, drying his hands with a towel, perplexity etched on his face. Meng Xiaoyun proudly presented a plate of stir-fried water spinach. "It's your son who just fixed it," she declared. "What? Our son fixed it?" Jianjun was utterly astonished, staring in disbelief at Feng. It was simply unbelievable. Feng scratched his head and smiled. "Dad, I followed the instructions from a magazine and didn't expect it to actually work." "Ha! Son, you've done brilliantly. Truly a genius. You're bound to achieve more than I ever will," Jianjun exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Parents seem to find immense joy and comfort in even the smallest progress of their children. "It was just a coincidence," Feng modestly replied. Jianjun approached and patted his shoulder, encouraging him. "Son, you must study diligently and aim for university. Don't end up like me, lacking in education. In this world, only through hard work and higher learning can one truly succeed. Hearing his father's earnest advice, Feng nodded earnestly. Yes, Dad, I understand. Meng Xiaoyan brought out the second dish, stir-fried bitter melon with meat slices. All dishes are ready. Let us eat. They all gathered around the dining table. A family of 3 shared a pot of congee and 2 dishes, a plate of stir-fried water spinach, clearly made from leftover stems, lacking the tender leaves, and another plate of bitter melon with meat slices, with just about 15 pieces of meat, roughly 2 tails. Feng glanced at the modest spread before him. He had never perceived their family's financial struggles, as they often had meat on the table. Yet now, the stark reality of their modest means struck him. Come on, eat. Why are you dawdling? You need more meat. You seem to have lost weight lately, Meng Xiaoyan urged, serving him 2 generous portions of meat. Meanwhile, his father took a sip of wine and pushed the meat slices toward himself, opting for the bitter melon. Today's bitter melon is quite crisp. Well chosen, dear. Yi Yanjun Pides. As Feng observed these moments, tears welled in his eyes. The warmth of parental love deeply touched his heart, while the starkness of their current life filled him with sorrow. Mom, Dad, I vow to ensure that you will have a better life in the future. I promise. After dinner, Feng retreated to his room to complete his homework assigned by the teacher. He drew back the curtains and called out, Gumushi, Gumushi. Across the way, her curtains also parted, revealing Gumushi behind the window. The 2 families lived on the same floor, with their layouts mirrored. Their windows faced each other, separated by approximately 5 meters. What do you want? Gumushi asked, crossing her arms. Nothing much, just wanted to see if you had your fill. Feng replied with a grin. I'm already full. If there is nothing else, I'll get back to my homework. Gumushi returned to her desk, leaving her curtains drawn open. Feng settled down, and from his angle, he could still see her profile. He noticed her bent over, writing something. Indeed, Gumushi was writing, but it wasn't her homework. It was a diary entry. April 12th, 2000. Can you believe that Feng actually dared to kiss me? And in front of the whole class? I was so infuriated. But after school, I punctured his tire, huh? As she wrote, a smile crept onto her lips, and the memory of the kiss replayed in her mind, lingering there for quite some time, distracting her from her studies. Did Feng really do that on purpose? Why did he kiss me all of a sudden? Ever since that day, his gaze towards me has been different, not as natural as before. Gumushi rested her chin on her hands, staring blankly at the white wall, her smooth, fair legs swinging beneath the desk. Could it be that Feng likes me? The thought flashed through her mind, but was quickly dismissed. How could he possibly like me? He only knows how to bully me. That scoundrel, how utterly wicked. Ashu. Feng sinizit unexpectedly. He looked up at Gumushi across the window. Gumushi, are you secretly cursing me? How did you know? Gumushi turned her head. Feng thought, as expected from this little girl. Since they were alone together, why not test the waters regarding her feelings? He moved his chair closer to the window and beckoned her. Gumushi, come here for a moment. What for? Just sit a bit closer. Let us chat. Gumushi donned a skeptical expression, but moved a chair to sit beside him. Go on. What do you want to talk about? Feng leaned on the window and inquired. I'm curious. In these 3 years of high school, have you ever liked any boys? Hmph. No. Muxi defiantly. Then what kind of boy do you like? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. But he should be a bit handsome, she replied. A bit handsome? Then that must be me. Feng sit. Shao, your skin is thicker than a brick wall. Hee. Honestly tell me, is your ideal boyfriend someone like me? Gumushi's cheeks flushed. And no, that is not it. She had indeed pondered the question of what her boyfriend might look like. Yet, no matter how many handsome faces she imagined, none seemed as appealing as Feng's. She wondered if it was because they had grown up together, limiting her aesthetic preferences. It troubled her for several days. Don't you have any imagination regarding your boyfriend? Feng queried, puzzled. No, right now, I just want to focus on getting into university. Does dating even add to my exam scores? Gumushi answered seriously. Feng felt a twinge of frustration. He had grasped Gumushi's attitude. It was decidedly indifferent, suggesting that winning her over would require patience and strategy. So when did she start liking me in the past life? Feng pondered, feeling lost in a fog. Women's hearts are like needles in the Mariana Trench, unfathomable. Feng, you called me over just to discuss this? It can't just be one-sided. It's my turn to ask you. Gumushi leaned over the window. Ask away. What is your ideal girlfriend like? My future girlfriend? She should be around 165 meters tall, weigh about 80 jean, wear size 32 shoes, have her hair in a ponytail, fair skin, and be beautiful just like that. Feng replied with a grin. Gumushi wore a look of disdain and remarked, Young master, your demands are truly numerous. I dare say there are few suitable individuals for you in this world. Prepare yourself for a lifetime of solitude. Is it too much? Not quite. I shall add one more condition. They must have type O blood, just like me. Type O blood? Suddenly recalling that this was indeed her blood type. Height, weight, and shoe size. All these match mine, don't they? You sly fox, Feng. Are you having a laugh at my expense? It finally dawned on her that Feng's criteria pointed unmistakably to herself. Oh, come now. Perhaps there truly exists someone in this world who would fancy me, Feng teased, flicking his bangs. Muxi huffed. Hmph. Only a fool would like you. You seem rather foolish yourself. Shall we make do with each other? Get lost. Muxi pulled the curtains shut, bringing this exchange of wits to an end. She returned the chair to its place at the table, propped her chin on her hands, and continued to daydream. Oh, Muxi, stop dwelling on these nonsensical thoughts. Quickly finish your homework. She shook her head, retrieved her assignments, and placed them on the table. With one hand propping her chin, she tilted her head and spun a pen, attempting to focus her efforts on the problems before her. Yet, contrary to her intentions, a cacophony of distracting thoughts surged in her mind, preventing her from settling down. Perhaps a break is in order. She slapped the table, set her pen down, stood up, and leapt on her bed, burying her head beneath the covers while her slender legs kicked playfully in the air. After a while, her legs stilled, and she flipped over, lying on her back and staring blankly at the white ceiling. Suddenly, memories from deep within her mind resurfaced. It was a year they were both 6 years old. In a room, Feng sat on the floor, his nose running, intently playing with building blocks. Feng, do you want some candy? This is wedding candy. Muxi rushed in, extending her small hands, revealing a red piece of candy. Feng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the treat. Shishi, I want it. I want it. Muxi sat beside him and placed the candy in his hand. Mom says only those getting married eat wedding candy. So promise me you'll marry me one day. All right, I'll marry you. Chapter 70, what a good daughter. The following morning, before the sun had risen, dawn was just breaking. Knock, knock. Lazy, wake up. Feng was roused from his slumber by the sound, groggily opening his eyes to see the yellowing bedding, the mottled walls, the peeling red wardrobe, and a J. Cho poster adorning the wall. Phew, nothing has changed. I'm still in the year 2000. He had dreamt a long dream the previous night, in which he and Muxi were married, but upon awakening, he realized it was merely a dream, and he still lay in a hospital bed. Now, awakening once more, he discovered that lying in that hospital bed was also a dream, truly a dream within a dream. He rose and walked to the window, gazing across at the opposite side. Muxi poked at his window with a closed pole, complaining, "Young master, why are you up so late today?" Only after seeing him awake did she retract the pole and begin to arrange her hair. In the morning light, Muxi donned a loose blue school uniform, her exquisite features appearing particularly three-dimensional in the light, her porcelain skin seemingly radiating youthful vitality. So beautiful. Feng rested his chin on his hands, leaning on the windowsill, gazing at her with a foolish grin. What are you grinning about? Hurry and change into your uniform. I don't want to be late with you. Muxi chided, biting the shoelaces as she deftly tied her hair into a ponytail. All right, just give me a moment. Feng chuckled, promptly shedding his shirt. Oh, then I'll wait for you by the door. Muxi watched him undress with a calm demeanor. Hey, Muxi, aren't you going to look away? Feng tugged at the corners of his mouth. Surprised by her nonchalant reaction, Muxi shot him a glance, disdainfully saying, I know exactly how many hairs you have. What is there to shy away from? Hurry up, don't dawdle. She closed the window, drew the curtains, and turned to leave. Feng shook his head with a smile. Quickly changing into his clothes and brushing his teeth and washing his face at lightning speed, grabbing his backpack as he prepared to head out. So, aren't you having breakfast? Meng Xiaoyun called from the kitchen. No thanks, Mom. I'll grab something on the way. Feng replied, opening the door and stepping outside. He eagerly ran to the opposite door, just as it swung open. A well-dressed middle-aged couple appeared. Muxi's parents, Gu Xingzhong and Li Wan. Hello, uncle and aunt. Feng greeted with a broad smile. Little Feng is here. Shishi will be out shortly, Li Wan said kindly, ruffling his hair. Shishi, hurry up. Little Feng is waiting. Coming. Muxi appeared suddenly with a piece of bread in her mouth, slipping on her shoes as she rushed outside. Mom and Dad, we're off to school. Be careful on the way. Don't ride too fast, Gu Xingzhong advised with a smile. Got it, Dad. Bye. Muxi took Feng's hand, and they descended the stairs together. Feng felt her hand was smooth and delicate. A familiar scene etched in his memory as if it occurred every day. They would walk to school together, leave together, revise together, and often do homework side by side. Once they reached downstairs, Muxi released Feng's hand, saying, Young master, go and get the bike. I'll wait for you here. Bike? Didn't you puncture the tire yesterday? I have no bike left. Feng spread his hands in exasperation. Muxi paused, smacking her forehead. Oh dear. How could I forget that? But she quickly covered her mouth, as if realizing she had let something slip. Uh-huh, so it was you. Feng exclaimed in indignation, then hopped on her back seat. Until the bike is repaired, you shall carry me to school. Muxi retorted, well, that's because you made me angry. I'm not giving you a ride. She pouted in a haughty manner. Feng dismounted. Then I'll carry you? Now, that's more like it. Muxi nodded in satisfaction. Feng mounted the pink bicycle, while Muxi adjusted her skirt, sitting sideways on the rear seat, gripping his waist. All right, I'm ready. Let us go. I advise you to hold onto my waist for stability. No way. Feng's eyes twinkled mischievously as he pedaled hard, suddenly accelerating. Muxi exclaimed, her head bumping against his back. Following the abrupt speed increase, Feng slammed on the brakes, causing Muxi to tumble onto his back. Why did you stop so suddenly? There's a bump ahead that I didn't notice. Besides, didn't I tell you to hold on tight and sit steady? Feng explained it. Muxi rolled her eyes at him, wrapping her arms around his waist tightly. Now it's fine, let us hurry. Feng felt the warmth and softness against his back, as if countless ants were tickling him inside. With a triumphant grin, he said, all right then, Miss Gu, let us set off. Feng rode the pink lady's bicycle, with the beautiful Muxi perched behind him, drawing the attention of passers-by who turned their heads in surprise. His expression was one of wonder, accompanied by an amused smile, while middle-aged onlookers might have sighed, ah, youth is truly delightful. Muxi, are you truly satiated with just a slice of bread? What do you think? Then let us indulge in some pig, awful noodles. Splendid. On the path to school, they encountered a crossroads adorned with traffic lights, where noodle shops stood as their unequivocal choice for breakfast improvement. Feng parked the car and called into the kitchen, boss, 2 bowls of pig, awful noodles, please. All right, just a moment, answered a middle-aged proprietor, his hair flecked with gray. He poked his head out of the window, spotting Feng and his companion, and inquired with a smile, same as usual. One with pig intestines and the other with pig liver, right? Indeed, boss, Feng replied with a grin, since the hour was still early and the crowd sparse. With only 7 or 8 patrons present, their noodles were soon ready. Feng paid the bill, 3 yuan per bowl, totaling 6 yuan. This expenditure, though modest, felt rather extravagant to Feng in the present moment. He carried the bowls over, and Muxi retrieved 3 yuan to hand to him, claiming one of the bowls in return. No need for that. This meal is on me, Feng insisted with a smile, returning the money. What? Yi Shao, have you lost your mind? You used to worry I wouldn't pay, and today you're being so generous? Muxi gazed at him in astonishment. How curious it was that Feng seemed to have transformed overnight. Had I perhaps knocked some sense into him yesterday? Well, people do change, Feng replied, taking his seat and beginning to extract the pig liver from his bowl. Muxi cast him a puzzled glance, yet proceeded to select the pig intestines, placing them into his bowl. Their long-standing camaraderie allowed for such exchanges. One relished pig intestines, while the other savored pig liver. As Muxi devoured her noodles, she discreetly glanced up at Feng, sensing a real change within him, though she could not quite articulate what it was. His visage remained as familiar as ever. Muxi, do you appear to have developed dark circles under your eyes? Feng suddenly lifted his gaze to scrutinize her. Huh, really? Muxi rubbed her eyes, recalling how she had tossed and turned the previous night, unable to find rest. Could it be that you were kept awake by thoughts of me? Feng chuckled it softly. Her cheeks flushed and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. You must be dreaming. Only a fool would think of you. I merely couldn't finish my homework and was preoccupied with it. Feng, with earnest gravity, replied, do not speak so poorly of yourself. Hmph, you're the fool here. I possess an IQ of 115, you know. Is that so? Shall I test you? Go ahead. What is 2 multiplied by 4? 8. Ah, good girl. How about I give a try? How dare you attempt to trick me? Despicable. Muxi bared her teeth, reaching out to retaliate. Feng seized her hands, grinning triumphantly. Not bad, quite clever. But do temper your excitement. We are in public, and such antics might draw undue attention. Once we return home, you may unleash your fury at will. Scoundrel, just wait until we get back. She retorted. Public embarrassment was her greatest aversion. Amidst a crowd, she would rather endure than seek immediate vengeance, waiting for a more opportune moment. All right, enough of this. Let's finish our meal and head to school. Linger too long, and we shall be late. Feng chuckled with satisfaction. The two swiftly polished off their breakfast, hopped on their bicycles, and raced toward school. Upon arrival at the school gates, they encountered a throng of students. Ding, ding, ding. Excuse me, fellow classmates. Feng rang the bicycle bell loudly. The noise attracted the attention of many students along the way. Isn't that Gu, the school beauty? Who is that boy riding with her? Could it be he is accompanying the school beauty to class? No way. Is Gu in a relationship? Oh no. My heart is shattered. My goddess. Throughout the journey, Feng seemingly reveled in the chorus of broken hearts emanating from the boys. Meanwhile, Muxi felt increasingly uncomfortable under the multitude of gazes. Why are you making such a ruckus? Keep it down. I'm merely trying to avoid a collision. Please understand. Feng replied as he brought Muxi to the bike rack, where they coincidentally bumped into Wang Tai, who had just parked his bike. Morning, Tai. Morning, Feng Gu. About that old popsicle, let us not dwell on that. Discussing money is rather disheartening. We are brothers, after all. Absolutely. You're my Feng Gu. My eternal Feng Gu. Good brother, I knew I could count on you, Tai. You're truly dependable. Of course. While I may lack many skills, I am loyal. Forever. Two brothers. No words needed. Parched. Is it your Wangzai milk? Indeed, Feng Gu. Would you care to try? Oh, I shouldn't tea. Feng took the bottle, tilted his head back, and gulped down a hefty swig. Riding is exhausting. After finishing, he returned the bottle, commenting, it's quite refreshing. I'll head in first. Wang Tai stood frozen, only reacting after Feng had walked away, shaking the empty bottle. What? My Wangzai. Muxi concealed her laughter at the sight. That Feng is truly mischievous. She hurried to catch up with him. With merely 2 months remaining until the college entrance examinations, the subjects had mostly been covered, leaving the remaining time for mock tests and self-study. Weekly, there were typically 2 mock tests, and after 2 more self-study sessions today, the rest of the time would be devoted to exams. After completing a round of mock tests, Feng recognized his shortcomings. Aside from mathematics and English, where he felt confident in achieving full marks, he had forgotten many concepts in other subjects. It was clear that he needed to review Chinese and physics thoroughly. He aimed to memorize all the key points before the exams, striving for an outstanding score to bring joy to his parents. Following the tests, the last class was self-study. Feng pulled several crumpled 1 yuan bills from his pocket, counting carefully, realizing he had only 8 yuan left for the month. This amount was insufficient to purchase a birthday gift for Muxi. Despite her seemingly aloof and proud demeanor, she was just like any other girl, harboring a fondness for cute dolls and toys. More specifically, she yearned for a large duck plush, one that stood as tall as a person. However, such a sizable toy would cost over 100 yuan, a small fortune for an ordinary person in these times. Feng Gu, you counted several times. What are you hoping to achieve? Counting 1 T increase it. Wang Tai scratched his head in confusion. Feng pondered for a moment before asking, Tai, do you want to earn some money? Of course. But my mom 1 T allow it. She insists I focus on my studies and refrain from part-time work. Wang Tai lamented. After school, come with me. We'll find some work. Feng patted his shoulder earnestly. All right. As the school bell rang, Feng and Wang Tai immediately bolted. Muxi called out from behind. Feng, where are you going? Aren't you heading home? I'm just going out with Tai. You go back first, and don't miss me too much. Feng replied without looking back. Muxi was momentarily taken aback, then huffed, Hmph, you insufferable Feng. I can return by myself. Wang Tai pedaled his bicycle, ferrying Feng to a bustling commercial street near the first high school. Come on, Tai, there are plenty of shops here. Let us take a look, Feng suggested. In truth, he had already formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. To earn money, one must first comprehend their own advantages, leveraging their skills to earn a portion of wealth or to accumulate initial capital. This understanding is of paramount importance. In his previous life, he had built a commercial empire worth billions through his own hands, armed with advanced management philosophies and business acumen. Now, returning to the year 2000, he could foresee future opportunities, which constituted his greatest asset. After resigning from a gaming company, he had collaborated with a colleague to develop a game, which was subsequently acquired by a subsidiary of the Penguin Group, thus providing him with his first pot of gold. This was a quintessential example of accumulating initial capital through personal skills and abilities. With that first fortune, he eventually established his own gaming company and embarked on his business journey. However, replicating that success now was an impossibility. The computer hardware of 2000 was not yet mature, and the internet infrastructure was insufficient. His initial plan was to explore opportunities related to computer hardware. As a computer science graduate, he possessed considerable expertise in computers, and perhaps he could utilize this skill to generate some initial capital. Brother Feng, look, there's a computer store, Wang Tai exclaimed, gazing longingly at the large desktop computers displayed in the window. Wow, I really want a computer to play with. Brother Feng, how much does a computer cost? Wang Tai pressed his face against the glass, drooling over the machines. Here are some brochures. Take a look for yourself. Feng smiled, handing him the promotional material. Wang Tai glanced down to see a board beneath the window, displaying information about 3 different computer configurations. While he couldn't comprehend the hardware specifications, the prices were clear enough. 18. 988, 19, 988, 21, 888. What the heck? That is so expensive. Wang Tai exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. Feng shook his head. That is just the basic configuration. Higher specs cost even more. Among the three configurations, the lowest priced one, at 18,988 yuan, boasted a Tianlu 9570. With an Intel P3500 Muxi CPU, a Magia PX68A motherboard, a mere 64 megabytes of RAM, a Diamond 4th generation hard drive at 43 gigabytes, a 14-inch Samsung 700S monitor, and the Windows 98 operating system. To Feng, this configuration was utterly dismal, yet during that era, it was considered a decent mainstream setup. However, the price was prohibitive for most ordinary families. A regular state-owned enterprise worker earned around 700 to 800 yuan a month, and saving up even 1,000 yuan in a year was already commendable. To purchase such a computer, one would need to forego all expenses for 2 years. It could be said that computers were unequivocally luxury items for the average person. Boss, can't you help us fix it? This computer is really crucial for us. Without it, I can't play games. Wang Tai pleaded. I'm afraid not. This is a specialty store. For repairs. I can only send it back to the manufacturer for inspection. I can't fix it here, the portly boss replied. How long would it take to send it back for repairs? About 20 days at the quickest, the boss answered. What? 20 days? That is far too long. Is there no other way? I'm afraid not. Perhaps you could check with other shops? No. Boss, you must fix it within 3 days, or I'll file a complaint against you. Hey, what is with this kid? Suddenly, two loud voices erupted from inside the store, drawing the attention of Feng and Wang Tai. Feng leaned in to see a youth in school uniform sitting inside, legs crossed, displaying an irritated demeanor. Young man, I can't do business with you. Take your computer back. I bought the computer here. If it's not fixed, I'm not leaving. The defiant student retorted. How can you be so unreasonable? I've already explained that I can only send it for repairs, and you refuse that. Who else can help you? The fat boss said. His forehead creased with frustration. Why don't I give it a try? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance. Both the boss and the student turned to see a young man in a first high school uniform standing at the door, wearing a bright and enthusiastic smile. You? You can fix computers? The fat boss scrutinized Feng with skepticism. What could a high school student possibly contribute? Nonsense. Hey boss, I've specifically studied computer repairs. How will you know unless you give me a chance? Feng replied calmly, a slight smile gracing his lips, entirely unperturbed. The student eyed him suspiciously. Really? You can actually repair it? I'll know if I can fix it once I take a look, Feng asserted confidently. The student saw the assurance in his eyes, and for a moment, he felt tempted. Reluctant to send the computer for repairs, which would take far too long, 20 days at best, and more than a month at worst. He couldn't bear the thought of waiting even a single day. Without gaming, he felt utterly restless. All right, then give it a shot, the student decided. The fat boss's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. What if he breaks the computer? That won't he do? This is my computer. I'll let him repair it. If it breaks, I'll just buy another. With that, the fat boss was left without a rebuttal. Fine, it's your property. Not mine. But if any parts get damaged during the repair, my shop won't cover the warranty. Wang Tai whispered to Feng from behind. Brother Feng, can you really fix computers? Did I ever say I couldn't? Feng chuckled it. After all, as a computer science major and an outstanding graduate from a prestigious university, repairing computers was a trivial task for him. Feng approached the computer and powered it on to diagnose the problem. Upon pressing the button, the monitor displayed a loading screen. However, after the system loaded, it failed to reach the desktop and instead showed a blue screen. Ah, the classic blue screen, he mused. The system had loaded successfully, but the inability to access the desktop suggested a probable graphics card issue. So what do you think? Can you identify the problem? The anxious student queried. I've tried rebooting it repeatedly, and it's still the blue screen. I can't get in. The fat boss shook his head, chuckling. I suspect it's a hardware issue, not a software one. Aside from sending it back for repairs, there's no other solution. Just give it up. You might end up damaging the computer further. A high school student fixing a computer? How absurd. He held no faith in Feng's ability to repair the computer. However, Feng was confident, smiling as he replied, it's not a serious issue. There's no need to send it back for repairs. I've already identified the cause of the malfunction. Really? What is the issue? The student exclaimed in delight, bombarding Feng with questions. Feng pointed to the main unit. It's the graphics card that's malfunctioning. I'll know for sure once I open it up. Boss, may I borrow a screwdriver? The fat boss, still perplexed, complied and handed over toolkit. Feng expertly removed the casing of the computer, revealing its internal hardware to the onlookers. The graphics card was a dedicated unit, not integrated, and was removable. He detached the graphics card from the motherboard. First inspecting its model, The graphics card was the LEDTech S320, which in the current era still classified as a high-end card. Previously, he had seen advertisement from vendors selling it for 500 yuan each. He lifted the graphics card for a closer examination, and suddenly a smile crept across his lips. So that was it. Huh? What's broken? The young student curiously peered over, though he couldn't discern the issue. Feng pointed out with a screwdriver. Look here. 2 sets of pins have come loose, pairs 1 and 2. If they're detached, the graphics card will fail to read data. The young student leaned in closer and indeed noticed that 2 pins on the board appear to be nearly severed, unlike the other intact pins. Oh, it really is, he exclaimed, astonished. He hadn't anticipated that Feng would uncover the problem. The chubby boss was equally taken aback. Could a high school student really inspect a graphics card? Goodness, could he genuinely understand computer repairs? Dude, can it really be fixed? The young student asked nervously. Feng pondered for a moment before elongating his tone. It can certainly be repaired, albeit with a bit of labor involved. His implication was clear. As long as the payment was sufficient, the repair could be accomplished. If you can fix it, I'll give you 500 yuan as a repair fee, the young student declared, waving his hand boldly. Deal. My friend, what's your name? Young Jian. Feng. The two shook hands, solidifying their repair agreement. Originally, Feng intended to charge only 50 yuan, but given the other party's offer of 500 yuan, he readily accepted. Why leave money on the table? 500 yuan was nearly equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker. It was surprising to discover that this individual was quite affluent. However, anyone capable of purchasing such a high-spec machine in this era was likely not short on funds. Such a configuration would fetch at least 28,000 yuan, possibly even 30,000 yuan. For someone able to spend that much on a computer, 500 yuan might merely be a trivial sum. Boss, may I borrow your workstation? Feng turned to the chubby boss. Go ahead, the boss replied, somewhat dazed, feeling a twinge of envy. 500 yuan for a repair fee was not a small amount. Feng stepped into the counter area, seated himself at the assembly workstation, and began meticulously cleaning the dust from the graphics card. Time slipped by, and before long, an hour had elapsed. Young Jian waited anxiously. How's it going? Is it not fixed yet? Is it difficult to repair? Feng rubbed his eyes, nodding seriously, his brow furrowing. Don't be fooled by its size. Repairing the pins is indeed quite a tedious task. But rest assured, there are just a few final steps left, and it will be done shortly. In truth, this task was not particularly challenging. Rather, it was quite straightforward, simply resoldering the pins back in place. Typically, such an operation would only take about 10 minutes, exceedingly simple. He deliberately prolonged the process, as this aligns with the principles of user psychology known as perceived value. When users sense your dedication and expertise, they feel that your services are worth the price. Conversely, if the problem is resolved in an instant, they might unjustly deem your service unworthy of the cost, leading to haggling for future engagements. This phenomenon is akin to some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners specializing in treating lumbar issues. While ordinary practitioners charge around 100 yuan for a few minutes of relief through simple manipulation, some high-end clinics employ numerous procedures, including acupuncture and cupping, spanning several hours for similar relief, yet charge over 1,000 yuan, and clients feel their expenditure is justified. When prices rise in these clinics, clients feel they've gained value. Yet if the ordinary practitioners increase their fees, clients would be quick to express their discontent. This illustrates how differing perceptions of value yield varying outcomes. After a few more minutes of meticulous work, Feng stood up and declared, "All done. Now we can install it." "Fantastic!" Yang Jian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He watched closely as Feng installed the graphics card and then powered on the machine. Sure enough, the monitor swiftly transitioned to the Windows 98 desktop. Success! It worked. Haha, thank you so much. You've worked hard. Yang Jian exclaimed, grasping Feng's hands enthusiastically. It was a bit of hassle, but not too taxing. Feng replied nonchalantly. Yang Jian remarked earnestly, "Dude, I never realized you had such skills. You're just a high school student, yet you can repair computers. It's truly beyond my expectations. You sorted it out without needing to send it back for repairs, and you did it in an hour. This money is well spent." Yang Jian promptly pulled out his wallet, revealing a stack of cash that looked to contain at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Goodness. A high school student with such wealth. Yang Jian counted out 600 yuan and pressed it into Feng's hand. 500 yuan might be a bit low. Here's an extra 100 as a token of appreciation for your hard work. Ha, very generous, Yang. Feng's face lit up, unable to contain his excitement and joy. He had earned money, 600 yuan, to be exact. That was nearly equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Chapter 10, Negotiation. With the computer repaired, Yang Jian declared, "I'll be on my way now. Time to go home and play some games. He was beaming, eager to collect his computer. Take care, Yang. Feng chucked it. Yang Jian cheerfully carried away his tower, and shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit, with dark skin, entered the shop and took the remaining large monitor. Outside, Wang Tai observed as Yang Jian and the middle-aged man climbed into a Mercedes-Benz. My goodness, Feng, that guy just got into a Benz. The man looks like he might be a driver. Wang Tai marveled, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. What kind of family is that? What can it be? They likely have a mine, or perhaps their family is in the mining business. Feng replied casually as he counted the money in his hand. He counted the 600 yuan meticulously, even pausing to savor its delightful scent. Young man, you have quite the skill. The chubby boss approached, beaming with a broad smile. Feng tucked the money into his pocket, turned to the boss, and replied with a smile, It's all right, you're too kind. Observing the boss's demeanor, Feng sensed that he had a favor to ask. He was well accustomed to the nuances of business interactions. It was often a matter of one party seeking something from the other. Oh, no flattery. You're quite the promising young talent. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Xingye, but friends call me Old Zhao. I own this computer retail store. Zhao Xingye extended his business card. Feng accepted the card and glanced at it. Noting it bore the name Guangshi Xingye Technology Company, Limited, with Zhao Xingye listed as the general manager. The back detailed the company's main business, agency for various computer brands and assembly of complete systems. Feng pocketed the card with a smile, saying, If you have a matter to discuss, feel free to speak directly. It's best to be straightforward in business. Zhao Xingye was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Feng's demeanor to be so calm and composed. Was this really a high school student? He seemed reminiscent of a cunning old fox. Hee. Then I shall speak plainly. I just observed your adeptness in repairing the graphics card, and your ability to resolder the pins without a magnifying glass is a skill surpassing even that of factory technicians. In this establishment, it is commonplace for individuals to approach with their laptops inquiring whether they can be repaired. However, I find myself lacking the requisite skills. Consequently, I wish to propose a collaboration with you, young brother, to expand our repair services within this shop. I foresee a lucrative future in computer repairs, especially considering the scarcity of such services across the entirety of Guang City. The market prospects are indeed promising, ensuring profitability. Rest assured, you would only need to partake on a part-time basis, coming in after school to handle repairs without impeding your studies. What do you think? As Zhao Xingye spoke, he rubbed his hands together, intently gazing at Feng, his eyes glimmering with shrewdness. Feng pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. Your proposal is quite appealing, Boss Zhao, but how do you intend to divide the earnings? He deftly passed the ball back to Zhao, eager to gauge his sincerity concerning profit distribution. In commercial negotiations, those who reveal their stance first often find themselves at a disadvantage. So he wished for Zhao Xingye to articulate his position on the matter first. Feigning a look of distress, Zhao contemplated for a moment and replied, I recognize that you, young brother, have your struggles at such a tender age, venturing out to seek earnings. Therefore, I shall take a slight loss. Let us split the repair profits 50-50. Shall we? If we manage even a dozen orders a month, you could earn 2,000 to 3,000, a sum surpassing the salary of many white-collar workers. He portrayed himself as a benevolent elder making sacrifices for the sake of his junior, embellishing the promise of a monthly income that would appear quite enticing. Upon hearing this, Feng maintained his silence, his expression calm. Zhao Xingye discreetly scrutinized his countenance, feeling a surge of triumph. A 50-50 profit split, with a monthly income in the thousands. Who could resist such an offer? If this young man agreed, it would mean a steady stream of income for him. With minimal effort and no cost incurred, it was the very reason he had approached with such eagerness for collaboration. Rest assured, young brother, partnering with me will not leave you at a disadvantage. Zhao Xingye pledged, eager to solidify the collaboration. Meanwhile, Wang Tai, who had been listening, was taken aback by the prospect of earning 2,000 to 3,000 a month. This money is too easy to make. Feng, you must agree to this. However, Feng's subsequent words caught both of them off guard. Boss Zhao, if we proceed with your proposal, I regret to inform you that I cannot collaborate. Feng replied with a slight smile. Wang Tai was stunned, and Zhao Xingye was equally perplexed. What concerns do you have, young brother? This is such a golden opportunity. You provide the technical expertise, and I offer the venue. With at least a dozen orders each month, our partnership would yield mutual benefits. Zhao Xingye hastily urged. Feng's demeanor remained composed. Although he spoke amiably, he sensed that Zhao lacked genuine sincerity in the partnership. If you insist on a 50-50 split, I shall have to seek collaboration with other proprietors at the electronic building, who I believe will be more forthcoming. The hour grows late. We must take our leave. Farewell. With that, Feng turned to depart. Feng Yi, Wang Tai exclaimed, anxiously scratching his head, fearing they would miss this lucrative opportunity. Yet, Feng raised a hand, interrupting him. Wait a moment, young brother. Zhao Xingye quickly grabbed both of them to halt their departure. Please do not be hasty. I am genuinely interested in collaborating with you. If you feel that a 50-50 split is not suitable, what will be a more agreeable distribution? Zhao Xingye, reluctant to let go of this profitable opportunity, adopted a more conciliatory tone. Feng turned back, extending 2 fingers, an 80-20 split. I take the larger portion, you the smaller. If this is acceptable, we can proceed. What? 80-20. Zhao Xingye was taken aback, not expecting Feng to negotiate so fiercely. What? Is that unacceptable? Feng chuckled lightly, preparing to turn away. No, I accept. An 80-20 split is fine. Zhao Xingye hastily restrained him, forcing a laugh. His round face wore an expression akin to one who had just swallowed a fly. Yet, any profit was better than none. Even the legs of a mosquito count as meat, and without this partnership, even this meager sum would be unattainable. Only then did Feng smile, extending his hand, then, Boss Zhao, let us have a fruitful collaboration. A fruitful collaboration, Zhao Xingye managed to say while shaking Feng's hand. Now that we have settled this, I shall come by after school, and the customers can pay me directly. Feng continued to set conditions. Zhao Xingye's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated Feng's shrewdness in insisting on handling the payments himself. Very well. He forced a smile. So it is settled then. Until tomorrow, Boss Zhao. Feng grinned and turned to leave. Zhao Xingye watched Feng's retreating figure, suddenly feeling as though he had been expertly maneuvered. This young man was no ordinary individual. At such a young age, he not only possessed the skills to repair computers, but also exhibited a level of poise and negotiation acumen that was remarkably astute. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? Meanwhile, after exiting, Feng mounted his bicycle and rode toward home. Feng, I nearly had a heart attack. I thought you were going to miss out on this money-making opportunity. Wang Tai inquired as they pedaled along. Teasy. Negotiations require finesse and understanding of the other party's stance and limits before making your move. Boss Zhao, wishing to expand his business without incurring labor costs, sought a 50-50 split which lacked sincerity. Such terms were unacceptable to me, yet I was aware he had considerable room for compromise. So, when I declined and indicated a desire to leave, he would certainly become anxious. In his haste, I could present my conditions, which he would likely accept. This back and forth is what I call testing the boundaries in business negotiations, ensuring we maintain the upper hand. If you show too much eagerness from the outset, you become the one at a disadvantage. Since he sought collaboration, the initiative in negotiations must remain firmly in our hands. Feng's explanation left Wang Tai in a state of bewilderment. He grasped only parts of it but still managed to express admiration. Feng, you're incredible. Shall we head straight home now? Wang Tai asked. No, first we need to go to Futian Street. Why Futian Street? To buy something for Muxi. Chapter 11. Do you like me? Muxi leaned over her desk, glancing out of the window at the opposite side. The windows in Feng's room were tightly shut, with the curtains drawn. Has that infuriating Feng not returned yet? She mumbled. Rising. She grabbed a clothes rack and poked it at Feng's window. Hey, Feng, she called out, but there was still no response from the other side. Where on earth could he be wandering around? Why hasn't he returned yet? Creak. The door behind her opened. Shishi, what are you doing? Li Wan entered with a fruit platter, catching sight of Muxi jabbing at Feng's window with the clothes rack. Startled, Muxi quickly withdrew the rack and turned around. And no, nothing, Mom. You moved so quietly. You gave me a fright. Li Wan saw right through her intentions. A mother knows her daughter well. Are you waiting for Feng to come back? She asked with a smile as she set down the fruit platter. Muxi's cheeks flushed, her lips pouting as she stubbornly retorted. I am not waiting for him. Who's waiting for him? Li Wan smiled gently and said, Come, have some fruit. Muxi set down the clothes-drying rack and hurried over to enjoy the sliced apples on the plate. Sitting on the bed, Li Wan suddenly inquired, Cici, do you have feelings for Feng? Cough, cough, cough. At the mention of this, Muxi nearly choked on an apple, coughing violently for several moments. What are you talking about, Mom? I don't like him. Only a fool would. Muxi protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, is that so? Li Wan observed her flustered expression, stifling a laugh behind her hand. I think Feng is quite a good kid. He is kind-hearted and rather clever. Muxi chewed on her apple and retorted casually, Mom. What is so good about him? I don't see it at all. He just bullies me all the time. He bullies you? I don't believe it. Li Wan shook her head. Mom, are you his mother or mine? Muxi countered. How could he bully you? Yesterday at school. As Muxi began to explain, her cheeks turned crimson and she swallowed her words. The thought of her first kiss being seized by Feng in front of so many people made her feel mortified. Li Wan chuckled softly, All right, take your time eating. I'll go prepare dinner. Your dad will be home soon. Suddenly, thunder rumbled outside, and dark clouds gathered ominously. Oh dear, it seems a heavy rain is on the way. I don't think that boy Feng brought an umbrella, Li Wan said as she approached the window to peer outside. After speaking, she turned and left the room. Boom! The thunder roared again, and raindrops fell like beans, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. Muxi rushed to close the window, her gaze lost as she watched the rain batter against the glass. That insufferable Feng really didn't bring an umbrella, did he? And I punctured his bike. How will he get back? What if something happens to him? Will he be drenched like a drowned rat? Or fall into a ditch? Muxi returned to her desk, feeling restless as she stared blankly out at the downpour. After a while, she sprang up and dashed out the door. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. She grabbed 2 umbrellas, slipped on her rain boots, and flung open the door, sprinting downstairs. Li Wan peeked from the kitchen, a smile tugging at her lips. This child, she mused, pretending not to care about Feng, but truly concerned more than anyone else. Muxi held an umbrella as she reached the entrance of the staff housing, her eyes scanning the road. Where on earth is that insufferable Feng? The rain had lessened slightly. She sat on a bench at the entrance, waiting for over half an hour. Suddenly, a bicycle appeared at the intersection. She stood up, straining to see, and as it drew closer, she recognized the rider as Wang Tai, with Feng seated behind him. Feng! A smile broke across Muxi's face as she waved, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Wang Tai heard her voice and pedaled over, soon stopping in front of her. You finally arrived. Wang Tai wiped the rain from his face, drenched to the skin. Muxi, let me tell you, Feng began. But Muxi interrupted. Where have you been? Why are you so late? She bypassed him, umbrella in hand, marching straight towards Feng, fuming. Wang Tai froze in place. Hey, don't ignore me. I'm a person too. I didn't expect it to rain. I got caught in the downpour on my way back and waited until it let up a bit, Feng explained, holding something close as he dismounted, wiping his face and grinning at her. Were you waiting for me on purpose? Who would wait for you? I was waiting for my dad. Muxi's cheeks flared with embarrassment, her eyes betraying a hint of panic as she hastily changed the subject. Hey, don't you have a raincoat? What's wrong with you? Why are you holding a raincoat and not wearing it, getting soaked instead? That is just ridiculous. As she scolded him, she stepped closer, using her umbrella to shield him from the rain. The umbrella was a bit small, forcing them to stand very close together to stay dry. Feng caught the delightful fragrance wafting from her and felt his spirits lift despite her scolding. Is she concerned about me? He mused. This girl, so tough on the outside, yet soft-hearted within. What do you have in that raincoat? Muxi noticed the bulge in his embrace. Her curiosity piqued. What could be so important that you'd rather get soaked than with a raincoat? Hey, you two, why don't we step inside to chat? Wang Tai called from under the eaves of the community entrance, seeking refuge from the rain. Feng chuckled. You'll find out soon enough. Let us go inside first. He dashed back to the shelter. Muxi followed, her expression one of confusion. What treasure are you holding? It's your birthday gift. Huh? Muxi was taken aback. But my birthday isn't until next Saturday. That's all right. I'll give you 2 gifts. Feng lifted the raincoat, revealing a delightful pink pig plush toy. About 3 feet tall, the adorable creature had 2 backpacks slung over its hooves, its appearance utterly charming. Happy early birthday, Cece. Muxi stared at him in astonishment, her heart racing. He came back in the rain just to protect this gift for me? The realization filled her with joy and warmth, her eyes glistening. Do you not like it? I love it. Do you like this color? I love it. Do you like this style? I love it. Do you like me? I do. Feng, you're taking advantage of me. Muxi's cheeks burned as she snatched the pink pig from his hands, declaring proudly, I accept this gift. With that, she left an umbrella behind and turned away, clutching the plush toy tightly, feeling her face flush. If she stayed any longer, she might embarrass herself in front of Feng. Wow, Feng, did you see that? Was Muxi just shy? Wang Tai asked in astonishment. If you noticed, it must be true, Feng smiled. Chapter 12. Our son is grown up. After parting ways with Wang Tai, Feng returned home. Upon entering, he found his parents waiting at the dining table, their expressions stern. Son, where have you been? Why are you only back now, and you're soaked? Meng Xiaoyan scolded upon seeing her son drenched. Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty for worrying them. I was out with Tizi. We got caught in the rain on the way back. Meng Xiaoyan rose, fetching a towel to dry his damp hair, her concern evident. Really, you should have said something. Hurry, go take a shower and change into dry clothes. We don't want you catching a cold. All right, Mom, Feng replied, taking a change of clothes to the bathroom for a warm shower. Afterward, he emerged dressed and fresh. Dry attire. Achoo. As soon as he stepped out, a chill breeze made him sneeze. See, you're catching a cold. Come and eat dinner. I've warmed everything up for you. I'll make you some ginger soup to drive away the chill, Meng Xiaoyan said, her heart aching for him. He, Mom. Hmph. Achoo. Feng sneezed again, a stream of clear nasal discharge following. It seems that I have indeed caught a chill. My body is rather frail, thought Feng to himself, unable to suppress a tinge of self-mockery. It appears that once I manage to maintain proper nutrition, I must also engage in regular exercise. Still insisting you're fine? Eat up. I'll prepare some ginger soup. Honestly, you child, Meng Xiaoyan said, shaking her head as she wiped her hands before returning to the kitchen. Seated at the dining table, Feng glanced at the evening's offerings, stir-fried loofah with meat and sautéed sweet potato leaves. The scant amount of meat had been meticulously placed before him. So, how has your studying been lately? Jianjun asked, pulling out a packet of Hongmei cigarettes, only to retract it upon noticing Feng nearby. It's going well. I have no issues with English and math, though I need to bolster my revision in other subjects, Feng replied candidly. Really? Is that so? You used to struggle with English and math the most. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Jianjun looked taken aback. Dad, rest assured. I will achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination, Feng declared with confidence. Jianjun nodded. It's good that you have this confidence. As you prepare for the exam, you should spend less time outdoors and return home early to study. It just rained heavily, and your mother was worried sick when you didn't come back. She couldn't even find the appetite to eat. If anything arises, remember to call Uncle Gu. He has a landline, and we don't want to worry too much. Feng smiled apologetically. Got it, Dad, I'll remember. The father and son engaged in a light conversation, and after Feng finished his meal, Meng Xiaoyan emerged from the kitchen with the ginger soup. Here, son. Drink this bowl of ginger soup to warm your body. Feng accepted the bowl and blew gently, the pungent aroma of ginger wafting toward him. After taking a small sip, warmth enveloped him entirely, both physically and emotionally. Where did you and Wang Tai go adventuring today? You mustn't return home so late next time, Meng Xiaoyan admonished, her tone stern yet laced with concern. Setting the bowl down, Feng chuckled. I want to earn a little extra money with TZ. He pulled out a waterproof plastic bag containing 300 yuan. 100 was for a gift, another 100 for Wang Tai, and he planned to keep 100 for himself. The remaining 300 he intended to give his mother to improve their household meals. He handed the money to Meng Xiaoyan. Mom, please take this 300 yuan. You can use it to buy more ingredients. Both Meng Xiaoyan and Jianjun stared at the money in his hand, bewildered. 300 yuan. This was no trifling sum. It equated to half a month's salary for Jianjun. Son, where did you get this money? You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Though we might be poor. We cannot resort to unethical means, Meng Xiaoyan asked anxiously, refusing to accept the money. How can a high school student earn so much? Jianjun's brow furrowed as he scolded. Tell us, where did this money come from? You're not involved in anything shady, are you? Under their intense scrutiny, Feng quickly explained that he had earned the money by repairing computers, insisting that it had been earned honestly. Upon hearing his explanation, their expressions finally softened. Meng Xiaoyan took the money, embracing Feng tightly and planting fervent kisses on his forehead. Oh, my dear son, we must have misjudged you. You have truly made us proud. It fills my heart with joy. She beamed with delight. Jianju nodded. Indeed, my son has always been bright. Huh, Feng thought. That sounds a bit strange. Dad, Mom, now that I can earn money, we need not be overly frugal. Let us add a bit more meat and a couple more dishes to our meals. You both must have some meat too. He noticed that his parents had been refraining from eating meat, leaving it all for him. This simply would not do. A long absence from meat could lead to health issues. Perhaps this was why his mother had been enduring health problems due to long-term nutritional deficiencies. Meng Xiaoyan counted the 300 yuan without looking up. We don't need to grow any taller. Whether we eat meat or not doesn't matter. This money should not be squandered. I'll save it for your college expenses. Jianjun sighed. Yes, son, our steel factory has been struggling in recent years. It has been rumored that due to economic restructuring, the city might close the factory, which would leave over 3,000 employees without jobs. We should save this money. We may need to cut back on spending. Feng was taken aback, suddenly recalling that his father had indeed been laid off in 2001. During that time, the nationwide economic restructuring had led to the closure or consolidation of many underperforming state-owned enterprises, resulting in a wave of layoffs. Those affected fell into the lower strata of society, grappling for survival, tearing many families apart. Really? Is that true? Surely they wouldn't just sit idly while we lose our jobs? Meng Xiaoyan's expression shifted dramatically. Jianjun rubbed his temples, frowning. The rumors have spread throughout the factory, and I suspect it is quite likely. We are truly powerless in this situation. The factory has been operating at a loss for years. I've heard that the funds for salaries have been entirely reliant on city allocations. If the factory isn't profitable, it's only a matter of time before it closes. This news undoubtedly struck a heavy blow to the family. Meng Xiaoyun appeared particularly burdened. Her meager income from selling vegetables barely supplemented their household expenses, with the entire financial burden resting on Yi Jianjun's shoulders. If he were to be laid off, their family's economic foundation would be shattered. A heavy silence enveloped the three of them at the table. The atmosphere oppressive and somber. Dad, Mom, you needn't worry. I will also be able to earn money in the future. We will surely overcome this hardship. Feng suddenly broke the silence, instilling a glimmer of hope. Meng Xiaoyun looked at Feng's resolute expression, her face lighting up with a grateful smile as she gently embraced him, stroking his head. Our son has grown up. I am so proud. However, your primary task is to excel in the college entrance examination and gain admission to a good university. Chapter 13, Muxi. From now on, I will protect you. At Muxi's home, Liwan was clearing the dishes. Your birthday isn't even here yet, and Feng has already sent you a gift? A rather large toy at that. It must have cost a pretty penny. Muxi, seated on the sofa, played with the pink pig's ears, swaying it back and forth, utterly enchanted, her face radiant with joy. I have no idea how much it cost. However, it is the best gift Feng has ever given me. As she spoke, Muxi hugged the pink pig tightly, burying her face in its neck, relishing its softness and comfort. I am absolutely thrilled with this gift. Gu Xingzhong, reading the newspaper nearby, interjected, Muxi, since Feng has given you such an extravagant gift, it would be wise to return the favor. Okay, Dad, I understand. I'll think it over carefully, Muxi replied with a smile. Dad, Mom, I'm heading back to my room to study. With that, Muxi leaped from the sofa, clutching the pink pig, and darted into her room, shutting the door behind her. This child, really, she hasn't let go of that toy since she got home. Liwan chuckled, shaking her head. Gu Xingzhong set down his newspaper, smiling. That just shows Feng's gift was right on the mark. That boy Feng has always been clever, Liwan remarked, wiping her hands. Having grown up together, how could he not understand her tastes? She pondered for a moment before inquiring, Old Gu, do you think these two children have a chance? Gu Xingzhong retrieved a pair of glasses from his case, donned them, and casually replied. That ultimately depends on whether they have fate on their side. Matters of the heart are still contingent upon destiny. I do quite like that boy Feng, but my feelings alone are insufficient. It ultimately hinges on whether she reciprocates. Liwan wiped the table and chuckled. I believe she doesn't seem to dislike Feng either. In the room, Muxi was rolling around on the bed with her pink plush pig. Why hasn't that annoying Feng returned yet? How can it take him so long for dinner? He surely eats like a glutton. She mused. Honestly, this pig's snout and eyes bear quite a resemblance to that annoying Feng. Muxi lifted the pink pig high and muttered to herself. She contemplated the return gift she ought to give Feng, glancing at the sizable plush toy. It must have cost quite a bit, right? At least 70 or 80 yuan, surely? Where could Feng have procured such funds? Did he ask Aunt Meng for it? If he spent so much on me, wouldn't Aunt Meng scold him? Suddenly, Muxi bolted upright from the bed, realizing she needed to clarify this matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to settle her conscience. Hello, little Shishi. Feng's voice suddenly drifted in from outside the window. Muxi descended from the bed, approached the window, and pulled back the curtain to see Feng's smiling face peering in from the opposite window. Why did you take so long for dinner tonight? I thought you might have turned into a pig. Muxi pinched the pig's face, as if she were pinching Feng's cheek. Hee. I was just helping my mom clean up the dishes, which took a while. What is this? Did you start missing me after such a short absence? Feng teased. Miss you? Not a chance. However, since you gifted me something today, I'll make sure to protect you from anyone who dares to bully you, Muxi proclaimed, lifting her chin with a hint of pride. Protect you? With what? Feng slyly glanced at her chest. I fear that might not be sufficient. Muxi huffed. Do you underestimate me? Don't forget, I'm a 5th-degree black belt in judo. Anyone who dares to bully you will face my crosslock. Muxi treated the pink pig as her practice partner, locking its head with both hands. I can also execute a shoulder throw. The pink pig was thumped onto the bed. And now, for a hell choke. The plush toy was firmly ensnared. Lastly, a throat slice. Feng, yachit incidenge. Barely suppressing a gulp. Muxi truly displayed a penchant for violence. The thought of her employing those moves on him sent a chill down his spine, raising goosebumps all over. How terrifying. But surely, maybe it wouldn't happen, right? He observed her holding the pig by its neck, and felt a shiver run down his own. Ahem, Muxi, if you keep this up, I fear the toy won't withstand it much longer. Muxi paused, then set the pig down, cradling it gently and stroking its head. I wouldn't dream of causing harm. She then added, by the way, Yishao, may I ask if you acquire the money for this plush toy from Aunt Meng? A toy this large must be quite pricey. Feng briefly explained his earnings. And Gu Muxi was finally relieved. The weight on her heart lifted. Wow, I never expected it, Xiao. You're quite talented. Could you perhaps teach me? Feng gazed at her serious expression, realizing she was not jesting. Gu, the campus beauty, learning computer skills? That would surely astound everyone. I can teach you, but... Haha, there must be some conditions, right? Gu Muxi froze, then lifted the pink pig by its neck, speaking in a remarkably calm tone. You dare to propose conditions to me? Feng stammered. This girl is not to be trifled with. Ahem, let's not be like that. Don't be so agitated. I was merely joking. What sort of relationship do we have that would require conditions? If you wish to learn, I will certainly teach you without any conditions. Gu Muxi set the pig down satisfied. That is more like it. So when will you come and teach me? Feng pointed towards her room. To your room? Is that permissible? Absolutely. Quite so. Why do I feel like your smile is rather lewd? Is it? You're slandering me. As they were conversing, a knock echoed from Gu Muxi's room. Shishi, would you like some fruit? It was Li Wan's voice from outside. Mom, I'm not hungry anymore. I need to finish my homework. Gu Muxi called out hastily. All right then, I'll leave it on the dining table. Just help yourself when you're hungry. Li Wan raplia. Okay, Mom. I'll get it later, Gu Muxi responded. Once the footsteps faded, she turned back to see Feng wiping his nose with a tissue. Ashu, ashu. Feng sneezed twice in succession, and his nose began to run again. Gu Muxi felt a pang of concern and asked, You're not catching a cold, are you? It's nothing, just got a bit chilly from the rain. A good sleep will fix it, Feng replied, forcing a smile while wiping his nose. Then why not rest up? Have you taken any cold medicine? Gu Muxi inquired repeatedly, gripping the ear of the pink pig tightly. My mom made me ginger soup, so I probably need cold medicine, and it seems we don't have any at home. It's fine. I'll be better by tomorrow, Feng shrugged. Gu Muxi felt a twinge of worry. That annoying Feng had made himself sick just to buy her a gift. He truly was a fool. A big fool. Then you should go rest early. Gu Muxi drew the curtains, seated herself at her desk. She picked up her homework and pen, but found her mind restless. Would that annoying Feng develop a fever if he didn't take any cold medicine? What if he got a fever and damaged his brain? If his brain were damaged, wouldn't he become a simpleton? Oh no. If he became a simpleton, how would he manage daily life? If he couldn't manage daily life, he might leave the gas on or have some accident and then perish. Goodness, the consequences were far too severe. Chapter 14. If I take another shot, it will become even flatter. Gu Muxi bit the tip of her pen, contemplating what would happen if Feng fell ill and passed away. Suddenly, she froze. Am I overthinking this? Surely, Feng's constitution wasn't that fragile. Perhaps it was? Should she go and deliver some cold medicine to him? Gu Muxi pondered, rising from her seat and stealthily approaching the door. She listened intently for any sounds outside, noting the silence in the living room. Her parents seemed to have returned to their rooms. She sighed in relief, slowly opening the door and stepping lightly to avoid making noise. She arrived at the living room cabinet, opened it, and began rummaging through the medicine box for any cold medicine. Where did it go? I distinctly remember it being here. Gu Muxi scratched her head, puzzled. See, what are you looking for? Li Wan's voice suddenly came from behind her. Gu Muxi jumped, quickly standing up with an awkward smile. Mom, you're still awake? I was just looking for something. Li Wan glanced at the open medicine box and smiled. The cold medicine is in the left drawer. Gu Muxi paused, bewildered. She couldn't fathom how Li Wan knew what she was searching for. Aunt Meng informed me that Feng seems to be suffering from a minor cold. Are you planning to deliver some cold medicine to him? Li Wan discerned her intentions with a single glance. Gu Muxi felt her cheeks flush, pouting as she contemplated how to feign innocence, but ultimately confessed, Well, yes, Mom. Please take it to Feng. I shall retreat to my room for some rest. Li Wan said with a smile before turning to leave. A wave of relief washed over Gu Muxi as she opened the nearby drawer, finally locating the cold medicine. With the medicine in hand, she made her way to Feng's home and knocked gently on the door. Who is it? Meng Xiaoyun opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Gu Muxi standing there with a charming demeanor. Surprised, she inquired, Shishi, what brings you here? Aunt, I heard that Feng might be ill, so I brought some cold medicine for him. He should feel better after taking it. Gu Muxi said, extending the box of medicine from behind her. Meng Xiaoyun accepted the medicine, affectionately ruffling her hair and smiling. Thank you, little Shishi. Sticking out her pink tongue, Gu Muxi replied, Make sure Feng takes the medicine and rests well, Aunt. I shall return home now. See you tomorrow. All right. See you tomorrow. After delivering the medicine, Gu Muxi felt a significant weight lift from her shoulders. Upon returning to her room, she sat down to complete her homework. After finishing her assignments and reviewing her studies, she glanced at the clock, which indicated it was already 11 p.m. A wave of drowsiness enveloped her, and she yawned, stretching her lithe figure in the process. Is Feng already asleep? She rose and approached the window, drawing back the curtains to see that the lights in Feng's room had been extinguished. He must be quite tired after taking the medicine. She mused to herself while resting her chin on her hands at the window. With no further signs of light from Feng's room, she closed the curtains and returned to bed, clutching her plush pink pig as she drifted off to sleep. That night, she experienced a peculiar dream. In her dream, Feng was unwell, repeatedly murmuring about feeling cold. With nothing nearby to provide warmth, she could only hold him tightly. They remained embraced for a while until she sensed that Feng had stopped shivering. She then asked, Feng, how are you feeling now? Much better. Feng suddenly turned his head, but instead of his face, she was met with the visage of her pink pig. A monster. Although the pig's round face was undeniably adorable, it startled her to see it on Feng's body. Monster, behold my deadly crosslock. Gumu, she swiftly ensnared the pig-headed creature with her grasp. CC, wake up, it's time for school. You silly child. Why are you talking in your sleep? The voice of her mother, Liwan, echoed in her ears, jolting Gumu awake. She opened her eyes to see her mother's amused expression. Mom, good morning. Liwan said nothing, merely covering her mouth as she stifled laughter, as if she had witnessed something quite amusing. Following her mother's gaze downward, Gumu noticed that she had been holding her pink pig in a manner reminiscent of her dream. So it was just a dream after all. All right, hurry and get up to brush your teeth and wash your face. I made scrambled eggs and mushroom, minced meat porridge for breakfast. You need to take a portion for Feng as well, Liwan urged. Upon hearing about the mushroom minced meat porridge, Gumu's eyes sparkled with delight. Yay, but wait, if Feng hadn't been sick, I probably wouldn't have this treat, would I? Mom, am I really your biological child? Once Liwan exited the room, Gumu got out of bed and grabbed the clothes-drying pole, executing her familiar routine to poke at Feng's window. Hey, lazybones, wake up. If you don't get up soon, you'll be late. After a moment, movement could be seen at the opposite window. Feng pulled back the curtains, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Good morning, Gumu. Good morning, my foot. Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. I'll bring you something delicious. Gumu urged in her mother-esque tone. However, she couldn't resist asking, how are you feeling? Any better? Feng yonit, stretching lazily, and replied with a smile, much better. Thanks to your cold medicine last night. He had felt fatigued and noticed his cold symptoms worsening. Fortunately, Meng Xiaoyun had brought him the cold medicine, mentioning that Gumu had personally delivered it. This made Feng realize how much she cared for him. After taking the medicine, he went to bed early, and by morning, he felt significantly improved. No need to thank me. I'm just that chivalrous, Gumu declared. Patting her chest, Feng glanced at her and said with concern, Hey, be gentle when you pat. If you're not careful, you might get flatter. What? If you keep talking, you might end up in trouble. Gumu retorted, slamming the window shut and drawing the curtains. Her chest rose and fell rapidly in frustration. How dare Feng suggest she was flat? How outrageous! She glanced down at her chest to assess. Okay, maybe it is a little smaller, but it's not flat. I'm developing normally, all right? How infuriating. I'll settle the score with him later. With a frown, Gumu changed into her school uniform and stepped out of her room to brush her teeth and wash her face. Arriving at the dining table, she saw that her mother had prepared 2 jars of porridge, a breakfast to take to school. The enticing aroma of mushroom minced meat porridge made her salivate. Her mother truly was too kind. Feng. Don't forget to take some for Feng when you go out. By the way, taste the porridge to check the seasoning. If you feel it's too bland, add a bit of salt. Liwan's voice called from the kitchen. Gumu's bright eyes twinkled mischievously as she replied, Mom, I think it's a bit bland. You think pitifas a saltiertaste. I'll add a pinch of salt for him. Chapter 15. The challenge knock knock. A knock echoed from Feng's home. Meng Xiaoyun went to answer the door and found Gumu standing there, carrying 2 jars of porridge. Good morning, Aunt. My mom made a portion of breakfast for Feng, mushroom minced meat porridge. She wanted to make sure he drinks it before heading out. Gumu greeted sweetly. All right, I'll head over shortly, Meng Xiaoyun replied, turning back to call out, Son, she is waiting for you to go to school. Hurry up. Okay, I'm coming. Feng responded. Moments later, he dashed out with his backpack. Good morning, Gumu. He greeted. Hmph. Gumu huffed with a hint of pride, turning to head downstairs. Feng chuckled to himself, wondering if he had inadvertently made her upset. Mom, I'm off to school. Take your time on the way. Once downstairs, the dawn was just breaking, and the eastern sky was adorned with beautiful fiery clouds, their vibrant red hues standing out against the dark sky. Gumu, look at those clouds, they're stunning. Feng exclaimed, pointing at the fiery clouds with delight. Gumu wheeled her bicycle out, glancing up to admire the sight, also captivated by the beauty of the clouds. It's indeed lovely. I wish I could capture it with a camera. Yi Feng Musit. What are you thinking? Only a camera can take pictures. How could a phone do that? Have you lost your mind? Muxi retorted without mercy. Yi Feng was taken aback. Indeed, current mobile phones cannot take photographs. The most popular phone in the country at the moment is the Nokia 3310, priced at over 1,000 yuan, which can only make calls and play a game of Snake. Who knows? Perhaps such phones will be available in the future. Yi Feng chuckled it. Who knows? By the way, this is your breakfast. Don't get it mixed up. It's the one on the left, Muxi earnestly advised, pointing to the left side of the bicycle's front basket. Both containers were stainless steel porridge pots of identical design, lacking any labels, distinguishable only by their placement. Hey, they're essentially the same. No need to be so particular. Do you have extra meat or something? Yi Feng shook his head and laughed. That's because I've already eaten from the one on the right. It has my saliva, so you can only have the one on the left. Muxi quickly found an excuse. Ha, what's the big deal? I've eaten your things countless times. Like the lollipops you've had, Yi Feng remarked as he took a seat on the rear of the bicycle. Hmph, how dare you say that? Get down. Are you expecting me to carry you? Muxi released the handlebars. Oh, can't you show a bit of compassion for a patient? A little humanitarian spirit? Yi Feng feigned illness, holding his forehead dramatically. Stop pretending. Do you want to experience my deadly crosslock? Muxi threatened, her small fists making a menacing sound. I'm better now. Let me ride you instead. Yi Feng quickly hopped onto the front seat, fearing he might meet an unfortunate end if he hesitated. Now that's more like it. At least you know your place. Muxi adjusted her skirt and took her seat at the back. Let us set off. Little Feng, take this old lady to school. Yes, your majesty, please hold on tight. Muxi retorted. Ouch, Muxi, why are you pinching me? Who's the old lady? Call me the little master. Their playful bickering continued until they arrived at school. Yi Feng secured the bicycle and handed her one of the porridge pots. Here, Muxi, this one is for you. Muxi weighed in her hand and inquired, Are you sure you didn't grab the wrong one? What? Yi Feng turned back to ask. Oh, it's nothing. Hurry and head up. Muxi composed herself. Yi Feng glanced at his bicycle not far away and lamented. Muxi, look, my bike is still stranded here. It's all your fault. It's been my trusty companion for 4 or 5 years. Muxi huffed, her cheeks flushed, and retorted. Who told you to kiss me? You deserve it. Hmph. With that, she turned and walked away. Yi Feng smirked, noticing that the girl had indeed blushed. It seemed that every time he mentioned that incident, she would become somewhat shy. Ha, how adorable. Yi Feng picked up the porridge pot, shook his head, and whistled as he followed her. As soon as Yi Feng entered the classroom, Wang Tai rushed towards him. Brother Feng, trouble. Big trouble. What happened? Has a monster attacked? Is it World War? Yi Feng joked as he settled into his seat. No, you actually guessed it right. Wang Tai pulled a paper from his pocket and handed it to him. It's a challenge letter. Someone actually delivered a challenge letter. They want to duel with you at the back gate after school. Yi Feng paused in surprise and snatched the challenge letter from Wang Tai's hand. Where did this come from? As soon as I got to my seat, I saw it on your desk. Wang Tai explained. Yi Feng quickly skimmed the contents. It was a challenge letter from a guy named Ho Zixing from Class 2, warning him to keep his distance from Muxi and proposing a showdown after school. Ho Zixing? Yi Feng recalled the individual. He was the sports representative of Class 2, a hulking figure among Muxi's many suitors, persistent even after being rejected by her 7 or 8 times. Yi Feng thought of the opponent's monster-like physique and then looked at his own slender frame. Dueling? That's a child's game. I'm not interested. But Brother Feng, what should we do? Should we accept the challenge? Wang Tai rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Are you foolish? The college entrance exams are approaching. What if we get a serious demerit for fighting? Yi Feng patient. Just rip it up and toss it in the trash. We'll pretend we didn't TC it. He advised. This is just a youthful display of bravado. Perhaps the LL cool off soon and forget about it. Fine. I'll listen to Brother Feng. Wang Tai nodded earnestly, taking the challenge letter, tearing it into pieces, and discarding it in the trash. Yi Feng's stomach rumbled. It was time for breakfast. He took out the porridge pot and placed it on his desk, preparing to eat. At that moment, Muxi returned from chatting with classmates outside the hallway and sat in front of him. Are you having breakfast? Muxi eyed his pot of porridge with a peculiar smile. Yi Feng shot her a glance. What? Am I just supposed to stare at it? Saying this, he scooped a spoonful and blew on it gently. Muxi's eyes sparkled as she clenched her small fists. Eat it, hurry. It's really delicious. She fixated on the spoonful of porridge near Yi Feng's mouth, her expression growing almost obsessive. Yi Feng suddenly looked up. Why are you staring at me? Do I look especially handsome today? Muxi stammered. Yes, you look quite handsome like a cricket. She sat down, pulled out a small mirror, and secretly watched Yi Feng drink the porridge, her face alight with anticipation. Yi Feng took a big gulp of porridge, his expression turning to one of surprise. Muxi, your mom's porridge is truly remarkable. It tastes great. Muxi was taken aback. What's going on? Doesn't he find it too salty? She was utterly perplexed. Could it be that his portion is different? She quickly opened her own porridge pot and took a spoonful. Puffed. She spat out the porridge, her delicate face contorting in disbelief. So salty. How could this happen? Wait a minute. A flash of memory struck her. Feng had handed her the pot himself in the parking shed. Ha! I knew it. You tricked me. Feng's mischievous laughter rang out from behind. Gumushi Shamaglair, you switched my porridge. Feng grinned. Oh, trying to outsmart me? I sensed something was amiss from the very start when you cautioned me not to mix up the pots. Just to be safe, I switched them while parking. I didn't expect you would actually tamper with the porridge. Luckily, I'm clever. You insufferable brat. Give me back my porridge. Giu muyedenashche pouted, attempting to reclaim her breakfast. Feng quickly guarded his food, retreating. I've already eaten from this. You want to snatch it away? Aren't you afraid of my saliva? Gumushi gritted her teeth. I'm starving. I don't care. Hand it over. Not a chance. Go ahead and bite me. Ow. What are you, a dog? You really dared to bite me. Let go. Hand it over. Do not snatch it. Let us all share, exclaimed Gumushi, who was truly famished and had no choice but to acquiesce to Feng's suggestion. The two of them, each wielding a spoon, partook of the porridge from the same pot. Feng, you're taking too much. Leave some for me. That's because you eat slowly. You can't blame me. How infuriating, you big mouth. Oh, really? And you with your tiny mouth. Do you have any objections? This scene left their classmates speechless in astonishment. Good heavens. The school belle Gumushi is actually sharing a pot of porridge with Feng. Have their relations progressed to such a degree? Could it be that they are together? What a monumental event. Oh, Muxi, don't do this. I'll buy you a portion. Oh my god, my heart is shattered. The murmurs of the crowd filled the classroom. Wang Tai stood nearby, his mouth agape in disbelief. Brother Feng is impressive. Is this even possible? Has Gu the school belle truly succumbed? Chun Jiejia, Gumushi's deskmate, observed the duo with a hint of a knowing smile. These two seemed to have a touch of sweetness about them. Before long, the pot of porridge had been entirely consumed by the two. Oh, that was delicious. The porridge was delightful, and the fried egg was equally appetizing. The auntie's culinary skills are truly commendable, Feng remarked after finishing, letting out a satisfied burp. Shall we prepare another meal tomorrow? Gumushi shot him a glare. You think too highly of yourself. Good morning, Muxi. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated from the entrance of the classroom. Everyone turned to see a burly young man with thick brows and bright eyes. Ho Zixing from class 2. Striding in, he approached Gumushi before the class, presenting her with a cream bread. Muxi, I bought you breakfast. Please have some. Gumushi frowned, resuming her aloof demeanor as the school belle, and pointed to the pot of porridge. No thanks, I've just had my fill. Ho Zixing smiled awkwardly but persisted. It's all right. Keep it for later, in case you get hungry during the break. He placed the cream bread down and suddenly noticed 2 spoons in the porridge pot. Why are there 2 spoons? One of them is mine. Haha. Feng chuckled nervously, retrieving a spoon. What? Oh no. Ho Zixing gasped, grasping his hair in shock. Are they both sharing the same pot of porridge? My goddess Muxi. How could this be? How can it be? Ho Zixing felt as if the sky had collapsed. Staring at Gumushi, he asked, is this really true? Gumushi's cheeks flushed, and she mumbled softly, it seems. There might be some truth to that. Upon hearing this, Ho Zixing's expression darkened instantly, glaring fiercely at Feng, reminiscent of the calm before storm. Jealousy ignited a fire within him, and rage surged in his heart. Just days prior, Feng had brazenly kissed Gumushi in public, and this morning, they share a pot of porridge. How outrageous. Feng, did you receive my challenge letter? Ho Zixing's gaze seemed to pierce through Feng, threatening to devour him whole. Challenge letter? What challenge letter? I have no idea. Feng shuruk, feignin ignoranje. This little brat is quite serious. Isn't what a nuisance. You don't know. I clearly left it on the desk. Regardless of whether you received it or not, after school, meet me at the back gate of the school. If you don't show up, you're a coward. If you admit to being a coward, then don't come. Ho Zixing stated coldly. Feng narrowed his eyes, tapping on the desk. I had planned on engaging with you, but since you were so eager for a fight, I shall oblige. Damn it. Am I supposed to fear a mere hothead? I've navigated the business world for over a decade. If I can't handle a Ho Zixing, then I'm not Feng. Though he didn't wish to attract trouble, trouble had found him, and thus he had no choice but to confront it. Feng adhered to a principle. He does not provoke others, but he is not afraid of being provoked. If no one troubles me, I won't trouble anyone. But if someone does, I shall retaliate. All right, you've got guts. See you after school. Ho Zixing glowered at him. Ho Zixing, what do you intend to do? This is school. Gumushi sensed the tension and stood up to admonish him. Ho Zixing quickly donned a smile, addressing Gumushi. Oh, Muxi, don't worry. This is a matter between men. The preparatory bell for class rang. Muxi, I'll head back now. Ho Zixing said as he turned to leave, but not before casting a disdainful glance at Feng, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Feng, just wait. I will deal with you after school. Feng met his gaze defiantly, refusing to back down. Once he left, Muxi declared with indignation, Feng, don't be afraid. Walk home with me after school. I'll protect you. He wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Feng was determined not to involve her in such a perilous situation, so he casually replied, Sure, just wait for me at the parking shed after school. The matter still needed resolution, as long as it remained unsolved. Ho Zixing would not relent and would continue to pick a fight. Only by completely resolving the issue could peace be achieved. Feng, don't fear. I've always protected you since childhood, and this time shall be no different, Muxi proclaimed proudly. Wang Tai looked on with envy. Wow, Brother Feng has been protected by the school bell since childhood. Truly enviable. Feng simulet karmi. Suddenly recalling the times in their neighborhood when they would fight off multiple kids together. One could only say that Muxi had always been fierce. It was for this reason that her father later enrolled her in a judo training class, honing her martial skills. Since then, the neighborhood kids had never dared to provoke her again. As class commenced, the homeroom teacher, Zhao Shui, entered with a commanding presence. Muxi turned back to prepare for class. Wang Tai pulled out his textbook and quietly asked Feng, Brother Feng, how do you plan to handle this matter with Ho Zixing? His build is clearly not on the same level as yours. He asked the sports representative of class 2. Wang Tai expressed his concern. Feng chuckled, Rest assured, I have my methods to deal with him. If matters were solely resolved by strength, then what use would intelligence serve? Brother Feng, you have a plan? Wang Tai inquired with curiosity. Come here. Feng gestured for him to lean in closer. Wang Tai complied, and Feng whispered his plan into his ear. Wang Tai's face lit up with excitement. Brother Feng, that's brilliant. Your plan is absolutely diabolical. Feng patted his shoulder, grinning mischievously. I guarantee Ho Zixing will find it quite unpleasant. In the afternoon, classes 1 and 2 had physical education together. Ho Zixing sat on the steps of the playground, his gaze fixed on Muxi, who was playing shuttlecock in the soccer field, a foolish grin plastered on his face. Muxi, clad in loose school attire and sporting a single ponytail, radiated beauty with her exquisite features, her sweet smile brightening the surroundings, while her porcelain-like skin seemed to glow in the sunlight. Muxi looks truly stunning today, Ho Zixing thought, resting his chin on his hands, his eyes never straying from her. Hee, Muxi is the belle of our class 1. Of course she is beautiful. Come on, Xingge, keep up the good work. One day you'll win her heart, chimed in a gangly youth with a sharp face. Indeed, I feel that Xingge and Gu the school belle are a perfect match. Another chimed in. Yes, Xingge will surely win her over. Several male classmates nearby chimed in agreement. Students in the vicinity circled around them. Ho Zixing was a formidable presence in class 2, tall and robust. With thick eyebrows and large eyes, no one dared to challenge him. Moreover, he was often accompanied by a gang of sycophants, instilling even greater fear among the other students. Hearing their words bolstered Ho Zixing's confidence. Naturally, he was determined to win over Muxi. Suddenly, on the sports field, he noticed Feng approaching Muxi. Oblivious to their conversation, Muxi suddenly attempted to hit someone, and Feng turned and fled, the two engaging in a playful chase across the field. Witnessing the scene, Ho Zixing's expression darkened instantly. Damn it, that brat Feng is still hanging around Muxi. Su Hao, remember to keep an eye on him after school. Don't let him escape. I intend to teach him a lesson. The lean youth named Su Hao replied in a hushed tone. No problem, Brother Xing. I'll block him after school. Ho Zixing snorted coldly. That kid Feng is blind. I'll make sure he sees clearly. With that, he clenched his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, producing an ominous creaking sound. With that little frame of his, Brother Xing can easily handle him. Feng is as good as finished. Su Hao snuh, Ho Zixing proclaimed with pride. Even if I have to break one of his arms, I'll bring him down. He had harbored feelings for Muxi for 3 years, and after the college entrance examination, they would likely part ways. He needed to seize the final 2 months to launch an all-out pursuit of her. However, before initiating this offensive, he must first eliminate the obstacles surrounding Muxi, especially Feng, who had audaciously kissed Muxi in public, stealing her first kiss. Infuriating. Unforgivable. His eyes fixed intently on Feng, and the more he watched Feng frolicking with Muxi on the field, the more displeased he became. Damn it, let us go. The more he watched, the more uncomfortable he felt. He couldn't confront Feng at school, so he decided to ignore the sight altogether. Ho Zixing led his group away in a flurry. Meanwhile, on the field, Feng glanced back at Ho Zixing's direction, and upon seeing him leave the field, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Hey, Feng, you better explain yourself about whose legs are like elephant legs. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart. Muxi exclaimed, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, ready to pounce on Feng. Feng raised his hand and called out, "Stop." "Huh? What do you want?" Muxi halted, awaiting his explanation. "No, I was wrong earlier. I take back what I said. Your legs do not resemble elephant legs," Feng replied earnestly. Muxi, satisfied, responded, "That is more like it. You only realize your mistakes after being hit." "No, I meant to say I think they should resemble crocodile legs." Feng retorted playfully. "You rotten Feng. Come here." Muxi leaped forward, tackling him to the ground, pinning him onto the grass. "Feel the wrath of my deadly crosslock." Muxi wrapped her arms around his head, securing it tightly against her chest, while her legs entwined around his arms and body, rendering him immobile. Feng struggled to breathe, crying out, let go, I can't breathe." Muxi loosened her grip slightly, haughtily declaring, "Let us see if you dare to say anything against me now. You troublemaker." Feng gasped for air, resting his head against her chest. "Why does it feel so soft? So comfortable?" Feng closed his eyes, reveling in the moment. "Feng, you rotten Feng. Are you okay?" Muxi, noticing his closed eyes, panicked, fearing she had choked him unconscious. However, when she tilted her head and saw Feng's mischievous smile as he rubbed his head against her chest, she felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "You scoundrel." Bam! Muxi kicked him away, her cheeks flushed crimson, reaching down her neck, filled with both shyness and anger. That despicable guy. How could he dare to take advantage of me? Cough, cough. Muxi, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Feng rubbed his backside and stood up, attempting to soothe her. Muxi clenched her little fists, ominously stating, "Don't resist, don't struggle. The pain will pass quickly. Haha." Feng thought to himself, "Oh." At that moment, a singular thought surged through his mind. Run. Run fast. He immediately turned to flee. "Don't run. Stop." Muxi shouted, pursuing him. The two launched into a new round of chase, attracting the attention of students from both classes. Chun Jiajia, by the side of the field, watched the playful duo with a fond smile and remarked to Wang Tai-Dao, "Don't you think these two are a pair of rivals?" Indeed. They are quite the match." Wang Tai chuckled. Chun Jiajia, with a look of envy, sighed, "Yes, I truly envy them. Such a relationship is wonderful." Suddenly, Wang Tai recalled something and hastily remarked, "Oh, I have to go. Almost forgot my business." The gym teacher blew the whistle 3 times, signaling the students to regroup and prepare to dismiss. Ho Zixing and Su Hao's group were at the entrance of the field, discussing how to teach Feng a lesson after school. At that moment, Wang Tai rushed back in a hurry, accidentally colliding with Ho Zixing. "Damn, can't you see where you're going?" Ho Zixing cursed, grabbing Wang Tai by the collar. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Wang Tai repeatedly waved his hands, clutching a bottle of chilled cola. "I remember you. You're Feng's deskmate, right?" Ho Zixing glared at him menacingly. Yes. Bang Tia. Whose drink is this?" It's for Feng, brother Feng. I took it. If you have the guts, let him come find me." Ho Zixing snatched the icy cola from his hands, boasting. Wang Tai lowered his head, remaining silent, seemingly having given in. "Get lost." Ho Zixing shoved him aside. Wang Tai ran away without looking back, heading back to his class. What a coward. That bratty Feng is probably just as timid." Ho Zixing mocked. He twisted open the cola bottle and gulped it down. This cold cola is refreshing." He let out a long belch, feeling quite satisfied. Chapter 18, Public Flight. Social death on the spot. After gym class, there was just one more lesson before the end of the day. When the dismissal bell rang, the students cheered, packed their belongings, and rushed out of the classroom. "Feng, let us go." Muxi called, lifting her backpack. "You go wait at the bike shed. I need to take a big one." Feng fabricated an excuse. Lazy people always have a lot of excuses. "Hurry up." Muxi hummed a tune as she left the classroom. Once Muxi exited, Feng turned to Wang Tai, asking, "How is the plan going?" "Ok, absolutely ok. Brother Feng, don't worry. I've already spoken to the homeroom teacher and the director." Wang Tai patted his chest proudly. Feng patted his shoulder, smiling. "Wow. I didn't realize your execution skills were so strong, classmate Tai." Doing things for brother Feng is a must." Wang Tai grinned obsequiously. "All right, let's go out the back door." Feng stood up. "Sure." Just as he reached the door, he encountered Su Hao's glare. "Oh, Feng heading out?" Su Hao Grinmali Sioli. With an unwavering expression, Feng cast a fleeting glance at him before striding toward the back gate of the school, alongside Wang Tai. At that moment, a throng of 40 to 50 students had already gathered outside the back gate, all having heard the news that Ho Zixing from Class 2 was challenging Feng from Class 1 to a duel for the sake of the school flower. Ho Zixing had boldly proclaimed that he intended to turn Feng into a pig's head. This sensational tidbit injected a modicum of excitement into the otherwise mundane school life. prompting many to linger at the back gate the moment classes concluded, eager to witness the unfolding drama. How could one possibly miss such a thrilling spectacle? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Ho Zixing is coming out." The crowd turned in unison. Emerging from the back gate was the imposing figure of Ho Zixing, his thick brows and large eyes betraying an unusual discomfort as he clutched his stomach. "Brother Xing, what's wrong?" a nearby youth asked, noting that he seemed unwell. "Damn it, don't ask. I don't even know what I ate, but I've been running to the restroom since class ended," Ho Zixing replied, his face clouded with distress. He had felt an urgent pressure during class and had barely made it to the restroom in time. Unfortunately, the outcome was as he feared. His stomach was in turmoil. Despite the discomfort, he was determined to confront Feng, even if it meant enduring the lingering distress. Suddenly, his stomach churned violently, and he felt an insistent urge that he could hardly suppress. "Come on, Brother Xing, we're rooting for you," cheered his classmates. "Yes, Brother Xing, show that kid from class 1 what you're made of," they urged. With great effort, Ho Zixing squeezed his thighs together, forcing himself to maintain composure, and waved to thank his supporters. "Brother Xing, Feng is here," Su Hao shouted as he dashed over. The crowd turned to see Feng approaching with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, swaying with a nonchalant demeanor. "Hello, everyone. Those at the back. Step forward so I can see your hands." Feng greeted the onlookers like a star, making an entrance. "Damn it, still acting all high and mighty?" Ho Zixing muttered, his anger simmering. "Let us see if you can still laugh after this, Feng. You've got guts to accept the challenge," he declared, stepping closer to confront Feng. "Ha, I've seen plenty of these little scenes. What is there to fear?" Feng replied, his expression calm and untroubled. Ho Zixing clenched his fists, his voice dripping with malice. "Very well, let us cut to the chase. If I don't make you cry for your mother today, I'm not Ho. Then perhaps you should change your surname to Wang, considering old Wang lives next door and is often fixing pipes next to your mother." Feng retorted with a smirk. "Damn it, you're asking for it," Ho Zixing shouted, furious, as he raised his hand, ready to strike. "Wait, hold on," Feng interjected, raising his hand. Do you have any last words?" Ho Zixing was momentarily taken aback. "I'm not warmed up yet. Let me stretch first." "Dia, hold my backpack for me," Feng instructed, handing his bag to Wang Tai before beginning to stretch his limbs in front of the gathered audience. As Ho Zixing's stomach churned again, he struggled to contain himself, his face flushed and his body tense, fearing he might lose control at any moment. "Hurry up. Are you done yet? Let us get this over with," he urged, desperate to finish off Feng and rush to the restroom. "What is the rush? I haven't finished stretching my back yet," Feng replied leisurely, glancing at Ho Zixing. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Ho Zixing's reddened face, realizing the latter was nearing his breaking point. "Enough. I'm done waiting. I'm coming for you." Ho Zixing spat, his patience waning as he swung his fist toward Feng's face. However, his movements were sluggish. He was hesitant to exert too much force, fearing it would lead to an uncontrollable release. Anticipating this, Feng sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the blow. "Heh," he chuckled, landing a clean punch to Ho Zixing's abdomen. Ho Zixing's expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, what have I done?" he exclaimed in horror as the pressure became unbearable. With a sudden release, the sound of a series of unfortunate events echoed, and a yellowish, semi-liquid substance erupted, drenching his pants from his backside down to his ankles. In that moment, Ho Zixing was utterly humiliated. The entire gathering stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. Did Ho Zixing just? Su Hao gasped, covering his nose. Goodness, he just lost control in front of everyone. The crowd erupted into chaos, retreating several meters from Ho Zixing. "Oh my goodness, Ho Zixing has lost it. Ha ha ha. Damn, that almost splattered on me. The smell is unbearable. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." Horrified, Ho Zixing felt the weight of embarrassment crush him as he wished for the ground to swallow him whole. "Mom, I want to go home," he lamented, desperate to escape the scene of his utter humiliation. But when he caught sight of Feng's smug grin, rage ignited within him, and he seized Feng by the collar. "Damn it, this is all your fault." Feng rolled his eyes in response. "You're the one who chose to fly free. How is this my fault? Damn it, I'm going to kill you," Ho Zixing roared, raising his fist to strike. "Stop, what are you doing?" A commanding voice boomed from the school gate. Ho Zixing froze, looking up to see Class 1's homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao, and the director, Niu Dajuan, approaching. "Oh no, this is it." Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. "Ho Zixing, you actually hit me," Feng exclaimed, sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of despair as blood trickled from his mouth, painting a grim picture. Ho Zixing was utterly bewildered. "What the hell? Where did that blood come from? I haven't even touched you." Feng, Feng, are you all right? Mr. Zhao rushed over, helping Feng to his feet. Upon seeing Feng covered in blood, he turned to Ho Zixing, his expression furious. Ho Zixing, how could you strike someone? This is a school. How can you behave so recklessly? To dare engage in violence at the school gate is utterly outrageous. Ho Zixing's face paled as he stammered. Mr. Zhao, I the director, Niu Dajuan, glared at him, clearly displeased. Ho Zixing, immediately call your parents. This matter must be handled seriously. The weight of those words hit Ho Zixing like a bolt of lightning. It's over. Chapter 19. Let us set off, little Shizi. Zhao Shui looked at Feng, whose mouth was stained with blood, and hurriedly inquired, Are you all right, Feng? Should we head to the hospital? Feng feebly replied, Teacher, Mphine. How could you possibly be fine in this state? Wang Tai, quick to act, said, Hurry, assist Feng to the infirmary. Of course, teacher. Wang Tai rushed over to support Feng, secretly giving him a thumbs up. Amazing, brother Feng. You're my idol. Feng managed a barely perceptible smile, then feigned agony, saying, Teacher, you must seek justice for me. Hua Zixing, upon hearing this, was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. Damn it, this person is insufferable. Teacher, I swear. I didn't lay a hand on him. Absolutely not. Hua Zixing, swear to the heavens, if I touched him, may thunder strike me. Hua Zixing declared fervently. Zhao Shui glared at him, admonishing, You dare to quibble? You refuse to acknowledge your mistakes. Do you think we are blind? In a state of panic, Hua Zixing retorted, Teacher, if you don't believe me, just ask them. They can vouch for me. Niu Dajuan, with a stern expression, asked, What do you say? Did Hua Zixing strike first? Dozens of classmates nodded in unison. They indeed witnessed Hua Zixing making the first move. Hua Zixing. What the hell? You guys. Am innocent. Niu Dajuan admonished him with righteous indignation. Hua Zixing, look around. So many people saw it. Bullying classmates and refusing to admit wrongdoing. How can our school tolerate a student like you? This is utterly outrageous and unforgivable. Come with me. I will call your parents. Hua Zixing's face fell. He was utterly speechless now. Zhao Shui turned to Feng, saying, Feng, you should head to the infirmary. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Thank you, teacher. Feng expressed his gratitude, and then, with Wang Tai's support, they discreetly left the scene. Niu Dajuan approached Hua Zixing, intending to escort him away, when suddenly a foul odor wafted through the air. Good heavens, have you soiled yourself? Seeing stains on Hua Zixing's pants nearly made Niu Dajuan gag. How old are you? And you still can't control yourself in public. Quickly, go change your pants. At those words, Hua Zixing was on the brink of a breakdown. Meanwhile, Wang Tai supported Feng back to school, on their way to the parking shed. Wow, that was incredible. Brother Feng, your plan was absolutely brilliant. Just look at Hua Zixing. That old fool is practically in tears. Huh. And your acting skills are phenomenal, worthy of an award-winning actor. It's a shame you're not on stage. Wang Tai admired Feng, giving him a thumbs up. Hand me a tissue, Feng said, releasing his grip and smiling. Here you go. Wang Tai pulled a tissue from his backpack. Feng wiped the pig's blood from his mouth. Teasy, the pig's blood you found is too pungent. Wang Tai scratched his head, apologizing. Hee, brother Feng. There was no other choice. The school cafeteria only had pig's blood. I couldn't find chicken or duck blood, so I had to make do. By the way, brother Feng, your plan was absolutely ingenious. You put a whole bottle of laxative in the cola, making Hua Zixing drink it. He must be feeling utterly drained now. Ha! That moment when he soiled himself in front of so many people was priceless. He'll probably be too embarrassed to show his face again. After cleaning himself up and rinsing his mouth, Feng smiled. He brought it upon himself. Let it provoke me. Not finishing him off is already an act of mercy. Wang Tai shivered at the thought. Anyone who dared to provoke Feng was surely courting disaster. Brother Feng is ruthless. Are we still heading to the infirmary? Feng asked. To hell with that. Let us go home. Feng chuckled. Now, the trouble with Hua Zixing was thoroughly resolved, and it served as a warning to others. Muxi's admirers would think twice before causing trouble again. This was akin to making a powerful statement with a single blow, preventing 100 from arising. Feng, where have you been? Muxi strode over, fuming. Cough, nothing much. Just a little trip to the school's back gate. Feng replied with a smile. Huh? You're hurt. Was it Hua Zixing? Unbelievable. I'll go teach him a lesson. Muxi exclaimed, noticing the blood on Feng's collar, her brows furrowing in anger as she rolled up her sleeves. Feng felt warmth in his heart throughout his life. Whenever he was bullied, Muxi would always stand up for him, seeking retribution. In their childhood, Muxi would boldly proclaim to those who dared to bully him, I can only be bullied by myself. If anyone else dares to lay a finger on him, I'll flatten you. how charmingly fierce and righteous Muxi was. Seeing Muxi about to march off, Feng quickly pulled her back. It's fine. This is fake blood, pig's blood, to be precise. Huh? Pig's blood? Muxi looked bewildered. Feng then briefly recounted his plan and the events that transpired. Muxi was left speechless. Well done, Feng. You're truly cunning. But that was brilliant, haha. Of course. Do I seem like someone who would suffer losses? Feng chuckled it. Taking care of a little brat is a piece of cake. Smart thinking. Let us go home. Muxi praised him, a rare compliment. The three of them arrived at the parking shed. Feng was about to ride Muxi's bicycle when she blocked his path. Ride your own bike. Don't even think about riding mine. Huh? Didn't you puncture my tire? Feng retorted, rolling his eyes. How am I supposed to ride it? Are you suggesting I walk home? I've already fixed it. Muxi casually replied, pulling her bicycle out. Huh? Fixed it? You can repair bikes? Feng asked incredulously, rushing over to inspect the rear tire. It seemed she had indeed repaired it. The tire was not flat at all. Hee, do you underestimate me, Feng? Fixing a tire is child's play, Muxi declared, lifting her chin in pride. You're impressive, Feng said with a smile, secretly pressing down on the wheel before giving it a tug. But why does my front tire seem a bit crooked? Feng, fine surprise. What is crooked? Muxi set her kickstand down and went over to inspect, discovering that the front wheel did indeed appear slightly askew. What's going on? That's impossible. It was fine just now. What happened? Muxi looked utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Wang Tai stifled a laugh, struggling to contain himself, afraid he might burst out laughing. Brother Feng is truly amazing. This tactic is extraordinary. To ride home with the school beauty, he didn't hesitate to sabotage his own bike. What a masterstroke. Feng sighed. What a pity. This broken bike is no longer rideable. It seems I'll need you to give me a lift home, Muxi. Muxi. Fina. I suppose that's my misfortune. Get on. Feng, turning his frown into a smile, hopped on her bike's rear seat. I'm all set. Let us go. Little Shizi. Chapter 20. Cici, I entrust you with my care. As Feng sat on the rear seat, he gently held Muxi's slender waist. Her waist was indeed delicate. He couldn't help but give it a gentle squeeze. Unexpectedly, Muxi burst into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, how infuriating. You foul, Feng. Stop tickling me, or I shall make you walk home. She cast a sharp glance over her shoulder at him. Muxi, what is your weight? He inquired. How utterly insensitive of you to ask my weight. How dare you? She retorted. Come on, just tell me. If I don't want to, I simply won't. I bet you think I weigh around 90 pounds. I shan't reveal it to you. If you won't tell me, how am I to buy clothes for you? Clothes? You wear your school uniform all day long, looking like a tomboy. Don't you desire to wear something beautiful? Absolutely not. Don't waste money. You'll need it for college, so no need for you to buy anything. Feng was taken aback. This girl was already thinking of saving money before even stepping through her front door. How endearing. The two continued their banter as they swiftly made their way home. Upon entering, Muxi dashed straight to her room. Shishi, why do you head to your room as soon as you come back? Liwan inquired curiously. Mom, I'm just looking for some clothes, Muxi replied casually. Liwan tilted her head in confusion, pondering what could be troubling her daughter. Inside her room, Muxi rummaged through her closet. I'm not a tomboy, she muttered to herself, eventually pulling out a floral dress she had purchased in her first year of high school. She quickly changed into the dress, the one she cherished most but seldom wore. Standing before the mirror in her closet, she examined herself from side to side. Her exquisite, youthful visage radiated vibrance, and the floral dress accentuated her innocence, making her all the more captivating. However, the dress felt a bit snug and small, clearly no longer fitting her well. Attempting to zip it up from the back, she found her chest too ample, preventing her from fastening it. Frustrated, she pulled harder. Crack! The zipper head broke off entirely. How vexing! Muxi pouted in exasperation. Now, she couldn't even wear a favorite dress. Continuing to search her closet, she suddenly realized that most of her clothes were school uniforms or loose sportswear, with very few pretty dresses. I really have no lovely dresses left. Muxi sighed despondently, collapsing on her bed and staring at the ceiling. Feng's words echoed in her mind. You wear your school uniform all day long, looking like a tomboy. Don't you desire to wear something beautiful? She sprang up, gazing into the mirror once more. Does not wearing a dress make me a tomboy? She scoffed. How annoying. Why do I care so much about what he said? Muxi changed back into her school uniform just then. At that moment, Liwan knocked on the door and then opened it. See, what kind of clothes are you searching for? Nothing, just looking for a piece of sportswear. Muxi fabricated an excuse. Dinner will be ready soon. Could you help me set the table? Liwan smilet. Sure, Mom. I'll be right out. Muxi nodded. She desired to wear beautiful dresses, but did not want to ask her parents for money, fearing it would add to their financial burden. Although her father was the deputy director of the third steel mill and earned more than the average worker, they still preferred to save wherever possible. Muxi exited her room to assist with setting the table. Shortly thereafter, Liwan finished preparing the meal, and Gu Xingzhong returned home from work just in time. "Old Gu, wash your hands and come eat." Liwan warmly welcomed him. Gu Xingzhong sat on the sofa, a frown etched on his face. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Liwan inquired curiously, "What is wrong? Why do you look so glum? Did you eat bitter melon?" Gu Xingzhong let out a bitter laugh and replied, "Dear, tomorrow is Friday, and I need you to accompany me to the city." What for?" Liwan asked, puzzled. "The city has proposed a solution for our factory. They say Usteel is interested in us and hope we can negotiate a potential acquisition. Right now, our factory is viewed as a hot potato, and they want to offload us quickly. The task of going to the city has fallen on my shoulders." Gu Xingzhong sighed. Liwan was taken aback. Negotiating an acquisition with Usteel? This is no small matter. It pertains to the interests of over 3,000 employees at our factory. You must tread carefully. Gu Xingzhong chuckled. "Precisely why I'm asking you, my strategist, to join me. With your clever mind by my side, I'll feel more at ease. So tomorrow, will you accompany me to the city?" Liwan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll go with you. How long will we be gone?" "Probably 3 days," he replied. "Fine." Liwan turned to Gu Muxi and said, "Shishi, did you hear that? Tomorrow, your dad and I will be going to the city for 3 days. You need to take care of yourself and study hard." Gu Muxi nodded earnestly, reassuring them. "Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'm grown up. I can take care of myself." Liwan hesitated, still feeling a bit uneasy. "I'm still a little worried about you being alone. How about I ask Feng to come over and keep you company for a few days? You two can supervise each other's study sessions as you prepare for the college entrance exam." Gu Muxi was taken aback. "What? You want Feng to come over and study with me?" "Of course, what is wrong with that?" Well, I suppose it's fine." Gu Muxi lowered her head, feeling an inexplicable nervousness rising within her. With her parents away, it would just be her and Feng at home, a boy and a girl alone together. Just the thought made her cheeks flush. "What are you thinking, Gu Muxi? Feng has been over before. It's not the first time you've studied together." She admonished herself inwardly. "Shishi, don't you enjoy spending time with Feng? Liban Shukulat." "Oh no, not at all." Gu Muxi blushed, shaking her head vigorously. Liwan instantly recognized the shyness in Gu Muxi's demeanor, covering her mouth in amusement. "That's good. I knew you two would get along famously. After dinner, I'll go find Feng." That evening, after finishing dinner, Feng was in the living room watching television. The show playing was the recently popular Deming Gong Ci. As he watched the youthful actor, Feng couldn't help but reflect on how time flies. His mother, Meng Xiaoyun, emerged from her room and, seeing him engrossed in the television, asked, "Son, aren't you supposed to be studying? Why are you still watching TV?" Feng replied without turning his head, "Mom, let me finish this episode. Then I'll study." Meng Xiaoyun chuckled, bemused at her son, who previously showed little interest in television, now so captivated. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Son, go answer the door," Meng Xiaoyun called out. "All right." Feng sprang up from the couch and hurried to the door. Outside stood Liwan, holding a plate of watermelon, her demeanor warm and inviting. "Good evening, Xiaofeng." "Good evening, Annie. Please come in. Are you looking for my mom?" Feng guritit head enthusiastically. Just then, Meng Xiaoyun stepped out of the bathroom and remarked, "Sister, what brings you here?" "I purchased a watermelon and cut it in half to bring over to you, while also looking for Xiaofeng." As Liwan stepped through the door, she placed the watermelon on the table. Feng was taken aback. "Looking for me? Is there something Auntie needs help with?" he inquired, puzzled. Liwan gently pinched his cheek and smiled warmly. "Xiaofeng, tomorrow afternoon, your Uncle Gu and I will be heading to Shanghai on a business trip for 3 days. I worry about Shishi being home alone. Could I entrust you with taking care of her during this time? Help her review her studies and keep her from slacking off." Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately replied, "Understood. Annie, you can rest assured. I will take excellent care of Gu Muxi." Liwan affectionately ruffled his hair. "Xiaofeng, you're so obedient. I'm counting on you." "Absolutely." Meng Xiaoyun, who had been listening to their conversation, chimed in, "Sister, don't worry. Just let Shishi come over to our house for meals. It'll be more lively with an extra person." "All right, Xiaoyun. I'll rely on you to take care of her these few days. Hey, we're all family. It's no trouble at all. I'll head back to pack my things. Enjoy the watermelon." Liwan bid farewell and returned to her apartment. Feng, contemplating the prospect of caring for Gu Muxi over the next 3 days, felt a surge of exhilaration. A solitary boy and a girl. You cannot escape my grasp. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Meng Xiaoyun had playfully smacked him. "I tell you, don't bully Shishi. If I find out, I'll make you regret it." Feng chuckled. "Mom, Gu Muxi is a powerhouse. I can't even win against her." How could you think I de-bully her? That's discrimination. Why don't you say she bullies me? Meng Xiaoyan retorted. She is such a good girl. Gentle in nature. She would never bully anyone. Feng smirked, recalling how she had him in a deathly hold just today. Is that so? She is anything but gentle. But I do like her fiery spirit. With a grin, Feng turned off the television and dashed to his room. Mom, I'm off to study. Entering his room, he pulled back the curtains and saw Muxi already at her desk. Hello, little Shishi, he called out with a mischievous grin, his expression tinged with pride. Muxi turned her head. What do you want? My mom just came to see me. She asked me to take care of you and supervise your studies for the next 3 days. Hee. You think? Replied cheerfully. What is there to be happy about? Hmph. Hee. I'm just excited to spend 3 days with you. Chapter 21. Want to? Not a chance. Seeing his smug smile, Muxi assumed he was feeling empowered by his mother's decree and huffed. Don't think you can boss me around. If you dare use my mom's words to threaten me, I'll make you experience that deathly hold again. You think ik claim it, Muxi. What kind of logic is that? I didn't mean it like that. Cough. Don't worry, I want to do that. At most, I'll just ask you to cook something. No, I refuse to cook. Is it that you don't want to, or that you can't? Who said I can't? My cooking skills are excellent. Really? But I've never seen you cook. Can you actually do it? If I could do anything. Wait. I almost fell for your trick. Even if I could, I wouldn't cook for you. Feng was disappointed that she nearly took the bait. All right. I didn't expect you to be so clever. Muxi moved her chair closer to the window, proudly declaring, of course. My dad says I've been smart since I was little, with an IQ of 114. Feng's eyes glinted with mischief. Is that so? You're that smart? I don't believe it. Let me test you with a few questions. Go ahead. Is a giraffe taller than an elephant? Yes. Is a rabbit faster than a turtle? Yes. Is a cow heavier than a pig? Yes. Do you differ from a pig? Answer quickly. No, not at all. Ha ha ha. How infuriating. You tricked me again. You did that on purpose. Feng laughed. Let me ask you one more question. You only need to answer whether you know or not. What question? You're so dumb. Do your parents know? I don't know. Do they know? Ha ha ha. Brat. You tricked me again. Muxi angrily pulled the curtains shut, unwilling to continue the conversation with Feng. Ugh, that annoying Feng, always trying to mess with me. Ignoring him, Muxi jumped on her bed, grabbing her pink pig plushie and locking it in a death grip. Annoying Feng, I'll keep you imprisoned. She then began to squeeze the pig's head vigorously. Annoying Feng, I'll squash your face into a ball. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Li Wan stood there, astonished. What are you doing, dear? Muxi, caught in the act with her hands around the plush pig's neck, gritted her teeth as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against it. Mom, I'm just cleaning the dust off my toys, she chuckled awkwardly, patting the pig's head. I just spoke to Feng. He'll be reviewing with you for the next 3 days. You two must get along. Libana Biza. Muxi tightened her grip on the pig's neck, twisting its head as if she had broken its neck. Mom, I promise I'll get along splendidly with Feng. She emphasized the word splendidly. That's good. Now, hurry and study. I'm going to rest. Li Wan closed the door behind her. Muxi tossed the pig onto her bed and returned to her desk, biting the end of her pen. Annoying Feng. Just wait until tomorrow. The next day, Muxi went to school with Feng, as usual. Shortly after he returned to the classroom, Zhao Shui led Ho Zixing to the classroom door. Feng, come out for a moment, Zhao Shui called. Feng stepped to the door. What is the matter, teacher? We've met with Ho Zixing's parents and had a stern talk with them. He has received a major disciplinary action from the school, and I brought him here to apologize to you. Zhao Shui glanced back at Ho Zixing with a fierce look. Ho Zixing, seeing Feng, displayed a look of fear. After yesterday's incident, he realized Feng was not someone to provoke. That man was too cunning. He bowed deeply to Feng, apologizing. Feng, sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The other students in the class began to whisper among themselves. Look at Ho Zixing today. He is finally being humble. He better apologize, otherwise he might get expelled. Feng is impressive. He has got Ho Zixing completely submissive, even bowing his head in apology. Right now, don't mess with Feng. Look how pitiful Ho Zixing is. Feng donned a warm smile and patted Ho Zixing on the shoulder. It's all right. I forgive you. We were just getting to know each other. From now on, we're friends, right? Ho Zixing felt a chill run down his spine at that smile. Why yes, friends? Zhao Shui expressed his delight to Feng, saying, Feng, I never expected you to possess such an expansive heart. Truly commendable. Feng, unabasit, replied. Thank you, teacher. I have always maintained a rather open and broad-minded disposition. Ho Zixing interjected. Feng is quite the thick skin. It's best not to provoke someone like him, for he is surely capable of retaliating without scruples. All right, you two may return now. It's time to prepare for class. Zhao Shui dismissed them. Understood, teacher. Feng responded as he returned to his seat. Muxi turned to him and inquired, "What did the homeroom teacher call you out for? Did you reconcile with Ho Zixing?" Feng nodded. "Indeed, we have reconciled. I suspect you will avoid me in the future." Muxi stifled a laugh. "After you dealt with him so harshly, it would be strange if he wasn't too wary." "Huh, Muxi, how do you plan to express your gratitude? I have successfully dealt with a fervent pursuer on your behalf. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Feng attempted to extract some favor from Muxi, perhaps a meal or a home-cooked dish. "Hmph, why should that concern me?" Muxi retorted, turning away with a haughty demeanor. Feng's eyes widened in surprise, realizing this girl had quite the audacity. As the class bell rang, they commenced their history lesson. The history teacher, Mr. Mo, was in his 50s, adorned with thick reading glasses, exuding an air of an old scholar. "Class is in session. Students," he announced. "Good morning, teacher. Please take your seats. Today, we shall delve into the history of the Three Kingdoms." Mr. Mo's lecture resembled a monotonous chant, and Feng found it difficult to concentrate. His attention fixated on the back of Muxi, where he noticed a hint of pink peeking through her pure white uniform. "Oh dear, that is quite eye-catching," he thought, feeling an impulsive desire to tug at it. However, reason prevailed, advising him to refrain, lest he provoke Muxi's ire. As he fidgeted with his pen, he purposely let it drop to the floor. "Oops, my pen fell," he called out to Muxi, who bent down to retrieve it without turning her head, handing it back to him. "Thank you." A few minutes later, his pen once again clattered to the ground, landing by her feet. "My pen has fallen again." She sighed with impatience and picked it up for him once more. Moments later, "Muxi, my pen." She bent down again, turning to glare at him. "If you can't spin the pen, then don't." Feng chuckled. "Thank you." Yet again, his pen fell to the ground. She picked it up, shot him a glare, and huffed, "Want it?" "Not a chance." With that, she confiscated the pen and tucked it away in her pencil case. Wang Tai scratched his head in confusion and whispered, "Bro Feng, she took your pen? You think, chucked it?" "Yes, let her use it." "Aren't you going to get it back?" Wang Tai asked, puzzled. "Why would I? It's for her, so she won't need to buy her own." "You think, repeat quietly." Wang Tai seemed to grasp something and gave a thumbs up. "Is that how it works?" "Good one, Bro Feng. By the way, Bro Feng, I visited Boss Zhao this morning. He has 2 computers that need your expertise." Feng nodded. "Sure, we'll head over after school." "Dia, make it a point to come by every morning and see if there is any work. I want to shortchange you for running errands." Wang Tai nodded vigorously. "Got it." "No problem. Hee, last time I brought money home to my mom, she praised me for being capable." Feng placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Tai, do you trust me?" "Of course." Wang Tai replied without hesitation. "We're destined for greater ventures. Your assistance will lead us to boundless wealth and grand houses," Feng declared. "Once we've earned enough with Zhao Xingye, we can start our own computer repair shop and trade computer parts, which will surely bring in substantial profits." "Dia, you are my most trusted brother. Only you can assist me, for I do not trust anyone else." Wang Tai felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening. "Bro Feng, I'm with you. I'll do whatever you ask." Feng smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Your words bring me great comfort." Wang Tai was a good friend, but also a pitiful one. His family situation was dire, with an alcoholic and gambling father looming over him like a mountain, frequently demanding money from him and his mother. No matter what, Feng was determined to lend a hand to lift that burden from him. Feng, what are you two discussing so animatedly?" Mr. Mo suddenly called out from the podium. "Stand up and answer a question." All eyes in the classroom turned to Feng, who had been caught off guard. He chuckled awkwardly. What question, teacher?" "I just spoke about the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Tell us what Liu Bei said to Zhuge Liang after finally inviting him," Mr. Mo instructed. Feng froze, pondering how he could possibly know what ancient figures said. A voice from the back chimed in, page 58. Other students, silence. "Answer quickly," Mr. Mo commanded sternly. Feng scratched his head, racking his brain, but unable to recall. Finally, he blurted, "Could it be that Liu Bei said he'd no longer need to worry about missing a 3rd person?" Muxi, Mr. Mo. The entire class erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha." The room was filled with mirth. Even the usually stern Mr. Mo couldn't contain his amusement. Laughed heartily. "Feng, you're something else." "Ha ha ha." Feng grinned, realizing that when faced with a lack of answers, humor was his only recourse. "All right, Feng, sit down. Focus on your studies and refrain from chatting during class," Mr. Mo admonished, managing to suppress his laughter. Yes, teacher, I will pay attention," Feng replied sheepishly. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the school day concluded. Feng instructed Muxi to leave first. Then he hopped onto Wang Tai's bicycle to head towards Zhao Xingye's shop on Commercial Street. Upon arrival, Zhao Xingye greeted him warmly. Ah, young brother, you've come. Please have some tea. Zhao Xingye extended a cup of tea, his face beaming with delight, as if he had just encountered a deity. To him, Feng had become akin to a god of fortune. No need for tea. I'll head back once I finish the work. Where are the computers? Feng waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Xingye faltered momentarily, feeling a tad embarrassed, but soon set the teacup down. There inside, 2 mainframes, both unable to boot. Feng nodded, entering the operation room to inspect the machines. After a thorough check, he identified the issues. One had a power problem, while the other suffered from a poorly soldered motherboard and a missing capacitor. Boss Zhao, what price did you discuss with the customers? Hee. All according to your pricing. 800 for machines that won't boot, 500 for blue screens, and 400 for sluggish computers. This doesn't include parts, just pure repair. I've quoted them all 800, Zhao Xingye said, rubbing his hands together. The 2 machines suddenly earned a profit of 1,600, with him receiving a share of 320. How effortless it is to earn such money. Very well. Inform them to come over and collect the machines shortly. Feng chuckled as he began to repair them. Sure. Zhao Xingye nodded eagerly. After a little over an hour, Feng successfully repaired the 2 mainframes, both of which were now fully operational. At present, it was the peak period for PC computers, and the corresponding repair skills had yet to become widespread. He was indeed capitalizing on a lucrative opportunity. As the saying goes, if one stands at the forefront, even a pig can soar. All set, Feng addressed Zhao Xingye. The 2 middle-aged men waiting in the shop perked up at the sound and came over to inspect. Upon powering on the machines, they were delighted to find that everything was functioning perfectly. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your help. Had you not repaired them, I would have had to spend around 10,000 on a new computer, expressed one of the men in a suit gratefully. No need for such formality, gentlemen. Just take the machines back. They will serve you well for years to come. Feng replied with a smile. Each middle-aged man promptly paid Feng, then joyfully carried the mainframes back home. Once they were a distance away, Feng counted the money, 1,600 yuan, 16 crisp bills. This money is simply delightful. Wang Tai gazed at the cash in astonishment. Brother Feng only worked for a couple of hours and earned over 1,000. How impressive. Following Brother Feng is undoubtedly the right choice, Zhao Shui said, rubbing his hands together, his eyes glistening with envy as he eyed the money. If only I could repair computers too. That over 1,000 yuan could have been mine. Unfortunately, he lacked the skills and could only take a 20 commission. Here you go, Boss Zhao, this is your share. Change, please. Feng offered him 400 yuan. Of course, thank you, Brother Yi. Zhao Xingye, already elated with his 320 yuan profit, handed Feng 80 yuan in change. Feng accepted the small bills with a grin. All right, Boss Zhao, the job is done, and we should head back. Until next time, TZ, let us go. The 2 stepped out of the shop and rode their bicycles homeward. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Feng asked Wang Tai to stop by the Orchid convenience store. What is up, Brother Feng? Wang Tai inquired, puzzled. Just need to buy something, Feng replied, dismounting his bicycle and entering the shop. Young Feng, back from school? Greeted Aunt Wang, the shop owner. Yes, Aunt Wang. Could you please give me 2 boxes of nutritional cereal, the best you have? Feng pointed at the shelf displaying the cereals. The most expensive? That would be 50 yuan a box. Aunt Wang reminded him. 50 yuan was enough for a week's worth of groceries for a family of 3. No waities. Just give me 2 boxes, Feng insisted. All right. Aunt Wang retrieved 2 boxes of exquisitely packaged nutritional cereal and handed them to Feng. This makes for the perfect breakfast. It's nutritious, filling, and tastes great. Feng paid, saying, Aunt Wang, I'm heading back now. Upon exiting the convenience store, Feng handed the 2 boxes of cereal to Wang Tai. TZ, take these back to your mother. They are rich in nutrients and beneficial for health, Feng instructed. Brother Feng, no, I can't accept this. They're too valuable. 2 boxes cost 100 yuan. Wang Tai repeatedly declined. Aware that he had only helped run errands, he felt unworthy of such a generous gift. Listen to me, take them. This is just a small token of appreciation for your mother, Feng said firmly. Seeing the determination in Feng's eyes, Wang Tai's eyes began to well up. He wiped away a tear, expressing his gratitude. All right, thank you, Brother Feng. Feng then pulled out 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to him. I know your family has it tougher than mine. Keep this 200 yuan to improve your meals. And remember, don't let your father take it away. If he comes asking for money, just come to me. I'll stand up for you. Wang Tai felt a jolt at Feng's words, and his nose tingled as tears streamed down his cheeks. How wonderful it is to have such an elder brother. Brother Feng, Wang Tai stammered, clutching the 200 yuan, unable to articulate his feelings. Feng patted his shoulder, chuckling, why cry? You're a big guy. There's nothing to weep about. Quickly dry your tears. Our lives will get better from here on. Wang Tai nodded vigorously. I understand, Brother Feng. After parting ways with Wang Tai in the community, Feng returned home. As soon as he stepped through the door, he spotted Muxi sitting gracefully on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Her posture and demeanor exuded elegance, reminiscent of a refined young lady. You're back, Feng. Muxi turned at the sound, smiling without revealing her teeth. Feng grinned widely, thinking how much Muxi had transformed since coming to his home. What are you watching? He asked, dropping his backpack and casually sitting beside her. As he drew closer to Muxi, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Was it her body scent or the aroma of her hair? The Song of Daming Palace. Do you enjoy watching it too? Muxi asked, sitting with poise. Feng, noticing her plump cheeks, couldn't resist pinching her face. Yes, I like it too. Hee. I've noticed you resemble one of the lead actresses, but you're far more beautiful. You cheeky, Feng. Muxi immediately lost her composure, playfully grasping his neck. Shishi, little Feng is back. Have him wash his hands. Dinner is ready, came Meng Xiaoyun's voice from the kitchen. Muxi quickly released her grip. And in the next moment, Meng Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Auntie, your cooking smells heavenly, Muxi said sweetly. Feng adjusted his clothes, grinning proudly. It seemed he had discovered Muxi's soft spot. Shishi's nose is truly sharp. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled. What do you expect from a dog? Feng mumbled. Muxi maintained her charming smile without missing a beat, but gave his foot a firm stomp. However, Feng easily dodged, leaving Muxi glaring at him in frustration. You child, really? If you can't find the right words, can't you learn a bit from Shishi? Meng Xiaoyun scolded Feng. Feng grinned. Learn from her? That's impossible. I need to wash my hands first. After washing up, Feng returned to find Muxi tidying the table and arranging the chairs. Muxi, I'm thirsty. Could you fetch me a cup of tea? Feng sat down with a mischievous grin. Muxi shot him a glare, muttering, you have legs, don't you? I'm a bit tired, just go, please. Feng replied, still smiling. Aye. Muxi was about to explode when Meng Xiaoyun stepped out again. Come on, dinner is served. Muxi immediately changed her demeanor, flashing a sweet smile as she poured Feng a cup of tea and personally brought it to him. Drink up, don't burn yourself. Seeing Muxi serve Feng tea, Meng Xiaoyun wiped her hands and grabbed Feng by the ear. You rascal, how can you make Shishi serve you tea? Such rudeness. Feng winced. Ouch, Mom, let go, it hurts. You're being overly protective of her. Annie, it's all right. I often serve him tea. I'm used to it, Muxi said with a pitiful expression. Feng thought, Muxi, your acting skills are so good. You should win an Oscar. Meng Xiaoyun playfully tugged at his ear, admonishing, I knew you were bullying Cici. This must not continue. Do you understand? All right, Mom, I understand. Feng quickly responded. Only then did Meng Xiaoyun relent and return to the kitchen to tidy up. Jiangwo, her husband, emerged from the kitchen with a platter of dishes, smiling. Today Cici is dining with us, so let us add more dishes. Cici, do you see anything you like? Muxi sat beside Feng like a dutiful little wife. These are all my favorite dishes. Thank you, Uncle E. You and Annie have worked hard. Jiangwo chuckled. It's no trouble at all. Come, let us eat. Feng glanced at the table laden with food. Sweet and sour ribs, spicy stir-fried meat, braised duck, garlic lettuce, and a meatball soup. A sumptuous feast of 3 meats. 1 vegetable and 1 soup. His eyes widened in astonishment. My heavens, this spread is far too lavish. Such a feast is only seen during festive occasions. Meng Xiaoyun emerged, sitting beside Muxi, personally serving her. Come, Cici, eat more. These are all your favorites, so enjoy. Feng instantly interjected, Mom, I want meatballs. Meng Xiaoyun shot him a look. Serve yourself. Feng. Chapter 23. Your bed is where I will sleep. The meal was exquisite, yet Feng felt a cloud of gloom overshadowing his enjoyment. After they had eaten their fill, Muxi offered to help wash the dishes and wipe the table, then politely took her leave. Auntie, I'm heading home to review my studies. Such a good child. Off you go, Meng Xiaoyun replied with a warm smile. Goodbye, Auntie. Uncle. Muxi waved and turned to exit. Feng, having indulged in a hearty meal, was sprawled on the sofa watching television when Meng Xiaoyun gave him a swift kick. Go on, study with Cici. The college entrance exams are approaching, and yet you're watching TV? What will you do if you don't perform well? Feng chuckled helplessly. All right, Mum, I'll go study with her now. Grabbing his backpack from his room, Feng made his way to Muxi's home. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Muxi halfway through undressing. She froze in shock upon catching sight of Feng's unexpected intrusion. You insufferable Feng. Muxi quickly clasped her hands over her chest, glaring at him. Ahem, I didn't mean to. I saw nothing. Truly, Feng asserted with utmost seriousness. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Muxi hastily arranged her clothes, Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and questioned him through gritted teeth. I just acted on instinct. It's a habit. Oh, don't place all the blame on me. Why were you changing clothes here? You share some responsibility. Feng retorted. My parents are not home. Where else am I to change? She huffed, darting into her room to dress. Back in her room, Muxi leaned against the door, her heart racing. How infuriating. Could it be that the insufferable Feng caught a glimpse? This wretched fellow. Her cheeks felt ablaze at the thought. Imagining the horror of him having seen her was mortifying. This nuisance always taking advantage of her. Hmph. She glanced down at her chest, a sudden thought crossing her mind. Would you think it small? After a while, she emerged in a loose-fitting home outfit. The ensemble, a soft white long-sleeve cotton shirt paired with comfortable sweatpants, should have been cozy. Yet the combination felt somewhat odd. Mean? Muxi shot him a glare. Feng grinned, stepping into her room. In their childhood, he often visited Muxi's room, but those instances dwindled once they entered middle school. Upon reaching high school, Meng Xiaoyan had advised him against frequenting Muxi's space, emphasizing the boundaries between genders. Thus, over the past 3 years, his visits to her room had become exceedingly rare. As he stepped into her sanctuary once more, he was immediately enveloped by a unique fragrance, subtle yet reminiscent of Muxi herself. Could it be that the scent of a young girl is truly imbued in her surroundings? He surveyed the room. The furnishings were simple, yet everything was adorned in shades of pink. Pink bed linens, posters of pink-hued female stars on the walls, and a pink bookshelf. Aside from the bed, the largest item occupying space was a long, wide desk, meticulously organized with various tools and stationery. Despite the abundance of items, the arrangement was anything but chaotic, revealing Muxi's slight obsessive inclination towards tidiness. What are you dawdling for? Move a chair in here. You can sit outside while I sit inside. Muxi rolled her eyes at him. All right, no problem. Feng quickly brought a chair in, and the long desk was just enough to accommodate them both. They settled side by side, commencing their study session. Feng focused on memorizing humanities concepts, while Muxi tackled her math problems. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of pens scratching against paper. After a while, Muxi suddenly asked Xiao, which major do you wish to apply for at university? Computer science, I suppose, Feng replied without lifting his gaze. Computer science? Is that a good major? Muxi looked up, surprised. She had assumed Feng might opt for something like English. Computer science is the trend of the future. Of course, it's excellent. What about you? Don't tell me. Let me guess. Animal husbandry, so you can raise pigs at home. Go to hell. You're the one who raised pigs. Just kidding. Are you planning to pursue architectural design? Hey, how did you know? I never mentioned it. Feng set down his pen, turned to her with a serious expression, and declared, to be honest, I'm revealing my true self. I'm actually a fortune-telling master. I know all about the 8 trigrams and plum blossom divination. Upon hearing his serious absurdity, Muxi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter ringing like the sound of flowers swaying in the breeze. You? A fortune-telling master? I see you as just a boastful master. Feng chucked it lightly, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. If you don't believe me, let me read your palm, and you'll see. Really? Show me. Muxi extended her delicate right hand. Its skin is fair as snow, tinged with a hint of pink. Feng felt a stir within him as he took her hand in both of his. The moment he grasped her hand, it felt soft and tender, almost boneless, smooth and delicate, a comforting sensation in his grip. He narrowed his eyes, tracing the lines of her palm with his fingers. After a lengthy silence, Muxi grew impatient. Hey, insufferable Feng, can you actually read palms? Sure, don't interrupt. I'm carefully examining the patterns of your palm lines. Feng responded with mock seriousness. So what insights have you gleaned? Muxi inquired curiously. I've discovered that you lack something very significant in your life. Huh? What am I missing? Wood or water? You lack me. Muxi froze, staring at him in disbelief. Feng's expression was earnest, devoid of jest. Thud. Muxi, blushing, delivered a playful smack to his head. Ouch. Muxi, why do you hit me? Feng exclaimed, cradling his head. That's what you get for teasing me. As if you're such a necessity. Without you, I'd be worry-free for life. You dare take advantage of me? Watch me unleash the deadly crosslock. Muxi lunged at him, dragging him onto the bed. Feng se truglet fierci, resolutely resisting. Help! Murder! Muxi pinned him beneath her, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she taunted, scream all you want. Even if you shatter your throat, no one will come to your rescue. Shatter your throat! Shatter your throat! Muxi exclaimed. How infuriating! Are you still in the mood to tease me? Just wait until I strangle you. With that, she seized Feng's neck with both hands. Though Yifeng lacked the brute strength of Ho Zixing, as a male, he possessed a slightly superior explosive force, albeit only marginally. Coughing, he managed to grasp her wrists, pulling her down from atop him, and instead wrapped his arms around her. "Huh, do you dare to lock me up? Take that." Yifeng pouted, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "How despicable, you rogue." Ada, with a forceful kick, Yifeng was sent tumbling off the bed. "Ouch," he yelped, scrambling back to his feet. "Gu Muxi, you violent maniac. And you lecher." They glared at each other, the room enveloped in an abrupt silence. Yifeng broke the stillness. "Well, isn't this perfect? It seems we are quite compatible." Gu Muxi felt her heart race, her face burning. What nonsense was this scoundrel Yifeng spouting? "If you continue like this, I'll kindly ask you to roll yourself into a ball and propel yourself forward with minimal friction." "Huh, get lost." "All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us focus on our homework." They returned to their respective spots, hastily resuming their studies. An hour later, Yifeng finished first, stretching with satisfaction. "Done. All wrapped up." Gu Muxi looked up in astonishment, asking, "How could you be so fast?" Gu Muxi, can't you phrase that differently? You could say, "How are you so clever and swift in completing your work?" Yifeng shot her an exasperated glance. Suddenly, Gu Muxi had a revelation, catching the underlying meaning in his words. Her face flushed as she retorted, "What are you thinking about in that head of yours?" Yifeng turned, leaping onto her bed, resting his head on her pillow. This is so comfortable. Your bed is mine now. You can continue with your homework." He grabbed the plush pig and placed it behind his back as a cushion. Gu Muxi immediately protested. "You wretched Yifeng, don't crush my plush pig." "Huh? Aren't plush toys meant to be used as cushions?" Yifeng posed. "Hmph, my plush toy is not. It's meant for cuddling while I sleep. What if you squash it?" Climbing onto the bed, Gu Muxi snatched the plush pig from Yifeng's back, patted it, and placed it beside her. Yifeng had anticipated her affection for the toy he had gifted her. "All right, it's a bit chilly. I'll tuck you in." He pulled the blanket over himself, a unique fragrance wafting towards him, refreshing and intoxicating. What a delightful scent. This blanket is infused with Gu Muxi's fragrance. Gu Muxi, noticing him sniffing her blanket, felt her face grow hot as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? You can't cover yourself with my blanket. You stink and will make it smell terrible." She yanked the blanket back. Yifeng chuckled nonchalantly. All right, then I'll just lie here and rest. Is that acceptable? I've slept on your bed before." Gu Muxi suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "Hearing you say that reminds me of the time you wet the bed as a child while sleeping on my bed, terrified I would tell my mom. You woke up and covered it with clothes, haha. That look on your face was priceless. I'll remember it forever." Laughed heartily, her melodious laughter echoing in the room, radiating joy. "Hmph, well, I have a story about you two. Remember when you stepped in dog poop on your way home from school? You were too afraid to clean it off and ended up throwing your shoes away. And then you got scolded by your dad. Those were new shoes that cost over $30. Yifeng retaliated, Rijalink had embarrassment. Hmph, you don't wash your hands after using the restroom. Well, you peeked while I was in there. You were chased by a big yellow dog. You're something else. You broke that dog's leg, and your dad had to compensate the owner. You jerk." Their banter escalated once more, glaring at each other with fierce intensity. Suddenly, both their stomachs growled in unison. "How about we grab a bite to eat first?" Yifeng suggested. "Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking." Chapter 24. Gu. The dark culinary artist Muxi. After all the commotion, dinner had long been digested, and they ventured out of the room together in search of food. "What do you have to eat at home?" Yifeng asked, pouring himself a glass of water. "I'm not sure. I think there should be some noodles." Gu Muxi replied uncertainly, bending down to rummage through the kitchen cabinets. "You never come into the kitchen?" Yifeng inquired, curiosity piqued as he sipped his water. "How could that be? I can cook too, you know." Gu Muxi retorted without turning around, though her voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. I found food. Noodles," she exclaimed excitedly, showcasing the noodles to Yifeng. "Yifeng, I'll cook them for you." Yifeng sprayed his drink everywhere. "What kind of wolfish words are these? How outrageous." "Yifeng, what are you doing? You got it all over me." Gu Muxi pouted, cheeks puffed in indignation. Cough, it's nothing, I'm sorry. I just choked on my water." Yifeng chuckled awkwardly. "Hmph, serves you right for choking. Hurry and cook the noodles." Gu Muxi shot him a glare. "All right, hey, didn't you say you could cook? You should be able to boil noodles, right?" Yifeng asked. "I of course can. Don't underestimate me," Gu Muxi declared, raising her chin defiantly. "Okay then, I'll leave it to you. But remember, this is your home. And I'm just a guest. Hee. Yifeng began to play the guilt card. "You're nothing but a guest." Gu Muxi shot back. If you can't cook, then I'll reluctantly take on the task. You should have said that sooner. Feng pressed her. Sure enough, Gumushi could not tolerate being challenged, immediately shouting, "Who says I can't? You go wait outside and watch as I show you my skills." All right, it's settled then. I'll leave it to you. Hee. Feng gleefully darted out of the kitchen. Gumushi sighed. What the heck? How'd I fall for that again? How infuriating. She held a bundle of noodles, glancing at the kitchen condiments, her expression one of confusion. How do I even cook this? I've never done it before. At most, I've only helped out. My mother cooks at home, and when she's busy, my father takes over, leaving no room for me to cook. I rarely step into the kitchen and hardly touch any utensils. Now, boiling noodles feels like a daunting task. What should I do? If I can't cook it, Feng will definitely mock me. No way, absolutely not. I can't let that scoundrelly Feng look down on me. No matter what, I must make this happen. It's just boiling noodles. How hard could it be for this genius girl? Gumushi encouraged herself, rallying her spirits as she began to prepare for the task. Following her mother's instructions, she filled the pot with water and turned on the gas stove. With a click, she successfully ignited the flame. Haha, the ignition was successful. It doesn't seem so difficult after all. Gumushi felt a surge of joy at having successfully lit the fire. Should I add the noodles next? She found herself in a quandary. She had forgotten whether to place the noodles in cold water or hot water. Oh well, it's all water anyway. It will boil eventually. So I might as well toss them in to cook. She peeled back the plastic film from the package of noodles and pulled out a handful. This seems too little. It surely won't suffice. Feng, that glutton, eats so much, so I should add a bit more. With that thought, she extracted 2 more handfuls, nearly emptying half the package. Haha, I've accomplished yet another task. She chuckled to herself, clapping her hands. Should I prepare some side dishes for him? Perhaps an egg and some greens? She pondered, stroking her chin. After making her decision, she retrieved an egg and plucked a few leaves of lettuce. The leaves were too large and unappetizing. Just like her mother did, she decided to cut them into strips, believing it would enhance the flavor. Gumushi picked up the kitchen knife, seizing one of the rare opportunities to wield it. She awkwardly began slicing the lettuce. Meanwhile, outside the kitchen, Feng lounged on the sofa, casually cracking a bag of sunflower seeds he had found in the living room. Soon, he would be savoring the noodles prepared by Gumushi herself. He was truly looking forward to it. Cooking noodles was such a simple task. She would undoubtedly manage it well, leaving him only to wait for his meal. Ah, how fortunate it is to have a wife who can cook. He continued cracking seeds, eagerly anticipating the noodles Gumushi was preparing. Inside the kitchen, Gumushi was diligently chopping lettuce when suddenly, a burnt smell wafted through the air. What has burnt? My noodles. She suddenly realized the noodles were boiling away. Hastily, she lifted the lid, and her eyes widened in disbelief. How could all the water have evaporated? I distinctly added plenty of water. What is happening? She hurriedly turned off the heat, scraping the bottom with a spoon. The noodles on top seemed uncooked, while those at the bottom had already turned mushy. Sigh, what was I thinking? I seem to have forgotten to stir them after adding the noodles. Gumushi slapped her forehead in frustration over her blunder. Nevertheless, it was no major issue. It was merely a bit burnt. It should still be edible, right? First, I'll add some water and continue cooking. With that thought, she filled a bowl with 2 servings of water, stirred, and reignited the stove. She continued chopping the lettuce, and after some effort, she had sliced through a dozen leaves. The noodles should be nearly ready now. Should I add the greens and then crack an egg in? She couldn't quite remember the steps, but that was the general idea. Thus, she dumped the assorted irregularly shaped lettuce leaves into the pot, giving it a good stir. The water seemed to have diminished again. The noodle broth had thickened, resembling mucus. Gumushi decided not to dwell on it any longer, as long as it was edible. She couldn't guarantee how delicious it would be. Next, she needed to crack an egg into the mixture. Lacking the skill to crack an egg, she imitated her mother, tapping it against the edge of the pot. With a flick of her wrist, she heard a crack. The egg split in 2, its contents and half the shell tumbling into the pot. The shell fell in. Quickly, Gumushi scrambled to fish it out with a spoon. Yet, when she retrieved it, the shell felt slightly smaller. Phew, it should be fine now. The next crucial step is seasoning. Gumushi wore a serious expression, intending to first add some peanut oil, followed by soy sauce and salt. The peanut oil was successfully poured in, and she then reached for the soy sauce. Surely, this bottle of dark liquid, was it? She casually grabbed it and poured it into the pot. Drip, drip, drip. After pouring in a substantial amount, she suddenly caught a whiff of a sour vinegar scent. Bringing the bottle to her nose, she sniffed. Oh, this is vinegar. Aged vinegar. Oh no. What should I do? Gumushi felt bewildered. She had just added a considerable amount of vinegar to the pot. How How could she salvage this noodle dish? Perhaps add some sugar to create a sweet and sour flavor? Yes, like sweet and sour ribs. That flavor should be very appetizing. Thus, she located some white sugar and tossed in a handful, stirring it well. Finally, she planned to add soy sauce and salt. Why did the soy sauce make it all black? Is this dark soy sauce? It's definitely soy sauce. Could it be that adding too much soy sauce changed its color so drastically? That seems likely. In that case, I'll just reduce the salt. For this large pot of noodles, 2 spoonfuls of salt should suffice. Muxi contemplated while measuring out 2 small spoonfuls of salt. She stirred once more, ensuring that all the ingredients and seasonings were well mixed. Done. Muxi, is it ready yet? I'm nearly starving. Feng called from outside the kitchen. All right. Don't rush me. I'm bringing it out for you now. Muxi hurriedly used chopsticks to extract the noodles. Perhaps they were overcooked, as the noodles broke at her touch. She had no choice but to use a spoon to scoop them up. Before long, she had filled a bowl with a thick, dark, and gooey egg noodle dish. She cradled the bowl with a towel and carried it out. Come and enjoy the noodles, fragrant and delicious. Muxi announced as she set the bowl on the dining table. Finally, it's done. I was about to starve. Feng exclaimed excitedly as he dashed over from the living room. Upon reaching the table and seeing the large bowl of dark noodles, he instantly froze in shock. This sticky liquid, these inky noodles, this strange sheen. Good heavens, looking from above, below, left, or right, it could not resemble a bowl of delectable noodles in any way. Feng tugged at the corners of his mouth, pointing at the bizarre bowl of noodles, and asked in disbelief, "Is this the noodles you cooked?" Muxi replied with a proud smile, "Indeed. I just gave it a rather charming name. Irresistibly delicious, indomitable egg noodles." Feng, is it really that delicious? Muxi asserted earnestly. Of course, it must be delicious. After all, it embodies all my efforts. This is the most heartfelt bowl of noodles I've made. But why does it look so off? The egg has turned black. Feng, remarque it. Beijil did it. Muxi placed a hand on his shoulder, pressing him down onto the chair, and patiently explained, "Don't judge it by its appearance. One should not judge a book by its cover. The same goes for noodles. Just because it looks black doesn't mean it lacks flavor. You must take the time to appreciate its taste." Feng paused, taken aback by her philosophical insight. How profound. You've completely bewitched me. Muxi, filled with anticipation, urged, "Then hurry and eat." Feng picked up his chopsticks, rummaging through the bowl. But the noodles were so black that he could hardly discern anything else within. "Let's first taste it." Feng lifted a mouthful of noodles, blew on it gently, and then placed it into his mouth. Chew. How is it? Muxi lowered her head, her small fists clenched tightly, her expression tense. It was her first time cooking noodles, and she was eager to know if Feng would enjoy the flavor. Quite delicious. Ugh. Chapter 25. The Method of Cooking Noodles. Feng gagged a couple of times before rushing to the bathroom, expelling everything he had just eaten, along with his stomach acid. When he emerged from the bathroom, his face appeared somewhat pale, and he pointed at Muxi with a mournful expression, saying, "Muxi, what grievance do I hold against you? How dare you poison me? Muxi, is it truly that unpalatable?" She had been eagerly anticipating a favorable reaction from Feng after he tasted her dish, yet it seemed his response was a tad exaggerated. He actually vomited. That shouldn't be the case. It can't be that distasteful, can it? Disgusting? Feng returned to the table, regarding her with a peculiar gaze. "Geumu yedinashche. I am professionally trained. No matter how unappetizing it may be, I can endure it, unless it is exceedingly inedible. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." To add insult to injury, there was even eggshell in the noodles. Muxi, is this part of your secret recipe? Muxi remained unconvinced. How could it possibly be exceedingly unpalatable? Surely, it wouldn't induce vomiting. Feng must be exaggerating. I refuse to believe it. I shall taste it myself. Muxi seized Feng's chopsticks, took a generous bite, and brought it to her mouth. A medley of flavors assaulted her palate. Sour, sweet, salty, and a nauseating burnt taste. The cacophony of flavors sent her stomach into a tumultuous upheaval. Ugh! She could not hold back and expelled the contents. Rushing hastily to the restroom. After a considerable duration, she emerged from the restroom, supporting herself against the wall. "So how is it? Delicious, wasn't it?" Feng, having tidied the floor, looked up with a grin. Muxi offered an awkward smile. Having previously boasted before Feng, she was now utterly embarrassed. This was indeed mortifying. She would surely become fodder for Feng's teasing in the future. "Ahem, I can see that the flavor was somewhat lacking. So I think you should handle the noodle preparation from now on." Feng chose not to further belittle her. He had anticipated Muxi's culinary skills would be mediocre, but the reality was a far cry from his expectations. "How about this? I will teach you how to cook. You wouldn't want to find yourself alone at home, unable to even boil noodles, would you? That would be rather dire, wouldn't it?" I'll guide you step by step. Feng similed. Muxi's spirits lifted at his words. All right, together. They made their way to the kitchen. Now follow my steps closely. First, we need to boil water. Muxi paused, sensing something peculiar about Feng's tone. Yet she could not quite pinpoint what was odd. Do we need this much water? She asked in confusion. Indeed, Feng replied earnestly. Before we add the noodles, let us prepare some vegetables. Here, take the knife, and I will teach you the proper way to hold it. Feng guided her, positioning himself behind her, wrapping his arms around her to assist in holding the knife. Gripping it this way could lead to cutting your fingers. It should be held like this. Feng instructed patiently. At that moment, Muxi felt Feng's breath near her ear. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced wildly. How could this be happening? Muxi, are you listening? Huh? Yes, I am, she stammered, snapping back to reality. Now you try cutting on your own and see how it feels. Feng released her hands. Okay. Following Feng's guidance, Muxi sliced the vegetables slowly, finding it much easier than before. Wow, this is indeed much simpler to cut, she exclaimed, delighted to have acquired a new skill. When cutting vegetables, utilize the finesse of your wrist rather than sheer strength. With practice, you'll become accustomed to it, Feng encouraged. Understand. Muxi nodded, growing more adept with each slice, her speed increasing while maintaining her technique. Well done. You've grasped it quite swiftly. It seems you possess a good aptitude. Feng pides. Of course, I'm quick to learn. Muxi replied with a hint of pride. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the water boiled. Feng chuckled. Muxi, pay close attention. To measure the noodles, grasp them lightly with your hand to determine the quantity. By holding it, you can gauge the thickness. See like this. The amount that fits comfortably in one hand is just right, enough for 2 servings. Feng handed her the noodles, and Muxi, upon grasping them, realized, so this is the proper amount. She followed his instructions, placing the noodles into the pot, releasing her grip. Indeed, the noodles unfurled in the boiling water. Oh, all right. Muxi pouted, proceeding as instructed. Now that the noodles are nearly cooked, Feng announced, we can add the eggs and vegetables. Just be careful not to drop any eggshells in. You can crack the eggs into a bowl first, then pour them into the pot, ensuring no shells make it in. Muxi chuckled awkwardly. That was an oversight. Adding the eggs, vegetables, and a pinch of salt for flavor, the 2 bowls of noodles were finally complete. As they placed the egg noodles on the table, the aroma wafted through the air. The golden eggs intertwined with the green vegetables created an appetizing presentation. Muxi felt immensely satisfied. It turns out that boiling noodles isn't difficult at all, and surprisingly, Feng has quite the culinary talent. Feng grinned, so, my noodles are not too shabby, right? Indeed. We must eat quickly. I am famished. Muxi declared, eagerly reaching for her chopsticks. Only to be halted by Feng. Wait, there's a proper way to eat noodles. You must chew quickly. All right, I'll follow your lead. Muxi complied with his instructions, her eyes brightening as she savored the dish. This is delicious. Chapter 26. The future begins here. Feng nearly spewed the noodles from his mouth, narrowly managing to cover it in time. Cough, it's good. Eat more. You'll have plenty of opportunities to enjoy it in the future. Feng's mischievous grin held a peculiar tone. Muxi shot him a suspicious glance, suddenly realizing the double entendre of her earlier words. I meant that your noodles are very tasty. How infuriating. Feng, what thoughts are you harboring? Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him an admonishing glare. Feng feigned innocence. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. I shan't engage with you. Muxi, blushing, averted her gaze to focus on her noodles, but her embarrassment did not escape Feng's notice. This girl is rather naive. After all, in this day and age, young people might not possess the awareness for such innuendos. Having filled their bellies with noodles, the 2 slumped into their chairs. Feng, you can wash the dishes. Feel free to wash mine too. Thank you, Muxi remarked, patting her stomach. Why should I? No way. I'm the guest, and besides, I cooked the noodles. You should wash them, thanks. Feng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Then let us settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The loser does the dishes. Muxi proposed. At her words, Feng sat up straight, exclaiming, all right. Come on, Muxi, I'm sure to win. Don't underestimate me. Muxi straightened her posture as well. The 2 locked eyes, concealing their right hands behind their backs. 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors. Muxi revealed a rock, while Feng displayed scissors. Feng chuckled to himself, amused by her persistent inclination towards choosing rock. He found himself rather indifferent to winning against her. Although he anticipated that Muxi would most likely choose rock, he opted for scissors nonetheless. Oh yeah, I won. Muxi exclaimed, her joy akin to that of a child as she danced about. She twirled and leapt, her lustrous black hair swaying gently, while her exquisite and beautiful face radiated an enchanting smile. This smile was so pure, so immaculate. It was utterly captivating, stealing one's breath away. Muxi, truly you are stunning. Feng found himself momentarily entranced, pondering how he had never recognized her beauty before. Previously, she had been perceived by others as an aloof ice queen, a high and mighty campus belle. Yet to him, she was merely a clingy and tempestuous girl. Indeed, sometimes the true treasures lie right beside you, unnoticed until a fortunate moment reveals them. Feng gazed at her warm smile, and she said, Feng, hurry up and wash the dishes. Once you're done, I can help you review your English. Your English is quite poor, and you need to catch up. Otherwise, it would be a shame if your English dragged down your college entrance exam scores. Muxi stated solemnly. Aldicht, Feng replied, flashing a grin as he got up to clear the dishes and wash them. After completing the task, the two returned to the room to continue their English studies. Muxi, there's an English sentence I don't quite understand. Could you explain it to me? What sentence? What does I like you mean? You don't understand this? It means I like you. I like you too. You scoundrel Feng. Their laughter drifted out the window, merging with the serene night. That night was tranquil and beautiful. The following day was Saturday, a weekend that students and workers cherish. In the morning, Muxi awoke from her slumber. The first thing she did was poke Feng's window with a clothes rod. Yishao, wake up. The sun is shining on your backside. She poked the window and called out a couple more times, only to find no response from the other side. Could it be that Feng is sleeping too soundly? Just as she was about to continue her prodding, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Meng Xiaoyun at the window. In that moment, she felt utterly embarrassed. A good morning, Annie. She quickly retracted the clothes rod, her face flushed with embarrassment. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled and said, Feng went out to play with Wang Tai early this morning. He can never stay still on weekends. Muxi scratched her head and chuckled awkwardly. Oh, I see. She. Remember to come over for breakfast later? Meng Xiaoyun reminded her before continuing her cleaning with a feather duster. Okay, Muxi replied, hastily pulling the curtain shut. That was too awkward. That scoundrel Feng went out to play without inviting me. How infuriating. Muxi changed her clothes and went out to freshen up. After washing up, she discovered something on the dining table. Upon approaching, she found soy milk and fried dough sticks along with a meat bun and a note beside it. She recognized the handwriting immediately. It was a note from Feng. Muxi, I bought you breakfast. Remember to eat. Signed, the universe's unrivaled handsome Feng. Muxi gazed at the note, a warm sensation blossoming in her heart. You scoundrel Feng, I suppose I'll forgive you this time. She folded the note and tucked it away, sitting down to enjoy her breakfast, a sweet smile lingering on her lips. Taking a bite of the meat bun, she murmured to herself, where could that guy Feng have run off to with Wang Tai? At that moment, Feng and Wang Tai were strolling along Tina Road, a bustling commercial street in the Tina district. This area is the most vibrant and prosperous in Guangzhou, teeming with people every day due to the presence of the largest shopping mall in the city, Tina City. Feng observed the throngs of pedestrians. The public phone booths spaced every few dozen meters, the newsstands lining the roadside, and some elderly folks leisurely enjoying their buns and fried dough sticks. It was truly imbued with the essence of daily life in Guangzhou. Brother Feng, what are we doing here? Wang Tai inquired, puzzled. We're looking for a suitable shop to rent. After the college entrance exams, we should make the most of the 2-month vacation and earn some extra money. Feng replied with a smile. He had already devised a detailed plan in his mind. Working for Zhao Xingye was merely a means to gather some initial capital. Ultimately, he aspired to establish his own venture. With 1,000 yuan in hand, he could start by renting a shop, refurbishing it, and acquiring necessary tools. His plan was to secure the shop, earn money while renovating, and also handle the business license, which would take considerable time. By the time the college entrance exams concluded, he would be ready to commence operations. If he postponed these tasks until after the exams, he would likely find himself preparing for university again. Thus, Feng intended to plan ahead, making efficient use of the summer break to secure a substantial profit. Rent a shop? Here? The rent here isn't cheap. It must be over 100 yuan a month. Wang Tai exclaimed in astonishment. TZ, broaden your horizons. The high rent here is justified. To make big money, one must be willing to spend a little, Feng explained. Look, just over there is Tina City Shopping Mall, and beside it are several office buildings. To the south is a high-end residential area, Bun Garden. Most families with better financial conditions in Guangzhou come here to shop. And think about it, many of them must have computers at home. Just the computers from companies alone represent a significant market. For us, that's a huge cake, Feng said with a grin. Wang Tai was momentarily stunned. Being a naive youth, he had no experience in business. However, after hearing Feng's words, he suddenly had an epiphany. Oh, Brother Feng makes a valid point. It does seem better here than at Zhao Fei's place. Wang Tai marveled. Feng chuckled it, pleased that his friend's mind had finally opened up. He surveyed the bustling commercial district, silently vowing, the future begins here. Chapter 27. The bargaining prodigy, Feng. Feng and Wang Tai bought 2 popsicles from a roadside vendor, enjoying them while exploring potential shop locations. The Tianhe City commercial area was quite expansive, with several shops available for transfer or rent, though they were predominantly street-facing and quite expensive. A typical 50 square meter shop commanded a monthly rent of around 1,000 yuan, while even less desirable locations fetched over 500. Unfortunately, being in the prime location of Guangzhou, such prices were the norm. The exorbitant costs left Wang Tai flabbergasted, as he had assumed rent would only be around 100 yuan. My goodness, these prices are outrageous, far beyond my expectations. I thought it would only be around 100. Wang Tai exclaimed in disbelief. There are indeed cheaper options available, but only for less desirable street locations. We don't need to rent a storefront on the main road, Feng explained while licking his popsicle. So, where should we rent? In the alleys. But for Feng's computer repair shop, a street-facing location was unnecessary. Choosing a spot like that would yield poor cost-effectiveness. In Feng's vision, the computer repair shop need only be located within a commercial district, as public transportation to the city center is exceedingly convenient, and the vicinity is replete with office buildings and upscale residential complexes. The clientele here is quite specific. Their need for computer repairs is consistent and not merely a casual whim to stroll by and seek assistance. Instead, when faced with computer issues, their first thought is whether there exists a nearby repair shop that can swiftly and efficiently address their needs. Thus, Feng often ventures with Wang Tai into the narrow alleys lining the streets. These alleys lack a vibrant commercial atmosphere and are sparsely populated, predominantly featuring shops owned by local residents in self-built homes. As one progresses towards the end of Tianhe Road, rental prices diminish considerably. At the beginning of Tianhe Road, shop rents hover around 500 yuan per month, but by the middle and end of the road, prices plummet to approximately 200 yuan. This figure is within Feng's acceptable range. The 2 men traversed the middle and end sections 3 times, meticulously noting all suitable rental shops. And after thorough comparison and consideration, Feng ultimately settled on a shop located about 100 meters from the entrance of the 8th alley. This establishment is a newly vacated ground floor space in a self-constructed building, requiring no transfer fee, with a monthly rent of 230 yuan. Wang Tai glanced around, observing the bustling Tianhe City commercial area. Yet here, not a single pedestrian graced the scene. It was desolate. Brother Feng, are we really going to choose this shop? It seems so deserted. Will anyone even come? Wang Tai expressed his concerns. Feng chuckled, replying, the solitude is precisely what makes it advantageous. The rent is more affordable. Rest assured, once we establish the shop and promote it effectively, customers will surely arrive. Moreover, look there at the entrance of the alley. There's a high-end coffee shop. Those frequenting such establishments likely have higher incomes and are more inclined to own computers. If we can find a way to advertise there, it will undoubtedly yield positive results. Wang Tai followed his gaze and indeed spotted a well-decorated coffee shop at the entrance of the alley. He marveled at how Brother Feng had even considered this aspect. Feng's foresight is truly beyond comparison, he thought with a sense of admiration. At number 100, 8th alley, a contact number was displayed. Feng entered the vacant shop for a third inspection. The space, approximately 50 square meters, was stark and empty, with plain white walls surrounding it. At the entrance, a chair held the landlord's phone number and rental information. At this time, mobile phones were not particularly widespread among the populace, even the best-selling. Most affordable Nokia 3310 was priced at 1,500 yuan. The average monthly salary for many workers was merely 300 to 400 yuan, making it nearly impossible to save even 1,000 over the course of a year. Phones were considered luxury items. Furthermore, following the significant reforms of state-owned enterprises after the year 2000, many factories faced closure or consolidation, resulting in over 30 million workers being laid off nationwide, forcing them to seek alternative means of survival. It was indeed a time of turbulence, and typical families dared not spend frivolously. Feng's household did not even possess a landline. He borrowed the phone from Gu Muxi's family when needed. Only Gu Xingsong, the deputy factory manager, on a Nokia 3310 for business contacts. In those days, only individuals from relatively affluent backgrounds could afford mobile phones and monthly service fees. Most working-class families either had landlines installed at home or utilized public payphones. Feng desired to purchase a phone and a computer, yet his current finances were limited. Come on, TZ, let us head to the payphone to call the landlord, Feng beckoned. They approached a street-side payphone, where 5 or 6 individuals queued to make calls. Feng stood at the end of the line, producing a 30 yuan IC card, which was then a highly sought-after commodity. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally his turn. As he stepped into the booth, Feng inserted the IC card, which displayed a balance of 12 yuan. He took out his notebook and dialed the landlord's number. After several rings, an impatient female voice answered. "Hello, who is this?" Feng could hear the sounds of mahjong clattering in the background. "Are you the landlord of the shop at number 100, 8th Alley? I'm interested in renting the space and would like to see it," he stated plainly. "Huh? Renting a shop? All right, just a moment." The voice on the other end sounded slightly excited. They agreed to meet at the shop's entrance. After hanging up, Feng and Wang Tai waited outside. And soon a pleasantly plump middle-aged woman in a floral dress approached from the end of the alley. "You two are looking to rent the shop, right?" She scrutinized Feng with her slender eyes, a hint of uncertainty in her gaze. Given Feng's youthful appearance, he resembled a high school student rather than a business-minded adult. "Yes, sister," Feng addressed her amiably, causing her expression to soften with a smile. This young man certainly knows how to speak. She opened the door wide, inviting them in. "Take a look. It's an empty shop with no transfer fee. And the rent is only 230 yuan. Quite a bargain." Feng smiled slightly. "It does seem acceptable. Is the water and electricity all set up?" The middle-aged woman replied, "Yes. Everything is in order, and there's even a kitchen for cooking. By the way, what kind of business do you young people plan to run here? Just so you know, I can't allow any dubious enterprises." Feng responded with a grin. "We aim to establish a computer repair shop. This is our area of expertise, and we simply wish to earn a bit for our skills." "A computer repair shop? I would have guessed you two young ones had such skills," she remarked in surprise. "Nothing too complicated, just self-taught," Feng answered while inspecting the shop's utilities. After a thorough examination, he found no significant issues. However, the decor was quite basic, and there were no furnishings whatsoever. Wang Tai, on the other hand, appeared quite exhilarated and seemed very pleased with the shop. Feng discreetly tugged at his sleeve, urging him to temper his enthusiasm. Wang Tai quickly adopted a more neutral expression, mirroring Feng's demeanor. "What do you think, young man? This shop is quite good, you know. I assure you, renting a place like this for 230 yuan a month is a rare find. If you miss this opportunity, you may not find another." The middle-aged woman emphasized the shop's scarcity, eager for Feng to make a decision. Feng shook his head, feigning dissatisfaction. "It looks decent, but there is no furniture at all, not even tables and chairs, and the decor is rather rough. Most importantly, this alley is far too secluded and quiet. It's the weekend, and not a soul is around. This location is indeed not ideal. Sister, I believe 230 yuan is a bit steep for this shop. We'll need to think it over. Thank you for your time." As he spoke, Feng turned to leave. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted to one of urgency. The shop had been vacant for over 3 months, largely due to its isolated location and lack of foot traffic. After waiting so long for a potential tenant, she could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. "Hey, young man, this price is really quite low. Are you certain you want to rent it?" Feng posed it, contemplating for a moment before responding. "This place is too remote, and 230 yuan per month feels unjustified. We'll need to continue our search. Wang Tai, let us go." "All right, Brother Feng," Wang Tai replied, following him as they prepared to exit. The middle-aged woman, now increasingly anxious, hurriedly caught up and exclaimed, "Young man, please don't rush off. How much do you think is appropriate? We can certainly negotiate." As Feng stepped out the door, a subtle smile graced his lips. He turned back and said, "I believe 150 yuan per month should be quite reasonable for this shop." The middle-aged woman was taken aback, exclaiming, 150 yuan? This is a 50 square meter shop. That is far too low. Absolutely not. She added, "Young man, how can you bargain like this? It's rather ruthless." Feng shook his head. "I've noticed that shops in Alley 9 and Alley 12, also 60 square meters, are only renting for 200 yuan per month, and they even provide tables, chairs, and fans. 150 per month is not excessive." "Huh? Have they reduced their rent?" The middle-aged woman was momentarily stunned. She had set her rental price based on nearby shops. But hearing Feng's words, she was astonished that those shops were indeed only 200 yuan. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Feng's face. His previous statement had been half-truths, merely to intimidate her. "If you're unwilling, we might as well explore other shops," Feng said, turning to leave. The middle-aged woman quickly grabbed his arm and said, Wait. How about 170 yuan per month? Let us settle on that." Feng pondered for a moment and replied, No. Let us make it 160 yuan. Anything higher feels unreasonable." The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth. "Fine, 160 yuan it is. Let us finalize it." Wang Tai, observing the back-and-forth negotiation, was utterly astonished. "Brother Feng, you're incredible. Your bargaining skills are top-notch. Most shops in the vicinity were renting for over 200 yuan. Securing a 50 square meter shop for 160 yuan in a prime commercial area was an unbeatable deal. Finally, Feng smiled. All right then, I won't bother looking elsewhere. Let us proceed with this. How long do you plan to rent? The middle-aged woman inquired. Feng raised 4 fingers. For months. For months? Isn't that rather short? The middle-aged woman frowned. Feng feigned a sigh. Business has been tough lately. If things go well, I'll renew for a year. But if I can't make it work in 4 months, I'll have to close down. The middle-aged woman contemplated this and realized the current economic climate was indeed challenging, with layoffs occurring everywhere. It was fortunate that someone wanted to rent the shop, so 4 months would suffice. All right then, let us go print the contract and sign, she said. The group proceeded to a printing shop where they printed a standard rental agreement. After reviewing the contract, Feng added a few clauses, such as prohibiting arbitrary rent increases and stipulating tenfold compensation for landlord breaches. After Feng made the adjustments, the middle-aged woman glanced at it without objections, and both parties promptly signed and exchanged the rent. The payment was 1 deposit and 4 months' rent, totaling 900 yuan. Feng's freshly acquired 1,000 yuan had dwindled to 100, leaving him with only pocket money. Ms. Gu, it's been a pleasure working with you. If my business takes off, I will definitely renew the lease, Feng smiled. The middle-aged woman, surnamed Gu, introduced herself as Gu Guifen. Through their conversation, Feng learned she was a local from Guang City, with a son studying in Beijing and a husband working as a supervisor at an electromechanical factory. In her spare time, she enjoyed playing mahjong and gambling, though she often lost more than she won, which prompted her to convert the ground floor into a rental shop to supplement her household income. Feng finally understood her urgency to rent out the space. It turned out her family was not affluent. However, gambling while not well off seemed rather unfortunate. All right, I've given you the keys. I must return to play mahjong now. I'll be off, Gu Guifen said, taking her contract and leaving in haste for a game. Once she was out of sight, Wang Tai gave Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother Feng, you're amazing. You secured the shop for just 160 yuan. You're even better at bargaining than my mom. Feng patted his shoulder with a smile. Shop rent is a part of operational costs. It's essential to negotiate to control expenses. Now, let us get a new lock and then grab some lunch. They found a locksmith nearby and spent 30 yuan on a new lock before replacing the shop's lock. A precautionary measure. After completing their tasks, Feng took Wang Tai to eat rice rolls at a nearby eatery. After satisfying their appetites, Feng intended to stroll around the area to observe the local commercial landscape and scout for opportunities. As they ventured into a secluded alley at the end of the street, they spotted a young man rummaging through a trash bin. The young man wore a filthy blue t-shirt and jeans, standing about 1.76 meters tall, which was considered quite tall in the South. However, his frame was gaunt, and from the side, his face appeared pale, with high cheekbones, giving off a sense of malnutrition. Upon hearing their footsteps, the young man turned warily to glance at Feng and Wang Tai. Seeing they posed no threat, he returned to his scavenging. Feng noticed his phoenix eyes, though they lacked luster, as if he had long lost the spark of life. He had become numb and indifferent. How pitiful, Wang Tai remarked softly, shaking his head. In such a financially strained era, how many people were begging? How many were homeless? This young man had become a castaway of the city. Feng sighed as well. The young man appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, once a promising student in the classroom, now reduced to scavenging for food in a trash bin. After rummaging for a while, the young man finally found a half-eaten piece of bread in the trash, a look of relief crossing his face. As he turned to leave, he was suddenly confronted by 2 young men with dyed blonde hair, chains around their necks, blocking his path. Hey, it's you again, you filthy brat. One of the blonde youths, clad in a skull-patterned shirt, glared menacingly at the young man and kicked him to the ground. Hmph, I warned you not to show your face around here. Every time I see you, I'll beat you. As the skull-shirt blonde youth continued to rain blows on the fallen young man, the other youth with the chain joined in, kicking and punching. The young man in the blue t-shirt could only curl up on the ground, shielding his head, enduring the brutal assault, looking utterly miserable. Although Feng knew that intervening now would surely bring trouble, he recalled that in his previous life, he might have pretended not to see, avoiding any involvement. He would have coldly reasoned that he had no connection to the unfortunate young man in the blue t-shirt. Why should he help? But now he was a man reborn. How could he allow regrets to linger? How could he immerse himself solely in the pursuit of wealth, becoming cold-hearted and indifferent? No, that was out of the question. What are you afraid of? Just act. Feng shouted decisively, his voice brimming with righteousness. Wang Tai rolled up his sleeves, unhesitatingly positioning himself in front of Feng. Regardless of the circumstances, once action is taken, it is imperative to safeguard Maple. The 2 ruffians, upon hearing the noise, turned their heads. and the yellow-haired thug with a skull tattoo glared menacingly at Feng. Damn it, you little busybody. Looking for trouble, are you? Believe it or not. I'll take you down too. Feng, undaunted, retorted with a cold scoff. In broad daylight, you dare to assault someone? Do you think this is just any place? This is Guangshi. This is a great Xia. There are laws here. The two thugs erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, laws you say? Let me tell you. I'm a law around here. The yellow-haired thug boasted arrogantly. The other thug, wielding a chain, pulled out a spring knife from his pocket. Pointing it at Feng with a sneer, Hey Hornet, look. 2 little lambs have just delivered themselves to us. The thug known as Hornet's eyes flashed with vicious intent as he chuckled. Indeed, since these two are so eager to meddle, let us make them understand the consequences. The 2 ruffians advanced toward Feng. You, kid, empty your pockets of anything valuable. Hand over your money. Ho anugleert fiercely a Feng. The other thug brandished the spring knife, its glimmering blade appearing exceedingly sharp. If plunged into the abdomen, it could cause grievous harm, if not death. Feng's mind raced, and suddenly he noticed a figure stealthily approaching the chain-wielding thug from behind. Remarkably, the youth who had just been brutally beaten was now on his feet, clutching a brick. Feng understood. He intended to launch a surprise attack on the chain thug. I do have some money, but I doubt you have the ability to take it, Feng called out, seeking to divert the thug's attention. Huh, you're courting death, aren't you? I'll stab you. The chain thug threatened menacingly. Just as he finished his sentence, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. The youth in the t-shirt, with a powerful swing, brought the brick crashing down, sending the chain thug sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his head, dazed and incapacitated. Hornet, taken aback, stood frozen, unable to comprehend the turn of events. In that instant, Feng shouted, "Tai, go for him!" Wang Tai was already prepared. He clenched his fist and landed a solid punch on Hornet's face. The strike was forceful enough to send Hornet staggering. Feng followed up with a kick, using all his strength, striking Hornet in the groin. Wang Tai paused, as if he heard a sound akin to breaking eggs. Maple is fierce and precise. Oh, Anno, clutching his groin, curled up on the ground, his face flushed red, resembling a boiled shrimp. Damn it, still daring to rob? I'll beat you until even your mother won't recognize you. Feng cursed, launching a series of brutal kicks to Hornet's head. Each blow landed squarely on Hornet's face, quickly drenching it in blood. Wang Tai did not hold back either, raising his leg to kick. Although somewhat simple-minded, he was not timid when it came to fighting. Towering over Feng, he possessed greater strength, mercilessly kicking Hornet, who cried out in agony. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air like a knife piercing flesh. Feng and Wang Tai jumped in alarm, thinking the t-shirt youth had been stabbed, and quickly turned to look. To their astonishment, the t-shirt youth's eyes were bloodshot, face contorted with murderous intent, as he plunged the spring knife into the thigh of the chain thug. With another thrust, blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The chain thug screamed in terror, "No, no, please." In his eyes, the t-shirt youth had transformed into a demon. The murderous intent in the t-shirt youth's eyes was palpable, his crimson gaze betraying a loss of reason. He was frantic and utterly fearless, realizing the t-shirt youth's intent. The chain thug was gripped by sheer panic, to the point of wetting his pants, tears streaming down his face. "No, please don't kill me." Yet the t-shirt youth seemed deaf to his pleas, aiming for the other thigh. The knife, the length of a palm, plunged deep into his thigh, and blood sprayed forth as it was withdrawn. Feng and Wang Tai stood in stunned silence. Is he out his mind? He has intent on murder. The t-shirt youth, brandishing the bloodied knife, raised his hand high, poised to plunge it into the chain thug's abdomen. The chain thug, gazing at the glinting blade, was paralyzed with fear, mouth agape but unable to scream, his pants soaked with blood and urine. He had never imagined facing such a day. This youth, whom he and Hornet had beaten multiple times, had never retaliated. He had allowed their bullying. But this time, he had unleashed a brutal side. The t-shirt youth muttered, "You bullied me, so I will kill you all." Chapter 29. Han Pinyin, peace year after year. At this moment, the t-shirt youth had completely lost his reason. Consumed by rage, he raised the knife, ready to strike, when suddenly a hand seized his wrist. "Calm down. If you kill him, you'll end up in prison too. If you have any family, think about them." Feng spoke in a low voice. The t-shirt youth turned to see who had grabbed him and, upon recognizing Feng, froze momentarily. Gradually, the madness in his eyes began to dissipate, and he regained a semblance of composure. "You are still young, and your future is bright. There is no need to ruin your life for a thug," Feng gently urged as he observed the youth regaining his senses. Although killing this thug might bring momentary satisfaction, it would ultimately lead to a life as a murderer destined to be imprisoned or even sentenced to death. Sacrificing one's future for a thug was an unworthy trade. "I understand. The t-shirt youth replied calmly. Feng sighed in relief and released the grip on his wrist. Yet, the t-shirt youth suddenly drove the knife into the chained thug's thigh once more. The chained thug howled in agony, now with 4 wounds on his thigh, blood pouring freely and staining the ground. Feng was taken aback, realizing this youth was indeed reckless. The t-shirt youth withdrew the spring knife and approached the crumpled Hornet. No, please don't. I was wrong. Don't stab me. Hornet, witnessing his companion's plight, turned pale with fear, begging for mercy. But the t-shirt youth remained expressionless, plunging the knife into Hornet's thigh repeatedly. Hornet screamed in torment, his face twisted in terror. This knife is mine now. If you dare to bully me again, I will certainly kill you. Without fail. The t-shirt youth's voice was eerily calm, devoid of emotion, yet the murderous intent sent chills down one's spine. Anu, overwhelmed by fear, wept and pleaded, no, please. I want to do it again. Big brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Feng smirked slightly and said to Wang Tai, remember, never underestimate an honest person. When they go mad, they can be fiercer than anyone. Wang Tai was rendered speechless, nodding repeatedly as he murmured, I understand. What are you all doing? At that moment, a voice bellowed from outside the window, demanding answers. Feng swiftly yanked the young man in the blue t-shirt from the ground, whispering urgently, we need to leave this place. The young man took off running, with Feng and Wang Tai hastily in tow. The trio fled the bustling Tianhe City shopping district, eventually reaching the shelter of the underpass at the nearby Guangshi Second Bridge. Once they arrived at the underpass, the young man in the blue t-shirt finally halted, exhausted. Wang Tai plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Brother Feng, do you think the police will be after us? Feng, also gasping for breath, managed to catch his breath before replying with a smile. No, those two are undoubtedly seasoned criminals. They wouldn't expose themselves by calling the police. Phew, that's a relief. Wang Tai chuckled, visibly easing his tension. Brother, you're back. Suddenly, a bright, melodious voice of a young girl echoed from the shadowy corner of the underpass. Feng and Wang Tai turned in unison to see a ragged little girl, her hair unkempt, timidly emerging from the darkness. She appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, small in stature, equally emaciated and malnourished, yet her large, bright eyes sparkled with innocence and purity. Upon noticing Feng and Wang Tai, the little girl instinctively hid behind the young man in the blue t-shirt, her face betraying a hint of fear. Nana, don't be afraid. They're my friends, he reassured her. Are you hungry? Look, I brought you some bread. Hurry and eat. He fished out a half-eaten piece of bread, salvaged from a trash bin, and offered it to the little girl, his face softening with a tender smile. The little girl accepted the bread, her wide eyes filled with concern as she asked, Brother, have you eaten? I have, see? I've already eaten half. The rest is for you. But brother, how did you get hurt? Did someone bully you? No, I just fell on the way. No one bullied me. Listening to their exchange, Wang Tai felt a lump in his throat, his eyes moistening. The plight of these siblings was truly heart-wrenching. Feng patted his shoulder, reflecting, Teasy, there are people in this world who are far more unfortunate than us. Wang Tai forced a smile, acknowledging, compared to them, our hardships seem trivial. Feng approached the young man in the blue t-shirt, inquiring, what should I call you? Han Pingyan. I'm Feng, and this is my brother Wang Tai. Han Pingyan turned to face Feng and Wang Tai, offering a solemn 90-degree bow in gratitude. Thank you for your help, he said, raising his head to meet Feng's gaze, his eyes brimming with appreciation. His words were simple, yet Feng could feel the depth of his sincerity. This was a man of few words, but with a heart full of genuineness. When witnessing injustice, one ought to lend a hand. I could never stand idly by while someone is treated so poorly, Feng began, but upon noticing the little girl's wide, attentive eyes, he refrained from speaking further. Let us talk over there, Han Pingyan suggested, aware that he didn't want his sister to worry about his troubles. Feng nodded, seeming. He instructed Wang Tai to fetch some candy and food from outside, while he and Han Pingyan settled on a nearby bridge pillar. Han Pingyan, not one for eloquence, recounted his story in a straightforward manner, devoid of any embellishments. He was 18, and his sister Han Nana was 10. The siblings had lived on the fringes of society since childhood. Their parents had been employees at a paper factory, and their combined incomes had sufficed for their survival. However, when the factory was shut down due to excessive pollution, hundreds of employees, including their parents, lost their jobs. The loss of income was a bombshell for them. Following their father's descent into gambling addiction and mounting debts, their mother, unable to endure the situation, abandoned them. 3 years ago, their father, overwhelmed by debt collectors, tragically took his own life. Since then, the siblings have been left to fend for themselves, relying solely on one another. For the past 3 years, they had taken refuge in the underpass. Han Ping'an had tried to find odd jobs, but with the economy in decline and numerous people out of work, competition was fierce, and opportunities were scarce. Their meager and unstable income left them living day to day, often uncertain of where their next meal would come from. The two thugs had seen him as an easy target, frequently using him as a punching bag. This time, he could no longer endure the mistreatment, which had ignited a desire for retribution within him. After hearing Han Ping'an's story, Feng fell silent. He could see that despite the calmness with which Han Ping'an recounted his tale, it was laden with untold suffering. Who gave you your name? It carries a lovely meaning. May you have peace every year, Feng eventually offered, trying to comfort him. My mother, Han Ping'an replied with a self-deprecating smile, finding the irony in it. What are your plans for the future? Feng it. I don't have any, Han Ping'an admitted, a hint of confusion crossing his face. He added, I suppose I'll just take it one day at a time. Feng regarded him with a gentle smile. Then how about you work for me? I'll pay you. Huh? Me? Han Ping'an was taken aback, disbelief written across his face. Really? The excitement was palpable in his eyes. Finding a job to support himself and his sister would be a monumental blessing. Feng nodded earnestly. Absolutely, and I'll provide accommodation. I just acquired a shop today. It's yet to be renovated, and I need someone to help with that. You and your sister can live there. The shop has a kitchen, so you can cook your own meals. Upon hearing this, Han Ping'an trembled, tears welling in his eyes. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and instead stood up and knelt before Feng, bowing deeply. What are you doing? Get up. Feng hurriedly supported him with both hands. Han Ping'an's eyes glistened with tears as he choked out a heartfelt, thank you. He couldn't articulate his gratitude beyond those simple words. To him, Feng's offer felt like a ray of light piercing through his previously dark existence. With a job, he could earn money, buy food, and survive. Surviving meant hope. Thus, it was Feng who had reignited his hope for a fresh start. I told you, you're still young, and you have a future ahead of you. I believe your future will be bright. Feng encouraged with a smile. At those words, Han Ping'an's previously vacant eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Thank you, he replied, perhaps unaware that this day would forever alter the course of his life. Brother, don't bully my brother. Han Nana came sprinting over, wrapping her arms around Han Ping'an while casting a wary glare at Feng. Seeing her brother kneeling before Feng, she misinterpreted the scene as Feng being the aggressor, prompting her to rush overprotectively. Yet, her fear of Feng made her hesitate. Her little lips poised to cry, but unable to do so. Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the profound bond between the siblings. Han Ping'an stood up, ruffled her hair, and said, Nana, I wasn't bullied. He's going to be my boss from now on. You can call a brother Feng. Seeing her brother's relaxed demeanor and Feng's friendly countenance, Han Nana finally lowered her guard and obediently called out, Brother Feng, boss. Good girl, Nana. Wait a moment, and I'll get you some candy, Feng replied. Feng chuckled, wanting to reach out and pat her head, but he withdrew his hand. This was merely due to Han Nana's lingering wariness. Her sensitive heart made it difficult for her to allow anyone to approach her too easily. At that moment, Wang Tai returned from outside, carrying a large bag filled with various foods, candies, and fruits. Here you go. This is what Brother Feng asked me to buy, Wang Tai said, scratching his head with a goofy smile. Han Nanan gazed at the bag of treats, nearly drooling, biting her finger in an adorably greedy manner. Feng took out a bag of gummy candies from the bag and handed it to Han Nanan, speaking gently, Here, little Nanan, this is for you. Han Nanan attempted to reach for it, but glanced at Han Ping'an first, seeking his approval. After a moment of silence, Han Ping'an did not immediately reach out, feeling unworthy of accepting such gifts since he had not yet accomplished anything. Feng recognized his thoughts and smiled, saying, Consider it a welcome gift from me. Trust me, you should accept it. Han Ping'an, feeling grateful, finally extended his hand to receive the bag. Only then did Han Nanan dare to take the candy from Feng's hand, her face lighting up as she sweetly exclaimed, Thank you, Brother Feng. Feng pulled out his wallet from his pocket and handed Han Ping'an a 50 yuan note. Your monthly salary is 300 yuan, and this is an advance on your pay. Please meet me tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at number 100, Tiana Road, Lane 8. I can't accept this. Han Ping'an firmly declined, his attitude resolute. Just take it, Feng insisted, holding the money out before him. Yet, Han Ping'an remained unmoved, repeating firmly, I cannot accept it. I haven't done anything yet, and I cannot take money. This was his principle. Seeing Han Ping'an's unwavering stance, Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. All right then, remember to come to the shop tomorrow to find me. A smile finally broke on Han Ping'an's face as he replied, Okay, it's getting late, and I have things to attend to. Let's head back. See you tomorrow, Feng said, bidding farewell to Han Ping'an. Take care, boss. Hmph bowed slightly. Feng smiled and replied, don't call me boss. Just like TZ, you can call me Brother Feng. Yes, Brother Feng. Hmph nudity honestly. Then we shall take our leave. See you tomorrow. Little Nan Nan. See you tomorrow. Feng waved to Han Nan Nan. Goodbye, Brother Feng. Han Nan Nan mumbled through her mouthful of gummy candy. Holding his sister's hand, Hmph watched as Feng and Wang Tai departed. Brother Feng is a good person. Han Nan Nan remarqued earnestly. Indeed, he is our benefactor, Hmph replied, his eyes filled with gratitude for Feng. Brother Feng, I will forever remember today's kindness and will surely repay it in the future. He silently resolved in his heart. Feng and Wang Tai returned to the shop to retrieve their bicycles, heading towards Zhao Xingye's computer repair shop. As Feng parked at the entrance, the sharp-eyed Zhao Xingye immediately noticed him and came out to greet him. Haha, brother, is here. You arrived just in time. It's Saturday, and we have 4 customers bringing in their machines for repairs. They've been waiting for you. Zhao Xingye exclaimed with a broad grin, his eyes squinting with delight. Why are there so many today? Did boss Zhao do some promotions? Feng inquired curiously. Considering the foot traffic in my shop, I usually get around a dozen machines for repairs each month. Zhao Xingye chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much. I just sent a text to my previous customers, letting them know we've started new repair services. Those old clients found it more convenient and cheaper here, so naturally, they were eager to come. Zhao Xingye beamed with self-satisfaction. You certainly have a knack for business, Boss Zhao. I'll have to learn from you more in the future. Feng complimented him. Flattered by the praise, Zhao Xingye's face lit up, and he responded, if brother, he wants to learn, we could partner up for business. You could handle the repair services, train some apprentices, and we could dominate the computer repair business in this area, easily making hundreds of thousands. Feng had anticipated Zhao Xingye's intentions, but partnering with him was out of the question. Such a person was purely a businessman. What is a businessman? Someone who sees only profit. As the saying goes, friendship based on profit is fragile. Once the profit is gone, so is the friendship, and they may even become enemies. With Zhao Xingye, Feng had always maintained a mutually beneficial relationship, and it was indeed just that. Let us discuss this later. I need to get started on the repairs. Feng said casually as he made his way to the workbench. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Zhao Xingye's eyes, but he maintained his smile. The 4 machines all presented black screen issues. 2 had memory problems, while the other 2 were suffering from capacitor issues on the motherboard. The memory in these 2 machines was SDRAM PC 110 milliseconds 64 megabytes, which cost over 1,300 yuan for a new unit. Troubleshooting these older memory types could be quite troublesome. Boss Zhao, please inform the customers of these 2 machines that they have memory issues. They may need to wait a bit longer. They should be ready by around 6 this evening. Feng turned to Zhao Xingye and said, what? You can fix them today? I thought it would take 2 or 3 days. The customer checked with the electronics company, and they quoted a price of 1,000 yuan, with a wait time of 5 to 6 days. Zhao Xingye expressed his astonishment. Feng joked, are you doubting my skills, Boss Zhao? Or my character? No, absolutely not. I'll let the customers know right away. Zhao Xingye hurriedly clarified. Feng focused on repairing the computers, and before long, it was 6 in the evening. The customers began to arrive one by one, eager to retrieve their machines. Feng finally completed his tasks, testing each machine to ensure they functioned properly before handing them over. Just as he was about to carry a main unit outside, he suddenly recognized one of the customers. Buddy, is the computer fixed? Yang Jian approached with a cheerful smile. Brother Yang, what brings you here? Feng replied in surprise. Oh, nothing much. A friend's computer broke down, and I recommended him to come here for repairs. You fixed them quickly and well, saving time. We're heading to the bar afterward. Yang Jian grinned. Receiving such recognition from a customer lifted Feng's spirits. Business should be like this. One party has a need, and the other can fulfill it. A mutually beneficial arrangement that leaves everyone satisfied. Most importantly, customers must acknowledge your skills. Only then will they bring you new clients. Is that so? Thank you for supporting my business. The computer is working fine, right? Feng inquired with concern. Everything's great. It works like new. I can even play Red Alert without any lag. Your skills are impressive. Yang Jian praised, giving a thumbs up. Feng chuckled. As long as it works well, that's all that matters. In reality, he had merely cleaned out the memory garbage. In this era, before computers became ubiquitous, most people were not very skilled at using them once they took them home, and with no third-party software to assist them, their computers would inevitably slow down over time. The computers are all fixed. Let me start them up for you. Feng addressed the 4 customers. He proceeded to power on each machine, demonstrating that everything was in order. The customers beamed with delight, praising Feng's exceptional skills. Ultimately, they all paid the repair fees without hesitation. For individuals, each possessing 800 yuan, witnessed Feng amass an impressive 200 yuan in merely half a day's work. Once all the patrons departed, Zhao Xingye approached Feng with palpable excitement, rubbing his hands together as he extolled, "Young brother, your skills are remarkable, surpassing even those of the Electric Science Tower. Currently, there are scarcely a few establishments in Guang City capable of repairing computers. Most individuals are compelled to send their devices back to the manufacturers. If we were to join forces and embark on a grand venture, we would undoubtedly reap substantial profits." Feng smiled politely, diverting the conversation. "Let us discuss this later. Boss Zhao, now, let us settle the payment." Zhao Xingye's share amounted to 640 yuan, yet Feng handed him 650, insisting he return the extra 10 yuan. Observing Feng's apparent disinterest, Zhao Xingye, though somewhat disappointed, was nonetheless pleased to receive the money and return the 10 yuan. Earning several hundred yuan in a single day was indeed exhilarating. He regarded Feng with increasing admiration, perceiving him as a veritable golden goose. If only this young man would be willing to partner up. Feng, after collecting his earnings and counting the remaining change in his wallet, found himself with 710 yuan, a significant sum for the day. What delight! This was a promising lifestyle. While this amount was neither trivial nor substantial, it was still far from sufficient for him to venture out independently. Expenses for shop renovations, office supplies, and a new batch of computer components would require considerable funds, and many such financial needs loomed on the horizon. However, with precisely 60 days remaining until the college entrance examination, he needed to earn as much as possible during these 2 months working for Zhao Xingye. "Well, Boss Zhao, I've finished my tasks and it's getting late. I must return home for dinner. I'll come back tomorrow." Feng bid his farewell. "Young brother, allow me to treat you to a meal today. Let us dine at Guangwei Building. It's on me," Zhao Xingye urged enthusiastically. "No, perhaps another day. I have matters to attend to." Feng politely declined, waving his hand as he prepared to exit the shop with Wang Tai. A middle-aged man clad in a yellowing white shirt and carrying a satchel nearly collided with him upon entering. "Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry." The man quickly apologized. "No problem," Feng replied with a smile. The man nodded and called out, "Boss Zhao, have you given it some thought? Are you interested in this batch of goods?" "Manager Huang, I've considered it, but since I deal in new computers, I have no use for your outdated components. You might want to inquire elsewhere." Zhao Xingye replied impatiently, waving him off. The middle-aged man, Huang Guangyuan, appeared dejected. "All right, I'll look elsewhere. I won't disturb you any longer," he sighed, turning to leave. However, Feng, having overheard the mention of a batch of old computer components for sale, felt a surge of interest and followed him. After walking several dozen meters away from the shop, Feng called out, "Manager Huang, wait a moment." Huang Guangyuan turned back, puzzled to see the young man he had almost bumped into earlier. Was this young man seeking trouble? "Do you need something, young man?" he asked, eyeing Feng with caution. Feng offered a gentle smile and said, "I heard you mention old computer components back in the shop." Huang Guangyuan paused, realizing that this young man was indeed inquiring about the components, which sparked his curiosity. Adhering to the principle of seizing every business opportunity, he quickly donned an enthusiastic expression and began to introduce his services. It turned out he was a sales manager at an electronic component recycling company, though, in reality, he was more of a salesperson. Their company specialized in recycling old home appliances and electronics, sourcing items with residual value from individuals or waste stations. Last month, they procured a batch of outdated computers from an internet cafe that had been discarded, 25 units in total. However, the usable parts had already been stripped by the seller, leaving only the unusable components, which were sold as scrap. When their company owner saw this batch, he became interested, believing that he could assemble 2 or 3 functional computers from the salvage parts. To his dismay, all these components were old and somewhat damaged, rendering them incapable of assembling even a single machine. The costs of repairing these obsolete parts would be exorbitant, and even if restored, they would fetch little in resale value, making the entire batch a financial burden. Consequently, the owner sent his salespeople to scour the city for any computer shop willing to purchase these components to offload this hot potato. However, after canvassing the entirety of Guang City for over half a month, no shop owner had shown interest. After listening to the entire account, Feng felt a spark of inspiration but maintained a calm demeanor. "Manager Huang, I'm a senior student from No. 1 high school, and I have a keen interest in computer components, so I'm looking to acquire some old ones for research purposes." Upon hearing Feng was merely a high school student, Huang Guangyuan couldn't help but exhibit disappointment. He had anticipated finding a significant buyer, only to discover he was just a student. "Alas, it seems my efforts have been in vain today," he lamented. "If you're looking to buy, You might want to check with the waste recycling shop. You may find a few components there, Huang Guangyuan suggested, subtly indicating that purchasing from him was unworthy of consideration. The selection there may be limited, but I'm interested in buying a substantial lot to delve deeper into my studies, Feng replied with a smile. You wish to buy? Do you have that much money? 25 outdated components, including monitors, would cost around 5,000 yuan, Huang Guangyuan asked, perplexed. Wang Tai interjected, astonished. What? 5,000? That's outrageous. You bought them by weight, and now you're selling them as computer components? What a scam. Brother Feng, let us forget about it. They're trying to rip us off. Wang Tai attempted to pull Feng away. Feng cast him an appreciative glance. Teasy, well done. You're quick to apply what you've learned and have grasped the art of haggling. Indeed, Manager Huang, that's not a very sincere offer. If that's the case, it seems we won't be able to reach an agreement, Feng responded, shaking his head as he turned to leave. Hearing this, Huang Guangyuan quickly detained the two. Not wanting to miss an opportunity with someone interested in the goods, he exclaimed, Young man, don't rush. The price is negotiable. Very negotiable. Feng feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively. All right, let us take a look at the goods in a few days. If your price remains this absurd, you might as well prepare to sell them for scrap. Huang Guangyuan hastily grasped Feng's hand, wearing a conciliatory smile. No, that won't happen. I'll discuss it with the boss and ensure we provide you with a satisfactory price. When do you plan on coming to check the goods? I'm available anytime. Feng glanced at the sky. The sun had already set. It's getting late, we should head back. Let's talk in a few days. Young brother. When is a few days exactly? Could you leave a contact number? Huang Guangyuan urged. Next Saturday should work. My number is 0207754486. Feng provided the phone number belonging to Gu Muxi and then took his leave, departing with Wang Tai. Wang Tiechi rode his bicycle, perplexed, and inquired, Feng Ge, do you truly wish to purchase those dilapidated parts? Feng chuckled, responding, what may seem like electronic waste to others is to me a treasure. Whether we can strike it rich hinges on the quality of that batch. I see. Then why not go check it out tomorrow? Teasy, are you foolish? If they discern our genuine intent to buy, they will undoubtedly inflate the price. We must bide our time and conceal our true intentions, ensuring we drive their prices down to the bare minimum. Oh, I understand now. Feng Ge, you're brilliant. I get it. Chapter 31. Gumui, Sitinki Yifeng. Look back at me. In the evening, Wang Tai hurriedly transported Feng home. As they passed a mobile phone store, Feng requested him to stop. Feng Yi. What for? I need to buy a phone. It's inconvenient to be without one. Feng dismounted and continued. Wait for me here. I'll be quick. Upon entering the store, which was modest in size and offered various brands of new and second-hand phones, Feng directly inquired about the price of second-hand Nokia 3310. This model typically retailed for around 1,500 yuan as new, but the owner quoted 800 yuan for the used one. After some negotiation and persistence, Feng successfully reduced the price to 600 yuan and spent an additional 20 yuan on a 7-digit phone IC card, which he activated immediately. He handed over 620 yuan, elatedly fiddling with his new device. The 3310 was the most popular phone of the moment, capable of making calls, sending messages, and playing Snake. It was undoubtedly the best value among all current phones. Now I too possess a telephone. Once outside, Feng proudly showcased his purchase to Wang Tai. Look, brother, I have a phone now. Feng Ge, let me see. Wang Tai exclaimed excitedly. He took the phone, exploring it with curiosity, having seen one before, but never having had the chance to use one. Feng demonstrated how to send messages and make calls, while Wang Tai looked on with envy. All right, enough yearning. Once we earn some money, I'll get you a phone too. Feng patted his shoulder. Really? Feng Yi, I adore you. Wang Tai exclaimed in delight. Go on, enough of that. My orientation is perfectly normal, all right? It's getting dark, pedal faster, let's head home. Upon reaching home at 7, Feng opened the door to the delicious aroma of food. Wow, it smells amazing. Mom, what delectable dish have you prepared today? Feng called out cheerfully. You, my child, have been out all day and only now think to return? Muxi has helped me with quite a bit of housework. Meng Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Feng noticed Gu Muxi sitting obediently on the sofa, watching television. She turned a glance at him and said, Feng, where did you and Wang Tai go to play? You didn't take me along. Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. We didn't do much, just repaired a computer. What, did you miss me after just one day? Feng teased as he approached her, lowering his voice. As if, who would miss you? Only a fool would. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed as she retorted proudly. Feng, after dinner, come with me. I have something to give you. Feng paused, intrigued. What are you giving me? Gu Muxi replied mysteriously. You'll find out after dinner. Feng scratched his head, pondering what this girl was up to. Surely, It couldn't be a prank, could it? He decided to tread carefully. After washing his hands, Feng's father, Jianjun, returned home. Dad, why are you back from work so late today? Feng inwarded, puzzled. The factory workers are forming some self-help association. They want to elect representatives to negotiate their rights in the city, and I had to attend a meeting. Hence my late return. Jianjun sighed. The situation at the third rolling mill is becoming increasingly chaotic. I heard old Gu has been dispatched to Shanghai to discuss a merger with the Shanghai Steel Company, and there are a few grievances. Upon hearing this, Feng felt a sudden clarity. The circumstances were indeed deteriorating. In his memory, the third rolling mill would not survive until next year, inevitably joining the ranks of state-owned enterprises succumbing to the wave of reform. The third rolling mill was merely a microcosm of the myriad state-owned enterprises. The largest wave of layoffs in Daxia was upon them. Dad, it'll be all right. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Feng reassured him. Amidst such overwhelming circumstances, individual power is limited. Everyone is swept along by the currents of time. All one can do is strengthen oneself and struggle valiantly against the tide. Let's not discuss work at home. Come, it's time to eat, Meng Xiaoyan announced as she brought out the dishes. Tonight's meal was as sumptuous as the previous evenings, featuring 3 dishes and a soup, sweet and sour fish, stir-fried bittermelon with pork, garlic water spinach, and a delicious clam and vegetable soup. Feng mused that he had indeed been fortunate these past few days, thanks to Gu Muxi. After feasting, Gu Muxi and Feng ventured downstairs to digest their meal. Under the cloak of night, the dim streetlights illuminated the staff quarters, with the occasional bark of a dog piercing the quietude. It was peaceful and serene. As they descended, Gu Muxi playfully covered Feng's eyes from behind and said, "You cannot open your eyes just yet." "Why not? What are you up to? Planning to steal a kiss?" Feng wished it. Gu Muxi blushed and retorted, as if, "Stinky Feng, why have you become so smooth-tongued lately? Always trying to gain an advantage with your words. Did I not mention I have a surprise for you? You absolutely cannot peek." Gu Muxi cautioned before releasing her grip. Feng slyly opened his eyes just a crack, only to find Gu Muxi staring intently at him. You peeked. You're clearly not being honest." Gu Muxi caught him in the act. Feng promptly closed his eyes again, arguing, "No way, I didn't open my eyes. I saw nothing." "Stop your excuses. Now turn around and face the wall." "Don't look back," Gu Muxi instructed, leading him to the wall. Feng grasped her delicate hand, relishing the sensation. "Hey, why are you holding my hand? Let go." Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed as she wriggled free, giving him a sidelong glare. This annoying Feng is truly bothersome. "Are you ready?" Feng asked. "Just a moment. Don't turn around yet," Gu Muxi instructed as she stealthily moved away. Soon, she emerged from the stairwell pushing a brand new Phoenix bicycle. This was purchased with her 2 years' worth of pocket money, totaling 130 yuan. It served as a gift for Feng. His old bicycle had seen 3 years of use, now worn and frequently malfunctioning, with brakes that barely functioned. Thus, she had decided to buy him a new one, hoping he would appreciate the gesture. Surely, he would be thrilled with this present, wouldn't he? Gu Muxi felt an inexplicable anticipation for Feng's surprised reaction. She positioned the bicycle behind Feng. "Stinky Feng, turn around and look at me." "Huh?" Feng turned around to see Gu Muxi supporting a brand new bicycle, her face beaming with joy. He glanced at the new bicycle, astonished. Is this the gift you wish to give me? A new bicycle?" Feng found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all the effort he put into hitching a ride in her car, she unexpectedly gifted him a new bicycle. How was he to continue riding with her in the future? "What, you don't like it?" Gu Muxi asked in bewilderment, noticing that Feng's expression lacked the joy she anticipated, instead appearing slightly disheartened. "No, I love it. I absolutely adore this splendid new bicycle. Is this your gift to me? I am overjoyed," Feng exclaimed, feigning an expression of delight. Gu Muxi retorted, "Could you be any more insincere? If you don't like it, I'll return it tomorrow." She huffed, pretending to push it away. Wait. I do like it, truly. Whatever you buy for me, I cherish." Feng quickly took hold of the bicycle. "It's the new Phoenix model. Must have cost quite a bit." "Not really, just 130 yuan. My New Year's money is nearly spent." Gu Muxi responded. "I'm so touched. I might just shed a tear. May I borrow your shoulder for a moment?" Feng pretended to wipe away tears and embraced Gu Muxi. "You smell delightful and feel so soft." Gu Muxi looked bewildered. "Do you know a saying?" "What?" "Turning on the lights in the restroom is courting disaster." "Huh. Watch out for my deadly crosslock. I'll let go." Gu Muxi swiftly wrapped her arms around his head, locking him in place, and Feng was instantly subdued. "Hmph. Dare to take advantage of me? Quite bold, aren't you?" "Absolutely not. Gu Muxi, you are mistaken." Feng protested, his face flushed as Gu Muxi's cheeks reddened like a ripe peach. You cheeky Feng. Do you think I don't know your intentions? Mistaken? You only ever bully me. Miss Gu, it seems you're the one bullying me now. They were playfully wrestling when suddenly a voice came from behind them. What are you two doing? Meng Xiaoyun's surprised tone broke the moment. Both froze, slowly turning around to see Meng Xiaoyun holding a bag of garbage. Her expression, one of utter disbelief. In that instant, both Feng and Gu Muxi felt an acute sense of social embarrassment. Gu Muxi quickly released Feng, awkwardly saying, Auntie, just taking out the trash, let me help you. She stepped forward to take the garbage bag from Meng Xiaoyun. Meng Xiaoyun shot a glare at Feng, son. Are you bullying Cici again? Mom, you are so biased. I swear, we were just playing. Feng scratched his head awkwardly. As long as that's the case. Don't bully Cici, understand? Treat her well. Meng Xiaoyun instructed before turning to head upstairs. As soon as Meng Xiaoyun ascended, Gu Muxi jogged back. So did Annie say anything? She said you can't bully me anymore. Yi Feng, replied earnestly. Gu Muxi saw through his deception and laughed. I don't believe you. Come on, hop on your new bicycle. Let us go for a ride and see how it handles. Feng kicked the stand aside and mounted the bicycle, while Gu Muxi gracefully leaped onto the rear seat. Where do you wish to ride? Anywhere you like. It's up to you. Let us go to the night market. I'll treat you to some sweet soup. Really? Let us hurry then, ha. Hold on tight. I'm about to start riding. I'm already steady. You just need to pedal. Grasping my shirt 1T, keep you steady. If you don't hold on to my waist, you'll be thrown off. Fine, is this good? Little Fengzi, let us set off. Chapter 32. Brother, send a flower to your girlfriend. Near the workers' residential area of the steel mill, there exists a vibrant night market, a favorite haunt for the employees of the third steel factory after sundown. Here, one can indulge in skewers, drinks, sweet soups, fried snacks, and a plethora of delectable offerings. The bustling atmosphere was a result of the popularity of the West Lake Road night market, leading to similar establishments springing up adjacent to residential communities across the city. This particular night market was a mere 10-minute bike ride from the workers' quarters. Feng and Gu Muxi arrived at the entrance of the night market, parking the bicycle along the street. Wow, it doesn't seem as lively as before, Gu Muxi remarked, glancing around in surprise. The stalls on either side sold clothing and undergarments, while the interior featured various food stands. Although the number of stalls remained the same, the foot traffic on the street appeared to have diminished. Are you in the mood for something specific? Feng asked with a smile. How about we check out the lingerie? Not sure if they have anything suitable for you, Gu Muxi teased, rolling her eyes. Come on, I want sweet soup. All right. Let us go then, Lady Gu, he replied as they strolled side by side into the market. Gu Muxi, naturally drawn to shopping, began to browse enthusiastically. Despite her earlier dismissal of lingerie, she soon found herself pausing at a stall, selecting items. What color do you fancy? Any particular style? Would you prefer lace? The middle-aged vendor cheerfully inquired. I'll just take a look. There's so much to choose from. It's a bit overwhelming. Gu Muxi replied as she sifted through the options. The vendor chuckled softly. Why not ask your boyfriend for his opinion? Choose something he likes, after all. You're wearing it for him. Gu Muxi paused, taken aback. Boyfriend? Yes. Ask your boyfriend's opinion, right, young man? The vendor teased Feng. Feng nearly burst into laughter. Madam, you have an excellent eye. Even you think we make a good match? Gu Muxi's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly explained, Madam. He is not my boyfriend. The vendor looked skeptical. If he isn't your boyfriend, why is he here helping you buy lingerie? Cough, really not. Gu Muxi insisted, her cheeks heating with embarrassment. Oh, I see. I thought you two were a couple. My apologies. The vendor chuckled heartily. Gu Muxi chose 2 beige lace-trimmed pieces and inquired. How much for these 2? 15 yuan each, the vendor replied. Huh? That's quite pricey. I think I'll keep looking, Gu Muxi said, her expression torn between desire and reluctance to spend. Feng took her hand, smiling. If you like them, just buy them. Tonight's treat is on me. Madam, please wrap these 2 up. The vendor beamed, saying, thank you for your patronage. Young lady, your boyfriend is truly a gem. Gu Muxi forced a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. Feng paid for the items and handed the bag to Gu Muxi. Here you go. Thank you. Gu Muxi accepted it with glee. What cup size did you get? Hope you didn't buy too large. Feng inquired curiously. Gu Muxi pinched his cheek playfully. If you can't keep your mouth shut, just say less. They playfully left the stall while the vendor chuckled to herself. These kids are clearly a couple. After purchasing the lingerie, they moved on to a stand selling fried snacks, each ordering a skewer of beef. The skewers currently available are crafted from freshly prepared meat, offering an exquisite tenderness that is complemented by a touch of black pepper sauce, reminiscent of a steak's flavor. Feng savored the skewers with gusto, while Gu Muxi maintained a more demure demeanor, taking delicate bites. Feng finished his portion first, and, after retrieving a napkin from the stall to wipe his mouth, he suddenly noticed that the corners of Gu Muxi's lips were smeared with black pepper sauce. giving her the appearance of having a mustache. Look at you. Eating so slowly, yet making such a mess. He teased as he casually pulled a napkin closer, leaning in to gently assist her in cleaning her mouth. Muxi was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. With her large, glistening eyes wide open, she gazed at his face and, upon witnessing his focused expression, felt a sudden flutter in her heart. In that instant, she realized that Feng had a certain charm about him. She could feel his warm fingers brushing against her lips, and in that unintentional contact, it was as if electric currents coursed through her. The sensation was truly marvelous. All done. Just be careful while eating next time. We don't want you to end up looking like a calico cat. Ha ha. Feng wisst it. Oh. Muxi replied softly, lowering her head, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks, not wishing for Feng to see her embarrassment. The two of them strolled from one end of the street to the other, eventually reaching a dessert shop, where they found an empty table with 2 plastic chairs. What would you like to drink? Feng invited. I would like ginger milk. She responded. Then I'll have coconut sago. And remember, no stealing my drink. You can have a couple of sips at most, he laughed. Muxi stuck out her delicate pink tongue. In the past, while enjoying dessert, she would often steal sips from Feng's drink. Uncle Lin, 1 ginger milk, 1 coconut sago, and an order of fried potatoes. Feng called out to the proprietor of the shop. All right, got it. Please wait a moment. The middle-aged owner replied with a smile. This dessert shop had been in business for over a decade, and both Feng and Muxi had frequented it dozens of times. The owner, affectionately nicknamed Old Lin, ran the establishment known as Old Lin's Dessert Shop. After a while, Old Lin emerged with their orders. It's you too. Have you been out late recently? He greeted cheerfully. Preparing for the college entrance examination, we've had a lot of homework lately, so we can only come out on weekends, Muxi replied. Is that so? Well, you should focus on your studies. Don't spend all your time on romance. Old Lin joked as he set down the desserts. Huh? Muxi was momentarily stunned. Old Lin chuckled. Hey, I'm just kidding. Out for dessert with your girlfriend in the evening. You're quite the romantic young man. Hee, just the usual ranked third in the world. Feng accepted the title of boyfriend with delight. Muxi shot him a playful glare, her cheeks flushed, just as she intended to clarify with the owner. He turned and walked away. Muxi, why does everyone think we're a couple? It's really quite vexing. Feng pretended to feign distress, though the grin on his face betrayed him. Muxi scoffed. Who would be foolish enough to like you? Only a fool would fancy you. Doesn't he have any discernment in business? Feng found her disgruntled expression amusing. All right then, enjoy your ginger milk. As they sipped their desserts and engaged in light-hearted conversation, it felt as if their topics were endless. Halfway through, Muxi's gaze wandered to Feng's coconut sago, her lips tinged with temptation. Xiao, is your coconut sago delicious? Upon hearing her query, Feng understood her intentions. Here, you can have 2 sips, just 2 sips. Mind you, he said indulgently. Don't worry, I'll take tiny sips, Muxi eagerly nodded. She snatched Feng's coconut sago, took a spoonful, then lifted it to her lips and gulped down a sizable mouthful. The sound was akin to a water buffalo drinking. Whoa, stop. Feng hurriedly reached for it, but only a third remained in the bowl. Burp. Xiao, your coconut sago is quite delightful. Geumwidenasha exclaimed contentedly. Feng simirkit. And you still dare to say that after drinking half of it? It was just a little too much by accident. Xiao, you can surely handle it. You want tea mine, right? Muxi beamed with satisfaction. Of course I would tea mind. Feng suddenly scooped a piece of her ginger milk and popped it into his mouth. Your milk is quite tasty too. Muxi bared her teeth in a playful pout. All right, since you dared to ambush me, I'll take some of yours. No way. You want to bite me? Extend your hand and see if I dare to bite you, she challenged. You dare? You're a little puppy. Hmph. You're the puppy, no, you're a pig. Then you must be a cabbage. Huh? What do you mean by that? Then I can root around you, ha ha. Go away. As they were playfully bickering, a little girl with a flower basket approached them, her demeanor lively. Flowers for sale, flowers for sale. Would you 2 lovely brothers and sisters like to buy some? The girl, dressed in a floral dress, held a basket filled with roses. Muxi paused her antics, turning to her with a warm smile. These flowers are beautiful, but I don't need any, thank you. The little girl blinked her big round eyes at Muxi, then turned to Feng. Brother, why not give her girlfriend a flower? Muxi was taken aback. Little one, you have quite the business acumen. Feng felt a surge of happiness, admiring the little girl for her determination to sell flowers late at night. He glanced at the basket, counting 15 roses, and asked, how much are your flowers? $5 each. The girl held up 5 fingers. Then I'll take them all. Here, $8. Keep the change. Feng said as he handed her the money. Thank you, brother, the little girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. After receiving the money, she bundled all the roses together and handed them to Yifeng. Sister, your boyfriend is very kind to you, wishing you both everlasting happiness. The girl curtsied and skipped away. Muxi face-palmed, exasperated by the child's lack of discernment. She shot a glare at Yifeng. Why spend so much money on flowers? Are you planning to keep them? Of course. They're for you, Yifeng said as he presented the bouquet to her. Muxi froze, staring at him in disbelief. For me? She asked, pointing to herself. Yes, what does a big man like me need with flowers? Consider a gift for you, Yifeng smiled. Muxi's face lit up with delight. All right then, I shall graciously accept. Taking the bouquet, she inhaled its fragrance, exclaiming, it smells wonderful. I'll take care of it. Feel free, but I doubt these roses will last long, Yifeng remarked. As long as I put in the effort, I can keep them alive. Asserted confidently. After finishing their desserts, the two rode their bikes home. Upon reaching the entrance, they coincidentally ran into Wang Tai, who was out for a stroll. Brother Feng, where have you two been? Wang Tai approached them. Suddenly noticing the bouquet in Muxi's arms, his expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, I see. Hee, Brother Feng, you're quite the catch. Wang Tai winked at Yifeng. Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she spat. Wang Tai, what are you thinking? This flower was purchased to be nurtured. Yifeng chuckled. Oh, nothing much. Just took a stroll through the night market and had some late-night snacks. That's wonderful. The date went rather smoothly, didn't it? Wang Tai remarked, giving Yifeng a thumbs up as he approached. It was all right, Yifeng replied. Oh, ha! Wang Tai called out with a knowing tone. Muxi shot them both a glare and declared, I don't want to deal with you two anymore. I'm heading home to plant the flowers. Upon returning home, the first thing Muxi did was retrieve the idol vase, wash it thoroughly, fill it with water, and elegantly arrange the bouquet of roses within. All done. She clapped her hands and sat at the dining table, lost in thought, gazing at the roses. She had received flowers from other boys before, but none seemed as exquisite as those gifted by Yifeng. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Yifeng and Wang Tai rode their bicycles to the shop located at number 100, Lane 8, Tiana City. As Yifeng entered the alley, he spotted Hmph sitting on the steps outside the shop with his sister. He couldn't help but chuckle. Hmph was indeed quite eager, arriving so early. Yifeng stopped in front of Hmph, asking, Pingin, why are you here so early? Hmph stood up, looking somewhat shy. Hello, Brother Feng. I just want to come here and wait around. Have you been waiting long? When did you arrive? At 6. Did you have breakfast? Yes, I did. I haven't finished the snacks you gave me, Brother Feng. Yifeng rolled his eyes. You can't rely on snacks for breakfast. You need to eat. And your sister does too. He then pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket, handing it to Hmph. Go buy some breakfast, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Hmph hesitated, bowing his head in silence. Yifeng smiled. It's not just for you. It's for both of you. Iron and I haven't had breakfast either. Only then did Hmph accept the money, nodding. Okay, Brother Feng, I'll go now. With that, he dashed toward the alley's entrance, eager to complete Yifeng's task. Yifeng shook his head. Hmph was far too sensitive and a bit stubborn. However, such individuals were indeed well suited for execution roles, as they would strive to complete tasks swiftly and efficiently. Little Wan, don't stay outside in the wind. Come in and sit, Yifeng said warmly as he opened the shop door. Hmph, thank you, Brother Feng. Han Wan obediently nodded. Since he had bought her a bag of candies and snacks the day before, she was no longer afraid of Yifeng and felt a sense of closeness. Inside the shop, apart from the 4 white walls and the bare kitchen at the back, there was little else. The shop's hard furnishings were acceptable, but Yifeng intended to modify the electrical layout for better functionality. Last night, he had already designed the shop's plan on paper. This design was undoubtedly ahead of its time. The soft furnishings and services within the shop needed to be cohesive to provide customers with an unparalleled shopping experience. As the only physical space where customers interacted, it was essential to cultivate this environment to enhance the success rate of marketing. Please take this list and rent some tools for me, mainly for wall excavation, Yifeng said, pulling a list from his pocket that included items like drills, chalk lines, and tape measures. If tools could be rented for this one-time renovation, there was no need to purchase new ones, thus saving costs. Wang Tai glanced at the list and nodded. Sure, I'll go get them. By the way, also pick up a set of kitchen utensils, spatula, basin, and the like, as well as some seasonings, Yifeng added, handing Wang Tai the money. All right. Wang Tai took the list and money and rode off. Before long, Hmph and Wang Tai returned in succession. The 4 of them, undeterred by the dirt, sat on the floor and began their breakfast. The meat buns were 50 cents each, vegetable buns were 30 cents, a steamer of dumplings cost only 2 yuan, and soy milk was 30 cents, making for an exceptionally generous breakfast for just 10 yuan. Yifeng even thought that 4 people might not finish it all. However, he underestimated the appetites of Hmph and his sister. Hmph devoured the buns 2 bites at a time, downing a pack of soy milk in one go. as if he hadn't tasted such delights in ages. Meanwhile, Han Wanwan seized a large meat bun and went to town on it. Pingin, Wanwan, slow down. There's plenty left, don't choke. Feng worriedly admonished, concerned that the siblings might choke. Before long, what was intended to be enough breakfast for 6 was entirely consumed. Han Wanwan, now satisfied, had a rosy glow on her cheeks. Thank you, Brother Feng. This was the most filling meal I've ever had, she exclaimed gratefully. Feng ruffled her hair, smiling. From now on, you both can eat and stay here. You and T have trouble getting enough to eat. I've already asked Ty to buy pots and pans, and later, I'll arrange for you to have 2 beds. You can stay here temporarily until the shop renovations are complete, and then I'll rent a house for you. Han Wanwan didn't shy away from Feng's hand and smiled sweetly. Han Pingin, feeling a bit awkward, stood up and said, Brother Feng, just tell me what you need me to do. Later, I'll teach you how to groove. Pay close attention, and then it will be up to you to handle it yourself. There will be quite a bit of wiring to do, and it may take 10 days to half a month. But don't rush. We have plenty of time to get it done properly. Feng replied with a smile. Han Pingin nodded earnestly. Brother Feng, I will learn well. For Han Pingin, having a job was already a blessing from heaven. Thus, he silently vowed to excel in his work, to be efficient and produce quality results. He felt indebted to Feng for all the concern he had shown, and not doing well would mean failing to repay Feng's kindness. All right, let us take a break and then get to work, Feng said as he stood up to stretch. After a brief respite, he distributed dust masks to everyone and commenced the grand endeavor of wall chiseling. Lil Wanwan, being too young for heavy labor, helped by sprinkling water, sweeping the floor, and tidying up tools. Following the design from the previous night, Feng began marking lines on the wall, planning the placement of outlets, and snapping chalk lines as he taught the two about the principles of construction. This was all very basic renovation knowledge, and anyone with a slight understanding would find it easy to learn. Once planned, they began drilling holes with the impact drill. After making a hole, they used a hammer to knock off the cutout outline, thereby creating an outlet box. Feng taught carefully, demonstrating twice, and Han Pingin listened intently, jotting down key points in a notebook. After observing and practicing a couple of times, Feng handed the drill to him, and Han Pingin quickly got the hang of it. Although his technique was still a bit clumsy and the cuts weren't entirely even, overall, it was acceptable. Not bad, Pingin. You picked that up quickly. You have a good grasp. Feng encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Upon hearing Feng's praise, Han Pingin couldn't help but show his excitement. For so many years, he had rarely received any recognition from others, even from his parents. Now, receiving Feng's acknowledgement made him feel as though he had found value in life. Value in simply existing. Thus, this simple recognition served as a tremendous motivator for him. Brother Feng, I will do even better. Han Pingin spoke solemnly. Indeed, this project is quite substantial. Do not rush. What I seek is superior quality in the work. You will manage it alone, and if you complete it within half a month, that will fulfill the task. Feng cautioned him, fearing that in his eagerness to work efficiently, he might neglect the quality. Understood, Brother Feng. Hampinga nodded empathically. Remember, work from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., and try not to disturb the rest of the other residents, Feng instructed. Very well. Feng meticulously outlined every detail, while Han Pingin diligently noted everything down in his notebook. After contemplating and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Feng proceeded to purchase portable beds for the siblings from Wang Tai, along with a few sets of changeable clothing. The shop was equipped with a kitchen, a bathroom, beds, clothes, and food. Though the conditions were not ideal, it was still livable, far better than a drafty bridge shelter. Once everything was settled, Feng and Wang Tai headed to Zhao Xingya's shop to continue repairing computers. It was the weekend, and there were still 3 more computers to fix. Feng earned 1,200 yuan, counting the money in his hands, feeling a profound sense of reassurance. While money may not be everything, its absence is indeed crippling. With money, one gains confidence and a sense of security. Striving to earn and improving daily, such a life is fulfilling. Glancing at the clock, Feng noted it was already 5 p.m. The work was done, and it was time to return. Boss Zhao, I have classes tomorrow. I'll come back after school. Feng informed Zhang. Ah, Xiao Ge, don't be in a hurry. Tonight, we must go out for a meal. It's on me. Let us head to Xinxing restaurant. Zhao Xingye quickly grasped Feng's arm. Just as Feng was about to politely decline, Zhao Xingye continued. Hold on, Xiao Ge, don't rush to refuse. Tonight, I've also invited Huang, he from the employment office at Guangzhou University. Teacher Huang has a wealth of talent at his disposal. I believe that as computers become more widespread, the computer repair business will undoubtedly flourish. To establish a successful business, we need capable individuals. Why don't the 3 of us have a good discussion? We might just conceive a promising future. Yifeng's heart stirred. He had not anticipated that Zhao Xingye had such connections. This was indeed an opportunity to engage with the academic network. However, Zhao Xingye's attempt to draw him in might be a miscalculation. Chapter 34. This young man is no ordinary individual. Yifeng pondered for a moment and concluded that attending would not be detrimental. Thus he nodded. Very well, let us indulge in a meal courtesy of Boss Zhao tonight. Upon hearing Yifeng's acceptance, Zhao Xingye's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Ha! Excellent. I will call to reserve a private room right away." Zhao Xingye cheerfully rushed off to use the landline. "Brother Feng, are we really going to this dinner?" Wang Tai asked, appearing somewhat hesitant and anxious. He had never attended a formal gathering and feared he might say something foolish. "Do not be nervous, just stick with me, and you need not say much," Yifeng replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. In his past life, he had navigated numerous banquets and business dinners, often dining with various leaders and business executives. In China, most successful negotiations occur over a dining table, with the culture of dining intricately intertwined with business. No feast is complete without wine. No business is concluded without it, as the saying goes. "TZ, please help me buy 2 bottles of pure milk," Yifeng instructed. "Huh, Brother Feng, do you really need 2 bottles of milk?" Wang Tai questioned, scratching his head in confusion. Yifeng chuckled. "Just go and buy them. I'll explain later." "All right, I'll go do that now," Wang Tai replied, dashing out to purchase 2 bottles of pure milk. Yifeng downed the 2 bottles of milk with gusto. Zhao Xingye emerged from the back room, his round face beaming with delight, saying, "Yishao Ge, don't drink so much milk. I bought 2 bottles of fine wine. Save some room, so we can enjoy a few drinks together." Yifeng grinned. "I have only a modest capacity for alcohol, so please take it easy. No worries. If you happen to get drunk, I'll book a room for you all to rest." Zhao Xingye's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The sole purpose of inviting Yifeng to dinner was to recruit him into the venture to expand the repair business. He had contemplated hiring individuals for computer repairs, but that proved futile. With computers not yet fully ubiquitous, finding skilled technicians was a challenge. Most who understood repairs worked for large tech firms, while others sought high-paying positions elsewhere. Talent in this field was exceedingly scarce. Hence, the only way to expand the repair business was to have Yifeng serve as a technical mentor, bringing in students from Guangzhou University who specialized in relevant fields and teaching them repair skills. This was essential for growth and strength. Thus, this dinner was of paramount importance to him. To persuade Yifeng, he had gone to great lengths to invite Huang, he from the employment office, sparing no expense to host at Hmph Restaurant, the finest and most expensive establishment in Guangzhou. "It's about time. Let us take a taxi over," Zhao Xingye suggested cheerfully. "Wait, I need to make a phone call home first," Yifeng replied. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the landline at Gu Muxi's home. After a few rings, the call connected, and Gu Muxi's melodious voice resonated on the line. "Hello, who is this?" "Hey, it's me, Gu Muxi." "Oh, Yifeng, why are you still out so late?" "Wang Tai and I have some matters to attend to. Please inform my parents that we want to be home for dinner." "Not going home for dinner? All right. Are you two planning to go to an internet cafe?" "No. We're just going to stroll around the city center." "Okay, but next time I want to join." "Sure. I'll take you out to have fun next week for your birthday." After a brief conversation, they hung up. Yifeng weighed his phone. Having a mobile was indeed convenient. Subsequently, Yifeng, Wang Tai, and Zhao Xingye set out, hailing a taxi to Hmph Restaurant, having been open for nearly 8 years. Hmph Restaurant, although not as venerable as establishments like Tataju or Baiwei Lu, gained widespread acclaim for its excellent cuisine and suitable business atmosphere, making it the preferred choice for business discussions in Guangzhou. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yifeng and Wang Tai observe an array of luxury vehicles parked outside: Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Cadillac, and more. In this era, owning even a modest car was a sign of wealth, and those who could afford luxury cars typically had fortunes exceeding $1 million. "Wow, look at all these luxury cars," Wang Tai exclaimed, his eyes wide with envy. Yifeng, accustomed to such opulence, felt no particular excitement and replied, "Don't envy too much. One day, we will be able to drive cars like these too." "Yishao Ge, let us head inside. The private room has been reserved," Zhao Xingye said with a smile. The three ascended to the 3rd floor, which featured a spacious dining area, a lounge, and a series of private rooms along the corridor. Guided by a female server, they arrived at a relatively spacious private room with a round table that could accommodate 10 guests. While Zhao Xingye was busy ordering, Yifeng descended to purchase 2 packs of soft drinks. Just as he returned, the tea was served, and the door to the private room swung open to reveal 2 newcomers. "Haha, Boss Zhao, long time no see." A middle-aged man with slick back hair and a rotund belly greeted with a beaming smile. "Hello, Teacher Huang." Zhao Xingye promptly rose to welcome him with a warm smile. The two individuals engaged in a cordial handshake, exchanging pleasantries as if they were long-lost friends, yet each harbored ulterior motives. Come, Teacher Huang. Let me introduce you to my little brother, Feng. His computer repair skills surpass even those of the experts at the electric science building. His proficiency is truly remarkable, Zhao Xingye proclaimed as he introduced Huang He. Hello, Teacher Huang. I am Feng. Feng stepped forward to shake hands, offering a modest smile, exuding neither arrogance nor servility. Huang He grasped his hand, scrutinizing Feng with keen eyes, though Feng appeared exceedingly youthful. With an air of naivete still lingering on his face, his demeanor radiated confidence and composure, prompting Huang He to regard him with newfound respect. You are the prodigy that Boss Zhao spoke of. Truly an accomplished young man. Huang He chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits of amusement. I dare not claim such accolades. Computer repair is merely a hobby I indulge in alongside my studies, Feng replied humbly. Zhao Xingye noticed a young man beside Huang He, seemingly in his 20s, and inquired, Teacher Huang, who is this? Huang He introduced him. This is Liu Bing, a colleague of mine in the same office. He is a graduate of the University of Science and Technology and was once my student. Greetings, Boss Zhao, Liu Bing responded with an air of superiority, shaking hands with Zhao Xingye before casting a disdainful glance at Feng, his eyes betraying a hint of contempt. Having heard Huang He mention a computer repair genius would be present, Liu Bing had anticipated a stimulating exchange of technical knowledge. However, upon meeting Feng, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Was this merely a child? What level of expertise could someone so young possess? Hello. Liu Bing extended his hand towards Feng, his tone devoid of warmth. Zhao Xingye silently shook his head, recognizing Liu Bing's arrogance. Feng squinted slightly, offering a smile as he grasped Liu Bing's hand. A senior from the University of Science and Technology. I have heard that your institution consistently cultivates exceptional talent in technology. I have long admired it. Feng's words elevated Liu Bing's status as a technological talent. A proud smile danced upon Liu Bing's lips, clearly relishing the compliment. Getting into the University of Science and Technology is merely a matter of effort. May I inquire, which university are you currently attending? Xiaoga, Liu Bing asked, adopting a condescending tone, looking down upon him. Huang He frowned slightly at this remark, but chose to remain silent. I'm still a student at No. 1 high school, and will be taking the college entrance examination in a couple of months, Feng replied with a smile, revealing his true status without reservation. Oh, then I encourage you to apply to the University of Science and Technology in the future. Though the entrance is quite challenging, with some effort, you may find hope, Liu Bing remarked, his demeanor growing more dismissive upon learning Feng was merely a high school senior. Not even university student. What genius could he possibly be? It seems Boss Zhao's judgment is rather questionable if he is assembling a gathering for someone like this, Liu Bing thought, a look of scorn crossing his face. Let us not stand around chatting. Come, let us take a seat and enjoy some tea, Huang He interjected cheerfully. The group settled into their seats, with Zhao Xingye initially taking the lead, but graciously inviting Huang He to take the prominent position, placing Feng at Huang He's left. Zhao Xingye personally poured tea for everyone. Huang He took a sip and exclaimed, "This tea is delightful, Boss Zhao. What kind is it?" Zhao Xingye was momentarily taken aback, as he had no knowledge of tea. He had simply requested the most expensive option from the server. Teacher Huang, I'm just a simple fellow and cannot discern the type of tea. I forgot to ask the server. Shall I fetch them to inquire? Zhao Xingye suggested, slightly embarrassed. Surely, this must be Xinjiang Mao Jian, and it is likely pre-Ming tea, Feng interjected suddenly. Huang He was taken aback, smiling as he asked. I had a feeling it was, but Xiaoga, you can identify it just by the aroma? You seem quite knowledgeable about tea. Feng took a sip, smiling modestly as he replied, I have dabbled a bit. I cannot claim to possess extensive knowledge. The leaves of this pre-Ming Xinjiang Maojian tea are plump and slightly shorter, with a pale yellow hue, a quality exclusive to the tender buds of spring tea prior to the Ming period. This exceptional tea, I believe, can only be rivaled by the top-grade Dongting Bilyukan. Both possess similar flavor profiles, yet their aromas differ. Xinjiang Maojian is astringent upon entry, but leaves a sweet aftertaste, while Dongting Bilyukan has a lighter, more fragrant taste, hence the saying, in the mountains, the emeralds fly everywhere, and the fragrance of Bilyukan intoxicates for miles. With a smile, Feng spoke fluently, referencing various sources, exhibiting poise and ease. Huang He and Zhao Xingye listened intently, nodding in agreement. Huang He engaged Feng in a lively discussion about tea, finding a kindred spirit in him. Xiaoga, you are indeed well-versed. Do visit my home for tea sometime. Let us explore this topic further. Huang He exclaimed. Thank you for the invitation, Teacher Huang. though I must humbly decline for now. Perhaps after my college entrance examination, Feng replied with a grin. Indeed, studies must take precedence. No problem at all. Huang He smiled, his eyes narrowing. The more he observed Feng, the more he sensed that this young man was extraordinary. His eloquence was both grand and laced with humor. He hardly resembled a mere student. He seemed more akin to a seasoned veteran of the business world. Chapter 35, The Banquet Interests. Observing his former teacher engage so amiably with Feng, Liu Bing felt a twinge of discomfort. So, he merely knows a bit about tea? What is so remarkable about that? He scoffed, interrupting Huang He and Feng's conversation. Feng, I've heard from Boss Zhao that your computer repair skills are quite impressive. Is that truly the case? Zhao Xingye was taken aback, questioning whether Liu Bing had any sense of decorum. How could one start a conversation by questioning another's abilities? Was this not a blatant affront? This university student, still sheltered from the harsh realities of life, clearly lacks social grace. Of course, Xiaoga's computer repair skills are commendable. There's no need to question them. I have complete faith in his abilities, and to date, he has yet to encounter a computer he cannot fix. Zhao Xingye defended Feng. Huang He shot a disapproving glance at Liu Bing. Liu Bing, bewildered, wondered why his simple inquiry had warranted such a reaction from his teacher. It's nothing extraordinary. Just a bit of knowledge to earn a living. There is still much to learn, Feng replied nonchalantly. Let me test you then. If a computer has no sound and the motherboard is faulty, where do you think the issue lies? Liu Bing pressed on, undeterred. Huang He was momentarily taken aback. This question held considerable depth, one that even students from the University of Science and Technology might struggle to comprehend, let alone repair. Feng had yet to even enter university. Was this not simply an act of putting him on the spot? Enough, Liu Bing. Focus on eating rather than speaking. Huang He realized that bringing him along was a mistake. Clearly, he had never faced the real world. Even Feng demonstrated a greater understanding of conversation. Feng smiled slightly. Not a problem. It's a minor issue. First, check the capacitors on the motherboard to see if the voltage is normal. If that checks out, then examine the sound chip. Most likely, the CP solder joints have come loose. Simply clean and resolder them. Liu Bing stared at Feng in astonishment, surprised that he could respond so accurately and even provide the repair method. It seems he does possess some skill. Indeed, that is correct. You've made a valid point, Huang He said, a look of realization dawning upon his face. Zhao Xingye's commendation of Feng was evidently justified. This young man was indeed a genius. Not only were his technical skills impressive, but he also handled himself with remarkable finesse. Collaborating with such an astute individual would undoubtedly be a rewarding experience. Repairing computers is merely a personal hobby of mine. I am far more inclined towards delving into programming tools and languages, such as C and Java. I believe that the Java tools developed by Sun Microsystems may shine brilliantly in the future, particularly with the formidable capabilities of JDK-12, which boasts a rich library. Feng smiled as he spoke. Huang He was taken aback and exclaimed, My goodness, you even study Java? We don't even have that course at our school. Brother, you are truly a genius. Feng chuckled inwardly, knowing that such a course would undoubtedly be available in the future. It's nothing much. I just indulge in reading technology magazines and explore topics that pique my interest, Feng humbly replied. Beside them, Liu Bing was astonished and opened his mouth, wanting to join the conversation. Yet he only knew the name without any practical experience, which left him feeling quite vexed, as though overshadowed by a younger individual, an embarrassing predicament. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought forth the food and drinks. Zhao Xingye promptly called out, Come, let us eat and chat at the same time. He poured drinks for everyone. I toast to Teacher Huang and brother. Feng clinked his glass and downed the drink in one go. The liquor was somewhat fiery upon entering his stomach, suggesting a considerable alcohol content. Brother has a great capacity for alcohol. Come, let's enjoy some food first. Zhao Xingye exclaimed with delight, knowing that if Feng was drinking, certain matters would be easier to discuss. Wang Tai quietly and obediently dined at the side, refraining from conversation. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Feng, observing his interactions with Huang He and Zhao Xingye. He committed to memory every word Feng uttered and every action he performed. Witnessing Feng navigate the conversation with such ease and gradually seize the initiative made him the focal point of the gathering. Occasionally, Feng would deliver clever remarks, eliciting laughter from everyone, which invigorated the atmosphere substantially. Wang Tai silently marveled. Brother Feng is truly impressive. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were enjoyed, Huang He expressed a desire for a cigarette, turning to Liu Bing. Xiao Liu, do you have any cigarettes on you? Cigarettes? Teacher Huang, I don't smoke, so I don't carry any. Liu Bing shook his head. Huang He replied, Perhaps you should refrain from joining us next time. It's no trouble, Teacher Huang. I can have the waiter bring some. Zhao Xingye quickly offered, having forgotten to buy cigarettes himself. No need, Teacher Huang, you may smoke mine, after all. Liquor and cigarettes go hand in hand. I have some here, Feng said as he pulled out 2 packs of soft zhonghua from his pocket. Soft zhonghua? That is 85 yuan a pack. Huang, he exclaimed, realizing that a single box was nearly equivalent to a third of an ordinary person's monthly salary. His face immediately reflected admiration. This young man is quite remarkable, articulate and socially adept. Impressive indeed. Zhao Xingye was also taken aback, never expecting Feng, who claimed not to smoke, would carry cigarettes. Furthermore, his choice of soft zhonghua was quite extravagant, totaling 170 yuan for 2 packs. Excellent. Let us indulge in brother's generosity then. You truly have a big heart, carrying soft zhonghua with you. Huang laughed. Feng expertly tore open the package and shook it, 2 cigarettes emerging from the box. I'm accustomed to it, but I cannot smoke just yet. I made an agreement with my father to wait for 2 months, he explained. Teacher Huang, feel free to enjoy. Feng stood and offered the cigarettes to Huang He. Observing Feng's adeptness in unwrapping the cigarettes, Huang He chuckled, you certainly don't seem like someone who has never smoked before. He took a cigarette, and Feng retrieved a lighter to ignite it, demonstrating great thoughtfulness. Thank you. Huang He laughed heartily, growing increasingly appreciative of Feng. You're welcome, Feng grinned, passing the cigarette to Zhao Xingye. Zhao Xingye accepted the cigarette, noting that they had consumed enough alcohol, and it was time to address serious matters. Lighting his own cigarette, he remarked, without a doubt, we have all enjoyed ourselves during this meal. It is indeed a fortuitous occasion for us to gather. As the saying goes, share a drink together, earn money together. Teacher Huang, what are your thoughts on the matter I previously mentioned? With your involvement, we will undoubtedly have an abundance of talent for our computer repair business. Huang He pondered for a moment, took a puff from a cigarette, and glanced at Feng before replying, oh, I hardly believe I can be of much assistance. With brother around, students from the University of Science and Technology will gain invaluable knowledge and earn a living as well. Why not seize the opportunity? As long as brother is willing to teach, many will surely be eager to learn. Huang He's words suggested that he had no objections, and it primarily depended on Feng's willingness. If Feng was inclined to participate, he would certainly find someone to learn from him. His presence at this meal was also to gauge Feng's capability and potential. After the meal, he concluded that Feng would undoubtedly be a core figure in the computer repair business, indispensable in every aspect. Both his technical skills and interpersonal demeanor were beyond reproach. Huang He then passed the ball back to Zhao Xingye. A moment of silence enveloped the table, as each of the 3 individuals had their own thoughts. Zhao Xingye was momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped Huang He's implication. He turned to Feng and said, brother, with Teacher Huang's resources, our business is virtually guaranteed to succeed. The demand for computer repair in the future will undoubtedly be robust. We should cultivate more talent and establish repair shops throughout the city. Earning a fortune is certainly not out of reach. As for the financial aspects, as long as you agree, we can negotiate easily. There is no issue at all. He finished speaking, his gaze fixed intently upon Feng, eager to observe his reaction. However, Feng maintained a calm expression, refraining from immediate response. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, Zhao boss, you certainly possess a keen business acumen. I also believe this venture has potential. Zhao Xingye's face lit up with joy. Has Feng finally agreed? Yet in the next moment his smile faltered. However, I still have exams to prepare for, and once those are over, I must attend university. We can discuss this matter further at a later date. Feng casually provided an excuse that was difficult to refute, which left Zhao Xingye feeling anxious. He almost urged Feng to delay university and focus on earning money first, but the words caught in his throat. Persuading someone not to pursue education would be an unwise move. Brother, this can be done in your spare time. It won't be a hindrance. Zhao Xingye urged, a hint of urgency in his voice. Feng's expression cooled slightly. Zhao boss certainly has a sense of humor. He assumed Zhao Xingye was joking, providing him an escape. When Zhao Xingye was about to speak again, he noticed Feng's demeanor and had to suppress his disappointment. Huang He observed the exchange with keen clarity, understanding Feng's attitude towards Zhao Xingye, which only deepened his appreciation. This young man displayed remarkable composure in the face of such temptation, a level of self-control not commonly found. If it were someone else, hearing Zhao Xingye's grandiose proposal would have stirred their blood, leading them to eagerly agree to partner in business. Yet, such individuals often face the greatest failures. Feng was truly exceptional. Come, Zhao boss, let us not rush matters. Haste makes waste. Let us enjoy our drinks first. Huang He interjected, raising his glass in invitation. The meal continued from 6 in the evening until 9 at night, and only when the group had nearly finished drinking did they disperse. Zhao Xingye went outside to settle the bill. With him absent, He poured Feng a cup of tea and smiled. I see that brother is destined for greatness. You will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the future. Not at all. I will rely on teacher Huang's guidance. Feng replied, bowing slightly. An elderly fox and a young one exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. Today, I felt an extraordinary affinity with young master E. Here is my business card, which bears my telephone number. Let us keep in touch and engage in frequent exchanges. He proactively extended his card, believing that this promising young man before him had limitless potential. If such a talent were to fail, who could possibly succeed? Thus, he harbored intentions of fostering a closer relationship. Feng received the card with both hands, glanced at it, and solemnly tucked it into his pocket, smiling as he remarked, "It is only right. There is much I do not yet comprehend, and I ought to seek guidance from teacher Huang." He narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of shrewdness passing through them. "Come, let us toast with tea in place of wine. Our acquaintance is a fortunate fate. Let us clink glasses to our burgeoning friendship." Feng raised his cup to meet Huang He's, and both drank heartily. After a while, Zhao Xingye returned, exchanging polite sentiments about future gatherings before they all took their leave. Zhao Xingye offered to call a taxi for Feng to return home, but Feng politely declined. He and Wang Tai opted to hail a cab back to Zhao Xingye's shop to retrieve their bicycles. Late into the night, the surroundings were tranquil, the roads devoid of vehicles and pedestrians sparse, as two bicycles rolled side by side beneath the dim glow of the streetlights. "Brother Feng, I can see that Zhao Fatty was quite eager to recruit you tonight. It seems he is unwilling to let this lucrative opportunity slip away." Wang Tai voiced his concerns, apprehensive about potential entanglements. Feng chuckled lightly. "Of course we will continue working with him. My relationship with Zhao Fatty is merely one of mutual benefit. There is no need for reservations. TZ, let me share a piece of wisdom. Do not be misled by brotherly camaraderie expressed over drinks. Often, the other party may simply wish to exploit you. Zhao Fatty's overtures to involve me were merely an attempt to leverage my connections to expand his repair business. However, do you realize what would likely occur if I were to truly join forces with him?" Once I was taken aback. "Brother Feng, what do you mean?" Feng's expression remained calm as he replied, "Once I have trained those university students to handle the business, he will promptly cast me aside. Trust me, someone like Zhao Xingye is capable of such treachery. At that point, my value would no longer be irreplaceable. If he were to oust me, he would reap all the profits without sharing, which could amount to hundreds of thousands or even millions. In the face of such potential gains, what does conscience matter? Not that he possesses any to begin with." Wang Tai gasped in realization. "Indeed, we certainly cannot collaborate with him." Feng laughed. "Thus, we shall pursue our own path. Tonight has been fruitful. We have leveraged Zhao Xingye's gathering to meet teacher Huang from Guangzhou University of Technology. Huang He, once a teacher and now in the employment office, holds a significant network, and maintaining a relationship with him will be immensely beneficial for us in the future." Wang Tai turned to gaze at Feng in astonishment. In that moment, he perceived Feng as an astute old fox. In casual moments, Brother Feng was approachable and warm, yet when it came to serious matters in business, he transformed into a figure of wisdom and resolve, his thoughts meticulously calculated. Wang Tai felt an overwhelming admiration, thinking to himself, "Brother Feng will be my idol from now on." The two continued their ride, returning to the staff housing as the clock approached 10. At the stairway, Feng parked his bicycle. The effects of the alcohol had dissipated somewhat in the night breeze, but he still sniffed at his clothes. "TZ, do I still smell of alcohol?" Wang Tai leaned in closer to assess. The scent of liquor is quite strong, and there's also a notable odor of smoke. Feng slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. If he returned home smelling like this, his mother would undoubtedly detect it, leading to a storm of reprimands, and his father might resort to the belt for a good scolding. It would be impossible to explain himself at that point. What to do? A thought struck Feng suddenly. Muxi's parents were still away, returning only the next afternoon. Perhaps he could stay at Muxi's place for the night? Chapter 36. Muxi, please don't leave me, all right? After contemplating for a moment, Feng concluded that this was the only viable option. He could return home to change clothes after his parents had gone to work the next day. "TZ, it's getting late. You should head back and rest. I'll see you at school tomorrow," Feng waved. "Sure thing, Brother Feng. You should get some sleep too. I reckon you've had at least a gene of alcohol," Wang Tai replied before pedaling away. At the mere mention of alcohol, Feng still felt a twinge of headache and dizziness. The 52-degree liquor he had consumed was no less than 8 taels. And while the cool breeze had initially kept him sober, The effects surged once he arrived home. Had it not been for 2 bottles of pure milk, he might have collapsed on the road. If the aftereffects were too severe, he would likely miss school the next day, necessitating Gu Muxi's assistance in requesting a leave of absence. Feng slapped his drowsy head, attempting to regain some clarity. He stealthily ascended the stairs, wishing not to rouse his parents. Arriving at Gu Muxi's doorstep, he gently knocked. "Who is it?" Gu Muxi's voice suddenly called from within, tinged with caution. "It's me, Feng," he replied in a hushed tone. Feng. Footsteps approached, and the door swung open. Gu Muxi appeared in a loose, long-sleeved nightgown, her dark hair cascading down, some strands resting on her fair shoulders. The delicate straps of her nightgown accentuated her alluring collarbone, captivating the eye. Her exquisite face bore a hint of drowsiness, her milk-white skin seemingly aglow. Judging by her appearance, she was likely preparing for bed, yet had been summoned by Feng. The moment Feng laid eyes on her, he was taken aback by her beauty. Feng, where have you been wandering? You reek of smoke and alcohol. Have you been drinking? And smoking too? You're suffocating me." Gu Muxi pinched her nose in disdain. Feng glanced back at the door of his home, noting the silence. But he did not wish to linger at the threshold. "Let us discuss this inside," he urged, gently pushing her through the door. Once inside Gu Muxi's home, Feng felt the alcohol's aftereffects intensifying, and he collapsed onto the couch in a weary heap. "You scoundrel, where have you been tonight? Why did you drink so much? Are you drunk? Honestly, you're an adult and still don't know your limits? Did you smoke too? You're truly a source of worry." As Feng lay there with his eyes slightly closed, listening to Gu Muxi's gentle scolding, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Being drunk and hearing a woman at home fuss over you is indeed a blissful experience. It signifies that one is not alone in the world, that there exists a girl who cares about you. "Oh, it's nothing much. Just had a meal with Ba Xiao from the computer shop and discussed some business." Feng leaned against his forehead, his vision beginning to blur. "Oh dear, Ida Xiao, going off to conduct business, how impressive." Gu Muxi feigned disbelief. Yet she could see his intoxication, and, feeling too lazy to argue further, decided to help him out. "This troublesome fellow must be drunk. Let us wash his face," she muttered to herself as she turned towards the bathroom. There were no extra towels in the bathroom, and with a pout, Gu Muxi resigned herself to using her own towel. "Once Feng awakens, he must buy me a new towel." Gu Muxi filled half a basin with cool water, then added boiling water from the kettle, testing the temperature with her finger. Once satisfied, she submerged the towel to dampen it, wringing it out afterward. Turning back, she noticed Feng slumped on the sofa, half asleep with his head tilted to one side. "Hmph, see what drinking too much got you." Gu Muxi puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "If it weren't for my good heart, anyone else would have thrown you out by now." As she muttered to herself, she sat beside Feng, carefully wiping his face. Feng felt the warmth of the towel against his skin, imbued with a unique fragrance, her scent. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and her features came into focus. "What is it? If you hadn't gotten drunk, I wouldn't be tending to you," Gu Muxi replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Feng smiled at her, peering through the towel at her sparkling eyes and long, fluttering lashes. Her focused and meticulous demeanor warmed his heart. Sometimes, Gu Muxi truly had a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. "How endearing." "Thank you," he expressed gratefully. Gu Muxi finished wiping his face and shot him an exasperated glance. "Is that all? Just a thank you? You owe me a treat tomorrow, 2 popsicles. Otherwise, you can't expect me to take care of you tonight." Feng grinned. "Sure, no problem, as many as you want. Just say the word. This is on you. I'll remember it, so don't go back on your word when you're sober." Gu Muxi stood up to wash the towel again and settled back down beside him. A gentle fragrance wafted toward Feng, who inhaled, feeling refreshed, yet also stirred with impatience. Why did Gu Muxi always carry such a delightful scent? He couldn't fathom it, but he knew he would remember this fragrance for a lifetime. As long as he caught a whiff, it would undoubtedly remind him of her. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Feng's eyelids grew heavy, and he began to drift off. "Next time, don't drink so much. Getting tipsy isn't good for your health," Gu Muxi chided gently while wiping his hands. Noticing his silence, she glanced up and saw that he had already closed his eyes, appearing to be asleep. No way did he fall asleep this quickly. Gu Muxi was taken aback. She nudged Feng, intending to suggest he take a shower before sleeping, but it seemed he was too intoxicated for that. This insufferable guy, just thinking about sleeping like this? How utterly disgusting. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. Her sense of smell was particularly acute, especially regarding the stench of smoke and alcohol, which she found revolting. Whenever her father, Gu Xingzhong, returned home reeking of liquor after socializing, she would keep her distance. Only her mother didn't mind, chattering away while helping him undress and tucking him into bed. Gumuyi gnanjit atyefink. Fine, let the filthy guy sleep on the couch. She washed the towel, disposed of the water, and helped Feng lie down on the sofa. However, upon looking closer, she noticed stains on his shirt, which made her mildly obsessive-compulsive side uneasy. Did he get food on his clothes? How frustrating. Muxi puffed her cheeks in annoyance, trying to ignore it. But unable to shake the thought, she concluded she would be unable to rest until the stains were removed. All right, I'll just wipe him down, otherwise the sofa will smell terrible. Muxi contemplated as she fetched a basin of warm water, placing it beside the sofa. She then reached to unbutton Feng's shirt. Suddenly, her gaze landed on his Adam's apple, then trailed down to the faint outline of his muscles. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced as if a little deer were bounding within her chest. Darn Feng, looking thin but still having some muscles, huh? Why am I getting a bit nervous? It's not like I've never seen this guy shirtless before. Calm yourself. She shook her head, attempting to dispel the strange thoughts swirling in her mind. Yet, it was futile. Her face grew warmer as she continued to unfasten his shirt buttons, one by one. With each button undone, her heart raced faster, her face reddening to the nape of her neck. You foul Feng, making me serve you. I'll deal with you later. Muxi felt her cheeks burn, but she steeled herself to remove Feng's shirt, using the warm towel to wipe his body. After completing this task, she pinched her nose, hanging his shirt far away on a chair. How incredibly foul. Thankfully, it was all taken care of. She washed the towel again, disposed of the water, then hoisted Feng's legs onto the sofa, exhaling heavily as she clapped her hands. All done. That really wore me out. She rubbed her shoulders, feeling the strain. Looking down at Feng, who seemed to be in a deep sleep, she wondered if he might catch a chill without a shirt on. After a moment's thought, she returned to her room and retrieved a wool blanket from the wardrobe, gently covering him. Water, I'm so thirsty, Feng suddenly mumbled, smacking his lips. Muxi leaned in, realizing he was asking for water. What a bother. She pouted, but obediently went to pour him a cup of warm water. Here, the water, drink up. Muxi squatted down, bringing the cup to his lips. However, Feng merely smacked his lips, showing no signs of waking. This insufferable guy. I have to feed him water. She wanted to put down the cup and ignore him, but seeing him persistently smacking his lips, appearing parched, she couldn't bring herself to abandon him. Fine. I must have owed you something in my past life. Muxi sighed in resignation. She helped Feng sit up, resting his head against her chest, and gradually fed him the water. He gulped it down eagerly, finishing the entire cup in one go. As she set the cup on the table, just as she intended to lay his head back down, she suddenly heard him mumbling something. Was he talking in his sleep? Muxi bent down to listen closely. Feng rubbed his head and mumbled so soft. You rascal. Her cheeks flushed as she placed his head back on the sofa, huffing in irritation. Foul Feng, I swear you were asking for it. I'll deal with you when you wake up. Wishing she could apply a deadly hold on him immediately, but considering his drunken state, she relented. I'm done with you, I'm going to sleep. Just as Muxi turned to leave, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Muxi, don't go. Huh? Muxi thought Feng was awake, squatting down to peer into his eyes, which appeared to be slightly open. You're awake? She asked, puzzled. Feng's lips moved, as if muttering in his sleep. What did you say? She leaned in closer, hoping to catch his words. Muxi, I regret it. Please don't leave me, okay? She could only intermittently hear Feng's words, but she failed to grasp their meaning. What do you want to say? Muxi inquired once more. Suddenly, Feng's hand enveloped her head, pulling her towards him. In the next moment, their lips met. Muxi's eyes widened in shock, her mind erupting like thunder, leaving her utterly bewildered. Chapter 37. Muxi, listen to my defense. Muxi's muscles tensed, frozen in place. She stared at Feng, astonished, feeling the heated breath emanating from his nose. Aside from that, the warmth on her lips sent electric sensations coursing through her, overwhelming her senses. Indeed, she felt completely numb and dazed. After a prolonged moment of shock, she slowly regained her composure, her cheeks blushing like ripe apples. I was kissed again by that insufferable Feng. How infuriating. This was the second time. That wretched scoundrel. She abruptly broke free from Feng's grasp, retreating several steps, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over her. You despicable Feng. How dare you take advantage of me? I'll strangle you. Wishfulfillments, budding teeth. Her hands poised to grasp Feng's neck, intent on ending his wicked life. Muxi, don't go, Feng murmured softly, his brow furrowed, as if in great distress. Upon witnessing this, Muxi's anger dissipated significantly. Go where? This is my home. If anyone should leave, it should be you. Fine. I shall spare you this time. I will deal with you when you wake up. Gumu, she declared, retracting her hands with an air of pride. Observing Feng's furrowed brow, which resembled a river's winding path, her heart ached slightly. Was that insufferable fellow having a nightmare? She bent down, reaching out her finger to gently massage the furrowed lines on his forehead, hoping to ease his troubled expression. Indeed, Feng's brow relaxed, his demeanor gradually calming, his breath becoming steadier. All right, I'm feeling tired as well. We shall discuss this tomorrow. Gathering Feng's clothes and shoes before returning to her room to sleep. However, as soon as she lay down, the embarrassing scene replayed in her mind like an endless loop, leaving her restless. That insufferable Feng, blushing fiercely, seized her plush pig and began to furiously pinch its cheeks. I'll squeeze you to death. How infuriating. It seemed she was taking out her frustrations on the plush toy as she mercilessly tortured it for a good 7 or 8 minutes until she felt satisfied. Unbeknownst to her, drowsiness soon overtook her, and she embraced the plush pig, tightly wrapping her legs around it, gradually drifting off to sleep. Time passed, and Feng awoke suddenly, compelled by an urgent need to relieve himself. Groggy and disoriented, he instinctively made his way to the bathroom. After finishing, he yawned and stumbled through the dark, opening the door to his room and collapsing back into bed. The night was a bit chilly, and he instinctively reached out for the blanket, tugging at it. Share some of the blanket with me, he mumbled. Don't steal my blanket, Gumushi echoed. Equally groggy, unable to pull the blanket towards him, Feng turned and crawled into it, falling back into a deep sleep. The next morning, a golden ray of sunlight pierced through the curtain's gap, illuminating the room and landing on the bed. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm clock on the bedside table blared. Gumushi, clutching something, felt warmth enveloping her, finding it quite comfortable. As the alarm continued to ring, she wished to sleep more, nudging her head to reach out and silence it. However, her hand brushed against what seemed to be hair, someone's head. Don't disturb me. I want to sleep. Feng's sleepy voice murmured in her ear. Instantly, all remnants of sleep fled, and she jolted awake, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Slowly opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was a neck and chin. Taken aback, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she instinctively leaned back, raising her head to reveal a familiar face. It was Feng's face. Huh? What is going on? How did Feng end up beside me? Where am I? She was utterly confused, struggling to comprehend the situation. The incessant ringing of the alarm clock roused Feng as well. He opened his eyes, regaining awareness, and a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. It smells so good, so familiar. He lowered his head and caught sight of Gumushi. In that instant, their eyes met, both equally stunned and bewildered. Feng, they exclaimed in unison, quickly throwing off the blanket to look down. To their surprise, Gumushi's porcelain arms were wrapped around him, her long, slender legs tightly entwined around his body like an octopus. Thankfully, apart from Feng being without a shirt, their pants and clothes remained intact. How infuriating! Gumushi's cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her limbs from Feng, then, with a swift kick, sent him tumbling off the bed. Ouch! What the hell? Feng fell to the floor with a yelp. That kick effectively stripped him of his sleepwear. Holding his waist, he climbed back up. What the hell? Gumushi, why are you sleeping in my bed? Feng demanded, feeling utterly aggrieved. Your bed? Take a good look around. Whose bed is this? Gumuyude tortet, het, tiet kudenchet. Huh? Feng froze, glancing around at the pink walls, the pink bed, and the spacious desk. He was immediately flabbergasted. What the hell? How did I end up in Gumushi's room? Did I sleepwalk here last night? Oh, my head hurts a bit. Feng rubbed his temples, realizing it was the aftermath of a hangover. You insufferable Feng, how did you end up here last night? Gumushi questioned, her cheeks reddening like an apple. The memory of holding Feng throughout the night flooded her mind, causing her heart to race. Though they had shared a bed during childhood, they had hardly done so since middle school and never in high school. Golf, gumwenaist, let me explain. Oh no, there must be some misunderstanding. There has to be a reasonable explanation. Feng akardli chaklet. Gumushi crossed her arms, adopting a stance of anticipation for his explanation. Perhaps I got drunk last night and sleepwalked. I vaguely remember trying to return to my own room. Feng said with a sheepish grin. You're aware you were drunk last night? Gumushi shot him a glare. You were so utterly inebriated that I had to take care of you all night. She suddenly realized that the term take care felt inappropriate, and quickly amended. I looked after you all night. You owe me a huge favor. Feng recalled drinking with Zhao Pengzi and Huang He, then returning to the neighborhood with Wang Tai. However, he couldn't quite remember what transpired after arriving at the neighborhood. Yes, Count me as owing you a great favor, he scratched his head, chuckling in a carefree manner. Owing Muxi a favor was no great matter. In fact, he didn't mind at all. Do you remember how your foul odor nearly suffocated me last night? Muxi glared at him. I don't remember much. I didn't do anything stupid last night, did I? Feng asked, puzzled. Muxi recalled the scene from last night when he kissed her, her heart fluttering wildly. Cough, cough, no, nothing happened, just forget about it, she stammered. Feng scratched his head, puzzled by her expression. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Xiao Feng didn't come home last night. Do you know where he went? Came Meng Xiao Yun's voice from beyond the door. The sound sent a chill down both of their spines. My mom. Don't let her know I'm here. Feng, vi spitted urgently. In that instant, he felt a thrill akin to that of a secret affair. As Meng Xiao Yun approached, poised to open the door, Muxi hurriedly locked it and exclaimed, Auntie, I'm changing clothes. He said he is staying at Wang Tai's place for the night. I'll go pick him up later, and we'll head to school together. Don't worry. Outside, Meng Xiao Yun's anxious heart finally eased at her words. This child, not even a word when staying at Wang Tai's, she grumbled, then continued. I'm off to the market. I've cooked some porridge. Please pack 2 boxes, and take 1 for Feng too. Okay. Auntie, I understand. Muxi quickly nodded in response. Then I'm off. Meng Xiao Yun's footsteps gradually faded. Both Muxi and Feng let out a heavy sigh of relief, exchanging glances. They both erupted into laughter, amused by each other's awkwardness. We shared the same bed last night. You must take responsibility. Responsibility? Over my dead body. Do you think I'll let you off that easily? We've shared a bed countless times since childhood. Where's your sense of responsibility then? Fine, I'll take responsibility. Yishao, hurry up and leave. Or I'll roll you up and throw you like a bowling ball. Understood, received. Seeing Muxi's demeanor unchanged, Feng felt reassured. As long as she didn't seem repulsed, everything was fine. She probably thought that since they were so familiar, nothing would happen even if they slept together. I drank too much last night and missed a golden opportunity. Feng lamented, shaking his head as he stepped outside. Muxi locked the door again, leaning against it, her heart still racing. That rascal Feng actually climbed in my bed. Truly shameless. Chapter 38. The audacity of Feng to imitate me? On their way to school, Muxi and Feng rode their bicycles side by side. Feng trailed behind, glancing at the empty seat behind Muxi, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Muxi, why send a bike as a gift? There were so many better options, he thought with a resigned smile. Stop. Muxi suddenly called out, bringing her bike to a halt. What's wrong? Feng stopped as well. Yishao, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Go buy me 2 popsicles too. Muxi held up 2 fingers. Feng smirked, eating popsicles this early? Aren't you worried about an upset stomach? I love them. What is it to you? All right, fine. I'll get them for you. Hey, remember, it's 2. Don't try to weasel out of it. Feng parked his bike beside a convenience store and bought 2 popsicles from the vendor. Here you go, he said, handing them over. Muxi gleefully accepted them, ripping open the packaging to lick one eagerly. Feng watched her, captivated by the sight. He swallowed hard, thinking, Muxi, who knew you had such skills? Of course. I've had so many popsicles. I could count them in the hundreds. She completely misunderstood his remark, thinking he was merely commenting on her enjoyment of the popsicle. Wow, who knew you were so skilled at eating popsicles? Feng chucked it softly. What did you say? Muxi didn't catch his words and asked. Cough, nothing. Just eat your popsicle. We still need to get to school, Feng said, clearing his throat to change the subject. Muxi huffed lightly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. 2 adorable little canines peeking out as she bit into the popsicle, snapping off a piece. Feng was momentarily speechless. Wow, so many computers. Exclaimed suddenly, noticing a new internet cafe nearby, where people were setting up computers. Feng observed as well. The year 2000 marked the advent of internet cafes, and now, there were only a handful in the entire Guang city. This was primarily due to the high cost of computers. Establishing an internet cafe required significant investment, and to recoup costs quickly, they had to raise hourly rates. Nowadays, internet cafes charged 10 yuan per hour, making them unaffordable for average students. Despite this, they still attracted considerable clientele, showcasing their lucrative potential and often reaching full capacity, with patrons having to queue for a turn. As a result, by the latter half of the year 2000, internet cafes began to proliferate, becoming a preferred source of entertainment for the youth of that generation. Feng recalled a saying that was once popular. If you want to get rich, open an internet cafe. In that era, opening an internet cafe was a lucrative venture, a true gold mine. The next decade would see internet cafes flourish across the streets and alleys of cities nationwide, far outnumbering arcades. in Feng's business plan. Opening an internet cafe was a crucial component. He would not let such a profitable opportunity slip by. I really want to play on a computer, Muxi said, her eyes sparkling with hope. You've never been to an internet cafe? Feng asked, puzzled. Muxi shook her head. It's too expensive. 10 yuan an hour. I could buy so many popsicles with that. She longed to experience it, but the cost deterred her. Do you want a computer? Feng grinned and asked. Of course, but a decent one costs 7 to 8,000 yuan, and the better ones are over 10,000. Where would I get that kind of money? Muxi shot him a look. Forget it. Let us not linger here. She walked away, continuing to savor her popsicle. Yet couldn't he resist glancing back at the internet cafe. Feng, noticing her interest, secretly chuckled. Once someone desires something, their craving becomes insatiable. He suddenly had an idea for a birthday gift next week. After finishing her popsicle, Muxi hopped back on her bike and called out Xiao. Let us go. The school days were filled with relentless review and problem-solving as everyone prepared for the upcoming major exams. Life in this routine was calm, yet monotonous. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Throughout this week, Feng and Muxi studied together, supporting each other. Even after school, he would visit her room to study together. Mathematics was his weakest subject, and he intended to focus on it to ensure he performed well across all subjects. As he prepared for the college entrance examination, he felt surprisingly little pressure. He was confident he could score near-perfect marks in mathematics and English, allowing for a rather relaxed review process. Xiao, do you know how to solve this math problem? Muxi suddenly inquired, leaning over with her practice book. A delicate fragrance wafted into the air, prompting Feng to glance up, only to find Muxi gazing at him with her large, glistening eyes. However, as his gaze shifted slightly downward, he was captivated by the alluring view afforded by the loose neckline of her attire. Instantly, his eyes widened in astonishment, and a phrase echoed in his mind. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back into you. What are you looking at? Muxi inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Following his line of sight, she realized what had captured his attention, and her face flushed crimson as she hastily covered her chest with her hands. What? I wasn't looking at anything. Feng feigned ignorance. Go to hell. Muxi retorted, blushing furiously as she kicked him away. Hey, you brute. You lecher. They exchanged accusations, their playful banter escalating. Muxi sprang up and leaped onto Feng, pinning him down, baring her teeth as she declared, I shall gouge out your eyes. Heh, I doubt you possess the skill. Feng kantarit, prepare yourself. Dragon kule. You dare to resist? Are you tired of living? Deathlock. The two plunged into a spirited scuffle on the ground. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from the doorway, followed by the entrance of Liwan. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was momentarily taken aback. What are you two doing? She asked, her eyes widening at the sight of Muxi straddling Feng, her hands around his neck, while Feng grasped her waist. Both of them froze, their expressions turning to stone upon seeing Liwan. After a brief pause, Muxi scrambled to her feet, her face still flushed as she scratched her head and stammered. Mom, we were just joking. Please don't misunderstand. Yes, auntie. Muxi wasn't bullying me, Feng added, feigning a look of grievance. The audacity of Feng to mimic her. Liwan shot a disapproving glance at her daughter and said, Little Feng took the time to study with you. How could you bully him? You must learn to get along, understand? Muxi, taken aback, could only reply with a resigned, All right, Mom, I understand, I won't bully him. Liwan then donned a warm smile and addressed Feng. Little Feng, a strange call came in for you. Muxi gazed at her mother's demeanor towards Feng, bewildered. Mom, I'm your daughter. All right, Annie, I'll go answer the call now, Feng said, darting out to take the call. Before leaving, Liwan turned back to remind Muxi, be nice to little Feng, don't bully him. Mom. I didn't bully him, I swear. I watched you both grow up. Do you think I don't know? Little Feng is no match for your judo black belt. Liwan chaklit, koviding hermot. Girls should be more refined. Occasionally behaving like a lady is quite lovely. With that, she closed the door behind her. Muxi tugged at the corners of her mouth. A lady? What is that? Can it be eaten? Such a notion of refinement seemed destined to elude her. In the living room, Feng picked up the landline. Hello, who is this? Is this young Master Feng? This is Huang Guangyuan. Upon hearing the name, Feng recalled that it was the manager selling parts. Manager Huang, what brings you here? Feng said, fully aware that the call pertained to the purchase of parts, yet he chose to feign ignorance. On the other end, Huang Guangyuan chuckled nervously. Young Master Feng, have you forgotten? We agreed you would come this week to look at the parts. You truly have a forgetful mind. I wanted to know your thoughts. I assured my boss that I could offer you a satisfactory price. Noticing the urgency in Huang's tone, Feng recognized the pressure to complete a sale. It was now his turn to seize the initiative. Oh, I remember now. What a forgetful mind I have. If it weren't for Manager Huang's call, I might have completely overlooked it. Let us say tomorrow morning works for me, as it's Saturday. But I must insist on inspecting the goods first. If they do not meet my standards, I will not make a purchase, Feng added with a smile. Huang Guanyuan felt a surge of relief. This batch of goods had been stagnant for too long, and he feared for his position if he failed to sell it. Hearing Feng agree to come tomorrow morning filled him with hope that the goods might finally move. All right, our company is located at 19 Hshuan Road. I eagerly await your arrival, young master Feng. Huang exclaimed excitedly. Understood, Feng replied as they exchanged pleasantries before hanging up. After setting down the phone, Feng rubbed his chin, noting that he currently held over 12,000 yuan in cash. While the funds were ample, he was determined to minimize costs. Throughout the week, he had been repairing computers for Zhao Xingya after school, earning 2,000 to 3,000 yuan daily. By now, he had accumulated more than 12,000 yuan, which would be allocated for store renovations and purchasing computer parts. With many expenses looming, he aimed to allocate every penny judiciously. Returning to Gu Muxi's room, he was met with her curiosity. Who called you? I said it was a beautiful woman. Do you believe me? Think tisit. Gumiedenat scoffed, a beauty. I don't believe it. Which beauty would look your way? She must need an eye examination. With that, she resumed her studies. Feng settled beside her with a book. Half an hour later, Gu Muxi interrupted. Stinky Feng, which beauty was looking for you? Do I know her? Chapter 39. Gu Muxi is 18 years old. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Feng and Wang Tai boarded a bus to 19 Hshuan Road. It was a street-facing commercial and residential building known as Hshuan Mansion. Although dubbed a mansion, it was merely 6 stories tall and rather wide. Upon arriving, Feng called Huang Guanyuan, and shortly after, Huang appeared at the entrance, jogging to greet them. Hello, young master Feng. Huang exclaimed, warmly shaking Feng's hand. Manager Huang, please take me to see the goods. If they don't suit me, I'll leave. I have other matters to attend to, Feng replied calmly, his demeanor suggesting a lack of interest in the parts. Of course, the goods are at the company. This way, please, Huang said, eagerly gesturing for them to follow. Guided by Huang, Feng and Wang Tai ascended to the 3rd floor of the company. Huang's firm, Shengxin Electronics Recycling Company, specialized in the recovery of household appliances and electronic products. Feng understood the revenue model of such enterprises. They procured electronics with residual value, like old air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, and computers, from the primary market at low prices and resold usable second-hand products to dealers or returned them to manufacturers, profiting from the margin. Such companies thrived in the current market, yet required substantial working capital. If inventory could not be sold promptly, the pressure on cash flow intensified. Therefore, they endeavored to dispose of their acquired goods as quickly as possible to recoup their investments and profits. Upon entering the company, the ambience was rather dim, with only a handful of employees scattered throughout the space, many of whom were lazily resting their heads on their desks. The prevailing atmosphere conveyed a stark lack of vitality, feeling rather lifeless. As Feng turned his gaze towards the other rooms, he noticed an array of second-hand electronic products, seemingly burdened with an excess of inventory. It was no wonder they appeared so anxious. In a mere glance, Feng discerned the company's current predicament: an overstock of goods, subpar employee performance, and poor management. Huang Guanyuan led Feng into a storage room where 25 bulky monitors and 25 disassembled computer towers lay scattered. All the goods are right here. Please take a look. Mr. Feng, Huang Guanyuan said with a beaming smile. Feng nodded, entered, and casually picked up a motherboard, examining the labels that indicated the production date and model. Upon inspecting the label on the back of the case, enlightenment struck him. These were Galaxy machines produced in 1997. The motherboard still supported AMD K6 and Intel MMX chips and could accommodate SDR memory. If all components were intact, these machines would have been worth approximately 9,000 yuan back then, a considerable sum in 1997. Of course, nowadays, one could assemble a superior computer for that price. These vintage computers could still run DOS games like The Legend of Sword and Fairy and Red Alert, undoubtedly remnants from internet cafes. Feng continued to examine several towers, discovering that most were missing graphics cards, hard drives, or chips. However, the monitors, when connected to power, were functional. Compared to the towers, monitors were less prone to failure. After conducting a cursory inspection of the inventory, Feng felt a surge of excitement. It was evident that only a few components were defective, leading to their rejection by internet cafes. The repairs required were manageable. This meant that if he could restore these computers, he would possess a batch of refurbished second-hand machines. Selling these 25 units at market price could yield a substantial profit. Suppressing his bubbling enthusiasm, Feng feigned reluctance and turned to Huang Guangyuan. Manager Huang, there are too many missing components in these machines. Each one is incomplete, and I suspect all the good parts have been removed. What can be done with this pile of scrap metal? While shaking his head in dismay, he expressed his disinterest in the goods. Huang Guangyuan was acutely aware of the awkward situation. Repairing the machines wouldn't be worthwhile, as the repair costs would be significant, and selling them might not recoup the investment. Yet, selling them as second-hand parts posed its own challenge. Who would purchase a collection of defective components? Ah, Mr. Feng, you mentioned wanting to conduct some research. With so many parts, we can sell them to you at a bargain. You can tinker with them as you please. Huang Guangyuan urged eagerly. Feng nodded in agreement. After all, if they were damaged, he wouldn't be too concerned. So, how much do you intend to charge? He inquired. If you quote me 5,000 yuan, I might just walk away. Huang Guangyuan quickly smiled and replied, no. I've discussed this with my boss. If you want to take all of them, we can let them go for 4,000 yuan. 4,000? Still too expensive. This pile of scrap isn't worth that much. I imagine you acquired it for around 2,000 yuan, right? How about a flat price of 2,500? Consider me helping you out of a bind. Feng suggested casually. 2,500. Mr. Feng, your bargaining skills are quite fierce. Huang Guangyuan exclaimed, visibly distressed. He hadn't anticipated such a drastic price cut. Not satisfied? Then you can keep them. You might get 1,000 yuan selling the scrap, Feng remarked, motioning for Wang Tai to leave. Vangitie hukulet invardli. Admiring ipsioni fins exceptional bargaining provis, effectively zornering Van Guanjuan. In a fluster, Huang Guangyuan rushed to block Feng, saying, Mr. Feng, please wait. I'll consult my boss. He then hurried towards the office at the back. After he left, Wang Tai whispered, bro, do you really think we can buy this junk? Huh. To others, it may seem worthless, but to me, it's a treasure. Everything can be repaired. And with a few additional components, they transform into perfectly functional second-hand computers. Do you have any idea how much such refurbished machines can fetch? Feng teased it. Wang Tai, curious, asked how much. With a light chuckle, Feng replied, at least 3,000 per unit, possibly even more. Wang Tai gasped. If they could restore all these computers and sell them as second-hand units, the profit margin would be astronomical. If each machine sold for at least 3,000 yuan, that would total over 70,000 yuan for 25 machines. Just the thought of that sum exhilarated him. He had never seen that much money in his life. Noticing Wang Tai's excitement, Feng raised a hand, signaling him to calm down. Shoo, keep it down and remain composed. Right? Wang Tai took a deep breath, steadying himself. After a while, Huang Guangyuan returned, smiling. I just consulted my boss, and he said it's fine. 2,500 it is. We have no use for this inventory, and the company urgently needs to recuperate funds. My boss agreed to the discount. A smile crept across Feng's face. Success. Your boss is quite astute. Now, could you arrange for this batch to be delivered to me? I'll provide you with an address. Huang Guangyuan sighed in relief, feeling that his task had been accomplished and his performance metrics met. Absolutely. I'll arrange for it right away. Feng wrote down the shop's address for Huang Guangyuan, paid for the goods, and received a receipt and invoice. After completing the handover, Feng and Wang Tai returned to the shop. A week later, the shop's renovations were still underway. Feng had visited twice during that time and was pleased with the progress. Initially projected to take 2 weeks, Han Pingyan had completed most of the work in just 1 week. Arriving at the shop around noon, Feng picked up some fast food. Pingyan, Nan, time for lunch. He called as he entered, spotting Han Pingyan diligently using a file to refine the grooves. During hours when the drill couldn't be used, he opted for the file to avoid delaying progress, meticulously working little by little. Brother Feng. Hello, Brother Feng. The siblings were delighted to see Feng, abandoning their tasks to greet him. Noticing Han Pingyan's left middle finger wrapped in cloth with traces of blood, Feng frowned and asked, have you injured yourself? Han Pingyan sheepishly scratched his head, dismissing it as a minor wound. It's nothing serious. Let me see. Feng set down his fast food and unwrapped the cloth, revealing a deep cut on his middle finger that was still bleeding with no bandage applied. This is nothing. You're not even using any medicine? No band-aid? Are you trying to invite infection? Feng scolded, his tone stern yet filled with concern. Han Pingyan lowered his head, remaining silent under Feng's reprimand. Wang Tai, go to the pharmacy and buy some supplies. Remember to get medical alcohol and a box of band-aids, Feng instructed. On it, Wang Tai replied, hurrying out to fetch the medical supplies. Feng gently patted Han Pingyan on the shoulder, earnestly stating, there will always be endless tasks to undertake, yet life is singular. If you do not consider your own well-being, you must at least think of Wan, right? Han Pingyan lifted his head, a warm sensation enveloping his heart. Never had anyone shown such concern for him. With reddened eyes, he solemnly replied, I understand, Brother Feng. It won't happen again. Satisfied, Feng nodded and smiled. Come now, let us have our meal. The group set up a portable table and settled on plastic stools to commence their lunch. After Wang Tai returned with the medicine, Feng personally cleaned Han Ping's wounds, applied medication, and bandaged them. Just as they finished their meal, Huang Guangyuan brought over a collection of discarded computers. After Feng acknowledged receipt, Wang Tai and Han Ping began unloading the cargo. Once 25 computers had been piled in a corner of the shop, Wang Tai inquired, Brother Feng, shall we repair all of them now? Feng smiled slightly and replied, No need. Let us fix just 2 for now, as we require them for tomorrow. 2. Wang Tai scratched his head in confusion. 1 for myself, and the other for Muxi as her 18th birthday gift. Wang Tai instantly understood, grinning widely. You really have a way about you, Brother Feng. Feng fondly regarded the computers, reflecting on Muxi's milestone, turning 18. Little childhood, sweetheart. I hope you will cherish this gift. Chapter 40. Muxi, let me have a sip of yours. Feng procured a set of second-hand tables and chairs along with a toolkit, including a soldering iron and a heat gun. With a designated workspace for repairs established, he began to fix the computers, starting with the defective hardware, while seeking out missing parts at the electronic science building. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, generating heat waves that danced across the ground. The shop remained in a chaotic half-construction state, with Han Ping and Wang Tai continuing their work, while Han Wanwan trailed behind, sprinkling water from a small bucket before sweeping away dust and debris. Amidst the deafening clamor of the drill, Feng remained engrossed in his repair work, wholly absorbed and impervious to the surrounding noise. Exhaling deeply, he lifted his head, removing his magnifying glasses and setting down the soldering iron. Almost done. Just need to apply some thermal adhesive, he murmured to himself. After 3 hours of labor, he successfully repaired the motherboard, which had multiple faults, 5 in total. Capacitors were damaged, pins were broken, and solder joints beneath the chips had come undone. It was no wonder they were reluctant to take it for repair. Most technicians might not even manage to fix it, and the repair costs could easily rival that of new board. However, for Feng, it merely entailed an investment of time, not money. Having restored the motherboard was akin to acquiring a second-hand component, significantly more valuable than the broken one. After reinstalling the motherboard, the computer only lacked a hard drive to power on. He fitted one from another repaired unit and connected the monitor and power supply. Power on. Although Feng was confident the repairs were successful, he still felt a twinge of anxiety regarding whether it would boot properly. With a satisfying buzz, power connected successfully, and the motherboard sprang to life, the cooling fan whirring in synchrony. The monitor flickered, and after a brief moment, the Windows 98 startup screen appeared, finally leading to the desktop 2 minutes later. It worked. Ha ha ha. Feng exclaimed, elated. Fixing such a dilapidated computer was an immense source of pride. Hearing his jubilant laughter, Wang Tai and Han Ping set aside their tasks and gathered around. My goodness, Brother Feng, you truly managed to fix it. Wang Tai exclaimed, incredulous. Your skills are exceptional. Feng chuckled. It was a bit challenging, but as long as it works, that's what matters. This one machine alone can recover our costs. We can earn at least 3,000 from it. This batch of computers will be our first fortune. Wang Tai beamed, his grin stretching from ear to ear. If we repair all of them, we can make a considerable sum. Feng encouraged, let us keep working, comrades. Our victory is not yet secured, so we must roll up our sleeves and persevere. All right, let us get to it. Wang Tai responded with enthusiasm. Feng immersed himself in work once more, tackling another broken computer. Time flew by amidst their industriousness. After repairing 2 units, he looked up to see the sun dipping low in the sky, casting golden rays all around. Checking his phone, he noted it was already 5 p.m. Has it really gotten so late? Feng was taken aback, realizing how swiftly the hours had passed. He had yet to visit Zhao Pengzi to repair computers and nearly forgot about it. Upon checking, he saw 3 missed calls from Zhao Pengzi. We need to head over to Zhao Pengzi's place, Tai Zi, Feng called out, gathering his tools. All right, Wang Tai replied, setting down his spatula and brushing off his hands as he approached. Brother Feng, aside from the 2 machines we're keeping, will we sell the rest once they're repaired? Actually, we'll keep 3, 1 for the shop as well, Feng clarified while tidying up. Hee. That is still a good amount of money. I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Tai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Feng patted his shoulder, smiling. Once we finish this batch, it should take about a month. Now let us be off. As Feng and Wang Tai boarded the bus towards Zhao Xingya's shop, the weekend crowds packed the vehicle, making it feel like a sardine can. The stifling heat and pungent odor of sweat pervaded the air, a sensation Feng hadn't experienced in quite some time. Feeling lightheaded from the oppressive atmosphere, he inwardly mused that once he earned enough, he would surely buy a car. Arriving at Zhao Xingye's shop around 6 p.m., Feng stepped inside to find Zhao Xingye hurrying towards him. Oh dear, Xiaogo, where have you been? The customers have been pressing for their devices. I thought you weren't coming today. I called you several times. And had it not been for your text, I would have asked them to come back tomorrow, Zhao Xingye expressed with a hint of displeasure. As his revenue was being affected, Feng calmly responded, Boss Zhao, I have my own affairs. I am not available 24/7. If you're running late, you could ask them to wait another day. Fine, fine. Zhao Xingye waved dismissively, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Feng silently scoffed and notified the customers to come back in an hour. All right, Zhao Xingye acquiesced, stepping outside to make a call. Returning to his workbench, Feng found 4 machines awaiting repair. After testing each, he discovered they were all non-functional. Today is another opportunity to earn. He immediately got to work, managing to repair all 4 machines within an hour and successfully delivering them on time to the clients. After deducting Zhao Xingye's commission from the repair fees, he earned 710 yuan. Counting the money, Feng felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Earning a living through his skills was truly gratifying. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingye watched with jealousy flickering in his eyes, a calculating smile forming on his lips. Brother, may I discuss something with you? How about I find you an assistant? That way, when you're not around, he can still handle some tasks, right? Otherwise, customers might easily be lost. Feng's smile faded as he calmly replied, no need. I can manage with a few machines by myself. Oh, come on. That sounds exhausting. Seeing you work so hard makes me feel uneasy. Having an extra person could alleviate your pressure. Let's settle it this way. I'll look for someone. Zhao Xingye feigned concern. Then, without waiting for Feng's response, pretended to have another matter to attend to and stepped outside to make a call. Feng sneered at his retreating figure. Did he really think he was oblivious to this guy's intentions? Even if he couldn't stop him from seeking him out. Repairing computers wasn't something one could master in a mere few weeks. After a month or so, he would no longer indulge him. Let him play by himself. Feng pondered for a moment, deciding it wouldn't impact him much, and called out to Wang Tai before heading home. Zhao Xingye stood at the door, watching Feng and Wang Tai depart, letting out a cold snort. This kid was getting increasingly dismissive of him. He had invited him to join several times. Yet, Feng consistently refused to agree. It seemed that the plan to recruit him was futile. His expression darkened further. That night, after dinner, Feng went to Gu Muxi's room as usual to review his studies. Gu Muxi had finished her homework and was leaning against the headboard with a book, her smooth little legs dangling over the edge of the bed, her bare feet resembling translucent jade, round and adorable. After completing his own homework, Feng glanced back and noticed her cute little feet. They must feel delightful to hold, right? Huh, why was he thinking like this? Yishao, why do woodpeckers like to peck trees? Gu Muxi suddenly raised her head and asked while looking at her book. Feng quickly averted his gaze, clearing his throat. How would I know? Perhaps they enjoy drilling into holes? Why is that? Maybe they are hungry. Is that so? Or are you just making things up? Then you can consider my fabrication. I knew you wouldn't understand, yet you pretended to, Gu Muxi said, her expression haughty, continuing to flip through her book. Feng chuckled and countered. Do you know how woodpeckers peck trees? Of course. It's all in the cartoons. Who doesn't know? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him, feeling that he was asking a foolish question. I don't believe you. Can you imitate a woodpecker? Feng climbed onto the bed and moved closer to her. How would you like me to imitate it? Just use my face as the tree. Feng pointed to his cheek, shamelessly suggesting. Gu Muxi. Stinky Feng, do you want to roll off my bed? Not at all. Not wanting is not up to you. Gu Muxi raised her foot, preparing to kick him, but suddenly a knock sounded at the door, and she quickly retracted her foot. Liwan opened the door, bringing in 2 cups of drinks, 1 milk, 1 juice. Have you both finished your homework? She asked with a gentle smile. I have. Gu Muxi raised her hand. Auntie, I'm done too. Feng followed suit. Liwan nodded in satisfaction, smiling warmly. That's great. You two working together makes things quick. You must be tired. Come have a drink and take a break. Xiaofeng, this is your favorite orange juice, freshly squeezed from oranges I bought this afternoon. Cici, here, that's the pure milk you wanted. Liwan placed the milk and juice on the table. Thank you. Auntie, Feng said, rising to express his gratitude. You're welcome. You two continue your studies. I won't disturb you, Liwan said kindly, ruffling his hair before leaving. Once Gu Muxi heard her mother's footsteps fade away, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. That was a close call, almost caught red-handed. Stinky Feng, you were lucky just now. You narrowly escaped. Feng took a sip of the juice and then handed her the milk. You wouldn't want to give it up, right? Gu Muxi took the milk, scoffing. Would I be reluctant? I would bat an eye if I were to chop you into pieces. Yi Feng chocolate ignardly. This girl had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He tilted his head back and drank the juice in one go, licking his lips in satisfaction. Turning to look at Muxi, he saw her drinking the pure milk, and, as she put the cup down, a thick strand of white milk clung to her lips, with a droplet sliding down the corner. Hiss! Yi Feng's eyes widened, taking a sharp breath. He couldn't handle this scene. What are you looking at? Muxi asked, sticking out her delicate tongue to lick her lips, puzzled. Yi Feng feigned shyness. Muxi, can I have a sip of your milk? Chapter 41. I just love gossip. Huh, my milk? Muxi glanced at the milk in her hand, pouting no way. You didn't even let me have a sip of your juice. Fine. If that's how it is, I was originally going to give you a birthday present tomorrow, but now I might have to reconsider. Yi Feng sighed dramatically. A birthday present? Muxi squinted her eyes, curious. Well, Yi Feng pretended to hesitate. Here, just one sip, okay? Muxi extended the cup of pure milk towards him. Reluctant to part with the milk, I see. Can't extract any information. Yi Feng took the milk, grinning. But if I drink it, it will have my saliva in it. Aren't you afraid? Muxi rolled her eyes. Afraid of what? What if you have a virus? Besides, it's not like I haven't drunk from the same cup before. After saying this, she felt her words were slightly ambiguous. Her cheeks flushing as she turned her head aside. She remembered their childhood when both families were not well off. Whenever someone bought sweets or snacks, they would share. They had shared lollipops countless times, drank from the same bottle, and even shared snacks. This was all too normal, so she didn't think much of it. Then I'm drinking. Yi Feng tilted his head back and took a big gulp, downing half the cup. Stop. Stinky Yi Feng, give me back my milk. Muxi quickly snatched the milk back, glaring at him. Oops, I accidentally drank too much. But remember, you said just one sip. I didn't have a second. Yi Feng wiped his mouth, grinning triumphantly. Muxi finished the remaining milk to avoid being eyed by Yi Feng again. After drinking, she placed the cup down, clenched her fists, and huffed. Now, can you finally tell me what the birthday gift is? Yi Feng replied earnestly, it's a computer. Muxi was taken aback, then scoffed. Yi Xiao, you think I don't know your financial situation? You earn money fixing computers, and you can buy one? You're joking, right? I don't believe it. In her mind, computers were luxury items that most families could not afford, let alone Yi Feng, who would need at least 7,000 or 8,000, if not more. Stinky Yi Feng, you're just messing with me. Yi Feng, why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? You'll find out tomorrow. By the way, are you free this Sunday? Yi Feng elongated his tone. I am free this Sunday. What is up? Muxi replied, slightly taken aback. Did you not mention wanting to stroll around the city center last time? Tomorrow is your birthday, and I shall take you out, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. Oh, when did young master Yi find the time for such leisure? These days, I've noticed you return late from your busy schedule. Do you truly have time to take me shopping? Muxi replied, astonished. Well, are you coming or not? Of course I am. Then it's settled. We shall depart after breakfast tomorrow. I will borrow your bicycle. Hey, you have your own bike. Why use mine? Mine is new, and I'm afraid it might get stolen. Fine, but if my bike gets stolen, you won't feel sorry, will you? Indeed, you scoundrel, Muxi exclaimed, pouncing on Yi Feng, pinning him to the bed. Xiao Feng, what do you want to eat? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Liwan appeared, frozen in shock. Muxi and Yi Feng were momentarily petrified. Muxi was atop Yi Feng in a rather compromising position. Ahem, what are you two up to? I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment, Liwan said awkwardly with a smile. Mom, don't misunderstand. We were just playing. Muxi hurriedly scrambled to her feet, her face flushed. Yes, Andy, Yi Feng added, adopting a serious expression. Oh, I see, you two continue. I'll just enjoy my snack, Liwan replied with a peculiar smile, closing the door as she left. Muxi shot a glare, Mom. Don't jump to conclusions. It's all your fault, you troublesome Yi Feng. Yi Feng shrugged, laughing. So it's my fault now? In the living room outside, Liwan hurried to the sofa, sitting beside Gu Xingzhong. Do you think she and Xiao Feng might be dating? She asked excitedly, as if she had discovered a new continent. Dating? That's impossible. They've grown up together and are too familiar with one another, making it unlikely. Gu Xingzhong shook his head skeptically. Being too familiar is precisely what makes it good. Childhood sweethearts. Isn't that wonderful? Besides, I've watched Xiao Feng grow up. He's diligent, kind, and ambitious. Quite splendid, Liwan said cheerfully. I would love to see them together. Gu Xingzhong chuckled. Xiao Feng is indeed a good lad, but matters of the heart should be left to the children. It all depends on fate. I think being too familiar may actually be a barrier. You just don't understand, man, Liwan replied, taken aback. Is that so? But I see them having fun together. With time, perhaps sparks will fly. Gu Xingzhong rolled his eyes. You're getting overly excited over something that hasn't even begun. You should worry less. That's their affair. He pushed a watermelon slice toward her, smiling. Just enjoy your snack. I do love watermelon. Liwan picked up a slice. Reminiscing about the earlier scene, a smile creeping onto her lips. The following day, at precisely 7 in the morning, she rose early to freshen up. After completing her morning routine, she returned to her room to select an outfit, and suddenly realized she could not find her blue dress. She dashed out, calling towards the kitchen. Mom, have you seen my blue dress? Liwan emerged from the kitchen. Wasn't it stored in your wardrobe? It might be on the lower rack. She then noticed Shi's face seemed to be made up and inquired, Dear, are you going out today? Why the makeup? Remembering how her daughter rarely wore makeup except for special occasions or school events, Shi blushed, avoiding eye contact, and replied dismissively, Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to wander around the city center. Oh, today is your 18th birthday. I'll order a cake for you shortly, and remember to come home tonight. From now on, you are officially an adult. Liban Beamat. Mom, I know. I'll be back in the afternoon, Shi replied, turning back to her room, where she indeed found her blue dress in the lower drawer. Delighted, she changed into it. Once dressed, Shi admired herself in the mirror, twirling around. The flowing blue dress made her appear even more radiant. Not bad, she mused, touching her face, placing her hands on her hips, quite pleased with her appearance. Feng should like this, right? Ugh, why do I care what he thinks? I just want to wear it for myself. She shook her head, dispelling the peculiar thoughts. Finally, she returned to her desk to check her makeup, touching up as necessary. Once satisfied, Shi grabbed her small handbag and headed out. Mom, I'm leaving. Aren't you going to eat breakfast? I'm going to eat at Xiao's place. Having changed her shoes, Shi dashed out. Liwan emerged from the kitchen, puzzled. Why is she going to Xiao Feng's house for breakfast? Shi arrived at Feng's doorstep and knocked. The door opened, and Meng Xiaoyun, seeing Shi in a dress, was taken aback. Oh, she, are you going on a date today? You look lovely. Shi's cheeks flushed, and she grinned. Not exactly, Annie. Where? Feng. He seems to still be asleep. That lazybones. You should go wake him up. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled. All right. Responded eagerly. She entered and headed straight to Feng's room, pushing the door open to find him lounging against the headboard. Shirtless and just awake. Whoa, Shi, do not knock. You scared me. Feng exclaimed, covering his chest with his hands. What time is it? Why are you still in bed? She stood with her hands on her hips, demanding. Could you step outside for a moment? I need to change. I'm not dressed. Feng shot her an exasperated look. She scoffed. Come on, it's not like I haven't seen you without a shirt before. But I'm also not wearing pants. Okay then. Shi's cheeks reddened, and she quickly exited, closing the door behind her. That Feng. Why does he enjoy sleeping in so much? After a while, Feng finally emerged, dressed and yawning. Shi, why are you up so early? You even wore a dress today. Did the sun rise from the west? Shi, with a hint of pride, retorted. What? Can't I wear a dress? I just thought you were too lazy to dress up. Feng scrutinized her, taking in her blue dress, fair skin, and long, dark hair. Her exquisitely beautiful face was adorned with light makeup, and her bright, expressive eyes radiated youthfulness. The #1 beauty of our school is indeed stunning. Just a little effort in dressing up, and she could conquer kingdoms. Shi felt a bit uncomfortable under Feng's gaze and shot him a glare. Aren't you going to hurry up and wash up for breakfast? Oh right, just wait a moment. Feng snapped back to reality and hurried into the bathroom. By the time he returned, Shi was already seated at the dining table, sipping kanji, while Meng Xiaoyun busied herself in the kitchen. Besides the city center, where else do you want to go today? Feng asked as he sat down. To the amusement park. I haven't been in ages. It's my birthday today, so I want to have some fun. Shi replied, sipping her kanji and mumbling. Very well. Allow me to take you to the haunted house, Feng said with a gleeful smirk, his eyes twinkling with mischief. A haunted house? How utterly mundane. I have never been frightened by such trivialities since childhood, Shi replied, dismissively. Feng, all right then, I shall forget about it. She is no ordinary girl. Chapter 42. Do not cross a judo black belt woman. Stinky Feng, hurry up and finish your meal so we can set off. Please, the porridge is scalding hot. You're so annoying. You take forever just to drink a bowl of porridge. It's a culinary masterpiece. You are truly vexatious, always rushing me. Well, what do you expect? What time is it? I am conversing with you. Do not mimic my speech, as you sound utterly ridiculous. As the two engaged in their peculiar banter reminiscent of a television drama, Meng Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen, casting a bemused glance at them. What are you two discussing? Your accents are quite peculiar. Once you've finished eating, be off to have some fun. Today is Shi's birthday, so make sure to enjoy yourselves, she encouraged, pulling out her wallet to offer Feng some pocket money. Mom, there's no need. I earn quite a bit fixing computers. I have my own funds. So please keep your money for yourself. Feng quickly protested, raising his hand in refusal. Really? Meng Xiaoyun asked incredulously. Indeed. Rest assured, Feng replied with a smile, promptly finishing his bowl of pumpkin porridge in a few swift gulps. Mom, we're heading out now. We'll be back in the afternoon, Feng announced as he dashed off to put on his shoes. Muxi, feigning innocence, stood up and said, Annie, we're off to have some fun. As they exited, Meng Xiaoyun listened to their playful bickering outside the door, a fond smile gracing her lips. These two children, always stuck together, yet never seeming to tire of each other. How delightful. Downstairs, Muxi wheeled her bicycle out. You can ride my bike, but you must carry me, she declared. Why would I do that? Because I'm wearing a skirt today, she insisted. That's just an excuse. You've ridden your bike in a skirt before. All right, it is an excuse, but you can ride your own bike. Feng quickly grasped her arm, conceding, fine, I shall carry you. Now, that is more like it, Muxi said, lifting her chin in a haughty manner. Stinky Feng, you think you can escape my clutches today? Behave and be my chauffeur. Feng hopped onto the bicycle and turned to her, saying, Lady Gu, please take your seat. Yes, little Feng, Muxi said, smoothing her skirt over her rounded hips as she gracefully settled onto the rear seat, sitting sideways with an air of elegance. Let us set off, little Feng. I am securely seated, she giggled. Very well, let us go. Feng pedalet vigorously. Why is this bike so difficult to ride? Is it lacking lubricant? Or is it possible that you have gained weight? Muxi, get lost. It was another splendid sunny day, and due to the weekend, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Muxi gazed up at the green trees lining the road, watching them swiftly pass by as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden glow that warmed her all over. How delightful! Muxi exclaimed, extending her hand, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she attempted to grasp the sunlight. She gently wrapped her right arm around Feng's waist, glancing at his back, her smile broadening. It feels wonderful to be out shopping with stinky Feng. Little Feng, let us have ice cream later. I remember there's a fantastic shop in the city center. Aren't we go to the McDonald's at Tiana City Mall? Feng invited. That's the first McDonald's in the entire city, where many people celebrate their birthdays with ice cream or fried chicken. It's always too crowded. I don't want to stand in line. The one on the walking street is quite good as well, Muxi replied with a pout. Upon arriving at Tiana City Commercial Street, they found a shop named Sweet Ice Cream. Even on the weekend, only a dozen people were in line, which was a significant improvement compared to the hundreds waiting at McDonald's. Just as Feng returned with ice cream in hand, he suddenly spotted two young men surrounding Muxi, their lewd expressions making their intentions clear. They must be trying to hit on her, Feng thought, his expression darkening as he quickly approached them. Hey there, little sister, why don't we go have some fun? Don't be so aloof. Big brother will take you to exciting places. One of the young men with a long, slanted fringe leered at Muxi. Muxi frowned slightly and replied coldly, You'd best leave while I'm still in a good mood. Oh, what a fiery temper. I like it. The young man chuckled lewdly, reaching out to put his hand on Muxi's shoulder. A glint of ice-cold fury flashed in Muxi's eyes. A swift kick to the groin. Bang. Arg. Followed by a powerful throw. Bang. The young man was slammed to the ground, howling in pain. This all transpired in an instant, as Muxi displayed remarkable agility, leaving bystanders in stunned silence. What a fierce girl. Meanwhile, the other young man, witnessing his companion's defeat, cursed angrily and attempted to seize Muxi. Suddenly, an ice cream cone appeared directly in front of his face, splattering all over him. Take that. Feng mimikit brusli, delivering a swift kick that sent the young man flying, though his ankle throbbed painfully. Damn, I think I twisted my ankle. No matter. He decided to endure the pain and escape the scene to avoid further complications, seizing the opportunity while the ice cream-covered youth was still stunned. Feng grabbed Muxi's hand and ran. Hit and run, how exhilarating. They sprinted for 300 or 400 meters, finally stopping in a small alleyway. Phew, it seems they haven't followed us. Feng gasped, peeking out from their hiding spot and feeling relieved not to see any pursuers. That was so much fun, Muxi exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, still buzzing from the action. Feng, I must admit, I was taken aback by your skills. You truly are a judo black belt. That was merely a warm-up. I cannot allow myself to be bullied, Muxi declared, raising her small fist. She then added with a hint of pride, What can I say? It's a burden to be this beautiful. Feng rolled his eyes exasperatedly. Muxi, when did you become so self-absorbed? You are not even a fraction as beautiful as I am. Muxi. Fine, I won't argue with you. Where's my ice cream? Feng held up the remaining ice cream cone protectively against his chest. This is mine. Yours just splattered on that guy's face. Muxi narrowed her eyes, revealing her small fangs as she threatened. Will you give it to me? Yi shall. You better not make a decision you'll regret. Seeing her expression, Feng grinned widely. Let us share it instead. This one has matcha and vanilla flavors. I'll eat the matcha, and you can have the vanilla. Fine, but no stealing. You must not encroach on my portion. Muxi warned him. Rest assured I won tea. Thus, they amicably reached an ice cream sharing agreement, taking turns for each bite, neither daring to snatch from the other. As they strolled and savored their ice cream, many passers-by cast curious glances at the duo sharing the same cone. Yet, Muxi remained entirely oblivious, stepping lightly as her gaze flitted across the shops lining the streets. To her, this was an entirely mundane affair. Having shared countless meals and experiences with Feng since childhood, she had grown accustomed to the notion of sharing. Walking alongside her, Feng turned to observe Muxi, who occasionally hummed a cheerful tune, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he felt that her lustrous black hair seemed to lack something. Muxi, shall we take a look at the little accessory stall up ahead? Muxi glanced over, her eyes catching the glimmering trinkets, an array of styles stirring a sense of excitement within her, though hesitation lingered. Perhaps not. The accessories in the city center tend to be a tad pricey. Maybe we should reconsider later. Feng gently grasped her arm, positioning himself before her with a smile. Today is your birthday. Let us be extravagant. I'll buy it for you. Gazing into Feng's sincere eyes, they stood face to face, each lost in the other's gaze. All right, let's go have a look. Muxi grinned. After all, it is my birthday. I might as well indulge a little. If Feng is treating, I can always repay him later. Upon reaching the small accessory stall, they were greeted with an array of bracelets, necklaces, earrings, hairbands, and clips. Take a look, these are the latest styles, exclaimed the stall owner, a middle-aged man whose eyes sparkled with keen insight. I'll just browse for a moment. Muxi replied, glancing at the dazzling array of items, momentarily overwhelmed. Noticing her indecision, Feng picked out a crystal butterfly hairpin for her. This one is quite beautiful. Why not try it on? He presented the hairpin before her. The middle-aged man quickly chimed in, Miss, your boyfriend has excellent taste. This hairpin is brand new. Just arrived 2 days ago. Boyfriend? Sir, you've misunderstood. He is not my boyfriend, Muxi stammered, her cheeks flushing as she softly protested. What sort of eyes do these vendors have? Perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order. The man chuckled, a look of realization dawning on his face. So, is that so? My apologies, I just thought you two seemed like a perfect pair. Absolutely not. Muxi exclaimed, her face betraying her embarrassment as she pouted and accepted the hairpin from Feng. She placed the hairpin in her hair, the crystal adding a striking sparkle to her already radiant locks. What do you think? Does it look good? Muxi twirled around, feeling more enchanting than ever. Quite nice. Indeed, it seems my taste is not too shabby, Feng boasted with a grin. Then I'll take this one. How much is it? Muxi inquired, removing the hairpin to ask the stall owner. It's 5 yuan each, the man replied with a chuckle. What? 5 yuan? Sir, this sort of accessory only costs 3 yuan where I'm from. Muxi exclaimed, feeling it was a bit overpriced for that amount. She could enjoy a bowl of noodles. Yet, her fondness for the hairpin left her torn between desire and expense. Feng, however, merely smiled, boss. Please wrap it up. Then turning to Muxi, he added, it's your birthday. 5 yuan is hardly steep. All right then, thank you, Feng. Muxi beamed. As she stepped away from the stall, taking in her surroundings, the middle-aged man remarked, young man, well done. Keep it up, as he packaged the hairpin, giving Feng a thumbs up. A prosperous business, indeed. Feng chuckled lightly, turning to find Muxi. With wide, curious eyes, she asked, what were you two just discussing? Oh, nothing much. Feng replied. So, where shall we go next? Muxi, I'm taking you somewhere special. I've prepared a birthday gift for you. What is it? You're being all mysterious. You'll find out when we arrive. Chapter 43. I want to marry you. Feng led Muxi to the entrance of a shop. What's this place? Muxi inquired, looking up at the storefront in confusion. My business base. Come on in, Feng said with a smile, opening the door. Feng Yi. Hmph, seeing Feng, set down the hammer he was holding and stood to greet him. Aren't you taking a break this weekend, Pingin? Feng noted his attire, dust covered and his eyes slightly bloodshot, indicating fatigue. I'm not tired. I don't need a rest. I want to finish the task you assign me as soon as possible, Hmph replied hoarsely. Even so, one must balance work and rest. If you continue like this, you'll wear yourself out before completing your work, Feng admonished sternly. For today, let us put a pause on your tasks. You have one job today. Rest well. If I catch you working, I'll deduct your wages, Feng declared. Hmph felt warmth in his heart, exhaling a sigh of relief. All right, Feng, I understand. Suddenly, he noticed a stunning girl standing behind Feng, her fresh demeanor and delicate features surpassing even those of television stars, leaving him in awe. Is she Feng Ji's girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. Feng Ge is indeed a fortunate man. Pingyan, let me introduce you. This is Muxi, the mother tiger from next door. Ah, Muxi, you pinch me. Feng grimaced, rubbing his side. Muxi shot him a glare, proudly retorting, didn't you call me a mother tiger? You should consider yourself lucky if I don't eat you. Who is he? Han Pingyan, my first employee, a capable aide. Feng Pires. Patting Han Pingyan on the shoulder. Han Pingyan, flattered, scratched his head awkwardly. Sister-in-law, hello. Muxi's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter exasperation. Hey, you got the wrong person. Han Pingyan stared at Feng, astonished. His eyes seemed to question, did I misunderstand? Feng chuckled, pulling out 10 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Han Pingyan. Pingyan, go buy something to eat. Today we're taking a break. By the way, where's Nan Nan? Feng turned, realizing Han Nan Nan was absent. She probably went out to play. She'll return by herself when it's time to eat. Han Pingyan replied with a smile. It's normal for kids to love playing, but at her age, she should be in school. Once the shop is running smoothly, I'll help her find a school. Feng mused after a moment's thought. Really? Thank you, Feng Ge. Han Pingyan exclaimed excitedly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Of course. Now, go get something to eat. Feng encouraged with a smile. All right, I'm off. Han Pingyan said, quickly dashing out. Muxi surveyed the shop, astonished. Feng. How much are you paying for this place? You even hired staff and are renovating. My goodness, so many computers. Where did you get all this? How much have you earned? Muxi gazed at the pile of computers behind the workbench, her face a mask of shock. Is this the same Feng who could only afford a lollipop over 2 days? Just the rent alone for this shop must cost quite a bit. Unbelievable. Hee. I made a bit from fixing computers. It's not that much. Feng replied calmly, a hint of pride in his voice. In this new life, if he couldn't earn his first pot of gold, then his previous life as an entrepreneurial dark horse would be in vain. Wow, so many computers. Are they all functional? Muxi exclaimed, excitedly rushing over to inspect the pile. She had long yearned for a computer, a gateway to the vast expanse of the internet, allowing her to engage in conversations and forge connections with individuals from all corners of the nation and indeed the world. How exhilarating that would be. For several years, this desire had occupied her thoughts, yet she understood all too well the financial constraints her family faced. For them, a computer was a luxury beyond reach. Thus, whenever she overheard classmates from more affluent backgrounds discussing their computers, QQ, or games, a pang of envy would seize her heart, leaving her to silently covet their fortunes. Upon witnessing a multitude of computers stacked before her, albeit outdated models, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Even second-hand computers commanded a price of at least 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, a sum still considerable. At present, only 2 had been repaired, while the others awaited attention. Feng chuckled, playfully patting one of the computers on the desk. This one is your birthday gift. Muxi stood frozen for a full 3 seconds. What? A birthday gift for me? Xiao, are you serious? Is this for real? Her exhilaration was palpable as she grasped Feng's arm, struggling to believe her ears. Feng rolled his eyes at her. Of course it's real. When have I ever deceived you? Since childhood, you've deceived me more times than I can count. Cough. Cough. Let's not dwell on past glories. Those bygone days can be left to the winds. This time, I assure you, I'm not pulling your leg. Really? Really? But I have a condition. Muxi quickly crossed her arms defensively, alert. Xiao, I must make it clear. I will not sell it. Not even both computers. Feng Simukit, Gumui. What do you take me for? Do I seem like some sort of pervert to you? Muxi scrutinized him, responding earnestly, well, now that you mention it, you do exhibit certain traits. Feng. Muxi burst into laughter, her mirth infectious. Oh, don't make that face. I'm just teasing you. Now, what is the condition? As long as it's not too outrageous, I'm willing to comply. Feng was tempted to propose she be his girlfriend, yet he feared it might frighten her away. Hee, I haven't quite decided yet. I'll let you know when I do. He narrowed his eyes, holding back a card for later. All right, then we shall discuss it once you've made up your mind. In the meantime, let us find a way to take the computer home. How's that sound? Muxi, her excitement palpable, could hardly contain herself. Let's just grab a tricycle to haul it back, Feng suggested. Then you should do the lifting. Huh? Muxi, do you take me for a beast of burden? Is that so? Well, I suppose I could allow you to be my beast of burden. Huh? Why does your tone sound so lewd? Does it? Surely not. Muxi, now seated before the computer, eagerly asked, Xiao, how do we play with the computer? I'll teach you how to operate it. This is the mouse, and this is the keyboard. Feng, standing behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist, guiding her hand to the mouse, instructing her in the basic functions. Feeling the warmth of his breath near her ear sent her heart racing inexplicably. Her cheeks flushed. Left-click to select, right-click to open options, and double-click the left button to launch applications, Feng instructed earnestly. Yet Muxi was distracted by the heat of his hand, which seemed to spark with electricity, making it difficult for her to concentrate on his words. Have you got it? He inquired, glancing down at her. Oh, yes, I've got it. It's so simple. Muxi chuckled, her face still flushed. Next, we use the keyboard for typing. You should know how to use Pinyin by now, right? Just use this shortcut to bring up the input method, and then type away. You may start off slowly, but you'll get the hang of it in no time. Feng planet patiently. After a while, Hmph returned with snacks. Brother Feng, the food is here. Muxi's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed. I have to go grab some snacks. She darted past Feng, eager to indulge. What a glutton. Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he followed her. Hmph had spent 10 yuan to procure a variety of snacks. As Muxi munched on cookies, she noticed Feng pulling out a single sausage and felt a pang of desire. Ah, there's only one sausage. She lamented. Just take small bites. Be careful not to chip your teeth. I won't. I'm not a child. I'm 18 years old, an adult. Hey, hand that over. What? Are you challenging me? Fine, take it. Feng conceded, surrendering the sausage. Muxi, fearing he might snatch it back, quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Ha! Now it's all covered in my saliva. You can't have any, she declared triumphantly, relishing her victory. Feng watched her with a bemused expression. He had not anticipated her possessing such a talent. After they all enjoyed the snacks, Muxi expressed a desire to learn how to repair computers. Pleading with Feng to teach her, he dismantled the computer tower, explaining the function and purpose of each component, along with common issues that could arise. Muxi absorbed the information with remarkable diligence, demonstrating an impressive capacity for understanding. Once she grasped that computer components were essentially integrated circuits, she began to comprehend the roles of capacitors and pins. The two spent the afternoon in the shop until 3 p.m., at which point Muxi realized it was getting late and she needed to head home. Why don't you go ahead? I have a few tasks to attend to. I'll help you take the computer back later. Feng smiled. Huh? You're not coming back with me? What else do you have to do? Muxi asked. Curious. I still need to repair some computers to earn money. Otherwise, where would my startup capital come from? Oh, all right then. Good for you, Xiao, showing such ambition. What do you intend to do with the money you earn? To marry you. Get lost. You're just teasing. You've said that countless times since we were kids. Chapter 44. Zhao Xingye's countermeasure. All right, I'll head back first. Once you're done, hurry back for cake. Otherwise, there won't be any left for you. Muxi playfully threatened. Feng shook his head with a helpless smile. Okay, you go on ahead. Why is it so challenging to speak the truth at times? Yet perhaps it was simply due to their familiarity with one another. The more earnest one becomes, the more it resembles jest. Goodbye, Yishao. Goodbye, Gu Xiaozhu. Feng watched as Muxi bounced away, her spirits evidently high. It was her 18th birthday, and with a beloved gift in hand, she would likely revel in joy for the entire evening. As Feng smiled and prepared to return, an unexpected sharp pain shot through his right ankle. He squatted down to remove his shoe and sock, discovering bruising and swelling around his ankle. Damn it, what bad luck. I really twisted my ankle, he muttered, spitting onto the swollen area as a makeshift remedy. It was an old wives' tale, and he was uncertain of its efficacy, but it offered some psychological comfort. Muxi's family seemed to have some medicinal alcohol for sprains. He could apply it once he got home. Initially, he had only felt a dull ache, but now it appeared to be more severe than he had anticipated. After donning his sock and shoe once more, he pulled out his phone to check the time. He couldn't return home just yet. He still needed to visit Zhao Xingye to repair more computers. Though his ankle was injured, it wouldn't hinder his ability to earn money. He would have to endure for now. Feng steadied his mind, then returned to the shop to brief Hmph on the subsequent tasks. He handed him a list of materials needed for purchasing wires and sockets. At the current pace, he anticipated that all the wire channels would be completed within 2 or 3 days. The next steps involved wiring, installing sockets, and setting up the lighting strips, followed by a fresh coat of paint on the walls. Electrical installation required a certain level of skill, which Hmph lacked. Thus, Feng would have to undertake it himself. Fortunately, the space was small, making the installation process relatively uncomplicated, and Hmph could assist with mixing mortar and painting. He was confident that within a month, the soft furnishings would be in place, and once the renovation was completed, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. After all, the design was inspired by the sleek aesthetics of an Apple store, emphasizing simplicity, technology, and fashion. After conveying his instructions, Feng boarded a bus to Zhao Xingye's shop. Following a sardine can-like journey, he arrived at the store, where he was greeted by Zhao Xingye's laughter from within. What could possibly evoke such joy? Entering the shop, he discovered Zhao Xingye engaged in conversation with a bespectacled young man clad in a checkered shirt, whose demeanor was notably refined. The two appear to be quite familiar with one another. "Ah, Feng, you're here. Let me introduce you," Zhao Xingye exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm and a beaming smile. However, to Feng, that smile seemed somewhat disingenuous. "Well, Zhao boss, you seem to be in good spirits today. Has your wife conceived again?" Feng teased. "Huh, you certainly have a knack for humor, Feng. We must heed the call for responsible parenting, less quantity and more quality. But that's not what we're discussing today." Zhao Xingye quickly regained his composure, then continued, "Allow me to introduce Gao Hongxing, my nephew's classmate. He is a distinguished graduate from Nanhai University." "Hello, Feng," Gao Hongxing greeted, adjusting his glasses with a polite yet strained smile, revealing a hint of discomfort at addressing someone younger than himself as brother. "Ah, graduates from Nanhai University are indeed exemplary talents," Feng remarked casually, prompting a flicker of pride across Gao Hongxing's face. Feng then turned his attention to Zhao Xingye. "Zhao boss, what is your intention in hiring such talent?" Zhao Xingye chuckled amiably. "Did I not mention that I would be hiring an assistant to alleviate some of your burdens? Gao is quite capable. He studied computer science. Although he lacks hands-on experience with repairs, he possesses a solid foundation. He will assist you, and you won't have to work so hard in the future." His gaze fixed intently on Feng, eager to gauge his reaction. Gao Hongxing was the candidate he had painstakingly recruited to eventually replace Feng. Once Gao had learned sufficiently to operate independently, Feng could be dismissed. Feng's expression remained serene, seemingly unfazed. "Oh, Zhao boss, you truly have my best interests at heart. Since you've made your decision, I have no objections." Zhao Xingye was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a nonchalant acceptance from Feng. What a surprise. "Oh, well then, I'll leave it to you, Feng, to mentor Gao well," Zhao Xingye said with a slight bow, then turned to Gao Hongxing, advising, "Remember, Gao, although you come from Nanhai University, you're still unfamiliar with computer repairs. Be sure to learn from Feng." Gao Hongxing's expression soured slightly, yet he managed a strained smile. Yes, boss. I will learn diligently from Feng." The thought of learning from someone younger was undeniably awkward, but for the sake of his job, he had no choice but to comply. Feng cast a discerning glance at the pair, internally scoffing at Zhao Xingye's petty schemes. Did he think he could outsmart him? It was clear Zhao was attempting to diminish his role, hoping Gao would become proficient enough to take his place. Yet it mattered little. Feng intended to leave this position within a month regardless. His lack of a strong reaction was merely a strategy to keep Zhao Xingye placated. Until the shop was operational, he still required an income from Zhao. Had he been of a more volatile temperament, he might have already clashed with Zhao. However, causing a rift now would only sever his income stream, and finding alternative sources would be cumbersome. Feng was not one to act impulsively. He understood the importance of weighing benefits and pursuing profitable paths while adhering to principles in his dealings. Avoiding unnecessary enmity was crucial. After all, making enemies was easy, but mending relationships was far more challenging. In business, it was wise to foster friendships, as a network of allies would open doors. "Zhao boss, how many computers are in need of repair today?" Feng inquired with a light chuckle as he approached the workstation. "5 today. Some clients are specifically coming for your expertise. You work quickly and efficiently, Feng. Your reputation precedes you." Zhao Xingye praised. "You're too kind, Zhao boss. Our clients are astute. It's merely a matter of competitive advantage. Our prices are more reasonable than those at the electric science building," Feng modestly replied. As he searched for tools at the workstation, he noticed that his equipment had been tidied away. Gao Hongxing followed him inside, grinning. "Feng, I've organized your tools into the drawers. Don't worry, I sorted them categorically." Feng cast him a sidelong glance, responding calmly. "There's no need for that next time. I have my own workflow. If you put everything away, it will be inconvenient for me to find what I need. Before you begin working, understand that efficiency is paramount. Do not waste time searching for tools," he instructed. Gao Hongxing's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly forced a laugh. Yes, Feng. I understand for next time." Feng smiled and chose to remain silent. At times, it was essential to assert himself and not yield simply because the other party was slightly older. He recognized that Gao was merely an apprentice and felt it necessary to apply some pressure, ensuring Gao did not underestimate him. "Help me carry over the main unit," Feng commanded as he began directing him on tasks. Zhao Xingye wished for him to act as a helper and learn, but Feng was indifferent. Mastering this craft required hands-on guidance. Simply observing would not suffice. Sure," Gao Hongxing replied, turning to lift the main unit, though his expression betrayed his discomfort, which he endeavored to mask. Feng paid no heed to his demeanor, focusing on disassembling and repairing the device beside him. Gao Hongxing, meanwhile, remained attentive, though initially hesitant to ask questions for fear of displeasing Feng. To learn, he needed to engage with Feng, but he was acutely aware that inciting Feng's ire would hinder his learning. As an apprentice, he had to maintain a facade of respect, even if he found Feng's demeanor displeasing. Zhao Xingye observed from across the shop, a smug smile gracing his lips. He speculated that with Gao Hongxing's prestigious background and expertise in computer science, he should adapt quickly. If Gao could reach even half of Feng's proficiency, it would suffice to replace him. Subsequently, Zhao could raise Gao's salary and bring in more clients, thus revitalizing his computer repair business. Huh, you brat. Since you refused to cooperate with me, I won't play with you anymore. As time slipped by, it was already 6 in the evening. Feng had diligently repaired 5 computers on schedule, testing each one meticulously before delivering them to the customers. Upon seeing their computers in pristine condition, the 5 customers promptly paid Feng for his services. After deducting Zhao Xingye's commission, Feng had earned a commendable sum of 200 yuan that day. He counted the money with satisfaction before tucking it away into his pocket. Boss Zhao, I'm done with today's work, so I'm heading out now, Feng announced to Zhao Xingye. Oh, you're leaving already? Why not wait a while and join me for a meal? Zhao Xingye cordially urged. No, thank you. A friend of mine is celebrating a birthday today, so I must head back. Next time for sure, Feng politely declined. All right then, I won't keep you. Take care. Zhao Xingye bid him farewell as he walked out of the shop. After Feng had distanced himself, Zhao Xingye huffed softly and turned back into the store. Xiao Gao, how'd it go? Did you manage to learn anything by observing today? Zhao Xingye asked with a cheerful smile towards Gao Hongxing. Gao Hongxing hesitated. He realized that he hadn't actually learned much this afternoon. He had merely watched without asking questions. He had a vague idea of where repairs were needed, but remained clueless about the actual methods. Not wanting to appear foolish in front of Zhao Xingye, especially as a graduate from a prestigious university, he forced a laugh and replied, It was all right. It doesn't seem too difficult. I feel like I learned a few things. Zhao Xingye beamed at his response, patting his shoulder encouragingly. Good, very good. If you work hard, I won't treat you poorly once you've mastered it. Chapter 9. Upon returning home, it was already 7 in the evening. Feng encountered the middle-aged uncle who had brought over the computers. Thank you for your hard work, Feng said with a smile, settling the transportation fee on the spot. Haha, thank you for your kindness. Do you need help moving them? The uncle, a rather robust man, inquired, knowing that 2 computers would be a challenge for him to carry alone. Feng felt a twinge of pain in his ankle and replied helplessly, I would appreciate that. Here, 50 yuan for your assistance. He pulled out another 50 yuan from his wallet as a token of gratitude for the extra effort. The middle-aged uncle was pleasantly surprised and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Together, they carried the computers upstairs. Feng opened the door to his home and found that his parents were not there, likely celebrating Gu Muxi's birthday across the street. Both his and Gu Muxi's birthdays were occasions for their families to dine together, making it a more festive affair. After placing the computers in his room, Feng washed his face to appear less fatigued, though the strain from moving the computers had exacerbated the pain in his ankle. After a quick sip of water, he headed next door and knocked on the door. Gu Muxi answered. Xiao, your timing is impeccable. Dinner is just about to be served, she exclaimed with a smile. I'm absolutely famished. Tonight, I plan to devour 2 bowls of rice. Feng chuckled. Stepping inside, he found his mother, Meng Xiaoyan, and Li Wan preparing food in the kitchen, while Gu Xingzhong and Yi Jianjun chatted merrily in the living room, their conversation a cheerful murmur. My son has returned. Come here for a moment. Yi Jianjun beckoned him. Dad, what is it? Feng approached, puzzled. I heard from Muxi that your recent test scores have been impressive. Placing in the top 10 of your class? Yi Jianjun inwided, surprised. Yes, I performed decently, though I need to strengthen my revision in physics, chemistry, and language. Feng grinned. Yi Jianjun pressed on. Do you have confidence in surpassing the second-tier university threshold in the college entrance examination? If you can achieve that, you might attend a good school. Muxi has always had strong grades. I believe if you both apply to the same university, you can take care of each other. After all, you've been in the same class since elementary school, and it would be reassuring for us if you attended the same university. Feng couldn't help but smirk. His father seemed to lack faith in him. Second tier? What does that even mean? Though I admit, my past academic performance was quite average. But now, I am confident I can achieve a score that far exceeds the first-tier threshold. I do have the assurance to surpass the second tier. It isn't particularly challenging. I've even discussed with Gu Muxi about applying to the same university after the exams, with Guangzhou University as our first choice since it's closer to home, Feng replied. Yi Jianjun nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. Keep it up. Gu Xingzhong chuckled. Old Yi, I see Xiao Feng is brimming with confidence. You should trust him. He will surely succeed. Ah, my good friend Gu, this is the first time he has done well on a test. I still have my reservations. Yi Jianjun shook his head. Gu Xingzhong turned to Yi Feng, smiling. Xiao Feng, make sure to achieve a good score to show your father. Sure thing, Uncle Gu. Yi Feng nodded. While they chatted, Li Wan and Meng Xiaoyan brought out the last 2 dishes. Come, everyone, let us sit down for dinner, Li Wan called. The dining table was laden with 6 dishes and a soup, quite a feast, reminiscent of a New Year's Eve dinner. Gu Xingzhong uncorked a fine bottle of wine to toast Yi Jianjun, both being longtime friends who often visited each other for a drink. Gu Xingzhong had received a number of good wines as gifts, allowing Yi Jianjun to indulge. The meal was lively. With the 2 families having known each other for over 20 years, their bond more intimate than that of relatives, akin to family. After the meal, Li Wan cleared the dishes and brought out the cake. All right, everyone, it's time for cake. Muxi, light the candle and make a wish. Liban Shimat. Gu Muxi, beaming with excitement, inserted a single candle into the cake and lit it. What wish are you making, Gu Muxi? This is your 18th birthday. You're coming of age. Yi Feng inuited curiously. That's none of your business. I want to tell you. Gu Muxi retorted playfully, clasping her hands together to make her wish. I hope my parents remain healthy. I wish for Yi Feng to excel in his college entrance examination and for his career to flourish. She secretly thought, considering Yi Xiao gifted me a computer, I might as well wish for him too. Gu Muxi, did you make a wish related to me? Yi Feng Leonid Collusive, whispering with a mischievous grin. Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed. I did not. Don't get ahead of yourself. With that, she blew out the candle. Hey. We haven't even sung the birthday song yet. Yi Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Yi Xiao, with your tone-deaf singing, I've endured it for over a decade. Perhaps it's best if you refrain. Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. Yi Feng chuckled helplessly. While he had never possessed a talent for singing, he had taken music as an elective in university and even enrolled in a training class after graduation. He felt confident now. Well, it seems Gu Muxi won to have the chance to hear my heavenly voice. Gu Muxi sliced the cake, serving the elders first before handing Yi Feng a generous slice while keeping only a small piece for herself. Why are you eating so little? Yi Feng asked, intrigued. The cake has too much cream. I'm afraid of gaining weight. You should eat more. Gu Muxi replied casually. With your figure, you don't need to worry about dieting. Yi Feng chuckled, although Gu Muxi was half a head shorter than him, standing at around 1.7 meters. She was considered tall among southern girls. Moreover, her figure was not just tall, but also exceptionally well-proportioned. As the saying goes, 1 more pound is too much, 1 less is too little. She was perfectly balanced. With her figure, she could easily make the girls at school green with envy. Hmph, I adore it. It's none of your business. Gulme, let us retreat to the room to eat. Gu Muxi noticed that Gu Xingzhong and Yi Jianjun were about to indulge in smoking at home. Her keen senses did not wish to be assailed by the acrid scent of tobacco. The 2 entered the room together, settling at the study desk to savor cake. Yi Xiao, has our computer been brought back? Gu Muxi had been eagerly anticipating her birthday gift. It has returned. It's in my room. I'll help you set it up after school tomorrow. Yi Feng replied with a grin. You have no idea how exhausting it was. I had to carry it up and down twice with the delivery guy. Gu Muxi felt a flicker of gratitude in her heart, just as she was about to speak. Yi Feng, with a mischievous smirk, added, hey, how about a kiss as a reward? Gu Muxi's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. Get lost. You're trying to take advantage of me? Fine, I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow. Pig offal noodles with extra pig offal. Yi Feng chuckled but suddenly shifted his foot, a sharp pain shooting through his ankle, causing him to grimace and gasp in discomfort. Noticing his pale expression, Gu Muxi asked with concern, what's wrong with your foot? I think I twisted it. I kicked that little brat earlier today and ended up spraining it. Yi Feng grimaced as he removed his shoes and socks to inspect the injury. Upon seeing it, Gu Muxi's eyes widened. It was swollen to the size of a bowsy. My goodness, Yi Feng, this looks serious. Why didn't you tell me sooner? It didn't hurt that much at first, but it got progressively worse after I moved the computer upstairs. Yi Feng replied helplessly. Gu Muxi was taken aback. She hadn't realized he had carried the computer upstairs despite his injury, and guilt washed over her. What a fool. Stay here. I'll get some medicinal alcohol to rub on it. My dad's remedy is incredibly effective. A flicker of concern crossed Gu Muxi's eyes as she hurriedly stood up. All right, we really need to apply that alcohol. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Once she returned with a small bottle of the medicinal alcohol, Gu Muxi opened it, and a pungent aroma wafted through the air. Just give it to me. I can apply it myself. Yi Feng reached out to take it. Can you really manage that? Let me help you. I'll have my mom boil an egg for you. After applying the alcohol, we can use the egg for a warm compress, and you'll feel better in no time. Now put your foot up on the chair and stretch it out. Gumui sat beside Feng, pouring some alcohol into her hands before gently applying it to the swollen area of his ankle. Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the past, whenever he had injured himself, Muxi had never offered to apply medicine. Instead, she would insist he be a man and do it himself. Today, however, she had taken the initiative. Watching her focus intently on applying the medicine warmed Feng's heart. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his foot. Ow, ow. Feng exclaimed. Muxi, what are you doing? Muxi looked up, rolling her eyes at him. I'm applying the alcohol firmly. If I don't apply enough pressure, it won't penetrate. You want to heal quickly, so bear with it. You're a grown man. You can handle a little pain. Easier said than done, Feng retorted, when it was my turn to apply medicine to you. Weren't you the one crying like a baby? Muxi shot him another glare. Did I? I don't recall ever crying. Of course you did. I remember that time in the second year of junior high when you tumbled down the stairs. It was absolutely hilarious. Feng chuckled at the memory, recalling how Muxi had fallen in a most comical manner. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Muxi huffed and continued to apply the alcohol with more force. Feng's expression suddenly shifted. Ow! A loud wail echoed through the house. In the living room, Gu Xingzhong, Yi Jianjun, Li Wan, and Meng Xiaoyan exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what the two children were up to in the room. Li Wan, puzzled, stood up to knock on the door. Cici, what on earth is going on in there? As the door opened, Muxi cheerfully replied, nothing much, just helping Yi Xiao apply medicine. This guy can't handle any pain at all. Oh, I see. The eggs are ready. Can you fetch a cloth for Xiaofeng to use as a warm compress? Be gentle. Okay. Don't hurt him, Li Wan advised. All right, Mom. I got it. Muxi thought to herself, why does Mom always side with that rascally Feng? She rushed to the kitchen, retrieved the boiled egg, wrapped it in a cloth, and brought it back to Feng for the warm compress. Feng was reluctant to let her use it as a compress. He found it torturous. He didn't realize how hot the egg was and nearly burned his skin. Reluctantly, he began to gently massage the egg on his ankle. After applying the medicinal alcohol and using the egg as a compress, he felt significantly better. The pain had subsided considerably. Leaning against the headboard, he watched Muxi at the desk, trimming her nails. She sat with one leg crossed over the other, her skirt riding up slightly to reveal her smooth, fair, and elongated legs. Must have quite a bit of flexibility, huh? Hmph. Muxi, could you help me trim my toenails? Why should I help you? Just because you have a big face? I'm big all over except my face. My hands are busy warming up right now. It's inconvenient. Muxi glanced at his swollen ankle and felt her heart soften. Fine, since you brought me my favorite birthday gift today and sprained your ankle, I'll trim them for you. Internally delighted, Feng thought Muxi truly had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Thanks. Let us start with the left foot. It doesn't hurt. Feng grabbed her pillow and placed it behind him, comfortably lying back as he awaited her service. Muxi rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, You lazy bum. As she sat on the edge of the bed, she began trimming his toenails. Yi Xiao, you really should exfoliate when you shower. Yikes. That is quite thick. Muxi remarked with a look of distaste. The skin is a protective layer. Why remove it? I feel safer with it. Feng replied with a cheeky smile. Muxi paused, perplexed. Why does your tone sound so strange? What's so strange about it? It sounds perfectly normal. I can't be bothered with you. Just finish up so you can rest. If your ankle is sprained, you should go to bed early. Are you trying to rush me away? It's already 10 o'clock at night. Do you plan to stay here overnight? Hey, that is not off the table. Don't be so impulsive. I'm practically your half-master, teaching you how to fix computers and even how to cook noodles. Muxi pouted. Your noodles aren't that great, you know. Yet you still ate so much, Feng countered. That's because I was hungry, Muxi asserted, her pride refusing to relent. You still dare to criticize me? It's you who can't cook noodles properly. You didn't stir them, and they ended up burning. Feng chuckled lightly. Muxi pinched his thigh playfully. Ow. Muxi, what are you doing? Muxi lifted her chin, feigning arrogance. That's for criticizing me. Don't you dare bring up my cooking mishap again. Feng grinned. All right, I won't mention it again. Just don't pinch me. Muxi revealed a pair of pristine tiger teeth and warned, if you say another word, I shall clip off your toes. Feng chuckled softly, yet he obediently remained silent, for his toes were still firmly within her grasp. After a brief moment, Muxi deftly trimmed Feng's toenails with remarkable speed. There you go, Yi Xiao. Now be off with you. Return to your slumber, she announced, placing the nail clippers aside and dusting her hands. Already? Feng expressed a hint of reluctance. The sensation of Muxi's delicate hands holding his toes was truly delightful. Alas, such blissful moments are always fleeting. What do you wish for then? You're quite the knack. Muxi teased in a different accent. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Little she, could you assist me? Feng pleaded with a pitiful gaze. Fine, fine, such a fuss. Muxi huffed as she helped him rise from the bed. However, as Feng stood, he lost his balance and fell into her embrace, holding her tightly. The warmth of her soft, fragrant presence enveloped him, making him feel as if he were soaring. A unique, intoxicating aroma wafted into his senses, refreshing and delightful. Muxi, you smell incredible, he exclaimed. Steady yourself. I can hardly support your weight. Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson as she puffed out her cheeks in feigned anger. Yet, being held by Feng inexplicably quickened her heart's rhythm. Oops, my bad. Feng scratched his head and regained his balance. After donning his shoes, he stepped out of the room with Muxi's assistance. In the living room, only Muxi's parents remained. Feng, how is your foot feeling? Liwan inquired with concern, after applying some medicinal alcohol and a warm compress. It feels much better, thank you, Annie. Feng replied with a smile. Then make sure to rest well. Shishi, do take good care of him. With school tomorrow. It seems Feng won't be able to ride his bike, so please accompany him, Liwan advised. Muxi retorted, Mom. You're being too kind to that pesky Feng. All right, I understand. Muxi acquiesced with a hint of exasperation, continuing to support Feng back home. Upon reaching Feng's doorstep, she promptly released him, saying, all right, you can manage from here. I'm off to take a shower. With that, she skipped away back to her own home. Feng chuckled and entered his house. As soon as he stepped inside, Meng Xiaoyun emerged from the kitchen, her brow furrowed in confusion. Son, why are there 2 computers in your room? Oh, I bought them cheaply from a scrap company. They're both repaired. And I'm giving one to Muxi as a birthday gift, Feng explained candidly. Wow, son, you can repair computers? Impressive. I never knew you had such a talent. Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed with delight. Hee, just a bit. I'm only 3rd in the world, Feng replied modestly, scratching his head with a grin. Quickly wash up, and after your shower, let me tend to your ankle. How could you be so careless and twisted? At least it's not your hand. Otherwise, it would greatly affect your studies. Meng Xiaoyun chastised gently. The college entrance examination is a significant milestone in life, second only to marriage and childbirth. It's a crucial moment that can change one's destiny. Successfully achieving good results can lead to a better university, ensuring job security in the future. For families like ours, it's the only way to reverse our fortunes. Meng Xiaoyun emphasized, her concern for Feng's exam palpable. I understand, Mom. I'll be more careful next time, Feng assured her, darting off to his room for clothes. After his shower, Feng sat in a chair while Meng Xiaoyun applied more medicinal alcohol to his ankle, finally allowing him to rest. Once he returned to his room, Meng Xiaoyun's expression was pale and weary. She felt slightly dizzy, steadied herself, and regained her composure before retreating to her own room. Inside, Jianjun stood by the window, smoking, his brow furrowed deeply. Feng has gone to sleep. You should hurry and wash up too. Smoke less, Meng Xiaoyun said with a faint smile. Jianjun exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke, turning to her with a sigh. Are you really not going to tell Feng? Well, with just over a month until his college entrance examination, it's best not to worry him. I fear he might overthink, and it could affect his performance. This exam is vital for him, Meng Xiaoyun replied, her face pale, a hint of resignation in her smile. Jianjun nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's allow him to focus on his studies until the exams are over. I just spoke with old Gu. He said he could lend us 8,000, which is nearly all of their savings. In a few days, I'll consult with Air Geo and CE. Regardless, we must gather as much money as we can. He continued. Meng Xiaoyun shook her head, a bitter smile on her lips. You're putting yourself in a tough spot. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. This sum is insufficient, and we need not just a small amount, but tens of thousands. Where can we possibly find that? It's best not to strain ourselves. Even if we somehow gather that much, repaying it later will be exceedingly difficult. After the exams, Feng will need to attend university. We should save for that instead. I believe my health can last another 10 or 20 years. Jianjun shook his head. 10 or 20 years. The doctor has stated that without prompt surgery, if the situation worsens, we might miss the optimal treatment window. You needn't worry about the finances. I will find a solution. For now, take it easy and rest more. With a heavy sigh, Jianjun took another drag from his cigarette, his face etched with worry. As he finished one cigarette, he reached for another, gazing out into the night, lost in thought. The haze of smoke enveloped him, causing his back to bend further under the weight of his burdens. The next morning, Feng was still immersed in slumber when he was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks from outside. Feng, rise and shine. If you don't get up soon, I want to wait for you. Hearing Muxi's melodious voice first thing in the morning, Feng opened his eyes, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Who would love such a wake-up call? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he got dressed, pulled open the curtains, and spotted Muxi across the way, tying her hair. The golden morning sun bathed her window, casting a radiant glow around her, making her seem as though she were glowing from within. "Good morning, Muxi," Feng greeted cheerfully. As Muxi focused on her ponytail, her chest slightly protruded due to her side profile, making her appear more mature than usual. "Time flies. You should hurry and wash up. I'll come to get you shortly. No need to prepare breakfast. My mom made bone porridge just for you." That's so unfair. I never had such treatment before." Muxi pouted, clearly feeling that her mother was showing favoritism. "Hee, Annie is just being nice to me. Enough chit-chat. See you soon." Feng grinned, pulling the curtains shut and hastily making his way to the bathroom. Upon reaching the bathroom, he noticed that his ankle no longer pained him. Looking down, he saw that the swelling had subsided, leaving only some bruising, and it was no longer painful. The medicinal alcohol was indeed remarkable. After just one night, he felt nearly healed. With his foot no longer hurting, his spirits lifted, and he hummed a little tune while finishing his morning routine. Grabbing his backpack, he headed for the door. "Mom, I'm off to school. Annie made me bone porridge," Feng called out as he changed his shoes at the entrance. However, after a moment, he realized he heard his mother's voice from the kitchen in response. Is Mom still not awake?" Confusion lingered in Feng's heart as he stepped into the kitchen, only to find it devoid of life, the stove cold and unlit. "Mom?" Feng called out again as he exited the kitchen, yet silence met his inquiry. Could it be that his mother had set out early to the market? Shaking his head, he opened the door and was greeted by Muxi emerging from the opposite door, clad in her usual loose-fitting athletic uniform. She exuded a vibrant aura of youth. "Ishao, is your foot feeling any better?" Muxi inquired with genuine concern. Feng's eyes darted, and a mask of pain crossed his face. "It seems it hasn't fully healed yet. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in getting me to school for the next few days." "Really?" Muxi regarded him with a skeptical expression. Feng nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed, it still hurts a bit. I suspect I'll need a few days to recuperate." Life is akin to a theatrical performance, entirely reliant on one's acting prowess. Without such pretense, how could he persuade Muxi to escort him to school? He had her firmly in his grasp. How delightful. "All right then, let us go. I'll help you downstairs," Muxi replied with a hint of resignation. With her support, Feng descended the staircase. "Did you open an account yesterday afternoon?" Feng asked, aware that one must visit a service hall to access the internet, connecting through a dial-up modem rather than fiber optics, which were not yet commonplace. This antiquated method involved dialing a special number for an ISP via a telephone line, yielding an exceedingly slow speed of merely 56 kilobits per second for both upload and download. Furthermore, one could either make a phone call or connect to the internet, but not both simultaneously. This sluggish connection allowed for nothing more than basic web browsing, forum browsing, and using OICQ, which would later be known as QQ. For gaming, one was limited to single-player games, as online connectivity was a luxury reserved for internet cafes and certain enterprises that utilized dedicated broadband. "Yes, my parents have agreed. A technician will come this afternoon to install it. However, my mother has restricted my internet usage to 30 hours a month, roughly an hour a day," Muxi lamented. "Perhaps your mother fears that you might become too engrossed in the internet and neglect your studies," Feng chuckled. "That might be true, but an hour each day isn't too shabby." Muxi brightened up. How quickly a woman's mood can shift. "All right, I'll assist you with your computer installation when I return from school. You can also have the technician set on my phone line. It's about time I got a landline as well," Feng proposed with a grin. "Sounds good. I'll inform the technician when I see him after school." Muxi nodded in agreement. As the college entrance examination approached, classes had essentially ceased, with days spent solely on reviewing exam exercises or engaging in self-study. The time spent at school slipped away amidst the rigorous revision. After school, Wang Tai drove Feng to Zhao Xingye's shop for computer repairs. The following day, the newly hired apprentice, Gao Hongxing, began to actively seek Feng's guidance on computer repairs. Feng, however, remained somewhat aloof, insisting that Gao first rectify his attitude. Perhaps only then would he impart even the slightest knowledge. After completing the repairs, Feng returned home, where the technician for the telecommunications company awaited him. This telecommunications firm was not the later established China Telecom, but a newly formed company catering to the regional business of small-scale network operators, which would eventually merge to become part of the telecom group. Upon seeing Feng return, Meng Xiaoyan promptly inquired, "Little Feng, why did you call someone to install both a telephone and internet? That must cost quite a bit." Feng chuckled softly, "Not much at all. Just around 300 to 400 yuan. Don't worry, Mom. I've earned some money from repairing computers recently, and having the internet will be beneficial for my studies." In recent days, he had made over 7,000 yuan from his computer repairs, and combined with his previous savings, Feng now possessed 31,000 yuan in accessible cash. Spending a few hundred yuan on a phone seemed trivial in comparison. With just over a month of work, he could gather enough to open a store. At that time, he would need to invest in furnishings and additional computer components, which would be a substantial expense. Meng Xiaoyan affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling. Our son is quite impressive, grasping the value of earning money so quickly. However, focus on preparing for the college entrance examination and don't lose your concentration. And remember to save your earnings for university. Avoid frivolous spending. Her heart swelled with pride at witnessing Feng's newfound entrepreneurial spirit. Understood, Mom. Feng replied with a smile. Yet, as he scrutinized his mother's face, he noticed a pallor that concerned him. Mom, you seem a bit pale. Are you feeling exhausted? Should we consider a visit to the hospital? Meng Xiaoyan chuckled reassuringly. No need for that. I'm in good health. However, regular checkups are essential. You needn't worry about expenses. I have enough money. Feng supported earnestly. All right, I'll heed your advice, but let us discuss this another day. Meng Xiaoyan replied casually. An hour later, the technician completed the installation of the telephone and internet at Feng's home. After settling the payment, Feng eagerly set up his computer at his desk. Successfully connecting to the internet for the first time was exhilarating. Finally, he could surf the web from the comfort of his home. Feng could hardly contain his excitement. The internet was undoubtedly one of the greatest inventions of the new millennium. It would transform the world. Despite the slow and unreliable connection, taking several seconds to load a single web page, Feng's enthusiasm remained undeterred. With his computer, he could program and develop software. It was undeniably a tool for productivity and profit. In the future, any software or games he created could be sold, which was immensely satisfying. In the year 2000, the internet and computers had yet to become fully ubiquitous. Many tools and games had not yet been developed, such as those for harvesting crops, reserving parking spots, or playing card games. Even simple games like 43.99 had yet to launch. It was a vast, untapped market. Feng explored several of the most popular websites of the time, such as Suhu and Xinlong, which served as information portals, each featuring its own chat rooms. Engaging in discussions in chat rooms and browsing portals were the primary means of socializing online. OTCQ, or QQ, was not particularly popular yet. Feng recalled that. At this moment, QQ had not yet rebranded, and the company had just secured its initial round of funding, with registered users barely reaching 5 million. However, this figure only accounted for registrations, as many individuals possessed multiple accounts. The real-time online user count had yet to surpass 100,000, a stark contrast to the traffic figures of major portals. However, 2000 also marked the year the dot-com bubble burst, severely impacting the internet industry. The rapid expansion of users put immense financial pressure on QQ, which struggled to cover losses with revenue, leading to a significant financial crisis. Returning to his thoughts, Feng felt that he was not yet equipped to engage in this grand era of the internet. Perhaps an opportunity would arise in the future. He downloaded OICQ, which presented a remarkably simplistic yet nostalgic login interface, framed in a dull gray. The input interface displays only the user number and user password, with 3 navigation options at the bottom: login, cancel, and registration guide. Following the registration guide, Feng successfully created an account for himself, a 6-digit one at that. Upon entering his account and password, he successfully logged in. What a monumental moment in history. The first QQ account has been born. Feng chose the online alias Feng. While he was still reveling in the joy of being online, Muxi could no longer contain her excitement and came knocking on his door. Well, you started playing without me, and you haven't even helped me set up yet. Muxi pouted, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Hee, I got so carried away that I almost forgot. All right, I'll help you set it up right now. Feng chuckled. He carried the computer into Muxi's room and assisted her in connecting to the internet, checking the IP address and optimizing the network settings. After successfully dialing up and testing the internet speed, he discovered it was identical to his own, ranging from a few KB to a dozen KB. That's sufficient. It's barely enough to browse websites and forums, Feng declared, clapping his hands. Fantastic, Muxi exclaimed, bouncing with excitement like a child. She eagerly seated herself at the computer, eager to try her hand at navigating it. Feng bookmarked a portal address for her and taught her some common online activities. Finally, he installed QQ for her and registered an account, adding his own account as a friend once she logged in. That's it. Now we can chat online. Feng nodded in satisfaction. Muxi paused, then shot him a glare. Your window is right across from mine. Why would I need to chat with you online? Feng was at a loss for words. It was indeed true. He spent every day with Muxi, and opening the window meant face-to-face interaction. making QQ chat seem unnecessary. Well then, you can chat with people online, but you must be cautious. The internet can be a treacherous place. You never know if you're talking to a weirdo. Don't trust online strangers easily. Understood? Feng advisit solemne. Gumushi nodded. I got it. Don't worry, I'm not a child. All right then, I'll be heading back. If you have any questions, just shout for me from the window. Feng said with a smile. Once Feng departed, Gumushi stared at her QQ and suddenly had a mischievous idea. Hee, you're in for it now. Feng. At 10 p.m., after her evening routine, Gumushi returned to her room, opened the QQ registration page, and created a new account. She then used the new account to add Feng as a friend. Let us see how you like being my first stranger. Meanwhile, Feng was sitting at his computer browsing forums. Suddenly, he received a new message notification. Upon opening it, he found a friend request from an unfamiliar account with the username Shui Munyanhua. A stranger is already adding me? Confused, he accepted the friend request. Hello. Shui Munyanhua greeted. Feng quickly typed back, Feng, who are you? Are you a guy or a girl? Shui Munyanhua replied. What SGG and MM? Feng clarified. Do you mean are you male or female? Shui Munyanhua responded. I'm a girl. Feng pressed on. How did you find me on QQ? Shui Munyanhua answered. Just added randomly. Feng squinted, sensing a hint of conspiracy. The QQ Friend Edition feature required entering an account number, while some internet surfers might be so bored as to add randomly. Feng found it hard to believe that someone could just happen to stumble upon his newly created QQ account. Let us check the IP address. Feng chuckled to himself as he opened his firewall software. The QQ software logs local information, and the firewall software can track both the outgoing and incoming information, revealing the IP address of the sender. In earlier versions, this address was not masked or concealed. Scrolling through the firewall records, Feng found a string of IP addresses following the earliest conversation records. When he saw one of the IP addresses, he froze. Wasn't he the IP address of Gumushi's home? He had seen it while assisting her with the computer setup in the afternoon. This meant that the user Shui Munyanhua was actually Gumushi. A glimmer of realization crossed Feng's eyes. No wonder he had received a friend request from a stranger out of the blue. Gumushi must have registered another QQ account to prank him. With a determined mindset, Feng decided to play along and see who would outsmart whom. You want to play games with me? Feng typed back, oh hello. Stranger, I thought you were some woman. Across the window, Gumushi received the message. She was taken aback. Who was this woman Feng mentioned? She needed to clarify. Shui Munyanhua replied, what woman? Which woman do you think I am? Feng responded, nothing, just a little girl from next door. You and T know her. Shui Munyanhua probed. You seem to know her quite well? Feng replied, of course. I know every detail about her. Gumushi's cheeks flushed, glaring at Feng's QQ. You know nothing. How shameless. Shui Munyanhua laughed. Oh really? Feng continued, by the way, who are you? Where do you live? Gumushi and T thought through her disguise and quickly made up a story. I'm from the Northeast. You and T know it if I told you. Feng chuckled. Oh, so you're from the Northeast? Let us hear some Northeast dialect. It's my favorite. Gumushi, clueless about the Northeast dialect, scratched her head, unsure of how to respond. Unable to think of anything, she typed, what Northeast dialect is there when surfing the web? I don't want to say. Feng chuckled lightly. All right then, even though we're thousands of miles apart, it's still a kind of fate that we cross paths. We should communicate more to foster a deeper understanding. Englishaudiobook. Shui Munyanhua asked, how do you want to deepen our understanding? Feng replied, however you want to. I'm indifferent. It's that kind of understanding where I know your depths. And you know my lengths. Gumushi raised an eyebrow. Oh, Feng, you dare to flirt online. Your words are so eloquent. She smirked. I'll get back at you later. Shui Munyanhua responded, haha, sure, but I have things to do now. Let us talk another day. Moments latte. Feng noticed the other account had turned gray, indicating it was offline. Gumushi, you want to pose as a stranger? Let us see how we can play this out. He logged off QQ and continued tinkering with his computer. Although the internet connection was poor, it didn't hinder the local performance of the machine. He needed to set up a C programming environment and install Java, preparing himself for future coding and software development endeavors. Feng planned to develop an antivirus software, having studied network security as part of his computer science curriculum back in the day. He participated in the third national internet security competition, and although his team only secured third place, this experience deepened his understanding of cybersecurity. The conventional antivirus software predominantly employs broad-spectrum signature technology, which is rather antiquated and inconvenient for users. What he aspires to create is a heuristic antivirus engine that is not only more advanced and secure, but also simpler and more user-friendly. Given the current computer configurations, this antivirus software should be compact, emphasizing simplicity, efficiency, and functionality without excessive features, just enough to suffice. Once computers become ubiquitous and the internet flourishes, he envisions entering the realm of cloud-based scanning. It is worth noting that a renowned giant 360 emerged during that era, with his early foray into this domain. Perhaps the later emergence of 360 could be averted. With fervor, Feng's fingers danced across the keyboard as he set up his environment and began coding. By day, he diligently studied at school, spent afternoons repairing computers, and devoted his evenings to coding after dinner. On weekends, he busied himself at the shop, laying out wiring, painting walls, purchasing furniture, and refurbishing a batch of old computers. Each day was filled with purpose and activity, leaving him with little to no time for leisure. There was not a single day of respite. Over a month slipped by in this whirlwind of busyness. And soon it was the final weekend before the college entrance examinations. On that Saturday morning, Feng and Wang Tai hurried to the shop. Upon arriving at the entrance, Feng gazed at the glass door, a confident smile gracing his lips. He believed that this shop would undoubtedly captivate all who entered. Above the entrance hung a sleek and artistically designed sign, half adorned with a minimalist red maple leaf logo, while the other half displayed the shop's name, Hmph Electronics. Computer repair specialists. The name Hmph was chosen for its phonetic resemblance to Feng, marking the beginning of a future life with Muxi. This straightforward name, coupled with a direct suffix, ensured that every patron could easily grasp the essence of the establishment. It was a professional computer repair shop. At first glance, the shop exuded a comfortable, fashionable, and minimalist vibe, reminiscent of an Apple store. Upon entering, the decor featured a primary palette of white and pale yellow, with white walls complemented by soft yellow recessed lighting. On either side, long Wallywood tables stood, while illuminated display racks enhanced the ambience. In such an environment, one felt an undeniable sense of ease and comfort. The shop was divided into 4 main areas. The left and right sides housed display racks. The central area featured 2 long Wallywood tables, custom designed by Feng, elegant and imposing. These tables were intended for showcasing computers and various accessories, allowing customers to immediately sense the vibrant pulse of electronic technology upon entering. Beyond repair services, Feng also planned to sell assembled computers in both new and second-hand components. The third area was a resting zone, modest in size, but furnished with genuine leather seating, accompanied by a water cooler and a rack for fashion magazines. This space was primarily for customers waiting for their computers, and Feng intended to enhance this service area in the future, as it would be where customers interacted and spent the most time. The fourth area was Feng's workspace, featuring pegboards adorned with various tools, while the desktop housed an array of diagnostic instruments, pressure testers, and power supplies. Although the space was filled with equipment, it remained impeccably tidy and aesthetically pleasing. This area was also partially designed for display, with one side visible to customers, providing a professional and direct impression, while the other side was separated by a partition emblazoned with a striking, simplistic Hmph logo. The entire shop radiated a sense of simplicity, modernity, and technological sophistication, showcasing an avant-garde design that immersed visitors in its ambience. Feng chuckled softly, thoroughly satisfied with his creation. Hmph Electronics was poised for takeoff in Wuhu. Chapter 49. Principles of Competitive Acquisition. Brother Feng, Han Pingyan and Han Nan emerged from the workspace. Pingyan, you've done well. The cleanliness is commendable. Feng praised, patting his shoulder. Han Pingyan, now clad in new clothing and shoes, appeared more vigorous compared to a month ago, despite still being somewhat slender. Beside him, Han Nan was also neatly groomed, her hair styled in 2 cute braids, her appearance lively and charming. Her hair had lost its previous dullness, and the signs of malnutrition had vanished from her face. Feng had rented a nearby apartment with a kitchen for the 2 of them, and with their salaries, their diet had improved, leading to better health. Well deserved, Feng remarked, noting the newfound smiles adorning Han Pingyan's typically stoic face. The shop is now fully renovated, so for now, you can just keep an eye on things. Tai and I are heading to the electrical science building shortly. Please move that batch of computers to the center of the shop and clean them with a dust cloth as thoroughly as possible. Use that plastic yellowing agent to enhance the monitor's appearance, but be cautious not to let it seep inside the machines. Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. Han Pingyan replied earnestly. Feng smiled, appreciating Han Pingyan's remarkable execution and attention to detail, which stemmed from his meticulous nature. Han Pingyan was an exceedingly introverted individual, often speaking little and possessing a sensitive heart. He fervently sought recognition from others, particularly from Feng. Such a person tends to work diligently without voicing much, focusing on perfecting tasks in hopes of earning Feng's approval. Feng wished for him to become a bit more outgoing, though he understood that this transformation would not occur overnight. Take your time. I believe he will eventually grow and flourish, Feng thought optimistically. After conveying his instructions, Feng strolled around the shop, adjusting the positions of tables and chairs, noting areas in need of decorative enhancements, which he recorded in a small notebook for future improvements. He aimed to refine every detail before the grand opening. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was already 11 a.m. It was time to visit the electrical science building. The purpose of this trip was to find a buyer for the batch of secondhand computers and establish connections for sourcing computer components. The core business of this shop was computer repair, with assembling computers and selling components as supplementary services. Yet, one should not underestimate the profit margins of these two ventures. Assembling computers often yielded the highest profits, whether for new or secondhand machines. New computers typically return a profit of around 30%, while secondhand assembled units could be even more lucrative, with profits ranging from 50 to 100, depending on the purchasing and selling prices. For instance, once this batch of old computers was refurbished, the profit margin could soar to 20 or 30 times the original cost. Tai, grab the business cards. Let us go, Feng said with a smile. Ha, got it, brother Feng. Now we have our own business and business cards. Wang Tai replied cheerfully. He heard that today they would be visiting the Electronic Science and Technology building for business discussions. To appear more mature, he had specifically purchased a white shirt to pair with his jeans. Wearing a t-shirt and casual pants would have made him appear rather youthful. The two men took their business cards and departed from the shop. The Electronic Science and Technology building was somewhat distant from the city center, so they opted for a taxi. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, Feng and Wang Tai arrived at their destination. Standing at the entrance of the building, Feng gazed at the bustling flow of people coming and going, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Electronics, Science, and Technology building was a 10-story edifice, with the first 3 floors comprising an electronics mall and the remaining 7 floors dedicated to corporate offices. This location was the epicenter for electronic products in the entire Guangzhou area, serving as a hub for various electronic manufacturers and their agents, predominantly featuring computers and mobile phones, along with some gaming consoles and electronic instruments. What a lively scene, Wang Tai remarked, astonished by the crowd. Come, let's also venture inside, Feng replied with a smile. As they entered the building, the first floor was filled with stalls selling various gaming consoles, mobile phones, and computer components, catering primarily to consumers. Feng meandered through the displays before heading directly to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor specialized in computers and accessories, and it was notably less crowded, as most visitors were there with the intent to purchase. In an era when online shopping and logistics were not as developed, malls served as the primary purchasing channel. Feng circled the entire 3rd floor several times, identifying a few prominent stores. These stores offered both new and secondhand computers, and prominently displayed signs indicating they also accepted trade-ins for used computers. He approached 2 adjacent stores, both engaged in similar business, where 2 women were stationed at the entrances, vying for the attention of passers-by. Feng narrowed his eyes, already formulating a plan. Let us start with this one. He indicated the store on the left, named Hmph. All right, Wang Tai nodded, following closely behind Feng. At the entrance of Hmph Computer Store stood a woman in her 30s, heavily made up. Upon seeing Feng and Wang Tai approach, she eagerly stepped forward to greet them. Are you two here to take a look at our computers? Please come in. Our store offers a complete range of computers with excellent configurations and competitive prices. Feng replied with a faint smile. Hello, I am here to sell secondhand computers. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Then her smile faded as she coolly inquired, selling secondhand computers? Oh, what specifications do your computers have? Did you bring them with you? Buying a computer is akin to bringing in money, while selling one means requesting funds. Her demeanor had shifted noticeably. Feng remained unfazed. He had encountered such attitudes before. I have a considerable quantity to sell, and I have brought the configuration list with me. Could I speak with your manager? The woman responded with a nonchalant. Our manager just stepped out. He should be back shortly. Why don't you wait a moment? Feng chuckled lightly and confidently turned toward the store on the right. The adjacent store was run by a young woman in her 20s, dressed in a professional short skirt. Upon noticing Feng and Wang Tai, she warmly approached. Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? Her tone was gentle and respectful, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Hello. Your store also accepts secondhand computers, correct? Feng confirmed. Yes. We do accept them, regardless of quantity. Are you looking to sell? She asked, gesturing invitingly for him to sit on a nearby bench. Feng produced the prepared configuration list, stating, I have a substantial number of computers to sell, 22 in total. This is the configuration list for all of them. Besides his and Goom Muxi's 2 units, Feng had retained 1 for himself in the shop, ultimately making it a total of 22 units for sale. He deliberately raised his voice so that the woman next door could overhear. What? 22 units? The young woman gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. It was her first time hearing of such a large quantity being sold at once. Even a small to medium-sized company might not possess so many computers. Sir, please hold on. I will fetch the manager to discuss this with you personally. The young woman promptly stood up and left. The woman next door had also caught wind of Feng's declaration and was taken aback. Selling 22 computers? This could be a substantial deal. I should inform the manager immediately. She quickly took out her phone to make a call. However, Feng had observed all her actions keenly. Now we simply await the unfolding drama. Wang Tai also noticed the woman making the call, occasionally glancing toward Feng. He whispered, Brother Feng, why don't we first talk to the shop next door? We could gauge their interest before returning here. I sense that she seems somewhat interested, he added. Feng chuckled softly and replied, TZ, take note, selling is also an art. There's a reason I'm not approaching each shop individually. This is what we call the competitive purchasing principle. It implies that when a unique commodity exists and there are buyers with similar desires who are in competition, they will drive up the price in their eagerness to acquire the item. Seeing Wang Tai look somewhat bewildered, Feng smiled. Do you remember the last time I took you to McDonald's? Wang Tai, still a bit confused, nodded as he recalled the occasion. We initially intended to enjoy the spicy chicken burger, but unfortunately, it was out of stock. The only remaining option was the grilled chicken burger, and there was just one left. The lady behind us was also eager to buy it, urging us to hurry up. If we didn't take the last grilled chicken burger, she would surely snatch it up. Did you notice how our desire shifted in that moment? You ended up wanting the chicken burger even more. Wang Tai nodded, beginning to grasp the concept. So, Brother Feng, was it the competitive atmosphere that influenced me? Had there not been that lady behind us, I would have preferred to have the Orleans fried chicken. Feng's eyes brightened as he patted Wang Tai's shoulder. TZ, your capacity for understanding is quite impressive. Chapter 50. Brother Feng, your strategy is truly remarkable. Wang Tai scratched his head, grinning. That's because Brother Feng explained it so well, I understood it immediately. As long as you comprehend, that's what matters. Just observe closely, Feng said, glancing toward the interior of the store. The young woman was approaching with a middle-aged man dressed in a blue shirt and black trousers. The man sported slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses with a slight paunch, giving him a rather affluent appearance. Hello. I'm the owner of this store. My surname is Ning, and I'm called Hmph. May I ask how to address you, young sir? Hmph approached Feng warmly, handing out business cards to both him and Wang Tai from a card holder in his pocket. Hello, Mr. Ning. My name is Feng, and this is my friend Wang Tai. Feng replied, producing a business card for his pocket to exchange. The exchange of business cards was a customary first step in establishing rapport in business dealings, as they contained one name, contact number, and company details. West Phone Electronics? Hmph paused, taken aback. Having worked in the electronics field for over 5 years, he had never heard of this company. Upon noticing the address on the card, located in Tianhe City Plaza, he suddenly realized. So, Young is also in the same industry? No wonder I heard Xiang mention that you were releasing a batch of 22 computers. Aside from large corporations, it seems only industry peers would be interested. Hmph remarked with enthusiasm. That's true, Feng explained, but our store hasn't opened yet. We won't be able to start operations for a while. I came to the Electronic Science and Technology building today, primarily to sell a batch of second-hand computers, so I wanted to take a look. Splendid. Brother, let us sit down and converse leisurely. Hmph invited courteously, his gaze fixed intently on Feng, curiosity flickering in his eyes. This young man appeared to be around 20 years old, yet he already owned his own shop. His demeanor and articulate speech betrayed a maturity uncommon in one so young, which was quite astonishing. With a twinkle in his eye, he chuckled, Brother, at such a tender age to already be a shop owner. You truly are an impressive young talent. I've seldom encountered someone so young stepping into the role of a boss. Feng offered a faint smile, humbly responding, Thank you for your kind words, Boss Ning. I am merely starting out and lack experience. I will certainly seek to learn from you in the future. Here, Boss Ning. This is the configuration list for the computers. Please take a look, Feng said, handing over the document. As Hmph received the list, he couldn't help but regard Feng with increased admiration. The young man spoke with such composure, accepting compliments without any visible excitement. The ability to conceal one's thoughts, true intentions, and even emotions is indeed a formidable trait. Such individuals possess profound depth. All right, let me examine the configuration list, Hmph said. Meticulously reviewing the specifications of the 22 computers, he discovered that the configurations were from 3 to 4 years prior, predominantly suited for internet cafes. The pricing for new machines of this caliber was not excessively high. They were valued for their cost-effectiveness, especially favored by internet cafes to help reduce expenses. Brother, are these all computers that were replaced by internet cafes? Ning Fei Bank inquired, astonished. Feng's heart stirred. Indeed, he was an old hand in the industry, discerning the origin of the computers merely from their specifications. Indeed, these are machines that were replaced by internet cafes. You have a keen eye, boss Ning. He replied with a slight smile and a nod. Ning Faping chuckled. I've seen my fair share. Practice makes perfect. From the configuration list, it was clear that these computers were quite decent, reasonably priced, and still viable for individual customers. If the machines are in good condition, I would indeed be willing to purchase them. How does brother E plan to sell them? As Ning Faping spoke, he squinted his eyes, keenly observing Feng for any subtle changes in expression that might reveal his psychological minimum price. Feng maintained a neutral countenance, seemingly in contemplation. Is it that this young brother wishes to sell computers? Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the adjacent shop. Feng turned to see a rotund man in a suit hastily approaching, beaming at Feng. Greetings. I am Su Yongfa, the owner of the neighboring Yongfa computer store. Here's my business card. May I ask your name, young brother? Su Yongfa extended his card towards Feng. Feng, he replied with a gentle smile, accepting the card with both hands. Hello, Su boss. I just visited your shop and noticed you were absent, so I thought I would come over and have a seat. Feng's words were deliberately vague, subtly indicating to Su Yongfa that he had yet to finalize an agreement with Ning Faping. Su Yongfa, being a shrewd individual, perceived the implications in Feng's statement, his eyes glinting with cunning. I sincerely apologize. I merely stepped away for a moment. My staff heard someone was selling a batch of computers, so I rushed back, Su Yongfa said, grinning. What specifications are you selling, brother E? I would like to take a look as well. Upon seeing Su Yongfa, Ning Faping furrowed his brow, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. Su boss, this is rather inconsiderate. Haven't you noticed that I am currently in discussions with brother E? You barged in here and attempted to poach the deal right in front of me. Isn't that a bit excessive? His tone grew noticeably colder towards the end. The two shops were situated side by side, engaging in identical business, and they often competed fiercely for customers. Su Yongfa, unabashed, chuckled derisively, Ning boss. You haven't even closed the deal yet. How can you accuse me of poaching? Besides, who knows who will actually secure this transaction? Ning Faping's expression darkened, but he refrained from saying more. He suppressed his anger and restored his composure. Su boss, it may be a bit challenging for you to swallow this batch of 22 machines, Ning Faping remarked calmly. Although he directed the words to Su Yongfa, they were intended for Feng's ears, suggesting that Su Yongfa's financial backing was insufficient to rival his own. Feng, seasoned in the realm of commerce, instantly grasped the underlying message. However, he bore no ill will towards an additional competitor, responding with a smile. If Su boss is interested, please feel free to join us and discuss further. You may also review the configuration list. Certainly, I will take a look, Su Yongfa said as he pulled out a chair for himself, completely disregarding that it was still Ning Faping's establishment. He glanced briefly at the configuration list on the table, nodded, and remarked, these are indeed older computers from internet cafes, but the specifications are still decent. They're usable. Brother E, I am quite interested in this batch of computers. Are you planning to price them individually or sell them as a package? Su Zongfa inquired. Feng glanced at Ning Faping and then replied with a smile, selling individually would be too cumbersome. I will sell them as a package. 22 computers for 66,000. Additionally, all machines come with a 1-year warranty. Any issues will be repaired or replaced at no extra charge, with an average price of merely 3,000 per unit. This configuration at such a price was indeed a bargain, perhaps even slightly undervalued. Feng had estimated that if sold to individual clients, each unit could fetch between 4,000 and 5,000, especially if they had ready customers. Both owners were well versed in the trade, and Feng was candid, stating his bottom line directly. Upon hearing the price Feng proposed, both Su Yongfa and Ning Faping couldn't help but show faint smiles. The offer of a 1-year warranty was particularly enticing. Typically, second-hand computers come with only a 3-month warranty. After that period, any repairs would incur additional costs. The 1-year warranty was truly a compelling incentive for both men. With a slightly lower price, coupled with a 1-year warranty, as long as the computers were in good condition, purchasing them would be a profitable venture. Brother, he truly knows how to conduct business. This price is quite reasonable. I'm in. Su Zongfa et Gelim. From the pricing alone, he sensed that this young man was no ordinary individual. He was adept at both interpersonal relations and commerce. Feng smiled gently. There's plenty of profit for all. If I set the price too high, you and buy, would you? Ning Faping, unwilling to let Su Yongfa snatch the deal first, swiftly turned to Feng, stating, Brother E, your willingness to provide a 1-year warranty demonstrates great sincerity. I will offer a flat price of 70,000 for the 22 machines. With that, he cast a cold glance at Su Yongfa, determined not to let this lucrative opportunity slip away. Su Yongfa snorted derisively, retorting sarcastically, "Ning boss, you are quite generous. But after all these years, I still have a little capital to work with." Turning to Feng, he continued, "Brother E, I will offer 74,000 for the batch." Ning Feiping's expression soured, and he immediately interjected, "I'll go with 76,000. I'll offer 78,000. I'll bid 80,000. I'll raise it to 82,000. The two individuals exchanged words, continuously escalating the price, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and palpable animosity. Ning Feiping squinted, slammed his hand on the table, and declared, "I'll bid 90,000. If Boss Su wishes to raise it further, I would gladly relinquish it to you." Upon hearing the figure of 90,000, Wang Tai felt his heart nearly leap into his throat. 90,000. That was indeed a staggering sum. The annual expenditure of an average family barely amounts to around 3,000. He had never encountered such a substantial amount of money and could hardly fathom how towering a stack of 90,000 would be on the table. Yet, this figure alone could bring joy to an ordinary person for an entire year. Su Yongfa was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth in surprise before regaining his composure. If the price were to rise any further, it would likely yield minimal profit, or even result in a slight loss. Wouldn't that mean laboring in vain? The price of 90,000 was already quite steep. Even if everything were sold, the profit margin would be slim, rendering it unworthy. In business, who would willingly incur a loss? Su Yongfa's expression darkened, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he sneered, "Well, since Boss Ning is so determined to acquire this batch of computers, I shall graciously concede. Wishing you prosperous business, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." He clasped his hands in farewell and stood to depart. With Su Yongfa's exit, a relaxed smile finally graced Ning Feiping's face. Though 90,000 was a high price, there was still profit to be made, albeit modest. However, the satisfaction of sending Su Yongfa away with a scowl made the expenditure feel worthwhile. He turned to Feng and said, "Young brother, I keep my word. 90,000 it is. I shall purchase this batch of computers from you, and let us consider this a friendship forged. In the future, let us look out for one another in our business endeavors. Ha ha." Feng merely chuckled lightly, revealing no signs of elation, nodding instead. "Boss Ning is indeed a man of his word. I am delighted to form a friendship with you. As the saying goes, more friends, more paths. The more friends one has, the broader the opportunities." Ning Feiping regarded him with admiration. This young man was articulate and astute, exuding a depth of character that was truly commendable. "Are these computers in your shop today? Can we inspect them on the same day?" Ning Feiping inquired. "Yes, they are available at any time, and we await your esteemed presence, Boss Ning," Feng replied with a smile. "Ha ha, then let us head over together. As long as the machines are in good order, we shall proceed," Ning Feiping stated as he rose. He was known for his decisive nature, never one to dawdle. Once a decision was made, action followed immediately. "Young brother please wait for me here while I fetch something. Xiang, pour some tea for these two young gentlemen." Ning Feiping called out to the shop, then swiftly walked toward the booth in the display area. Once he had departed, Wang Tai looked at Feng with a face full of admiration and whispered, "Brother Feng, your strategy is truly remarkable." Chapter 51. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Feng chuckled, patting Wang Tai on the shoulder. "TZ, remember, if you're the seller, mastering this technique is essential. The principle of competitive bidding is a powerful marketing tool, simple yet practical. This principle has even evolved into a commercial strategy known as scarcity marketing, where limited supply creates an illusion of high demand, prompting customers to compete for purchase, thereby maintaining elevated prices and profit margins." Wang Tai was momentarily stunned. "Marvelous. Is there truly such a method?" Feng tapped the table, adopting a serious tone. "In fact, scarcity marketing is already quite prevalent. Many companies employ it. Its simplicity and effectiveness have made it a commonly used tactic. Take, for instance, M Company. They could easily increase production as fried chicken involves only a few steps. Yet they maintain a fixed daily output, perpetually leaving customers wanting more. Within a year, they have raised prices twice, yet still, throngs of people flock to them. They leverage their unique product advantages and apply the principle of competitive bidding, enticing those who crave their offerings to compete for a taste. If they were to open supply completely, while they might earn more daily, customers would inevitably balk at price increases." Wang Tai listened, feeling as though a door to a new world had swung open. Observing him deep in thought, Feng smiled gently, choosing not to interrupt. Wang Tai was his most trusted ally, destined to become a formidable asset in the future. Presently a bit naive did not mean he would remain so. In the realm of commerce, one inevitably becomes sharper. A young woman named Asyang brought 2 cups of tea. Please wait a moment. The boss will be out shortly, she said with a gentle smile. Yes, we're in no hurry, Feng replied, nodding. After a brief interval, Hmph emerged, now donned in a fresh coat. His hair slicked back, clearly having taken time to groom himself. Feng silently nodded. Hmph demonstrated a commendable understanding of business etiquette, suggesting he operated in circles beyond those of typical small business owners. Generally, such proprietors overlook these details. Only individuals of a certain social standing, those at higher echelons of commerce, would do so. After all, when one steps outside, they represent their own enterprise. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Let us set off now, Hmph expressed with sincerity. Not long after, he inquired, will Boss Ning be driving himself, or shall we share a taxi? As a budding entrepreneur, I have yet to afford a car, Feng candidly remarked. In the presence of such a person, revealing some authenticity would foster a sense of sincerity. Hmph laughed. In that case, I shall drive. I have faith that young brother will certainly acquire a few luxury cars in the future, and you'll have the pleasure of switching them up daily. He found this young man increasingly intriguing, genuine, composed, and methodical in his actions. Such a person, if not successful, who could claim success? Associating with him might prove beneficial in the future. You jest, Boss Ning. Switching cars daily would be quite the chore during maintenance. Feng bantered back lightly. The 3 conversed as they walked, taking the elevator down to the parking garage. To Feng's astonishment, Hmph drove a BMW 5 Series E39. It is worth noting that this model starts at 600,000, and with high specifications and additional features, it could reach 800,000. A vehicle priced at 600,000 is undoubtedly considered a luxury sedan in today's market. Few in Guang City could afford such an extravagant vehicle, likely belonging to individuals with fortunes in the millions, or even tens of millions. Indeed, Boss Ning is nothing if not discreet. Anyone who drives an E39 is no ordinary individual, Feng remarked casually. You're familiar with this car? It's imported, and not many in the country know it. Hmph responded, surprised. I've seen it in magazines. BMW's latest pride, a benchmark of luxury. Few can afford it in Guang City, Feng said, admiring the vehicle. Ha, young brother, is jesting. There are indeed quite a few wealthy individuals in Guang City. I'm hardly anything special. This car was purchased by me. I lack that capability. It was a gift from my father. I find it comfortable to drive and have kept using it, Hmph explained as he opened the door and got in. Feng took the passenger seat, while Wang Tai settled in the back. On the road, Feng engaged Hmph in lively conversation, traversing topics from ancient to modern, with Feng deftly steering the rhythm of the dialogue, leading to peals of laughter within the vehicle. As Hmph drove, he occasionally cast a deep glance at Feng. This young man was truly remarkable. Regardless of the topic of conversation, Feng could always articulate a profound understanding, exhibiting a remarkably assured and rational perspective on the future. From the internet to the manufacturing industry, he seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. To possess such far-reaching vision and comprehension of various industries foretold a future far beyond the ordinary. What was even more astonishing was that during their conversation, Hmph discovered that Feng was merely 18 years old, an upcoming candidate for the college entrance examination. A prodigy, an extraordinary prodigy. How could such a remarkable young man exist in this world? As he listened to Feng eloquently discuss the future of the manufacturing industry, Hmph felt an increasing sense of awe and astonishment. After about half an hour, they arrived at the city center, maneuvering into a narrow alley, where they halted in front of Feng's shop. Boss Ning, my store is right here, Feng said, stepping out of the car with a smile. Upon entering, Hmph was immediately captivated by the shop's decor. To the left, a sleek and stylish logo of a red maple leaf exuded a sense of technological sophistication, while to the right, a succinct introduction read, Sheafing Electronics, Computer Repair Experts. The minimalist yet chic aesthetic of the storefront instantly drew attention. This shop is beautifully decorated. Please come inside, this is my domain. Feel free to explore, Feng chuckled. Ha, young brother, you jest. How could I dare to cause a ruckus? Hmph strode confidently toward the shop. Wang Tai hurried over to open the glass door for them. The moment Hmph stepped inside, he was utterly astonished by the scene before him. As he surveyed the interior, 2 words flashed through his mind. Perfection. Followed by 4 more, utterly astonishing. The shop, though not large, was impeccably equipped, with clearly defined functional areas, and each section harmoniously unified in style. The recessed lighting and LED strips created a warm ambience, exuding a minimalist elegance that was utterly intoxicating. This was the art of design. This shop is incredible. Young brother, is this your store? Who is the master behind this interior design? Hmph asked in astonishment. The more he scrutinized the shop, the more excited he became. It was truly impressive. Every detail was designed with such comfort in mind. He had seen countless storefronts and visited numerous hotels. But this shop was the best design he had ever encountered. Yes, undoubtedly the finest. It resembled a piece of art. The aesthetic was absolutely ahead of its time, breathtaking. It wasn't designed by any master. It was created by me, Feng replied nonchalantly. What? You mean you designed it yourself? This is your handiwork. Hmph exclaimed, staring at him in disbelief, utterly flabbergasted. It was hard to believe that this young man possessed the skills to create such a stylish and technologically appealing shop. Such design prowess and artistic sensibility were truly astounding. Seeing Hmph's astonished expression, Feng couldn't help but chuckle internally. Boss Ning, the computers you requested are right over there, all neatly arranged, he said. Ping, having heard the commotion from the kitchen, hurried out to greet them. Brother Feng, please plug in the power one by one. Then bring the computer over for Boss Ning to inspect, Feng instructed. Understood. Han Pingan nodded, while Wang Tai also stepped in to assist. It was only then that Hmph regained his composure, taking a deep breath. Young brother, you are truly a genius. This store is the finest I have ever seen. If you entered it into a design competition, it would undoubtedly win the Best Design Award. Hmph generously complimented him. For the design of this shop was indeed worthy of praise, as was its creator, Feng. Boss Ning is too kind. Please come in. Feng smiled slightly. Extending his hand, Hmph reached out to shake his hand. Wait a moment, before we inspect the computers, there is something I need to discuss with you first. Feng froze for a moment, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could there be a twist? Please, Boss Ning, what is it? Feng asked calmly. Hmph immediately adopted a flattering demeanor, rubbing his hands together and smiling. Would you be willing to design a shop like this for me? Feng. He initially thought there might be a serious matter at hand. It turned out to be this. Seeing Feng's astonished expression, Hmph hastily added, rest assured. As long as you design it, I can offer you a substantial design fee. Chapter 52. Zhao Xingye's sudden change of heart. Feng stared at him, momentarily speechless. Before responding with a smile, that's not a problem. As a friend, let us not discuss design fees. Designing a shop was no challenge for Feng. He could complete it in a single night and considered it a favor to Hmph. In return, he would find future negotiations more agreeable. Hmph was somewhat surprised by Feng's refusal of payment, yet it only deepened his admiration for him. This young man knew how to navigate relationships. In that case, I'll entrust this matter to you. Young brother, Hmph said sincerely. First, let us inspect the machines, Feng gestured. Hmph nodded and began his inspection. Despite their budding friendship, he did not let his guard down regarding the examination of the machines. He powered each one on, checking the component information, testing performance, and even opened the cases to inspect for wear and tear. 2 hours passed swiftly, and he finally completed the inspection of all 22 machines. Some of these have been repaired, but the quality of the repairs is excellent, with parts in nearly new condition. They are all acceptable for use, Hmph reported with satisfaction. The condition of this batch of machines exceeded his expectations. Although several components showed signs of repair, the workmanship was of high caliber, with minimal visible wear. They should last for years. Overall, purchasing this batch of computers was a wise decision, and they would undoubtedly sell well, especially with a 1-year warranty. You have an exceptional eye, Boss Ning, Feng complimented. Hmph chuckled, then suddenly asked, young brother, you must have some talented individuals working for you. The quality of these repairs is clearly the work of a skilled hand. Wang Tai, standing nearby, proudly chimed in. Boss Ning, the skilled hand you speak of is none other than Brother Feng. Hmph eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Feng. What? You mean, young brother, did the repairs? You can repair computers too? Feng nodded, smiling. If I couldn't, I wouldn't have opened this computer repair shop. Impressive. I didn't expect you to have such adept computer repair skills. A true genius. Hmph exclaimed in admiration. This young man had a wealth of talents. His future was bound to be limitless. Hmph's resolve to cultivate a good relationship with Feng grew even stronger. Such a prodigy was like a dragon among koi. Once it encountered the winds and clouds, it would soar to great heights. You flatter me, Boss Ning. Now, shall we proceed to sign the contract? Feng, Modesty remarqued, aware that business protocols still needed to be observed. Certainly, let us sign the contract. Ning Faping agreed, nodding. Feng produced the prepared contract for him to review. Ning Faping scrutinized the document several times and, finding no objections, readily agreed to sign. The two individuals promptly signed the contract, affixed their official seals, and exchanged documents. Brother E, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. I shall arrange for the transfer shortly. Ning Faping extended his hand with a smile. Feng reciprocated the handshake. Grinning as he replied, "There's no rush, Boss Ning. You can transfer at your convenience. How about we share a meal later? I would like to invite you to Guangwei Tower. What do you think?" Eager to foster rapport with Feng, Ning Faping readily agreed. "Sounds great. Let's enjoy a few drinks together." Turning to Hmph and Wang Taidao, Feng proposed, "You two can prepare the meal. Join us for dinner, while Nanan stays behind to assist in the shop." "All right, Brother Feng." Hmph responded affirmatively. "Brother Feng, I'll secure a private room." Wang Taidao, ever resourceful, interjected, pulling out his phone to make a call. Feng had previously gifted him a second-hand phone for ease of communication. In the afternoon, the group made their way to Guangwei Tower for dinner. Both Feng and Ning Faping thoroughly enjoyed the meal, as they were genuinely amiable individuals, easily finding common ground. After a few drinks, they had become fast friends, referring to each other as brothers. Throughout the meal, Feng refrained from discussing business matters, choosing instead to cultivate their friendship. Given that it was their first day of acquaintance, he understood the importance of maintaining appropriate conversational boundaries. Wang Taidao attentively accompanied them, occasionally noting down Feng's conversational techniques in his notebook. Meanwhile, Hmph remained silent, intently focused on his meal, appearing somewhat reserved and anxious. After over 2 hours of dining, during which they drank until 6 in the evening, the two men parted ways, satisfied. Ning Faping called a friend to drive, intended to offer Feng a ride home, but Feng politely declined. Sometimes, it is essential to exercise restraint, allowing relationships to develop gradually, rather than rushing the process. This exemplifies the delicate balance of push and pull within business relationships. After bidding farewell to Ning Faping, Feng, along with Wang Taidao and Hmph, returned to the shop. Shortly after their arrival, Feng received a text message from the bank. Dashao Bank. Dear customer, your debit card account 2213 has received a deposit of 90,000 yuan, with a balance of 135,500 yuan. Upon seeing the balance, Feng's heart soared with joy. The 90,000 yuan had been credited. Ning Faping truly operates with efficiency. Previously, after spending over a month repairing computers for Zhao Pengzi, he had earned a considerable sum. But the renovation of the shop had also cost more than 50,000 yuan. The quality of the furnishings justified their expense. Indeed, they were quite costly. Genuine leather chairs, sofas, planks of Wangwali, flooring, and ceilings, all of which were premium products. Additionally, considerable funds had been allocated for acquiring an array of repair tools. With over 130,000 yuan remaining in his account, he now possessed ample capital to launch the shop. Eventually, he would need to procure a batch of computer components and invest in some promotional activities, which would require a substantial outlay. Brother Feng, what delightful news has you grinning so broadly? Wang Taidao inquired curiously. Feng chuckled. Ning's funds have arrived. 90,000 yuan in total. What? That's fantastic. Wang Taidao exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Earning 90,000 in one fell swoop is the largest sum I've ever encountered. Come, let's buy some items to take home. And I'll also purchase a few gifts for your mother as a token of my appreciation. Then we can head to Zhao Pengzi's place to finish today's work. Feng suggested with a smile. Absolutely. The two strolled through Tianhe City Mall, selecting gifts for their families. Feng bought 2 sets of clothing for his parents and some cigarettes and liquor for Gu Muxi and the others. After their shopping spree, they arrived at Zhao Xingye's shop around 8 in the evening. Feng entered the shop first, with Wang Taidao trailing behind, burdened with bags. Boss Zhao, how many machines are we repairing today? Feng invited cheerfully. Zhao Xingye, seated within the display case, made no effort to rise or greet them, responding coldly, "Oh, just one." "What? Only one on a weekend?" Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing a shift in Zhao Xingye's demeanor. He no longer exuded the warmth of previous encounters. Just one remains. The others have already been repaired by Xiao Gao. Zhao Xingye smirked. Boss Zhao, that is quite disheartening. We had agreed that only Brother Feng would handle the repairs. It feels rather underhanded to have Xiao Gao do it instead, Feng remarked coolly. Over the past month, Gao Hongxing had indeed learned a great deal and could now manage simple issues. However, Feng had not anticipated Zhao Xingye sidestepping him so swiftly. allowing Gao Hongxing to handle the repairs directly. Zhao Pengzi certainly could not wait to make this move. Zhao Xingye's expression grew colder as he stood and adjusted his attire, stating, "Brother E, Gao Hongxing has trained for long enough. It is time for him to practice his skills. Moreover, this shop is mine, and the customers are mine. I can choose who repairs their machines without needing your approval." Wang Tiadao's face flushed with anger, and he retorted, "Damn it, Boss Zhao. You once promised that only Brother Feng would handle the repairs. What does it mean to have Gao do it? You are breaking your word. Is this how you conduct business?" Zhao Xingye scoffed. "Iron, when did I ever claim that repairs were exclusively for Feng? Do you have any proof? Did I ever say such a thing?" You. Wang Tiadao was left speechless, glaring furiously at him. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to punch Zhao Xingye squarely in his smug face. "Enough, Iron," Feng interjected calmly, quelling Wang Tiadao's impulsive thoughts. "Boss Zhao, do tell. How do you envision our future collaboration if you proceed in this manner?" A glimmer of triumph flashed in Zhao Xingye's eyes. "So, you've reached this point, huh? Did you think you could continue in this business without cooperating with me? Dream on. Once I have a replacement, your value to me diminishes significantly. Brother, perhaps you should reconsider my previous offer. I would pay you to serve as a technical consultant, guiding my staff, and for every individual you train, I would provide you with a reward. How's that sound? You would need to toil so hard yourself." Zhao Xingye grinned smugly, watching Feng's reaction intently. However, Feng remained composed, showing no sign of being swayed by Zhao's proposal. "Boss Zhao, you merely wish to push me into the background to pocket the repair fees for yourself, don't you?" Feng exposed his hypocrisy with a single statement. Zhao Xingye snorted dismissively, neither confirming nor denying Feng's assertion. A sardonic smile crept across Feng's face. "You want me to train your staff so that you can expand your business and rake in profits while I receive only a modest fee? Boss Zhao, have you overestimated my willingness to accept your terms?" Zhao Xingye shrugged nonchalantly. "If you agree, we can continue our partnership and profit together. If not, well, I'm afraid starting tomorrow, you needn't bother coming in." With those words, Zhao Xingye had decisively severed ties with Feng, revealing his true intentions. He sought to monopolize the repair business's profits. In truth, he had long coveted the income Feng generated from repairs. After all, in just over a month, Feng had earned 70 to 80,000 yuan, far exceeding his own earnings from selling computers. Such substantial profit was enough to ignite his greed. Now that Gao Hongxing has entered the fray, naturally, Feng has no desire to continue vying for this business. "So, what do you say, Xiaoga? Have you made up your mind?" Zhao Xingye chuckled triumphantly, feeling he had completely cornered Feng. Feng retorted with a cold smile. "What? I wish you would eat shit." Zhao Xingye's face darkened with anger. "What did you say?" "Eat shit," Feng repeated, enunciating each word with precision, grinning. "I wouldn't want to be here anyway. TZ, let's go." Feng turned and walked away without a shred of regret. After all, his own shop would be opening soon, and he would have no time for repairs then. Moreover, from this point onward, they would merely be rivals. "All right, Feng Yi," Wang Tai exclaimed, grabbing his package and hastily following suit. Zhao Xingye's expression turned icy as he waddled out, calling after Feng's retreating figure. "Feng, who do you think you are? You're pushing your luck." Chapter 53. Muxi, are you just going to thank me? Why not give me a kiss instead? On their way home, Wang Tai remained indignant. "Feng, that fat guy is such a bully. It's clear he wants to ditch you and pocket all the repair business for himself. Damn it. Just the other day, he was all friendly about us handling the repairs, but now that Gao is in the picture, he has cast us aside. Truly shameless." Feng pedaled his bike with a calm demeanor, not nearly as enraged as Wang Tai. He had anticipated this would happen. It was only a matter of time, and it came a bit sooner than he expected. "TZ, there's no need to get worked up over such people. It will only frustrate you. Remember, in business, there are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. Don't be fooled by so-called partners or friends. If the stakes are high enough to entice them, they're likely to turn on you. It's not uncommon for friends to stab you in the back at crucial moments," Feng said, his expression serene. He had witnessed too many such incidents and endured far too much. Thus, he had grown increasingly cold-hearted in the business realm, learning not to fully trust others. Regardless of cooperation, one must always keep a card close to their chest. Wang Tai nodded solemnly. "Yes, Feng, I understand. I will remember your words." He etched Feng's advice deeply into his heart. "Well then, we made quite a bit of money today. Cheer up, Feng Simidet. By the way, I noticed you've been getting close to Su Shaoling lately. Is there a spark?" Wang Tai's round face rarely displayed shyness, yet he admitted, there has been a bit of progress. "Feng, I've been following your advice, shamelessly asking her out for ice cream and snacks every day. She seems to be warming up to me a little." "Really?" Feng said, surprised. I didn't see that coming. You're doing surprisingly well, fat guy. That is all thanks to you, Feng. Wang Tai replied, beaming with happiness. You'll need to step up your game. I think Su Shaoling might be a bit challenging. Feng smiled knowingly. He had met Su Shaoling. She was indeed attractive, a standout in class, but somewhat playful, often mingling with the boys. Rumor had it she was quite close with a boy from the neighboring class. She struck him as quite shrewd, and, given Wang Tai's rather naive approach to pursuing girls, he might find it difficult to win her over. I will do my best, Feng. Wang Tai declared with enthusiasm. As they rode through the night, chatting, they soon returned to the staff quarters. After parting ways with Wang Tai, Feng was in a good mood, humming a tune as he made his way home. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by an eerie silence. The absence of his parents' voices rang in his ears. Where did Mom and Dad go? Feng wondered, scratching his head. Mom? Dad? He called out as he stepped inside, but there was no response. Where could they have gone? They should be watching TV at this hour. Perhaps they went visiting? That might be it. Never mind. He decided to prepare a surprise for them when they returned. Feng placed the gifts for his parents back in his room, concealed the gift for Gu Muxi in a bag, and headed next door to her house. He knocked on the door. Is Gu Xiaozhu home? After a moment, hurried footsteps approached, and the door swung open. You filthy Feng. Why are you only back now? Where have you been gallivanting? Gu Muxi stood before him in a loose pink nightgown, her long, shapely legs exposed beneath the fabric. She was drying her damp hair, her exquisite face flushed, her fair skin glowing with a rosy hue, exuding an alluring post-bath charm. Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Damn it, Gu Muxi, you little enchantress. How dare you dress like this to tempt me? I must use my staff to subdue this demon. As Gu Muxi continued to towel off her hair, she noticed Feng's gaze roaming over her, causing her cheeks to redden. Filthy Feng, what are you staring at? She exclaimed. Cough, cough. Nothing at all. I was just thinking about when I could buy a couple of toy planes to play with. Feng replied with a straight face. Blanis? What do you want to do with them? I want to practice my landing skills. Gu Muxi paused, then glanced down at her chest. Realizing her loose nightgown covered everything, she quickly understood his implication. You pervert. Fiti Feng. In a fit of indignation, Gu Muxi seized his right hand, twisting it behind his back and locking him in place. Ouch. Let go. Feng feigned pain, though it hardly hurt. However, he did notice something soft pressing against his back. Is she starting to develop? Gu Muxi, seeing him wince, released him, allowing him to step inside. Now tell me, why are you home so late? Where have you been? You smell like smoke and alcohol. Have you been drinking again? Gu Muxi placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him like a stern housekeeper. Feng closed the door behind him and looked around. Aren't your parents home? Let us talk in your room. Don't look at me like that. I have social engagement tonight. There's no choice. Gu Muxi wrinkled her nose in disgust. Social engagement? Why aren't you studying instead? What nonsense is this? They entered the room and closed the door. Where are your parents? Feng asked curiously. My parents aren't home either. They must have gone out together, Gu Muxi replied, shaking her head. Oh, Feng scratched his head in confusion. Recently, he had noticed his parents occasionally going out with Gu Muxi's parents, but he had no idea where they were heading. They never mentioned it upon their return. Never mind. I'll ask them when they get back. Feng plopped onto Gu Muxi's bed, sinking into its delightful softness. Gu Muxi, your bed is so fragrant and comfortable. Filthy Feng, you're so smelly and yet you dare to sleep on my bed? Get off, Gu Muxi warned, showing her little tiger teeth. A filthy man is still a man, right? It's all good. Let me rest a bit. I'm exhausted today. Feng grined shamelessly. No, you need to get up. Gu Muxi climbed onto the bed, trying to pull him up, but Feng clutched the sheets, refusing to budge. Gu Muxi puffed her cheeks, disregarding the circumstances, and promptly seated herself upon his abdomen, grasping the collar of his shirt with both hands, intent on yanking him upright. Get up. No response. Then I shall strangle you. Stop. Muxi, do you genuinely relish this position? What do you mean? I possess a myriad of ways to strangle you. Speak. Which position do you prefer? Feng, blushing, replied, as long as it pleases you, I can accept any position. Gu Muxi was taken aback, and upon glancing down, she noticed she was clad in a nightgown while perched on Feng. Her cheeks instantly flushing a rosy hue akin to an apple, prompting her to hastily dismount. You insufferable Feng, you deserve a beating, she declared, her petite fist poised to strike. Stop. Is it possible for you to refrain from hitting my face? Why not? Because I still need my face to earn a living. What a delightful thought. In that instant, her small fist descended upon Feng like a flurry of raindrops, landing on him. While the blows were not painful, they were rather pleasant. Nonetheless, Feng continued to feign agony in a comical manner. Ultimately, she forcibly yanked him up. You are not allowed to lie on my bed. All right, no more fuss. I have a gift for you. Muxi seized his collar, momentarily stunned. A gift? For me? What kind of gift? Feng retrieved a bag from the bedside and handed it to her. Take a look for yourself. I am certain you will adore it. Muxi released him, took the bag, and peered inside, extracting a box. Upon seeing the design on the box, her expression shifted from confusion to sheer delight. A portable cassette player? A portable cassette player, she exclaimed excitedly. This was a Sony model she had long desired, capable of being carried anywhere, and it even allowed for the exchange of tapes. Furthermore, it came with a complimentary pair of headphones. She could now listen to music anytime, anywhere. Previously, she had wanted to purchase it, but lacked the funds and hesitated to ask her parents for money. She had planned to work during the summer after her college entrance exams to save up for it. She joyfully caressed the box, radiating happiness akin to a child who has just received a new toy. Seeing her overjoyed expression, Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. It seemed he had indeed chosen the perfect gift for her. Xiao, truly, is this really a gift for me? You are so kind to bestow a portable cassette player upon me. Muxi regarded him with skepticism, as if suspecting ulterior motives. What sort of look is that? I earned the money to buy you a gift, so what's the issue? Rest assured, there are no strings attached. Feng chuckled. Thank you. Muxi felt warmth in her heart and smiled sweetly. Xiao, you are quite a decent person. No one to buy gifts for me. This is someone I can tolerate. Feng smirked playfully. Is that all? Just a simple thank you? How about a kiss instead? Chapter 54. Muxi, taste my foot. Feng, is there such a good thing? A kiss on either cheek will suffice, Feng said, tilting his head as he brought his face closer to hers. Muxi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a glare. What an absurd notion. This insufferable Feng is actually proposing terms? How amusing. Feng chuckled. All right, I was merely jesting. Let us see if it works. Muxi huffed and began to unwrap the packaging, stating, in light of your gift of the portable cassette player, I shall prepare a delicious meal for you as repayment. Feng's expression turned incredulous. Muxi, is there anyone who repays kindness with enmity? Every time I think of the noodles you made, I involuntarily feel a twinge of nausea. It's a dark memory. Please. I've been studying recipes online and learning to cook. Muxi shot him a glare, proudly declaring, and have you actually cooked anything yet? Not yet. I am still in the learning phase, yet to put it into practice. And you still wish to cook for me? I to be your taste tester? Huffed. Muxi, are you trying to take my life? No way. Muxi glared at him, her fists clenched. Creak, creak. Is my cooking really that dreadful? It's not that it's good. It can only be described as exceedingly unpalatable. Really? Fine, this matter is negotiable. We can discuss it. Hee, you are perceptive. Now, could you kindly remove your hands from my neck? Only then did Muxi release her hold, satisfied, and resumed unboxing. As she opened the package, a brand new portable cassette player emerged, accompanied by a pair of headphones. So cool. Muxi exclaimed, excitedly taking the player in her hands, joyfully examining it. Feng leaned closer, inserting the batteries and tape, eager to test it. All right, wait a moment. Muxi dashed off the bed, rummaging through her bookshelf for batteries and tapes before returning to insert them into the player herself. What song will you be listening to? Feng inquired with curiosity. Mo One Ways, this is Mo One Way. It's so beautiful. Muxi replied, inserting the tape, scratching her head. How does this work? How do I turn it on? Feng took the player. Let me see if you've inserted incorrectly. Inserted incorrectly? Surely not. I've done it quite accurately. You've inserted it backward. It's not done like that. You must align it with the black opening first, and then gently insert it. You mustn't apply too much force or do it too quickly, or it will be painful and could break. The pressure must be just right like this. Slowly insert it deeper until you hear a click. Feng demonstrated personally. Click. The tape was securely inserted into the player. Muxi beamed with delight, exclaiming, You're really good at this, Xiao. Feng couldn't help but chuckle, cough. So you've just now discovered my talent? You'll have to savor it in the future. Huh? What's savoring? It's just inserting a tape. You think you're so impressive just because I complimented you? Muxi rolled her eyes at him. After properly inserting the tape, she turned on the player. The device sprang to life, the music flowing gently. Suddenly, the world faded into darkness. I think of you. Muxi hummed along with the song, her long, smooth legs swaying in rhythm at the edge of the bed, her loose nightgown gradually rising, capturing Feng's undivided attention. That was indeed a dreamlike sight. If Muxi were to wear stockings, it would surely be a showstopper. Feng's imagination conjuring vivid images that sent a rush of blood to his head. No way. Even a man would find it hard to resist. Yishao, would you like to listen together? It sounds better with headphones. Muxi suddenly asked. Feng composed himself and replied with a smile, Of course. I would love to. Let me have a listen. She plugged in the headphones and handed him one. Feng took the earphone and placed it in his ear, and indeed, the sound quality improved significantly. He lay back on the bed, comfortably listening to the music. Due to the short length of the wire, She had no choice but to lie down beside him. Thus, the two of them lay together on the bed, quietly absorbing the music and immersing themselves in Mo One-Way's soul-stirring melodies. Feng caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from She, a delightful blend of her natural scent and shampoo, invigorating his senses and tugging at the strings of his heart. It was a feeling of infatuation. Feng slightly turned his head to gaze at She. From the side, one can behold the exquisite profile of She with her long eyelashes, her charmingly sculpted little nose, and the graceful contour of her lips. Every detail is so flawless, as if crafted by the meticulous hands of fate itself. She is truly a vision of beauty, enchanting beyond compare. In any school, she would undoubtedly be crowned the most beautiful flower on campus. It is no wonder that the boys in school pursue her, some even circling the playground numerous times in their infatuation. How had I never noticed her beauty before? Was it perhaps due to our familiarity? Maybe, as proximity can often blind one to the allure that lies close at hand. She, have you considered dating once you enter university? Feng suddenly inquired with a playful grin. She turned to him, her expression one of curiosity. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Just answer me. I'm not sure, perhaps. If no one wants you, I might consider taking you in. Huh? Shao, are you feeling feisty again? As if I couldn't find someone to date. There were plenty who pursued you in high school. Yet I don't recall any relationships. That's because none of them met my standards. Perhaps your standards are simply too high? Of course. The boy I like should be a grand hero, riding on clouds of glory. Are you joking? I can't cultivate immortality. How about a sidekick of that grand hero? One who doesn't fly? No way. Then you shall remain single. You annoying Feng, She exclaimed, flipping over and playfully grasping his neck, her hands clawing at him in a mock fierce manner. She then lifted her leg to kick him, her petite feet smooth and round, resembling little pearls. Take this. Feng's eyes lit up at the prospect. He seized her leg, opening his mouth as if to take a bite. She gasped, quickly retracting her leg, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at him. You actually intended to bite me, you dog. Feng repeated. Woof, yoof, yoof. She retorted, you perverted Feng. Thank you for the compliment, I am honored. How dare you? Watch me strike first. Wow. She, you really are going to bite me. Chapter 55. You already know? She firmly clamped her legs around him, seizing his right arm and taking a bite. Ow. Feng yelped in pain, hastily using his left hand to tickle her waist. She, who was not afraid of much, was particularly sensitive to being tickled, and she couldn't help but release her grip, laughing uncontrollably. That tickles. Stop it. Let's see if you dare to bite me again. The two of them engaged in a playful tickle fight, laughter filling the air. Feng tickled her, and she defended herself with her hands. Suddenly, she tugged his hand upwards, inadvertently placing it on her chest. Huh? Feng froze momentarily. He sensed that he had touched something soft and squeezed slightly. Why is it so soft? He looked down. She, feeling the mischief of his hand, glanced down as well. In an instant, both of them were stunned into silence. She's face flushed a deep crimson. You perverted Feng. Listen to my defense, no? Hear my explanation. Bang. Feng was kicked off the bed. She, her face flushed, stood up in an indignant fury, ready to retaliate. Naturally, Feng had no intention of waiting for his fate, swiftly rising and shielding himself with a chair. She, calm down. I truly didn't mean to. She clenched her fists. Well, my fists also don't mean to be gentle, so explain that to them. Feng smirked, thinking there was no better time to escape. She, it's getting late. I must return. Farewell. See you tomorrow. With that, he hurriedly opened the door and dashed out, closing it behind him. She gritted her teeth, her face burning to the roots of her neck. How infuriating. I let that annoying Feng take advantage of me. Wait, why do I say again? It was then she recalled the moment he had kissed her in public not long ago, causing her cheeks to flush even more. You annoying Feng. Just wait until tomorrow. Hmph. She huffed in indignation, lying back on her bed, staring at the white ceiling, her heart inexplicably racing. Turning her head, she noticed a pink pig plushie on her bedside. Seizing it, she began to vigorously squish its face, contorting it into various shapes. I'll crush you. You annoying Feng, always bullying me. I'll squash you. Yet no matter how she squeezed, the plush pig's face remained smiling, now seeming to bear a slightly mischievous grin. She, in her embarrassment and anger, tugged at its face. Still smiling? How infuriating. Meanwhile, Feng, having fled She's home, was making his way back when he suddenly noticed the door slightly ajar, voices emanating from within. Are my parents back? As he prepared to enter, he overheard his father, Jianjun, speaking in a low tone. Child, your fourth aunt is well aware of our situation. We truly have run out of money. Your mother has been hospitalized recently, incurring significant expenses, and we still owe a considerable amount for her medical bills. Could you possibly lend me a little? Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, unable to push the door open. Mom is ill. Then, a sharp and scornful voice chimed in. Brother-in-law, do you think I have any money? Just because I own 2 clothing stores doesn't mean I'm raking in profits every month. I have no money to lend you. Peering through the crack in the door, Feng recognized the middle-aged woman speaking, his fourth aunt. Her family ran a clothing store and was one of the wealthier relatives, having purchased a home in the city and driven a Volkswagen. However, it was important to note that the initial investment for her shop had been a collective effort from several relatives. Feng recalled that his father had lent her the most, a full 2,000 yuan, which had been their entire family savings at the time. Although his mother had occasionally grumbled about it, once the money was lent, she had said nothing further. After successfully opening her store and doing well in business, she had repaid the loan after a couple of years, but since then, she had not been in touch much, only seen during family gatherings. After her success, she distanced herself from relatives and never mentioned the loan again. Inside the house, upon hearing this, Jianjun's expression darkened, yet he continued to plead humbly, Child, your fourth aunt, without money now, Xiaoyun's treatment cannot proceed. I beg you. Meng Tingmei crossed her arms, slightly raising her chin, casting him a sidelong glance. Brother-in-law, your please want help. I truly have no money to lend. While I sympathize with my cousin's plight, everyone is struggling these days. Besides, if I were to lend you money, it's likely you wouldn't be able to repay it. You're asking me to give you money for free? You're requesting 20,000 yuan, and with your meager salary and a family member who drains money, you hardly have anything left at the end of the year. How could you possibly repay me? Jianjun's face grew increasingly grim as he implored. That won't happen. If you lend me the money, I will surely work 2 jobs to repay you. When the time comes, Feng will have entered college and will be able to earn some money through part-time work. I believe he will be able to repay you soon. However, we cannot overcome this hurdle at present. I implore you, considering our years of kinship and the times I have helped you in the past, I beg of you. Standing at the door, Feng trembled, his fists clenched tightly. His father, who had always stood tall with unwavering pride, had never before lowered himself to plead with anyone in such a manner. The weight of his father's words cut into Feng's heart like a dagger. Meng Tingmei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You borrowed 2,000 from me back then, and I have already repaid you. I owe your family nothing. Furthermore, that boy, Xiao Feng, has always struggled intellectually. His academic performance is mediocre at best. Do you really expect him to get into college? Even if he does, he will hardly be attending a prestigious institution. And to expect him to earn money on the side? The very notion that he could cover his tuition is a stroke of divine favor. Jianjun sighed heavily, his voice tinged with desperation. Is it truly impossible to lend us anything at all? If 20,000 is too much, any amount would suffice. I am genuinely pleading with you to help us through this difficult time, just this once. Meng Tingmei's demeanor remained icy. No, I truly have no money to lend you. It's getting late. I must return. I am quite busy with work, so please refrain from calling me unless it's urgent, as I may not be available. With that, she stood and swiftly departed. As she walked towards the exit, she muttered under her breath, Lend you money? Even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to you. Just as she opened the door, she was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure. Xiao Feng? Feng looked at her with a calm expression. Auntie, are you leaving already? Why not stay a bit longer? Oh, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another day. Meng Tingmei replied, casting a glance at Feng as she brushed past him and exited the building. Feng shook his head, realizing that he could not expect assistance from such a self-serving relative. He stepped back inside. Dad, I'm back. Jianjun forced a strained smile through his troubled expression. You're home, son. How was your study session today? Feng looked at him and sighed. Dad, why did you keep this from me? A what? Keep what from you? Jianjun's eyes flickered with confusion. Why didn't you tell me about Mom's illness? Feng asked calmly, devoid of any reproach. He understood that his parents had already sacrificed so much for their family. His father's shoulders bore the burden of their entire household. For the sake of his mother, Jianjun had set aside his pride to plead for help from others. Feng felt no blame towards them. Rather, he was overwhelmed with sorrow for not being able to share in their suffering. A moment of silence enveloped them, the atmosphere dense and oppressive, like a heavy cloud shadowing their spirits. You knew. Yes, I overheard everything at the door. Where's Mom now? Feng inquired. She is at the hospital for an examination. Uncle Gu and Aunt Lee are accompanying her, Yijianjin replied with a sigh, sitting down to smoke. His back appeared even more stooped within the haze of smoke. What illness does she have? A brain tumor. It was diagnosed previously. Fortunately, it's benign for now. However, if surgery is not performed, it could potentially turn malignant. But the cost of surgery is at least several $100,000, Yijianjin lamented. Without hesitation, Feng declared, Dad, then let us get Mom into surgery right away. So, we don't have that kind of money. Yijianjin sighed. I do. Huh? Son, are you joking? We're talking about hundreds of thousands, not mere pocket change. Father, I assure you, I truly have it. Feng produced his phone, opened a message, and handed it to him. Yijianjin looked at him, puzzled, before taking the phone. Upon reading the message, he was astounded, nearly dropping his cigarette in shock. My heavens! Son, where did you acquire such a sum? Yijianjin was swept away by a tidal wave of disbelief, his heart racing. This is the money I earned from repairing and selling computers. I had planned to surprise you with it today. I intended to use it to start a business, but for now, it should go towards Mom's treatment. No amount of money is more important than my mother's life. Feng's voice was resolute. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. This time, he would not allow regret to consume him. No matter the cost, he would ensure his mother received the care she needed. Yijianjin stared at the phone, then back at Feng, his expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Yet soon, a smile broke through his astonishment. Our son has truly excelled. This is beyond our expectations. This money is like a lifeline for our family. All right, let us head to the hospital now. Half an hour later, Yijianjin and Feng arrived at the hospital. In the infusion hall, they encountered Gu Muxi's parents and Meng Xiaoyun. Upon seeing that Yijianjin had brought Feng with him, Meng Xiaoyun's expression shifted. Why did you bring Xiaofeng along? Feng chuckled wryly. Mom, did you really think you could hide this from me? Meng Xiaoyun forced a smile onto her pale face. Xiaofeng, I'm fine. It's just a bit of stomach discomfort. Mom, that's enough. Dad has already informed me. I'll take care of the hospitalization process shortly. Feng shook his head, amused. At this point, his mother still wished to conceal her condition, not wanting him to worry or let it affect his upcoming college entrance exams. Meng Xiaoyun shot a glance at Yijianjin and forced a smile. Son, hospitalization costs quite a bit. The doctor said that as long as I rest well, I can avoid hospitalization and surgery. Yijianjin interrupted. Don't worry about the expenses. Our son has made quite a fortune. Our son has quietly earned a substantial amount. What? Meng Xiaoyun was taken aback. Gu Xingzhong and Li Wan were equally stunned. Xiaofeng earned a large sum of money. Feng pulled out his phone and bank card, showing it to her. The sight of over 130,000 in savings left Meng Xiaoyun utterly speechless. Oh my, son, where did you acquire such a sum? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? We may be poor, but we mustn't engage in such activities. Meng Xiaoyun's face paled even further, shocked by the amount. Feng then briefly explained how he earned the money through repairing and selling computers. After hearing his account, Meng Xiaoyun finally felt at ease. So, you are remarkable. You will always be your mother's pride, Meng Xiaoyun exclaimed, pulling Feng into a tight embrace, showering kisses upon his forehead, her emotions overwhelming. Meanwhile, Gu Xingzhong and Li Wan looked on with astonishment, gazing at Feng in disbelief. My goodness, look at Xiaofeng. Such a talent for making money. Li Wan remarca, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It seems this child is destined for greatness. She thought to herself, recognizing her keen insight in spotting his potential from a young age. In the future, if she could enter into a romantic relationship with him, it would undoubtedly be a splendid affair. Unbeknownst to Feng, at this very moment, he had already been designated as Li Wan's future son-in-law. Gu Xingzhong patted Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming with delight, Good lad. I know you've earned some money fixing computers, but I never imagined it would amount to this. With such a skill, you are bound to prosper in the future. He then turned to Yijianjin with a smile, saying, Old with Xiaofeng achieving such success, you can look forward to enjoying the fruits of your labor. Yijianjin's heart swelled with joy, his lips nearly stretching to his ears. Enjoying the fruits of labor is an overstatement. I merely lead a life of toil. My hope is that Xiaofeng can achieve even greater success and become a distinguished individual. That would be my contentment. Every parent wishes for their child to thrive. And seeing Feng, so young yet capable of earning such a sum, filled him with immense pride. Enough of this. I must go arrange for Xiaoyun's hospitalization and expedite the surgery. We cannot allow a benign condition to develop into a malignant one, Yijianjin stated promptly. Father, I will accompany you. You go seek the doctor for the hospitalization paperwork. I will withdraw some money, Feng replied. Excellent. The father and son then proceeded to act independently. Feng withdrew 30,000 yuan from a nearby ATM, sufficient to cover the hospitalization and medical expenses, and rushed back to the hospital. With the funds secured, they smoothly completed the hospitalization process. Holding the admission slip, Jianjun felt a slight alleviation of the burden he had been carrying, as if a portion of his pressure had been lifted in an instant. Feng handed his bank card to his father, instructing, "Dad, keep this card. The password is my birthday. No matter how much you spend, ensure that Mom gets the treatment she needs. If you require more funds, please withdraw from the nearby ATM, and if that is insufficient, you must inform me. I will figure something out." Taking the card from Feng, Jianjun was struck by the seriousness of his son's demeanor, and in that moment, he felt as though his child had grown up. His eyes misted with emotion as he tenderly said, "All right, I understand." The two returned to Meng Xiaoyan's side, and after she finished her 4-drip, they escorted her to the inpatient building. Once the hospitalization procedures were completed, Jianjun stayed behind to accompany her. "Old Gu, I may need to request an extended leave," Jianjun said with a wry smile. Meng Xiaoyan required someone to care for her during her hospitalization until she was discharged post-surgery. Fortunately, the doctor assured that the success rate for the tumor removal surgery was quite high, and with a good recovery, she could be discharged in 2 to 3 weeks. This illness most feared procrastination. If left untreated, it was more likely to transform into a malignant tumor. A malignant tumor is another term for cancer, which necessitates a profoundly painful and lengthy treatment with a low chance of recovery. Thus, amidst the misfortune, there was a silver lining. Meng Xiaoyan's brain tumor was still benign. If successfully removed, benign tumors could often be cured completely. "Do not worry. Focus on caring for Xiaoyan. I will grant you an extended leave. Xiao Feng can eat with us during this time. I will take good care of him, so rest assured," Gu Xingzhong said earnestly. Jianjun felt warmth in his heart. How many true friends can one have in this world? One is sufficient. The two families had shared a bond for over 20 years, their relationship surpassing that of blood brothers. "Thank you." Jianjun expressed his gratitude. "Oldie, why are you being so polite with me?" Gu Xingzhong retorted with a playful roll of his eyes. Feng, witnessing the profound camaraderie between the two old friends, couldn't help but reflect on how enviable it was for his father to have such a friend in his life. "Dad, I will return home shortly to bring you both some clean clothes." Feng smiled. Jianjun nodded, pausing for a moment before advising, "Son, your college entrance examination is in 2 days. Do not exert too much pressure on yourself. Focus on your studies and preparations. Your mother is in my care, so do not worry excessively. Above all, do not let this affect your performance in the examination. Until your exams are over, you are not allowed to come here. Concentrate on your studies at home, understood?" Feng let out a bitter smile, seeing the serious expression on his father's face, and could only comply. "All right, Dad, Mom. You both can rest easy. I will do my best in the exam." After a series of admonitions from his mother, Meng Xiaoyan, urging him to excel in his studies, Feng found himself reflecting on the importance of this single examination in determining his future college prospects. Having absorbed his parents' counsel, Feng followed Gu Muxi's parents back home. Once home, he gathered his parents' clothing and made another trip to the hospital. After a flurry of activity, he finally returned home, only to find it was already midnight. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the sofa, his body and mind drained, nearly succumbing to sleep right there. The sound of knocking at the door jolted him from his drowsy stupor. "Who is it?" Feng groaned, rubbing his aching temples before rising to open the door. "Xiao, it's me." Gu Muxi's melodious voice floated in from outside. Upon hearing her voice, Feng felt a spark of energy return. He opened the door to find Gu Muxi standing there in a loose nightgown, looking adorable. "Gu Muxi, why aren't you asleep at this hour?" "Feng inwirit surpriset. Are you not awake as well? I saw your living room light still on, so I knew you were still up," Gu Muxi replied, entering the room with her hands behind her back. Feng followed her in, chuckling, "I just finished a busy day and am rather worn out. I nearly dozed off on the sofa." Gu Muxi sat down on the couch, patting the spot beside her, indicating for him to join her. Feng complied and sat next to her. Gu Muxi fixed her gaze upon him with a serious expression, reassuringly stating, "Xiao, I just learned about your mother's situation. The surgery will surely go smoothly. Do not worry too much. If you can achieve good results in your exams, perhaps it will lift your mother's spirits and aid her recovery." Feng was taken aback, not expecting this young lady to visit him late at night to offer comfort. His heart warmed at her kindness. "Yes, I understand. I will study diligently for the exam," Feng replied with a smile. Gu Muxi extended her left hand, saying, "Give me your hand." For what?" Feng was momentarily taken aback, but placed his hand in hers. Gu Muxi clasped his hand, beaming, "I want to share a bit of my good fortune with you. Stinky Feng, you must persevere." Chapter 57. If there is any connection, it is not entirely devoid of relation. Gu Muxi's wide eyes sparkled with encouragement, and her seriousness made it clear she was not joking this time. Feng became fully alert, feeling invigorated, as if he had received a boost of energy. Thank you, he expressed, genuine in his gratitude. Oh, stop being so formal. As your Gu Xiaozhu, it's only right. Gu Muxi giggled, covering her mouth. Feng chuckled, playfully pretending to forget to release her hand, tightening his grip instead. How smooth and tender Gu Muxi's hand felt. It was quite pleasant to hold. Gu Muxi attempted to withdraw her hand, but found Feng still holding on, causing her cheeks to flush. Stinky Feng, just how long do you intend to hold my hand? I almost forgot. Hee. Feng reluctantly released her hand. Gu Muxi stood up, declaring, all right, my comforting mission is complete. I should be heading back now. Huh, that's it. Yes, what else did you expect? How about you comfort me with both hands? Huh, Stinky Feng, you're getting a bit too demanding. If not with your hands, then perhaps with your mouth? With my mouth. How would that work? Ahem, let me offer you a few words of encouragement. As long as you bolster my spirits, I am certain I can secure the top spot in the entire city. Ha, what a boast. Even if it's mere flattery, I'll take it. What nonsensical chatter are you uttering? Never mind, I concede. Yishao, best of luck on the college entrance examination. Strive to place within the top 1,000. 1,000? No way. I must aim for the top 10 in the city, or even the province. Yishao, it's dark outside now. It's not the time for daydreaming. You should wash up and get some rest. Gu Muxi yawned and stretched lazily. As she did, her loose nightgown hiked up considerably, revealing her long, alluring legs. Feng's gaze was captivated. Those legs must possess remarkable elasticity, he mused. I'll head back now. I'm feeling quite tired. You should get to bed early too. Gu Muxi waved her hand in farewell. You go ahead and sleep. I haven't finished my homework yet, and I need to complete it before I can rest. Feng replied with a smile. Very well, just don't stay up too late. Gu Muxi yawned again and departed. After Gu Muxi returned home, Feng washed up to invigorate himself, then returned to his room to begin his homework. The desk lamp illuminated the space brightly as Feng bent over his work, wholly engrossed in solving problems. Time slipped away unnoticed until exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to sleep at his desk. Feng had no idea how long he had been asleep when the piercing morning sunlight jolted him awake. His body ached, a consequence of dozing at the desk. Just as he was about to stretch, he noticed a blanket draped over him, carrying a faint, familiar fragrance. Turning to glance at the pink blanket, he inhaled deeply, recognizing the scent without doubt. It belonged to Gu Muxi. He could remember that fragrance for a lifetime. Yishao, you're awake? Gu Muxi's voice echoed from the doorway. Following the sound, he saw her clad in a blue dress, an apron tied around her waist, wielding a spatula and wearing a cheerful smile. Gu Muxi, when did you arrive? Gu Muxi pouted slightly. I called your name several times from the window, but you didn't respond. So, I came over early to see if you had, heaven forbid, passed away. Feng replied, Hey Gu, do you wish for my demise? Are you not concerned about being a widow? Gu Muxi shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed, and retorted, You're the one who will be a widow. It's not like my passing would concern you. Get up, brush your teeth, wash your face, and eat breakfast. Feng sudendi ate her suspiciously. Breakfast? Did your mother prepare it? What are you talking about? My parents left early for engagement. They specifically instructed me to take good care of you. Not only did I cover you with a blanket, but I also made breakfast myself. I assure you, other men are not so fortunate, she boasted. Upon hearing that Gu Muxi had prepared breakfast, Feng felt a chill of apprehension. Gu Muxi, must I truly partake in such luck? Gu Muxi brandished the spatula and huffed. What do you think? Ahem, very well, I shall freshen up first. Feng dashed out of the room and into the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth, he mentally prepared himself for the culinary sacrifice he was about to make. After completing his morning routine, he approached the dining table with a sense of grim determination. So, Gu Muxi, what delightful breakfast have you concocted? Gu Muxi brought forth a pot of murky porridge and set it before him. Feng stared at the dark, unidentifiable substance, swallowing hard. Gu Muxi, could you enlighten me on what this is? With hands on her hips, Gu Muxi proudly proclaimed, This is my own creation, a nutritious white porridge. I guarantee you will feel invigorated after consuming it. Feng's mind instantly screamed one word, danger. Are you certain that it will invigorate me rather than leave me lifeless? He retorted, Moreover, how can this dark concoction be called white porridge? If there were even a hint of resemblance, it wouldn't be an utter mismatch. Gu Muxi shot him an exasperated glance. Enough chatter, just eat. This was, in fact, a recipe she had learned online for pig's blood and lean meat porridge, believed to rejuvenate one's spirit. She had meticulously copied the recipe into her notebook and followed the steps to prepare it, using Feng as her taste tester to gauge her culinary progress. Fine. I shall sample the flavor first. Feng scooped a small bowl, cautiously bringing the spoon to his nose. Why does it smell vinegary? Despite his confusion, he took a sip of the porridge. The sour, fishy taste assaulted his senses. Feng's complexion turned pale. So how does it taste? Muxi asked curiously. Struggling against the urge to retch, he feigned shock. Wow, it's absolutely delicious. Muxi, you must try it. Truly exquisite. Feng's expression was one of feigned delight as he pushed the bowl toward her. It's a success. I might just have a knack for cooking. Muxi exclaimed with a proud grin. However, as she spoke, she seized Feng's bowl and devoured 2 large spoonfuls. Muxi's face changed dramatically as she spat the mouthful back out, inadvertently showering Feng's smug face with it. His smile froze instantly. Muxi. Feng ground out, his voice tense and measured. Muxi blushed with embarrassment. I truly apologize. However, I distinctly remember putting in soy sauce. How could it be vinegar? Feng wiped the grains off his face, looking at her incredulously. Fool, that was aged vinegar. And even if it were soy sauce, how could you possibly add so much? Muxi lowered her head and glanced at him shyly, replying meekly, the recipe only said to taste. How was I to know how much that was? I thought the porridge looked plentiful, so I just added a little extra. Really, just a tad? Chapter 58. I was already quite enduring. A tad? That is more like a billion tad. Feng smirked, feeling frustrated. Never mind. It seems this pot of porridge is inedible. I'll wash my face, and we should go out for noodles instead. Muxi, you're treating today? Feng shot her glance. Muxi pursed her lips. All right, I'll treat. After Feng cleaned his face, the two set off together in search of food. They found a noodle shop outside the employee dormitory and ordered their usual pig awful noodles. Muxi, how has your studying been lately? Feng slurped a mouthful of noodles and casually inquired. Not bad. I feel reasonably confident about getting into a top-tier university. What about you? Muxi replied. She was particularly concerned about Feng, despite his significant improvement in the last test, ranking within the top 10 of the class. His scores in comprehensive science were still lacking and felt unstable. It would be wonderful if they both could gain admission to the same prestigious university. As for me, I feel on top of the world. I've been intensively reviewing language and comprehensive science, so I should achieve a commendable score, Feng said with a slight smile. You're so confident? Muxi asked, surprised. Of course, Feng chuckled. Since the last test, he had undertaken targeted practice in specific subjects and had been scoring nearly full marks in comprehensive science on recent mock exams, while also focusing on writing for the language section to secure high scores without issue. As for mathematics and English, they're Feng's strong suits. He has successfully passed the English Level 6 examination, and the English portion of the college entrance examination poses no challenge for him. Mathematics, on the other hand, is his greatest strength. As a computer science major, he consistently achieves near-perfect scores in his math subjects. Having practiced with past examination papers, he is capable of scoring nearly full marks, missing only by a few points at most. The cutoff score for first-tier universities is well within his reach. Yet his aspirations extend beyond that. He aims to attain the highest possible score, striving to achieve commendable results that would bring joy to his parents. So, make sure you give it your all. Muxi encouraged him. Ishao, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. Let us finish our meal and return home to review our studies, she suggested, eager for a final push. Feng nodded earnestly and replied, all right, I will start reviewing quickly. It will be swift. Swift at what? She inquired. The speed of my review, he responded. The two then finished their breakfast and headed home to study together in Muxi's room. Muxi retrieved her mathematics workbook from her backpack, intent on completing additional practice problems to solidify her understanding. She glanced at Feng, who had pulled out 4 volumes of simulated exam papers covering mathematics, English, Chinese, and comprehensive sciences. Ishao, what are you planning to do? This is rather excessive, isn't it? You don't intend to complete all these simulated papers today, do you? Muxi exclaimed in astonishment. Feng smiled nonchalantly. Yes, is there a problem? I've already completed half of these. I should be able to finish the rest today. Completing these 4 will ensure my success. Muxi was taken aback. I can't believe you think you can finish them all. Feng shot her a look. What is so difficult about it? Each subject takes 90 minutes, that is, just an hour and a half. Completing all 4 would only take 6 hours. It's perfect for practicing twice, totaling 12 hours. It should be manageable. I might even finish sooner. Muxi stared at him incredulously. Ishao, have you lost your mind? 12 hours? It's already 9 a.m. You'll be writing until 10 or 11 p.m. Feng chuckled. You said it yourself. Let us push through. All right, I'm starting now, Feng declared as he opened his workbook and began his simulated exam. Seeing him engrossed in his work, Muxi also commenced her practice. Time slipped away as the two fervently tackled their problems from day to dusk. until the crescent moon rose high in the sky. Other than a quick lunch of egg noodles and a hasty dinner, they were consumed by their studies. Before long, it was already 9 p.m. Gu Xingzhong and Li Wan were in the living room flipping through magazines. It's 9 p.m., and those two are still studying? They are quite dedicated, Li Wan remarked, glancing at the clock and then at Gu Muxi's door. Gu Xingzhong casually turned the pages of the magazine. With the college entrance examination tomorrow, there's indeed some pressure. I hope they don't feel too stressed. It could hinder their performance. They need to relax a bit. I'll go make them some juice. They should take a break, Li Wan said as she headed to the kitchen. After a while, she returned with 2 glasses of watermelon juice and knocked on Gu Muxi's door. Xiao Feng, take a break and drink some juice. Okay, Mom. I could use a drink, Gu Muxi's voice replied from within. Li Wan entered to find Gu Muxi with weary eyes, slumped in her chair, while Li Feng remained diligently writing at his desk. You two have really worked hard today. Here's some juice to refresh yourselves, Li Wan said, placing the drinks on the table. Gu Muxi rubbed her aching temples and exclaimed, I'm so exhausted. After a day of problems, my head is spinning. She picked up one of the glasses and gulped it down eagerly. Xiao Feng, aren't you going to have some? She asked. Throughout the day, despite being in the same room, they had exchanged no more than 10 sentences. Feng had been intensely focused on his practice, engaging in high-intensity simulations. His ability to endure such a long stretch truly surprised her. You should take a break too, Xiao Feng, Li Wan said, observing his unwavering concentration with concern, fearing he might be putting too much pressure on himself. Yes, all right, Auntie. Just a moment. I'm almost done, Feng replied without lifting his head. All right, just remember to take a break and don't stay up too late. Tomorrow is the real battle. You need to be well rested, Li Wan advised. Yes, Annie, I understand. Feng responded, still focused on his work. Li Wan left the room, and half an hour later, Feng finally set down his pen, exhaling deeply. He had completed 2 rounds of simulated tests. It had been a long time since he experienced such an intense study session. A state of total immersion that felt remarkably invigorating. He and T felt tired while writing. However, now that he had finished, a wave of fatigue washed over him. His fingers ached from gripping the pen for so long. Gu Muxi looked at him in disbelief. Xiao, I didn't expect you to last this long. You exceeded my expectations. Feng raised an eyebrow. I've always been quite enduring. Thank you very much. Are you doubting my stamina? I can easily manage 1 or 2 hours without any issue. Gu Muxi found his tone peculiar, but replied with a huff. I never knew you were this enduring. Feng grinned. Well, you'll certainly find out in the future. If the opportunity arises, you can experience it firsthand. Gu Muxi shot him a glare. Her pride flaring, I certainly won T. Chapter 59. Embracing the college entrance examination, giving it our all. You completed 2 rounds of simulations. How did you perform? Gu Muxi asked curiously as she glanced at his workbook. Around 680 to 700 points. Feng stretched and casually replied. What? 700 points? Gu Mu Yidanashja gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. That score was indeed intimidating. The top scorer in last year's provincial science entrance examination only managed 670 points. However, she quickly reminded herself that this was merely a simulation. It was normal for simulated scores to be higher. If he could achieve above 630 points in the actual exam, it would be considered a miraculous blessing. In the past 2 years, the admission score for first-tier universities in the province had hovered around 630 points. Although there was a gradual decline, the threshold remained exceedingly high. Few students in the entire province attain the first-tier university score. Most are top performers from various schools, while the majority of candidates fall below the specialized college threshold. Statistically speaking, less than 10 achieve the first-tier score, 20 reach the second tier, 40 qualify for specialized colleges, and the remaining do not even meet the specialized college threshold. Xiao, do your best. I hope you can achieve that score in the actual exam. Gu Muxi encouraged him. Feng turned to her with a sidelong glance. Is that your form of blessing? Shouldn't it be to strive for even better results? Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. You're quite optimistic. Just reaching the first-tier score would be commendable. You expect to achieve that score? Don't think that just because I did well in the simulations, I'll become complacent. Tomorrow's exam is the real battle, Feng chuckled. After these 2 rounds of simulations, I feel quite confident. But rest assured I won't slack off. I will embrace the college entrance examination with unwavering determination. Gu Muxi nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit. You must give it your all. Nevertheless, you should drink your juice first and take a break. I've noticed you've been writing all day. Even the strongest body cannot endure such strain. Feng patted his chest confidently, declaring, my physique is exceptional. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than he suddenly felt a cramp in his fingers, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, a cramp. The fingers of his right hand, having been gripped tightly for an extended period, began to seize up uncontrollably, the muscles stiffening with an agonizing pain. Don't move, I'll assist you. Muxi hurriedly grasped his cramping index finger and thumb, swiftly kneading and pressing to relax the muscles. Her ministrations provided considerable relief from the cramp, though his fingers still felt somewhat sore and swollen. Observing the concern etched on Muxi's face warmed Feng's heart. Are you feeling better? Muxi inquired, lifting her gaze with genuine concern. I do feel a bit better, but there is still some soreness, Feng replied, taking a large gulp of watermelon juice with his left hand, his mind beginning to settle. Let me help you relax a bit more, Muxi offered, lowering her head again to meticulously work on his fingers. As Feng gazed upon her exquisite and beautiful visage, a gentle fragrance wafted into his senses, igniting a tantalizing yearning within him. Her hands were smooth and pale, delicate as if devoid of bone. Every time their fingertips met, it felt as though electric currents surged between them. This feels wonderful, he thought. Oh, Feng, you've worked yourself so hard, and now you're cramping up. Aren't you? Muxi chided playfully while continuing her soothing ministrations. After several minutes, she lifted her head once more and asked, How about now? Are you all right? Feng, still reveling in the moment, retorted, My fingers feel better, but my back is quite sore. I might have been seated too long. I hope I haven't strained my back. Would you mind giving a rub? Muxi replied with a hint of annoyance. Hmph. What is wrong with you? If it's not one pain, it's another? Do you take me for a servant? Feng feigned a grimace as he supported his waist, replying, All right then. I won't trouble you. I should be able to manage. I just need to rest a bit, and I'll be fine. Seeing him like this, Muxi hesitated for a moment before huffing, Fine, lie down on the bed. I'll help you with your back. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Feng's eyes. Hee, I can finally enjoy a massage from the illustrious Gu. He mused. If word this spread at school, she would surely be pursued by countless admirers. With swift, decisive movements, he hopped onto the bed and lay down. Muxi shot him a glare. If I weren't worried about you affecting your exam tomorrow, I would bother helping you. Yet, despite her words, she obediently sat beside him and began to massage his back. Although her technique was somewhat unrefined, her strength made up for it. After all, great power yields remarkable results. And the pressure was quite pleasant. Feeling the warmth of her 10 fingers kneading his lower back, alternating between light and firm pressure, Feng sighed in contentment. This feels delightful. Muxi, a little lower. Yes, right there, apply more pressure. In the living room, Liwan had just finished washing up and was preparing to rest when she suddenly heard strange sounds emanating from Muxi's room. What could those kids be up to in there? She wondered curiously. Gu Xingzhong set down his magazine. I'm not sure, but it's late. We should let them rest. If they don't, they'll be too fatigued for tomorrow's exam, which could hinder their performance. He stood up to investigate, but as he reached the door, he froze in place. What's wrong? Liwan asked, noticing his unusual demeanor. As she approached the door, she too halted upon hearing the sounds from within. Muxi, hurry up, yes, faster, that feels so good. I'm going as fast as I can. Should we try a different position? All right, how about you get on top of me, and we try this position? Okay, but don't move too much. Let me take charge. The two exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. What on earth are those kids doing? Gu Xingzhong pointed to the door, bewildered. Liwan hurriedly pushed the door open, only to find Muxi sitting on Feng's lap, massaging him. Mom, what's wrong? Muxi asked, startled by her parents' sudden entrance. What are you doing? Liwan asked, relieved yet still apprehensive. Oh, Xiao said his back was sore, so I'm helping him with a massage, Muxi replied earnestly. I thought you two were. Mom, thought we were what? Liwan coughed awkwardly. Oh, never mind. You two continue. Just make sure to rest early. She quickly shut the door behind her. Gu Xingzhong, wearing a peculiar expression, cleared his throat. Well, it seems we've misunderstood. All right, off to rest then. Liwan shook her head with a smile, realizing her overthinking. Yet, these kids are growing up. It seems I need to teach them a thing or two about certain matters. After all, safety first. In the room, Muxi scratched her head in confusion. What kind of look did my mom just give me? It was so strange. Feng, sitiflit, alaf. Guessing that Auntie had misinterpreted the situation. Perhaps she was simply surprised that you would help me with a massage. Now let us continue. Feng adjusted his position for greater comfort. Muxi suddenly noticed that his back seemed perfectly fine. Could this mischievous Feng be deceiving me? Don't just stand there. Let us carry on. Feng, tisit playfully. Muxi, having deduced his intentions, thought to herself, oh, this cheeky Feng is deliberately making me work. You want a massage, do you? Then I shall give you a thorough one. A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. All right, let us continue. Get ready. I'll show you some Thai massage techniques. Muxi pinched the soft flesh around his waist and tugged it inward. Ouch! Feng cried out, his face contorting in pain as Muxi bent his legs upward, nearly folding him in half. What on earth? What are you trying to do? Muxi huffed. I'm using Thai techniques to massage you. Just endure it. No, no, no. After enduring 10 grueling minutes of Muxi's vigorous treatment, Feng finally concocted an excuse to escape, racing back to his own room. Ouch! This girl has some serious strength. He gasped, collapsing on his bed, every muscle aching, thankful she hadn't dislocated any bones. Yishao, didn't you say you were going to the bathroom? Why did you run away? Muxi's melodious laughter drifted in from outside the window. Feng got up and opened the window, spotting Muxi perched on the ledge, her expression one of playful arrogance. Ahem, it's quite late. And with tomorrow's exam, I think I'll pass on the massage, he said with an awkward chuckle. Oh, my Thai techniques haven't been fully demonstrated yet. How can we leave it at that? Muxi, let us postpone to another day. He quickly added. All right then, Yishao, I'll look forward to your next visit. With a flirtatious glance, she closed the window. Feng shivered at her gaze. If I let you massage me again, I might as well resign myself to an early grave. There will definitely be no next time. The night passed in silence. And at the break of dawn the next day, Feng was roused from his slumber by the rhythmic tapping at the window. Young Master Yi, it's time to rise. As Feng opened his eyes and rubbed the lingering sleep from them, he recalled that ever since Muxi had taken it upon herself to awaken him each morning, he had discarded his alarm clock. Was it not a privilege to be roused by the school bell herself? It afforded him the unique pleasure of a personal wake-up service each day. I'm coming, Feng replied, getting out of bed to draw back the curtains. Muxi, as ever, stood outside, her hair tied up in a ponytail, her exquisite visage radiating youthful vitality. Good morning, Muxi. Good morning, you rascally Feng. The two exchanged greetings. Muxi, having secured her hair, announced. Today marks the first day of the college entrance examination. My mother has prepared a lavish breakfast. Come over and eat. After breakfast, we shall head to school. Today, Muxi appeared particularly serious, eschewing their usual playful banter. Feng could discern the pressure weighing upon her. The onset of the examination was bound to make most students feel a twinge of anxiety. However, this was not Feng's first foray into the world of college entrance exams, and he felt a sense of confidence that rendered him completely at ease. All right, I'll join you after I freshen up, he said with a smile. Closing the window, Feng hurriedly made his way to wash up, taking a few minutes to tidy himself, change into fresh attire, grab his backpack, and then knock on Muxi's door. When it swung open, Muxi was clad in her usual loose school uniform. Though the uniform exuded youthful charm, it concealed her perfect figure entirely. If she were donned a JK uniform, it would surely be a showstopper. The thought stirred a sense of anticipation within Feng as he envisioned Muxi in such attire. What are you standing there for? Come inside, Muxi remarked, noticing his foolish grin and the drool that had escaped his lips, shooting him a disapproving glance. All right. What delightful breakfast has Annie prepared today? Seafood congee, scallion omelet, and fried dough sticks. Wow, such a feast. I can hardly contain my saliva. My mom went to the seafood market early this morning to fetch shrimp and crabs for the congee. It was quite the endeavor. The two entered and took their seats at the dining table, indulging heartily in the meal. Eat slowly. There's ample time, Liwan, Muxi's mother, chimed in as she emerged from the kitchen with a smile. Auntie, your culinary skills are superb. This breakfast is delightful. Feng pires enthusiasticide. If it's delicious, eat your fill. There's plenty more, Liwan replied joyfully. Suddenly, the landline rang. Liwan walked over to answer it, then called out, Xiaofeng, it's your father on the line. All right. Feng set down his bowl and quickly approached to take the call. Hello, Dad, what is up? So, today is the first day of the college entrance exam. You must give it your all. His father, Jianjun, instructed earnestly. Do well, but don't stress too much. As long as you've done your best, there will be no regrets about your score. Feng understood that his parents' greatest hope rested upon his performance in this examination. Achieving a commendable score would honor the 3 years of high school he had devoted himself to, paving the way for a brighter future through a prestigious university. Got it? Dad, don't worry, I'll do my best, Feng assured with a firm nod. That's good to hear. The father-son duo discussed the upcoming surgery for his mother, Meng Xiaoyan, which was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, coinciding with the conclusion of the exams. After a brief conversation, Jianjun ended the call, wishing to spare Feng from undue worry that might affect his performance. Returning to the dining table, Feng finished the remaining congee. I'm full now, Muxi. Shall we head out? Absolutely. The two made their way to school, where they collected their examination permits and gathered their pens, erasers, and rulers in preparation for the exam. Brother Feng, which examination room are you assigned to? Wang Tai leaned in curiously. Tiana School S exam room. How about you? What a coincidence. I'm in the same one. Huh, that means we'll be together. Wang Tai exclaimed joyfully. Then let us walk over together. Feng nodded, glancing at Muxi, who sat in front. Muxi, which room are you in? Muxi seemed somewhat distracted, not registering Feng's voice. Feng reached out to tug at the strap of her innerwear. Muxi? Only then did she snap to attention, giving Feng a sharp look. What are you doing? Why are you so absent-minded? Feng inwitted, puzzled. I'm a bit nervous, Muxi admitted with a wry smile. She had long felt the weight of her parents' expectations for her to excel in the exams. However, the greater the expectations, the heavier the burden, leaving her somewhat disoriented on this day. Give me your hand, Feng said with a smile, extending his right hand. Muxi hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand in his. Feng grasped her hand, saying, You lent me your luck last time. Today, I'll lend you my confidence. Muxi, you are remarkable. Muxi's heart skipped a beat, and she then burst into laughter. Of course, I will definitely get into a top university. Her previous confidence returned, her smile radiant once more. Thank you, young master, Muxi expressed sincerely, now feeling less anxious. No need for thanks, we're practically family. Now, might I request you to release my hand? Oh dear, I forgot. Stop pretending, you rascal Feng. You did that on purpose. Chapter 61. Let us interview the first student to exit the examination room. Muxi's cheeks flushed, glaring at him. You scoundrel Feng. You are taking advantage of me again. Lately, she had noticed his penchant for physical contact. Was he openly or covertly taking liberties with her? She resolved to teach him a lesson when the opportunity arose. Hey, Muxi, don't slander me. I'll accuse you of defamation. Wang Tai, did you hear that? She is defaming me, Feng declared with mock indignation. Wang Tai stifled a laugh, thinking to himself, Brother Feng certainly has thick skin. I've learned something today. The trio was engaged in their banter when their homeroom teacher, the formidable Zhao, strode in briskly, silencing the room instantly. Zhao tapped the podium and surveyed the class before stating seriously, Today is the first day of the college entrance exam, mathematics in the morning, followed by Chinese in the afternoon. Tomorrow, we have the comprehensive sciences in the morning and English in the afternoon. Remember this, and don't forget any details. Prepare your examination permits and tools. Ensure there are no last-minute mistakes. After you leave the school, make your way to the exam room safely and do not be late. Is that clear? The class chorused, Clear. Zhao relaxed his demeanor and offered a warm smile. Once the exams are over, your time together in this school will be limited, and you may find yourselves going your separate ways. I will miss you all dearly, but I wish you the best of luck in achieving outstanding results and a bright future. Zhao's heartfelt words were simple, yet profoundly moving, causing several sensitive girls in the class to surreptitiously wipe away tears. Feng silently mused, Teacher Zhao is not so bad after all. Though he was strict with his students, he genuinely cared for them, proving himself to be a good teacher. After delivering his admonitions, Zhao allowed the students to set off for their respective examination rooms. Feng, Muxi, and Wang Tai were all from the same school, Tiana Middle School, participating in the exams, albeit in different classrooms. 3 individuals rode their bicycles to the entrance of Tiana Middle School, where a considerable gathering of parents awaited. Their eyes fixed on their children as they ventured into the school grounds, akin to warriors heading into battle. The expressions on the parents' faces mirrored a shared tension, their eyes brimming with hope. Once inside the school, the trio exchanged farewells. Tizi, do your best and good luck. Feng encouraged, patting his shoulder. I will, Brother Feng. Wang Tai nodded earnestly. Despite his lackluster academic performance, he aspired to secure a place in a second-tier university, at the very least achieving a bachelor's degree. Yishou, you must also strive hard. I'll be waiting for you at the school gate after the exam, Muxi declared, raising her small fist, brimming with enthusiasm. All right, Feng replied with a smile. After parting ways, they proceeded to their respective classrooms. Feng located his examination room and took his seat according to the designated spot on his admission ticket. Shortly thereafter, students entered the classroom in single file, each occupying their own desk. Once all candidates had assembled, a middle-aged woman, serving as the proctor, entered the room. As soon as the examination commenced, she began distributing the test papers and reciting the examination rules. With the ringing of the bell, the gaokao officially commenced. Students, begin your exams, the proctor announced, prompting the candidates to begin writing fervently. After perusing the mathematics paper, Feng felt a sense of assurance. This year's questions were notably manageable, with the major problems falling well within his area of expertise. With a careful approach, achieving a perfect score seemed entirely feasible. A subtle smile graced Feng's lips as he bent over his desk to commence the examination. As time gradually elapsed and hours swiftly passed, outside the school gate, countless parents stood in silence, their anticipation palpable. Suddenly, a van from a local newspaper arrived, shattering the tranquility. A group of reporters disembarked, with a cameraman trailing behind a female journalist. The journalist, appearing to be in her early 30s, sported shoulder-length hair and donned a light gray professional suit. Her figure graceful and her features captivating. Her presence incited a stir among the nearby parents. Isn't that reporter Nana from Guang City TV's news relay? What brings her here? Hurry and interview me. I want to be on television. Indeed, it's the news relay team. They seem to cover the Gaokao every year. I can't believe they're here today. Please interview me. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Yang Na remained unfazed. She indeed had a reporting assignment that day, but it deviated from the usual interviews with parents. The repetitive reassurances and expectations of parents had grown stale over the years. Thus, prior to her assignment, the production team convened a brief meeting deciding to adopt a new approach this year, interviewing students instead. She was determined to speak with the first candidate emerging from the examination hall to gauge their sentiments regarding the Gaokao. How long has the exam been underway, Xiao Wu? Yang Na inquired of her assistant reporter, Wu Gang. He glanced at his watch and replied, Sister Na, exactly 1 hour has passed, with 30 minutes remaining. Yang Na nodded, smiling. All right, let us be ready to record. We'll wait here for the first student to exit the examination room. Sister Na, surely no one would finish that quickly. Shouldn't we take a moment to rest? Wu Gang wiped the sweat from his brow. The post-rain sun blazed down, creating a stifling atmosphere akin to a sauna. Very well, go fetch 2 bottles of water, Yang Na said, fanning herself. Sure thing. Wu Gang replied eagerly as he dashed off to buy water. Yang Na and the cameraman sought refuge under a tree for shade. Yet, scarcely had she settled when she spotted a student emerging from the hall, with no one following behind. Why is someone exiting so soon? Yang Na Mu said, Somelhat astonished. Quickly, don't let him slip away. Let us go interview him. Not waiting for Wu Gang's return, she approached with the cameraman in tow, intercepting the student at the entrance. Good day, viewers. I am reporter Yang Na, and today I have the pleasure of interviewing the first candidate to exit the examination room. Hello, student. I am from the Guang City TV news relay team. May I ask your name? Yang Na beamed warmly, extending the microphone toward him. Feng, he replied. Feng, PD. First, I wish you the best of luck in your Gaokao. Thank you. Could you share with us why you finished your exam so early? I completed it and didn't wish to remain inside. Feng smiled casually. Yang Na was taken aback. What audacity. All right. How would you assess the difficulty of this year's mathematics exam? To be honest, it was quite simple. There wasn't much challenge, Feng stated earnestly. This was his candid opinion. Had the exam been more difficult, he wouldn't have exited so promptly. In fact, he had completed his paper in merely 40 minutes, but was obliged to wait an additional 20 minutes before submitting it. He had idly twirled his pen for those 20 minutes, and as soon as the time allowed for early submissions arrived, he promptly handed in his paper. The surrounding parents, overhearing Feng's remark, exchanged disdainful glances. Which school does this student attend? Such arrogance. Yang Na appeared bewildered. This young man, though not yet of age, certainly possessed a bold demeanor.